From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 244 to chapter 297. The longer he looked at the array in front of him, the brighter Xianxia's eyes became. Cold Mountain City was directly refined into a huge spiritual weapon by him as a forging master. But at the same time, there was also a huge array around it. That formation was indeed powerful. However, he had used his status as a top-notch forging master to directly carve runes in the void and arrange them into a formation using brute force. Such a method. It was relatively shallow. It was just that Xianxia himself was a top forging master. He had a deep understanding of runes. Therefore, the runes carved in Cold Mountain City could exert 100% of their power. However, the Great Demon Sealing Array of 8 stars was completely different. If the array of Cold Mountain City could exert 100% of a forging master's strength, then this array, it was to exert 200% or 300% of a forging master's strength. This was the difference between a forging master and an array master. Although the lineage of array masters has abandoned the method of casting runes, they have taken a different path in the field of array formation. Their specialization has already reached the pinnacle of perfection. When I go back this time, I should collect some information about array masters. If I can get some of the methods of array masters, then my identity as a forging master will be more deterrent. Xianxia revealed a slight smile. Then, he temporarily put this thought aside and then focused his attention on the Great Demon Sealing Array. Just now, he was comprehending the mystery of the array. This time, he was looking for a loophole in the array. Because Xianxia did not intend to use blood to break the array, but he wanted to compete with the array master who set up the array to see if he could break the array with his identity as a forging master. Breaking the array. Sometimes, it was not necessarily harder than setting up an array. Especially for someone like him who had a deep understanding of runes. Perhaps when he found a loophole in the runes, he could easily break the array with his methods. More than 10 minutes passed. Xianxia suddenly moved his finger. A rune condensed from his hand and then fell on a corner of the 8 stars array. In an instant, the 8 stars array seemed to flash faintly. It's effective. Looking at the Great Demon Sealing Array that was faintly shaken, Xianxia smiled in his heart. That rune. It just so happened to land on a flaw in the formation. Although the flaw wasn't big, it could only be said to be a very small flaw. But it also depended on whose eyes it was. In the eyes of the master forger. No matter how small the flaw was, it could be enlarged. Very soon. Xianxia used his finger as a pen, his natural qi as the foundation, and his meager spiritual qi as the ink. He wrote dozens of runes in the air, and they fell into the 8 stars array one by one in a strange arrangement. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted from it. The entire valley began to tremble. The 8 bronze pillars glowed brightly at first, then cracks appeared on them, and they shattered with a bang. As for the octagonal starlight formation below, at this moment, cracks had also appeared on it as monstrous demonic chi desperately struggled to escape. Rumble, in the sky. Lightning filled the sky. The moment the demonic chi appeared, black clouds that seemed to be able to crush the entire valley condensed. Purple lightning flashed within the clouds like thousands of wild snakes, and a terrifying heavenly might spread out. At this moment, Xianxia had already retreated to the side. Although he was not afraid of lightning. However, he didn't have the habit of being struck by lightning. Crack, the powerful lightning struck. When the evil spirit had just emerged from the seal, it met it head-on. When the demonic chi erupted, it collided with the lightning. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, a total of 21 bolts of lightning struck, and a terrifying sea of lightning was formed in the valley. The demonic chi that overflowed from the seal, more than half of it was directly scattered. However, as the evil spirit completely appeared, more demonic chi erupted, and directly dispersed the sea of lightning. Although the black clouds in the sky were still there. But no more lightning fell. Perhaps the power of the lightning had been exhausted. Or perhaps it was because after the evil spirit withstood 21 bolts of lightning, there would be no more lightning punishment. Roar. A roar that didn't sound like a beast's roar spread out, and a terrifying wave of energy instantly spread out. A figure that looked similar to a human, but was 20 feet tall, stood there, roaring at the sky. Its lower body was surrounded by a dark green armor made of unknown material, and the upper half of its body was engraved with black lines, as if it was filled with an evil aura. As for its head, it wasn't much different from an ordinary person, except for the fangs that protruded from both sides of its lips, which looked particularly ferocious. At this moment, the demonic qi in the valley exploded. However, when the demonic qi neared Qin Shujian, it seemed as though it had met with an invisible barrier, and couldn't get any closer at all. At the same time, Qin Shujian's spirit eye shone slightly, and he had already checked out the attributes of this evil spirit. Name, Evil Lord Wan Chuan. Title, Identity, Faction level, Cultivation state. Other than the name, the other attributes were all blank. It could be said that, if not for the fact that his spirit eye had the ability to see through loyalty, its usefulness was getting lower and lower. On the other side, when Evil Lord Wan Chuan was observing with his spirit eye, he seemed to have sensed something. When his line of sight followed Qin Shujian, he realized that there was another person standing there. Because Qin Shujian's aura was really too low. And who are you? The person who will kill you. Haha. As though he had heard something laughable, Evil Lord Wan Chuan's face was filled with killing intent as he scoffed coldly. How dare a mere human spout nonsense in front of me? Forget it. Wait till I turn you into a general under my command, and turn this entire place into a demonic land. Sure. Let's see if you're the one who turns me into a demonic disaster, or if I'm the one who kills you first. Qin Shujian chuckled casually. He then took a step forward. Boom, his strength that had reached the limits of the ordinary realm exploded out instantly as a dragon appeared on his back. The roars of the dragon seemed to pierce through the 9 heavens. Blood Qi Dragon. Evil Lord Wan Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, Qin Shujian formed a hand seal with both hands, and a horrifying aura rumbled out from the void. When the seal landed, it turned into an illusory mountain that suppressed down. Great Desolation Demon Suppressing Seal, Moving Mountain Seal. This is Great Desolation Demon Suppressing Seal. Evil Lord Wan Chuan calmed down instead as he scoffed coldly. Blood Qi Dragon, and the Great Desolation Demon Suppressing Seal in your hands. So, this is the source of your confidence. Today, let me show you what true unparalleled means are. After he finished speaking, demonic aura surged and turned into a huge palm print that collided heavily with the illusory mountain. The terrifying strength of the two exploded. Qin Shujian's body shook slightly. Not only did the pressure from Evil Lord Wan Chuan not cause him to retreat, it even pushed him forward. At the same time, he struck out another Great Desolation Demon Suppressing Seal. In an instant, the demonic aura dissipated. Evil Lord Wan Chuan saw this and punched the air. His huge body seemed to contain boundless strength. Boom, the fist and seal collided. Both of their bodies shook. Qin Shujian's face was calm as the blood qi in his body boiled violently. After obtaining the immortal bright king body, his body had undergone a transformation, as though he had unlocked some sort of taboo. Boom, this time, Qin Shujian didn't use the Great Desolation Demon Suppressing Seal anymore. Instead, he used his absolute strength to strike out a final punch. Evil Lord Wan Chuan's face changed slightly, but he wasn't fearful because of this. In an instant, they had already exchanged blows more than 10 times. This time, in order to obtain enough life source faster, Qin Shujian had already lent the Qian Kuan Bao and Qian Shan Shui to Zhang Ergu and Zhao Shanlin so that the two of them could go to other places to kill the demons. He, on the other hand, went there alone to kill the Sealbreaker. This wasn't arrogance. It was after gathering 4 universal heavenly lock. Qin Shujian had absolute confidence in his own strength. No matter how strong the demons were, that was after they had recovered to their peak. But under the suppression of the shackles, he was careful enough to kill them with his own strength. This was the confidence of a territorial lord. Boom, with a punch, there seemed to be the sound of wind and thunder gathering in his body. The originally fierce punch was now many times more terrifying. Instantly, Evil Lord Wan Chuan was forced to retreat. Qin Shujian's feet were like a shadow, but his attacks didn't stop for even half a breath. The Gui Yuan ancestral scripture only had 5 characteristics. In fact, it was a stronger characteristic after combining the characteristics of the previous cultivation techniques. Just talking about the immortal king body, it was a terrifying ability after combining the characteristics of the immortal king body, the indestructible body, the wind thunder true technique, and a series of other cultivation techniques. Even Qin Shujian himself, he still hadn't figured out the limits of the immortal king body. Evil Lord Wanchuan, he was the best target for him to test his fusion of cultivation techniques and the results of his breakthrough. At this moment, demonic aura surged out from the seal, but it couldn't spread in all directions. Runes appeared in the void, forcefully suppressing the demonic aura in the valley. Two figures, one big and one small, exuded a terrifying aura. They fought crazily, and every blow shook the valley, and the mountain rocks were all turned into dust. Boom, as he was forced to retreat, a terrifying punch landed on Evil Lord Wanchuan's chest. As the violent power exploded, the black runes on the Evil Lord Wanchuan's body seemed to come alive. However, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the black lines flickered for a moment before a portion of them collapsed. Wanchuan seemed to have suffered a heavy blow for the first time as he coughed out dark green blood. His 6-foot-tall body was sent flying. Haha! Qin Shujian laughed wildly, and his long hair danced in the wind. An 8 trigrams mark appeared under his feet, and he instantly stood up and came in front of Evil Lord Wanchuan. This is the supreme technique of an evil demon. It's an eye-opener. A simple sentence, the attack landed on Evil Lord Wanchuan's body, who was still in the air. Terrifying power, it caused his body to crack, and blood flowed out continuously. You! Evil Lord Wanchuan was shocked and furious. He wanted to fight back, but he realized that he couldn't do it. The terrifying attack made him feel suffocated. Boom! Boom! A deep pit appeared on the ground, and Evil Lord Wanchuan's body lay in it. His cracked body had already corroded the ground. Seems like I'm the one who killed you first. Qin Shujian's posture was arrogant as his battle intent soared to the heavens. Under the horrified gaze of the Evil Lord Wanchuan, a terrifying illusory figure appeared in the void. Subsequently, a palm came crashing down, completely devouring the Evil Lord Wanchuan. Great desolate demon suppressing seal, demon suppressing seal. Boom, as the palm landed, Evil Lord Wanchuan fell to the ground, unable to move. Along with the flow of blood. At this moment, the destroyed black lines actually showed signs of being restored. Under the surging demonic aura. The wound that had been torn open. Now, it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. I admit that you are not weak. But if you want to kill me, you are still far from it. Evil Lord Wanchuan slowly stood up from the deep pit, his ferocious face revealing a maniacal smile. My nefarious devil clan is immortal. Immortal? Qin Shujian laughed coldly. In the next moment, he had already disappeared from the spot. A huge fist punched towards Evil Lord Wanchuan's face. Terrifying power. Blood splattered as Evil Lord Wanchuan was sent flying. Immediately after. Like a storm of attacks, it was unleashed once again. Immortal, to others, the scene just now might have been intimidating. But to Qin Shujian, he only responded with a cold chuckle. The number of evil demons that had died in his hands, not to mention 100 or 80, but at least 10 to 20. The so-called immortal. But because the power of the attack was not enough, it gave the evil demons time to recover, allowing them to absorb the demonic aura. As long as the attack was strong enough, it exceeded their recovery limit. Then, the immortal. It was just a smurf. If he had a Dao artifact, he would naturally be able to kill the evil demons instantly. But now, even without a Dao artifact, Qin Shujian was confident that he could beat Evil Lord Wanchuan until his mother couldn't recognize him. Boom! Boom! It was as if thunder had exploded in the valley. Loud and dense sounds could be heard from time to time. Evil Lord Wanchuan was completely suppressed by Qin Shujian. At the start, he was still able to put up some resistance. But now, he could only passively take the attacks. This feeling of humiliation from being suppressed and beaten by others made him explode with rage. But, no matter how furious he was, Evil Lord Wanchuan had to admit a fact. The strength of the person in front of him was indeed terrifying. although it was impossible for him to be comparable to his peak. But in the ordinary realm, he couldn't compete with him at all. When another expert with such terrifying strength and limitless potential had appeared in the human race. Such a person. If he were to ascend to the divine martial realm in the future, he would definitely be a terrifying expert. Woo, boom. I want to, boom. Boom. Take a look, boom. Can you still, boom. 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 How long? He barely managed to finish his sentence. Evil Lord Wanchuan had already endured countless attacks, and all the power that had gathered caused his body to crumble once again. The black runes were like a net that was shattered inch by inch, but under the immersion of the demonic aura, they were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's enough to kill you. Qin Shujian's fighting spirit didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even more intense. Inside his dantian, which had expanded several times, there was an astonishing amount of true essence. Now, under the shackles, it was even more so after being diluted into true qi. After fusing with the 7 cultivation methods, the Gui Yuan ancestral canon also had a recovery power that shocked the other spirit martial realm. Almost every strike would consume a large amount of energy, and he would be able to recover almost immediately. As for those who reached the level of transforming their qi and blood into dragons, his qi and blood were like an oven, and it was almost impossible to completely exhaust them. Therefore, evil Lord Wanchuan wanted to wait for his true qi to dry up and his qi and blood to weaken before finding an opportunity to counterattack. That was just wishful thinking. Boom. Another punch was thrown. Evil Lord Wanchuan was directly smashed into the mountain wall. There was a terrifying tremor. Countless cracks appeared on the mountain wall, as if it would shatter at any moment. Looking at evil Lord Wanchuan's body that was still recovering, Qin Shujian suddenly had a thought. The bright king hellfire in his dantian surged and spread along his arm, instantly enveloping his entire arm. Although the bright king hellfire was burning fiercely, he didn't feel the slightest bit of heat. Then, another palm strike came down. When the palm landed on evil Lord Wanchuan, the bright king hellfire immediately spread along the palm toward evil Lord Wanchuan's body. Bang! Evil Lord Wanchuan retreated. The powerful force caused his physical body to shatter once again. But this time, his physical body didn't recover. What is this? Looking at the bright king hellfire burning on his body and the black lines that it passed through disappearing inch by inch, evil Lord Wanchuan couldn't help but reveal a look of fear on his face. Monstrous demonic qi surged. Not only did it not extinguish the bright king hellfire. Instead, as if it had encountered some fuel, the bright king hellfire burned even more fiercely. No, impossible. How can there be such a thing in this world? How is this possible? Feeling his physical body disintegrating bit by bit, evil Lord Wanchuan was finally afraid. Although the demons couldn't die and could be reborn in the demon abyss, but no one really wanted to return to the demon abyss and suffer the eternal loneliness. More importantly, the nefarious devil clan's undying body was actually restrained by an unknown flame. This was perhaps a big deal for the entire nefarious devil clan. Ignoring evil Lord Wanchuan's shock, after seeing that the bright king hellfire was effective against the demons, Qin Shujian activated the bright king hellfire in his dantian again and continued to attack. This time, under the restraint of the bright king hellfire, evil Lord Wanchuan could no longer use the demonic qi to recover endlessly. Every single attack landed. His body broke apart. The dark green blood didn't even have a chance to splatter on the ground before it was incinerated by the bright king hellfire. As the last bit of the black pattern was destroyed, evil Lord Wanchuan's body suddenly exploded. You have obtained 10 luck points. The system notification came as expected. In Qin Shujian's vision, there was only the corroding yuan bone powder on the ground. The difference was, on the corroding yuan bone powder, there was still the bright king hellfire burning. The demonic qi in the surroundings seemed to be attracted and gathered towards the bright king hellfire. Instantly, the bright king hellfire burned even more fiercely. Until the end, the bright king hellfire that was burning to the extreme slowly turned into a pale red fire lotus floating in the air. The demonic qi in the valley had already disappeared, and even the corroding yuan bone powder on the ground had disappeared. His senses landed on the fire lotus. Qin Shujian didn't feel any threat. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity from it. He walked forward. Then, he stretched out his hand towards the fire lotus. In the end, Qin Shujian easily held the fire lotus in his palm. Then, the fire lotus entered his palm and turned into pure energy that entered his dantian. Boom! The bright king hellfire burning in his dantian seemed to have become stronger. At the same time, Qin Shujian felt that all aspects of his body, including his divine thought that had been suppressed, seemed to have suddenly become stronger. Such a change, his expression abruptly changed. If before this, his spiritual god was still at level 5 spiritual martial realm, but after devouring the fire lotus, it directly crossed the boundary of level 5 and reached level 6. Even on the attribute panel, his spiritual god was still at level 5. But the changes in his body did indeed exist. When he looked at the source of life again, at this moment, it also increased by 50,000 points all of a sudden. In an instant, Qin Shujian thought of the red lotus just now. Killing an evil spirit only increases my source of life by 10,000 points. Now that I devoured the fire lotus, I can directly obtain 50,000 points of life. In other words, killing an evil spirit can give me a total of 60,000 points of life, and this doesn't include the increase in my body after devouring the red lotus. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he didn't know the use of the Bright King Hellfire before, then this time, on a whim, the method of using the Bright King Hellfire to deal with evil spirits was a huge use for Qin Shujian. In this way, if he killed other evil spirits in the future, the benefits would be much higher than before. Soon, Qin Shujian thought again. If the Bright King Hellfire could have such an effect on evil spirits, then would it be the same for other demonic beasts and even enemies? On this point, he still needed to experiment. After all, using the Bright King Hellfire to deal with enemies, this was the first time Qin Shujian did this. It seems that after integrating with the Guiyuan ancestral scripture this time, I got 5 characteristics. Except for spiritual god and longevity, the other 3 characteristics still have a lot of room to explore. At present, the immortal Bright King body should have opened some kind of secret of the physical body, so that I have more power than before. The Bright King Hellfire can incinerate evil spirits and transform them into fire lotuses to provide life and increase strength. Then the last one, Divine Will, should be the only characteristic that hasn't shown any effect. Divine Will. Just from the name alone, Qin Shujian could be sure that it was extraordinary. However, he still had no idea what the use of this characteristic was. After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian decided not to think about this problem for the time being. Since he had this characteristic, there would naturally be a time when it would be useful in the future. Looking at the dilapidated valley, the demonic aura had long disappeared, and there was no trace of the existence of evil spirits. Even the land that was contaminated by demonic aura, under the burning of the Bright King Hellfire, the demonic aura inside was completely dispelled. Immediately, Qin Shujian stepped into the air and directly left the valley. Then he rushed towards Dingzhou City. Now there were still many places to seal evil spirits. Although they were now divided into 3 groups to kill the evil spirits, they still needed time. After discovering the use of the Bright King Hellfire, he hoped to kill more evil spirits as soon as possible. This way, not only could he get luck points, but he also had a lot of life and could directly improve his strength. Others used the teleportation gate. They needed a period of time to buffer. But for Qin Shujian, with the immortal Bright King body, the spatial fluctuations of the teleportation gate didn't seem to affect his physical body much. Naturally, he didn't need much time to adapt. Soon, Qin Shujian entered Dingzhou City again, revealed his identity, and stepped into the teleportation gate again. In a short 5 days, Qin Shujian kept shuttling through the portal and killed 11 demons in a row. Most of them were demons. All of them were above the 8-star formation. Apart from that, this was actually an even faster method. Zhang Ergu and Zhao Shanlin could kill demons below the 8-star formation with their Dao artifacts. If they wanted to deal with demons above the 8-star formation, they would need 2 Dao artifacts to work together. This way, It would undoubtedly greatly increase the time to kill the demons. So, Qin Shujian directly let them deal with the demons below the 8-star formation. As for the above, he left it to himself. He had the wisdom King Hellfire. Whether it was the demons of the 8-star formation or the 9-star formation, they were all unable to resist the burning and were all devoured by it. After devouring 11 red lotuses in a row, Qin Shujian felt that his spirit god had grown to an extremely strong level. It had surpassed the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. It had even surpassed the level of the airborne realm. It was just that the level of the technique was still at the 5th level of the spirit martial arts, causing his strength to be unable to perfectly increase. However, even so, he was only a cultivator at the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm on the surface. In fact, he had already reached the airborne realm. Until now. The originally blank luck value. Now, it had already reached 310 points. He looked at the map. All the demons above the 8-star formation had been dealt with. There weren't many demons left. Qin Shujian was too lazy to continue rushing. He was afraid that when he arrived, the remaining demons would have all been dealt with. So, after thinking for a while, Qin Shujian directly passed through the portal and returned to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. The current Liang Mountain Spirit Domain was a little calmer. After all, in order to stabilize the situation in the cultivation world of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, the Yuan sect could be said to have used all their resources and thunderous methods. No matter what status the cultivators had, as long as they dared to cause trouble, they would be killed. As for the original major sections, now, the Yuan sect had also sent a certain number of spirit martial realm cultivators to take charge. Although they might need to support the 5 masters. But at least, the sect was temporarily not in danger of being destroyed. When Qin Shujian returned to Yuan sect. At this moment, Yuanzhong had changed greatly. In just a few days, the collapsed buildings had all been repaired, while the other buildings had all been renovated and expanded several times over. As for the inherited martial hall, this was the face of Yuan sect, so it was even more so. However, the only thing that didn't change was, it was probably the small courtyard where Qin Shujian lived. He had personally instructed that no one was to touch it. They arrived at the foot of Mount Liang. Looking at the stone stele that Yuanzhong was repairing, Qin Shujian suddenly stopped in his tracks. Only to see the words Yuanzhong carved on a large, glossy rock. Who was the one who wrote these 2 words? He didn't pay much attention to it himself. In any case, it was the matter of Yuanzhong. Qin Shujian had been handed over to the other elders to handle. Unless it was a very urgent matter, he would not be bothered with it. These 2 simple words were like dragons and snakes dancing wildly, giving people a pleasing feeling when they saw them. However, when he looked at it seriously, he felt that something was missing. Subsequently, Qin Shujian walked forward and touched the 2 words Yuanzhong with his palm. Then, as he slowly touched it, the stone powder fell. When he retracted his palm, there was no trace left on the big rock. Immediately after, he stood in front of the big rock without moving. After a while, Qin Shujian used his finger as a pen and wrote something on the big rock. In almost a breath's time, the 2 words Yuanzhong were written in one go. After doing all this, he retreated a distance. When he looked at the big rock again, a smile finally appeared on his face. Not bad, this is the word that is worthy of Yuanzhong. Although it was not as pleasing to the eye as just now. But if one looked at it seriously, these 2 words were not that simple. Qin Shujian had spent the past few days fighting. Although he had killed 11 demons in a row, the fighting spirit in his heart had not dissipated. Now, with the fighting spirit in his heart that had not dissipated, combined with his own essence, energy, and spirit, he finally wrote these 2 words. If one did not look at it seriously, then it was nothing. If one looked at it seriously, someone would definitely notice the difference. But, whoever could discover this point would be considered an individual's opportunity. It could also be considered a little hidden trick that Qin Shujian had left in Yuanzhong. It could be considered a small surprise for the people of Yuanzhong. Then, Qin Shujian directly went to find Xingfang. During this period of time, did the sects in the outer regions have any other abnormal movements? Now, the sects in the various regions are just biding their time. As for the rest of the spirit martial realm cultivators, as long as they made a move, they were all killed by us. The rest were all frightened, but Xingfang stroked his short beard. His old face was a little more dignified. The sects in the various regions have not sent anyone to negotiate with our Yuan Zone. Instead, they seem to be indifferent to the Liang Mountain spirit region. I am worried that these sects have other intentions. The calmer it was, the more it meant that things were not simple. In the face of a new spirit region, it was impossible for these sects to not be moved. But to say that they were afraid of the power of Yuan Zone was completely unreasonable. After all, although it was Xingfang's first time coming into contact with the sects of the spirit region, but he had also sent people to spy on the other sects after the Liang Mountain spirit region had advanced. One thing was certain. With Yuan Zong's current strength, he would be able to crush any sect if he went up against them alone. But if there were many sects at the same time, he was afraid that he would not be able to catch them. The reason was, it was because most of the spirit martial realm cultivators in Yuanzong had just entered the spirit god realm. As for the other sects of the spirit region, almost all of them were sects that had existed for thousands of years. In each of the sections, they all had cultivators at the third stage of the spirit martial realm. This was the foundation of the sections. Although Yuanzong's strength had increased very quickly, he lacked the accumulation of time. In the end, his foundation was still somewhat lacking. After hearing Xingfang's words, Qin Shujian could also understand that this matter was unusual. After pondering for a while, he said, "Pay close attention to the movements of the other sects, especially the few cities in the Liang Mountain spirit region that have teleportation gates. I have already sent people to keep an eye on them." "That's good." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. No matter what the other sects planned, for him, the longer he delayed, the better. As long as he delayed long enough, then he would be able to obtain enough life source and increase his strength. Through the teleportation gate, he appeared in the ancient city. Zhao Shanlin carried a long saber on his back and was rushing towards the boundary of Liang Mountain. However, not long after he left the ancient city, Xianxia behind him sent a subtle fluctuation, which made his heart tremble slightly. Suddenly, Zhao Shanlin stopped in his tracks and at the same time, took Xianxia off his back. As his mind spread out, he shouted coldly, "Friends around, there's no need to hide. Just come out and meet me." After saying that, his voice echoed in the surrounding dense forest. However, there was no movement at all. "Since you don't want to meet me, then I won't accompany you." After Zhao Shanlin finished speaking, he directly walked forward. However, as he walked, suddenly, there were terrifying attacks from both sides, accompanied by powerful spirit god attacks. The long saber hummed softly and turned into lightning that filled the sky. The power of a Dao artifact instantly appeared. The powerful spirit god was instantly destroyed by Xianxia's power. Then, Zhao Shanlin held the long saber in one hand, and two Dao seals appeared on it. As the saber slashed down, a vast power instantly erupted. Boom, the three attacks gathered together and directly exploded with a terrifying fluctuation. Within a radius of 100 feet, all the trees were destroyed. 8 figures appeared and directly surrounded Zhao Shanlin. Zhao Shanlin held the saber in one hand and spread his spirit god. It was as if he had eyes on his back, and he saw everything around him. The faces of the 8 people in front of him were very unfamiliar. However, it did not hinder the terrifying aura emanating from their bodies. They were at least in the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. Perhaps they had even reached the airborne realm. In comparison, Zhao Shanlin was only in the 1st level of the spirit martial realm and had just entered the spirit god realm. However, with Xianxia in hand, he did not show any fear when facing 8 opponents who were far stronger than him. "I'm confident that I've never met any of you before. Why did you attack me?" Rumor has it that the Origin sect has 2 Dao artifacts, a saber and a bow. Their might shook the spirit region. Now it seems that they are really extraordinary. The power of a two-seal Dao artifact is so terrifying. One of the people facing Zhao Shanlin looked at the Xianxia in his hand, and uncontrollable greed appeared in his eyes. A two-seal Dao artifact, only a sect with an extremely deep foundation could possess such a Dao artifact. When facing such a precious treasure. Not to mention spirit martial realm cultivators. Even spirit martial realm cultivators would be tempted. Why waste words with him? Quickly kill him and take the Dao artifact away. This place is too close to the origin sect. If we delay for too long, it'll be difficult to avoid being noticed. Although the origin sect does not have experts above the 7th level of the spirit martial realm. However, those 1,000 over spirit god realm cultivators are also a difficult thing to deal with, one of the people on the side shouted coldly. Hearing that, the others did not say anything else. They all took out their own weapons and attacked. In an instant, the Xianxia broke free from Zhao Shanlin's control and directly floated into the air. 2 Dao seals appeared on the crystalline saber, and terrifying lightning spread out. Then the energy saber slashed down and directly blasted towards the 8 people. Energy exploded. The spirit artifact shone brightly and collided with the energy saber. However, it was merely a single exchange. Their energies shattered, and the spirit artifact collapsed, forcing several people to retreat repeatedly. Some were even careless. They were directly blasted by the energy saber. When they fell to the side, they could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. A middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when he saw that. Then, he took out a square seal and smashed it towards the Xianxia. The seal soared through the air and seemed to transform into a mountain range. It fell towards the Xianxia, and a Dao seal flickered within. It was as if it was being provoked. Xianxia, who was nurtured in the sea of lightning, slashed out. The shadow of a long saber tore through the air and shattered the mountain. Then, it slashed heavily on the seal. Bang, the seal trembled violently and flew backward. In front of a 2-seal Dao artifact. A 1-seal Dao artifact was still a little weak. Why are you still hiding? Hurry up and suppress this Dao artifact. With a furious roar. Immediately, 2 more Dao artifacts appeared. One was a long sword, and the other was a pagoda. Both were 1-seal Dao artifacts. The seal that had been sent flying had returned to its original position. As a Dao artifact. Although it had been slashed by a saber, it was not damaged. Then, the 3 Dao artifacts joined forces and suppressed Xianxia. In an instant, the sound of a saber resounded through heaven and earth. A terrifying saber energy slashed out toward the 3 Dao artifacts. On the other side, with the appearance of the 3 Dao artifacts, Zhao Shanxia's expression changed slightly. Although the 3 Dao artifacts could not suppress Xianxia, they could also suppress the power of the Dao artifacts. In this way, the power protecting him would be reduced by a lot. When he saw the people who were attacking him, he finally felt a great amount of pressure. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian was tasting his spirit tea when a saber hum that seemed to have crossed 1,000 mountains entered his ears all of a sudden. His expression froze for a moment before it turned gloomy. In the next breath, the teacup was left on the stone table, but the person was gone. At the border of the Lingxi True Domain, the battle still did not stop. Kill. Wang Quan's expression was gloomy. The spirit god treasure did not appear, but the true origin in his hand unleashed a fierce attack toward Zhao Shanxue. With a flash of lightning, it turned into an energy saber and slashed down, obliterating most of his attack. Xianxue's power was beyond his expectations. Under normal circumstances, although it was impossible for 3 1-seal Dao artifacts to defeat a 2-seal Dao artifact, it was not a big problem to suppress the other party and make it unable to protect its master. But now, Xianxue was able to unleash power to protect Zhao Shanxue while fighting 3 Dao artifacts alone. It was obviously beyond the scope of an ordinary 2-seal Dao artifact. Could it be a top Dao artifact that gave birth to the 3rd seal? Thinking of this, Wang Quan's face turned even uglier. He had intended to end the battle quickly. But now, there was nothing he could do. However, he wasn't willing to retreat just like that. However, looking at Zhao Shanlin, who was relying on the prowess of the Dao artifact and was still not defeated by the combined attacks of the 8 people, he also understood that this operation could be considered a failure. When Wang Quan unleashed his final attack, he immediately retreated and shouted, "We've wasted too much time. Let's retreat." While speaking, with a wave of his hand, the Dao artifact seal fell into his hand. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to stop midway and retreat into the air. They had no choice but to retreat. If the Yuanzhong powerhouses arrived, it wouldn't be easy for them to retreat. "You think you can leave?" A thunder-like roar resounded, instantly causing the hearts of Wang Quan and the others to tremble. The spiritual deity that had been nurtured in their minds had also become somewhat fearful. When he turned around to look, he saw a person flying over. Qin Shujian. Seeing the other party's face, everyone recognized the identity of the person who had come. "Retreat." Wang Quan was greatly shocked, then he immediately fled without thinking. To be able to fly. This meant that the other party was at least an expert above the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm. Moreover, he was the domain master of the spirit region. His strength was definitely not something that people of the same level could contend against. Although there were 8 of them now. When it came to a real fight, whether they could defeat him was a problem. However, once they were entangled by Qin Shujian, when the numerous spiritual gods of the Yuanzhong arrived, only death would await them. "Stay." As his divine sense spread out, a spiritual deity appeared and stood directly in the sky. Then, with a wave of the spiritual deity's hand, thousands of cyan threads shot out. It was a huge threat. It forced Wang Quan and the others to turn around and deal with it. As they propped up their energy, the cyan threads didn't seem to be obstructed at all. They directly penetrated the energy and then fell towards them. Instantly, the Dao artifact and spiritual artifact on Wang Quan and the others emitted a powerful intent and once again turned into a shield to block. However, the shield formed by the Dao artifact blocked the attack of the cyan threads. However, the protective shield formed by the spiritual weapon only lasted for a split second before it was shattered. In an instant, the 5 of them screamed and directly fell from the sky. As for the remaining 3, they didn't directly fall because they were protected by the Dao artifact. However, because of the sudden attack, they were forcefully kept on falling. Everything happened in a split second. When Wang Quan reacted, he could only see the spiritual deity standing in the sky like an enlarged version of Qin Shujian. No matter how the sun shone on it, it didn't show any signs of collapse. Instead, under the blazing light, it was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Spiritual deity manifestation. You're an expert of the vision divine stage. The instant he saw the spiritual deity manifestation, Wang Quan felt as if his chest had been hit by a heavy hammer. He almost couldn't breathe. He looked at Qin Shujian as if he had seen an inconceivable existence. Spiritual deity manifestation, it was a realm that only experts above the 7th level of the spiritual martial realm could reach. If the spiritual god realm was just the beginning and the airborne realm was considered to be the next level, then the vision divine stage. It was the true peak. Any expert who could reach the spirit god realm could be considered a true expert in the spirit martial realm. Even within the large sects of the spirit domain. People of the vision divine stage. They were also experts that could suppress a sect. Originally, when he saw that Qin Shujian could fly, Wang Quan could still accept it. After all, it wasn't strange for a level 5 force to increase one's realm. But if it was the vision divine stage, that would be too unexpected, and it could even be said to be world-shocking. Moreover, looking at the huge spiritual deity that was 30 meters tall in the sky, it was definitely not a level that the 7th level of the spiritual martial realm could reach. Even the 8th level of the spiritual martial realm would find it hard to have such a spiritual deity. It was definitely close to the peak of the spiritual martial realm. Under the pressure of the terrifying spiritual deity aura, Wang Quan and the others didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Only the dense light of the Dao artifact appeared on their bodies, allowing them to not be affected too much by the powerful divine sense. Sect head. Looking at Qin Shujian who was flying over, Zhao Shanlin directly bowed. Qin Shujian waved his hand, indicating for him to retreat. As for Xianxia, who was standing in the air, after he appeared, he directly retracted all of his power and instantly fell into his hands. The scene. For a moment, it fell into a strange silence. The 5 people who fell down had their spiritual deities heavily injured. Although they didn't immediately lose their lives, they could only lie on the ground and struggle at death's door. Looking at the huge spiritual deity in the sky, their eyes were filled with despair. The spiritual deity manifestation, it wasn't something that airborne realm cultivators could fight against. They wanted to escape. But their spiritual deities were heavily injured and they couldn't even condense much true essence. Moreover, how could they escape in front of a vision divine stage expert? Soon, Wang Quan couldn't hold it in anymore. He directly took out the seal in his hand and instantly broke through the spiritual deity's suppression. Then, he took the seal and wanted to escape. As for the other 2 who had Dao artifacts, they also made the same choice. Seeing this scene, Qin Shujian stood in place without moving. The spiritual deity's finger in the sky sank into Xianxia. Then, a huge saber was directly pulled out from it and immediately slashed forward. The saber fell. In an instant, it tore through the air and turned into 3 terrifying saber auras. The 3 Dao artifacts flashed with brilliance. But just as the shield rose, it was directly destroyed by the saber auras. Wang Quan and the other 2 didn't even have time to react. Their bodies directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Then, the 3 Dao artifacts didn't stop fleeing. Wrapped in broken flesh, they continued to escape into the distance. Their speed was fast. It was just like a meteor flying by. Qin Shujian frowned slightly. The spiritual deity instantly returned to his body. When he let go of Xianxia, he was already in the air chasing after one of the Dao artifacts. As for Xianxia, he turned into a streak of lightning and chased after the other Dao artifact. In the sky above the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, several streaks of light streaked across the sky one after another, and the aura of heavenly might directly spread out. Such an unforeseen event. It directly shocked many people. That's a Dao artifact. A spiritual martial realm cultivator saw the streaks of light that disappeared into the sky. He immediately flew into the air and chased after the Dao artifact. On the other side, after chasing for more than 10 minutes, Qin Shujian directly stopped. The Dao artifact long sword in front of him was already a small pitch-black dot. Compared to the speed of a cultivator flying in the air, the Dao artifact's escape speed was obviously faster. Seeing this, he could only give up the idea of taking this Dao artifact. Then, Qin Shujian changed direction and flew in the air again. He saw that in the wilderness, a long saber was fighting with a seal. From time to time, lightning would break through the sky, and mountains would sweep across the sky, exuding a terrifying power. And around the 2 Dao artifacts, there were already many powerhouses of the spiritual martial realm gathered. Among them, there were even a few people who stood in the air, showing their strength of the airborne realm. A 2-seal Dao artifact long saber. This should be the Yuan Sex Dao artifact. As for this seal, it looks like the Celestial Sex Mountain Suppressing Seal. Be confident, this is the Celestial Sex Mountain Suppressing Seal. TSK, 2 Dao artifacts fighting, such a situation is rare. Many people around began to talk, and their eyes were flickering. 2 Dao artifacts appeared here just like that. To say that they were not tempted, that was completely self-deceiving. But for most of the cultivators present, whether it was the Celestial Sect or the Yuan Sect, they were sects that they could not afford to offend. As for the others, although they wanted to seize the Dao artifact, but even if no one was controlling it, with the power of the Dao artifact itself, it was not something that ordinary people could subdue. If they were careless, it could be the result of death. Just as everyone was hesitating, a voice suddenly rang out. A powerful aura. It directly approached from afar. Boom, a figure tore through the air and punched out with a fist that contained boundless might, landing directly on the seal. A violent wind spread. Qin Shujian's body shook slightly and he immediately retreated. However, it was only a slight obstruction. Xianxia found the right opportunity and slashed the seal heavily with his saber. In an instant, the seal fell to the ground. The sudden change of events. This caused everyone's expression to freeze. When they saw the person who had come, many people's expressions changed again. Sect Master Yuan, Qin Shujian, with regards to this expert who had broken through the shackles of Mount Liang's spirit domain, there were not many cultivators who did not recognize him. Even the cultivators from other regions, as long as they had reached the spirit martial realm, they also firmly remembered this face. For no other reason. It was because he had become the first person in 1,000 years to break the shackles of the true dominion and become the spirit protectorate's protectorate lord. Now, they saw Qin Shujian flying over. The scene of him directly confronting the Tao artifact with his physical body. It gave people a strong impact. Even the few airborne realm cultivators present suppressed the urge to snatch the Tao artifact. This was because they also felt threatened by Qin Shujian. On the other side, the seal was struck down, but it was not damaged. It still soared into the sky, trying to break through Xianxia's blockade and escape into the distance. He wanted to talk about before. This Tao artifact still dared to confront Xianxia. Then, with the arrival of Qin Shujian, it finally felt threatened. However, the current situation was no longer one where this Tao artifact could escape as it wished. Buzz, a 30-meter-tall spiritual deity stood in the air. A powerful pressure swept through the entire area in an instant. All the spiritual martial realm cultivators who felt this wave of pressure all trembled. They hid in their minds and didn't dare to act rashly. As for the other airborne realm cultivators, they all looked at Qin Shujian as if they were looking at some kind of inconceivable being. The spirit deity is showing its power. It did not matter if they could maintain their flying posture. The moment they saw the spirit deity show its power, these cultivators all landed on the ground. On the other side, the 10 feet tall spiritual deity's palm was like a palm leaf fan, and it directly bombarded the imperial seal. The terrifying impact of the spiritual deity's palm directly caused the Tao artifact to issue a wail. Immediately, the lightning around the long blade slashed down, causing the seal to tremble violently again. 7 saber strikes in a row. The imperial seal seemed to have finally yielded. It hovered quietly in midair, not moving at all. Even the might of a Tao artifact had been retracted. Just as Xianxia was about to continue his attack. As the spirit returned to his body, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, "Stop." Hearing this, Xianxia stopped attacking, but there were still thunderbolts lingering around the blade, as if he was going to launch a fatal attack at any time. Qin Shujian approached in the air and grabbed the imperial seal. Then, he picked up Xianxia and left in the air. From beginning to end. He didn't even look at the cultivators present. After a while, seeing that the 2 Tao artifacts had disappeared, and the 10 feet tall spiritual deity had also disappeared, the other cultivators felt that a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts, and they let out a long sigh of relief. A 10 feet tall spiritual deity. I once saw a prominent divine realm expert of LV8 spiritual martial realm, and his spiritual deity was only about 7 feet tall. Not only has his cultivation reached the prominent divine realm, but his strength is also close to the peak of the spiritual martial realm. I'm afraid that everyone has underestimated Yuan Zong, and also underestimated the spirit realm master. Someone looked in the direction where Qin Shujian had disappeared and exclaimed. Suddenly, many people's expressions changed when they heard this. After looking at each other, they directly turned and left. As for some idle spiritual martial realm cultivators, at this moment their expressions were heavy, and no one knew what they were thinking. But everyone knew one thing. That was, the world was about to change again. Soon, the news that the Celestial Sect and the other 8 sects had sent experts to join forces in an attempt to kill Yuan Zong's outer sect elder and seize his sect-guarding Tao artifact spread like the wind. In the end, the news that Qin Shujian had reached the spiritual deity realm and seized the Celestial Sect's mountain-suppressing seal in one go. It caused a huge commotion. The Celestial Sect had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Not only did they not seize Yuan Zong's Tao artifact, but the sect master of Yuan Zong had also taken away their Tao artifact. Everyone had a hunch that it would happen. The Celestial Sect might not be able to take this lying down. As for the previous news, That was even more shocking. The spiritual deity realm, it was the symbol of the last spiritual martial realm, the prominent divine realm. Qin Shujian had just broken the shackles of the true dominion and advanced to the spiritual martial realm not long ago. At most, it had not even been a month. He had directly advanced from the spiritual god realm to the peak of the prominent divine realm. Although this might be due to the advancement of the sex power, causing the realm to increase. But even so, it was impossible for a fifth-grade power to advance from the airborne realm to the prominent divine realm. After all, although there were few fifth-grade powers, the great Zhao dynasty had existed for so many years. There were always sects and powers that were lucky enough to reach this stage. According to the records of the fifth-grade powers, the increase in the sex strength would not exceed the fifth level of the spiritual martial realm. Even the sixth level of the spirit martial realm and the peak of the airborne realm could not reach it. Not to mention the prominent divine realm. However, any rumors and guesses could be false. But the spiritual deity that stood 100 feet tall in the sky could not be faked at all. At that time, there were many spiritual martial realm cultivators present. There were people from other sects, and there were also idol cultivators. But there was no exception. Everyone's words indirectly proved that Qin Shujian had reached the prominent divine realm. Instantly, some sects that were secretly plotting to think of a way to enter the Liang Mountain spirit domain to get a share of the pie quietly dispelled their thoughts. Over 1,000 spiritual god realm cultivators were terrifying. But if many sects joined forces, it might not be impossible to resist. However, a cultivator who was suspected to be at the peak of the prominent divine realm was too terrifying. Not to mention, the Liang Mountain spirit domain was the domain of this domain lord. He even possessed no less than 2 Dao artifacts. If he subdued the mountain suppressing seal as well, he would have as many as 3 Dao artifacts. Looking at it this way, Yuanzong's strength was somewhat terrifying. Under such circumstances, if he had a period of time to settle down, over 1,000 spiritual god realm cultivators would gradually mature. Then Yuanzong would definitely become an overlord sect in the spirit domain. No matter how others guessed. After Qin Shujian forcefully suppressed the mountain suppressing seal, he directly brought this Dao artifact back to Yuanzong. At the same time, he sent people to pay attention to Zhang Ergu's movements so as to prevent him from encountering Zhao Shanlin's situation. Now, what he had been worried about had finally happened. Qin Shujian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart instead. Since everything was out in the open, then many things were extremely simple to deal with. Or else, the various sects were hiding in the shadows and plotting for him. But it wasn't a good thing. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian sat there while playing with the mountain suppressing seal in his hand. It could be said that this was the first Dao artifact he'd truly obtained. Unlike the 1,000 mountain blood and the bow of the universe, it was a Dao artifact that had transformed and advanced after absorbing luck points. However, when 1,000 mountain blood had advanced from a half-step Dao artifact to a Dao artifact, it had also integrated with the Calamity Spear. It didn't completely rely on the luck points. As for the advancement of the second seal, there was nothing worth mentioning. Looking at the seal in his hand, the relevant attributes naturally appeared in his eyes. Mountain suppressing seal. Qin Shujian murmured. At this moment, this mountain suppressing seal was like a dead object, without any movement. Dao artifacts were different from spirit artifacts. Spirit artifacts could be forged by humans. But Dao artifacts, it had already exceeded the category of being forged by humans. It was more like being born by nature. Only innate spirit artifacts like sect-guarding spirit artifacts. Only then were they qualified to be promoted to Dao artifacts. It was just that it was very difficult to promote and required a very long time, unless it swallowed other innate spirit artifacts to increase the speed of promotion. I'll give you a chance now. If you're willing to submit, perhaps you can get the opportunity to promote to the second seal or even higher. If you're unwilling, then I'll destroy you. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. However, the mountain-suppressing seal in his hand didn't move at all. As if its spirituality had all dissipated. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Qin Shujian's eyes were slightly cold. He placed the mountain-suppressing seal on the stone table, and then ignited the bright king hellfire in his hand. He said coldly, "Today, I'll see if the so-called Tao artifact can withstand the bright king hellfire." The moment the bright king hellfire appeared, the mountain-suppressing seal also trembled slightly, as if it felt a great threat. An inexplicable emotion came from it. Among them, it was full of fear. But from the beginning to the end, the mountain-suppressing seal didn't show any intention of submitting. Seeing this, Qin Shujian directly grabbed the mountain-suppressing seal, and then the bright king hellfire burned, completely enveloping this Tao artifact. Boom! The moment it was infected by the bright king hellfire, the mountain-suppressing seal erupted with a powerful force, trying to break free and escape. However, Qin Shujian's spiritual spirit appeared and directly suppressed it. Under the burning of the bright king hellfire, the mountain-suppressing seal trembled crazily, as if it was enduring something painful. There seemed to be a mournful roar coming from it. The spirituality unique to Tao artifacts spread, full of fear. However, no matter how frightened the spirituality was, there was still no message of submission. Still not willing to surrender. Qin Shujian's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he directly activated the bright king hellfire to burn it vigorously. After more than half an hour, only then did he remove the bright king hellfire. The mountain-suppressing seal was still the same as before, but there was no longer any spirituality. The Tao seal that was originally engraved on it had disappeared at this moment. Only a faint red flame was suspended above the seal. The moment he saw the fire lotus, Qin Shujian's eyes lit up, and then he absorbed the fire lotus. Suddenly, another wave of pure energy erupted from his body. The amount was slightly more than the amount contributed by the 3 evil spirits, causing his strength to increase imperceptibly. Not only the demons, but I can also get the fire lotus from calcining Tao artifacts, and the energy obtained is quite a lot. It seems that there is another way to increase my strength. Qin Shujian thought to himself, and then his attention fell on the mountain-suppressing seal. All of a sudden, he was slightly stunned. Qin Shujian realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. That was, if the mountain-suppressing seal had already recognized its master, unless someone forcefully broke the seal of recognition. Otherwise, it shouldn't have the heart to betray it. Inside a secret chamber, a middle-aged man in a black and gold-patterned robe sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was silently absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. Around him, it was so dense that it could materialize. All of a sudden, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His originally calm aura became chaotic and the spirit chi around him became violent. Immediately, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Who dares to steal my mountain-suppressing seal? Zhao Zunji opened his eyes and was filled with anger. A terrifying aura exploded from his body and shook the entire secret chamber. He had originally felt that he had touched the threshold of the divine martial arts realm. He was so close to using the method left behind by the celestial sect's ancestors to forcefully break through the threshold and reach the divine martial arts realm. After all, the shackles in the spirit domain were extremely subtle. It was unlike the true dominion and ordinary dominion. As long as one's strength exceeded the limit, they would be punished by the heavens. Besides, the realm of the cultivators in the domain was also tightly suppressed. In the spirit domain, if one used some methods, they could break through the shackles and reach the divine martial arts realm. A large sect in the spirit domain. If they had a divine martial arts realm cultivator, they would definitely be a top existence. However, just now, Zhao Zunji felt that his connection with the mountain-suppressing seal had been severed. It was as if a terrifying flame had followed the connection and burned him. He had no choice but to withdraw from the state of cultivation. The result of forcefully withdrawing. That strand of opportunity had disappeared. He had also suffered a backlash from the spirit chi, causing him to be severely injured. I gave the mountain-suppressing seal to Zhang Xingming. Now that the connection with the Tao weapon has been severed, someone must have forcefully removed my ownership imprint. Could it be that a strong enemy has attacked the celestial sect? Zhao Zunji's eyes were cold. At this moment, the killing intent in his heart could not be suppressed. However, if someone had attacked the celestial sect, it was impossible that he did not notice at all. There would be no one who did not inform him. But no matter what, this matter had completely angered him. After calming down his chaotic aura, Zhao Zunji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up to open the door of the secret chamber. A ray of sunlight shone in. It dispelled the darkness in the secret chamber and revealed his indifferent face. "Greetings, Sect Master." Seeing this, the elder guarding the secret chamber hurriedly bowed. Zhao Zunji asked in a deep voice, "Did anything happen at the celestial sect during this period of time?" Reporting to Sect Master, "The sect is fine. Inform all the elders to wait in the main hall. I have something to ask them." "Understood." Hearing Zhao Zun's apathetic tone and seeing his expression, the celestial sect elder felt that something was amiss. He didn't dare to say anything more and took his leave. Within the celestial sect's main hall, Zhao Zunji sat in the main seat, while the rest of the elders sat on his left and right. "First elder, where's the mountain-suppressing seal that I gave you?" Elder Lu brought the mountain-suppressing seal to ambush Yuanzong's elder. In the end, he was attacked by Yuanzong's lord. The mountain-suppressing seal fell into Yuanzong's hands. Zhang Xingming continued with a solemn expression. "However, Sect Master can be at ease. The mountain-suppressing seal is only temporarily in the hands of Yuanzong. We have already joined forces with the other sects and are preparing to attack the Liang Mountain Spirit region. It won't be long before we can take back the mountain-suppressing seal." "Take it back?" Zhao Zunji was so angry that he laughed. He slammed his palm on the armrest and the terrifying power instantly turned the armrest into dust. The aura of a peak spiritual martial force enveloped the entire main hall. "Now that the mountain-suppressing seal has been erased, how are you going to take it back?" His angry and cold words echoed in the main hall. Under the cover of the terrifying aura, it made most people's hearts tremble. However, compared to the suppression of the aura, Zhao Zunji's words were even more shocking. Zhang Xingming's originally solemn expression changed drastically. "The mountain-suppressing seal has been refined by someone? If not, why do you think I came out of seclusion?" Zhao Zunji's expression was cold. If Zhang Xingming wasn't the celestial sect's first elder and had a lot of experience, he would have questioned him about this matter. As for Zhang Xingming, he didn't expect the mountain-suppressing seal to be refined. If a Dao artifact fell into the hands of others, there was still a possibility of taking it back. However, if it was refined, it was basically equivalent to losing a Dao artifact. For the celestial sect, the loss of a sage item was far greater than the loss of an elder at the airborne realm. Zhao Zunji suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "What is the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate and the Origin sect that you mentioned previously?" "I don't remember the existence of the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate among the 17 Spirit Protectorates. The Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate is a newly formed spirit protectorate that was born after an expert broke the shackles of the True Dominion. The Origin sect is the sect that was founded by the Spirit Protectorate Lord. Broke the shackles of the True Dominion and became the Spirit Protectorate Lord." Zhao Zunji's heart trembled. His expression changed drastically. He seemed to be faintly shocked. Obviously, the news of breaking the shackles of the True Dominion had caused a huge shock to the celestial sect master. Even Zhao Zunji himself. He had never thought that anyone could really break the shackles of the True Dominion. After all, for many people, breaking the shackles of the True Dominion was ultimately just a rumor. A rumor that hadn't appeared for thousands of years and had only been passed down in legends. After a short moment of shock, Zhao Zunji quickly calmed down. For him, even the Spirit Protectorate Lord was just a cultivator who had just entered the Spirit God realm. No matter what, he was also a peak Spirit Martial Realm expert who was only a step away from entering the God Martial Realm. No matter how powerful a Spirit God Realm cultivator was, he was still only at the Spirit God Realm. The gap between the Spirit God Realm and the prominent Sage Realm was hard to make up. There should be a lot of resources in a Spirit Protectorate. Could there be some difficult opponent that the Celestial Sect hasn't made a move yet and even lost a Dao artifact? Sect Master, the Origin Sect is a 5th grade force. There are a total of 1,500 Spirit God Realm cultivators in the sect and 2 Dao artifacts. One of them is a two-seal Dao artifact. The latest news is that the Origin Sect Master Spirit God is at the prominent sage realm. He is 100 feet tall and is suspected to be an expert at the 9th level of the Spirit Martial Realm. After hearing Zhang Xingming's words, Zhao Zunji finally understood why the Celestial Sect hadn't entered the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate to plunder the resources that they deserved. 1,500 Spirit Gods. 2 Dao artifacts guarding the sect. The domain lord of the Spirit Protectorate who was at the prominent sage realm. The combination of the three was enough to make the Celestial Sect not dare to fight head-on. However, compared to the shock of a 5th-grade force, he was even more shocked by Qin Shujian, who had just broken through and was already a spirit god who could reach the prominent divine realm. If any cultivator wants to step into the spirit martial realm, even if they are geniuses, they will need more than 10 years of training. It is impossible for them to break through to the flight riding realm. As for the prominent divine realm, Zhao Zunji paused for a moment and then said in a deep voice, "If I remember correctly, the fastest cultivator in history to break through to the prominent divine realm took a total of 27 years. One took 27 years. One took less than a month." With such a comparison, it was enough to be described as shocking. Zhang Xingming said in a deep voice, "Sect Master, you mean that Qin Shujian has a shocking treasure that allowed him to break through the shackles of the true dominion and reach the prominent divine realm so quickly?" "Maybe, maybe not." Zhao Zunji's expression was strange as he said, "If it was an ordinary person, it would naturally be impossible. However, if an almighty reincarnated and cultivated again, it is not impossible. However, regardless of whether he is an almighty reincarnated and cultivated again, since he dared to kill the Celestial Sect's elder and steal our sect's Dao artifact, this matter must be settled." At the end, Zhao Zunji did not hide the killing intent in his heart. Things had developed to this stage. There was no way for both parties to ease the tension. If Qin Shujian had a treasure on him, then he would seize the opportunity to snatch it and not give him the chance to grow. If he was an almighty reincarnated, then he would take the opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, when he woke up, the Celestial Sect would not be able to contend against him. Hearing this, a Celestial Sect elder could not help but ask, "Sect Master, is there really such a thing as reincarnation?" "Of course," Zhao Zunji said slowly. "A cultivator of the divine martial realm already has the qualifications to possess a body. As for those above the divine martial realm, it is not difficult for the physical body to return to heaven and earth and the soul to reincarnate and cultivate again. However, reincarnation is ultimately very risky and not everyone can withstand it. If Qin Shujian was reincarnated and cultivated again, then he was at least in existence of the heavenly man realm in his previous life." Speaking of the words heavenly man, his face was unprecedentedly solemn. It could be said that heavenly man realm was beyond the divine martial realm and was ranked at the top of the world. No matter how proud and arrogant Zhao Zunji was, when talking about heavenly man realm, there was a trace of reverence in his heart. This was the respect for the peerless experts. It was also the goal that he wanted to achieve in the future. After that, Zhao Zunji's gaze fell on Zhang Xingming and said, "Great Elder, you said that you have already formed an alliance with the various sects and are prepared to take action against the Yuan sect. I wonder how the discussion went." The temptation of a newly promoted spirit domain is not small. Naturally, no one would reject it. "When do you plan to take action?" "Originally, we heard that the Yuan sect's Dao artifact was taken out by the Yuan sect elder. We plan to kill him and take the Dao artifact first. Then, we will weaken the Yuan sect's overall strength before taking action." Zhang Xingming shook his head and said, "But now that this plan has failed and the various sects have lost an airborne realm expert, the Yuan sect will definitely be on guard and will not have a second chance. So, we plan to officially take action against the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain in 5 days and take advantage of the time before the Yuan sect's wings are fully developed to crush them." Originally, he didn't intend to annihilate the Yuan sect and only wanted to force them to retreat and then seize the resources of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. This way, he would be able to avoid many losses. Moreover, the other sects might not be willing to fight the Yuan sect to the death. After all, if over 1,000 domain spirit gods were to fight to the death, the slightest carelessness, they might end up in a life and death struggle. But now that he obtained the news that Qin Shujian was at the Vision Saint stage and Zhao Zunji's guess, Zhang Xingming changed his mind. The Yuan sect must be annihilated, and the sooner the better. He believed. The other sect's thoughts were probably similar to the celestial sects at this moment. Zhao Zunji nodded and said, "Inform the other sects of the news that Qin Shujian is the reincarnation of an almighty expert and then join forces to annihilate the Yuan sect. We must not leave behind any future troubles. I will personally take action in this battle." The matter of the treasure. The celestial sect only needed to have some guesses and there was no need to spread it. On the contrary, they could confirm the news that Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of an almighty expert. After all, everyone already had a grudge with the Yuan sect. They believed that the other sects wouldn't sit by and watch as a reincarnated almighty expert rose once more. With the sect master taking action, we will naturally win. In the smithing hall. When Qin Shujian saw Shen Yuqing, he threw a seal to him. Shen Yuqing did not know what was going on but he still caught the seal. "Sect leader, this is the mountain suppressing seal. It used to be a Dao weapon but it is no longer one. However, the material of a Dao weapon is extraordinary. I will give it to you." The mountain suppressing seal. Celestial sect's mountain suppressing seal. Shen Yuqing was shocked. He looked at the seal in his hand with a complicated expression. Celestial sect destroyed alchemy sect. His hatred for celestial sect had long been buried in his heart. However, because of his own strength, he did not show it on the surface. Now, the mountain suppressing seal was in Qin Shujian's hands. Needless to say. Basically, one could tell that the celestial sect had suffered a huge loss. Even a Dao item had been snatched away. However, after feeling satisfied, Shen Yuqing was overjoyed. Although he did not understand what Qin Shujian meant, he gave him a Dao weapon. For a smithing master, this was something worth studying. However, after carefully sensing the mountain suppressing seal, Shen Yuqing was shocked. "Sect leader, the seal of the mountain suppressing seal is no longer around. What happened?" "This seal was loyal to celestial sect and was unwilling to submit. Hence, I destroyed its seal and destroyed its spirituality. Now, it is no longer a Dao weapon. It can only be considered an extraordinary smithing material," Qin Shujian said casually. As for other things, he did not say much to Shen Yuqing. If a Dao weapon still had its seal and spirituality, it would be considered an innate spiritual item. No matter what, it would not be reduced to a smithing material. It was a pity that after being burned by the Ming Qing karmic fire, the seal and spirituality had been completely destroyed. It was no longer an innate spiritual item. It could only be considered an extraordinary material. To Qin Shujian, such a material could only be used for smithing spiritual items. However, smithing spiritual items required a lot of time and energy consumption. The most important thing was that it was troublesome. What he needed to do now was to increase his strength as much as possible. Although his life force could be increased, it would save a lot of time if he could rely on himself to cultivate. This was especially true as more and more life force was required for each deduction. Even though Yuan Zong had many subordinates under him, it was still not an easy task to gather enough life force to deduce a grade. As for the item, it was in Shen Yuqing's hands. Firstly, it was to allow the hall master of the blacksmith hall to become a superior blacksmith as soon as possible. Secondly, there was no difference if it was placed in the foundry hall or in his hands. If he really needed it, he could just come over and take it. After leaving the item behind, Qin Shujian turned around and left. Shen Yuqing was left holding the mountain suppression seal, her eyes blazing with passion. Destroying a Dao artifact. This was a shocking thing to others. Because of this, he was also shocked. However, after recovering from her shock, Shen Yuqing couldn't help but admire the mountain suppressing seal in her hands. After all, a Dao artifact, or a Dao artifact that had once been a Dao artifact, no matter how it was destroyed, there would always be something profound left behind. He was now a blacksmith at the peak of the middle grade. Sometimes, perhaps he only needed an opportunity to break through this hurdle and enter the ranks of superior blacksmiths. On the other side, after Qin Shujian left the blacksmith hall, he immediately gathered some of the elders in the marshal-bearing hall for a discussion. Which sects were involved in the assassination of Elder Zhao Shanlin? Where did they come from? Have you investigated clearly? Yes, I have. Su Yuanming replied without hesitation. There are a total of 4 sects from the spirit domain. They are the Sky Martial sect, Divine Extreme sect, and Gui Yuan sect of the Falling Dust spirit domain, the Flying Star sect and Saint God sect of the Ancient Mountain spirit domain, the White Bone sect and Silver Moon sect of the Fallen Immortal spirit domain, and the Rakshasa sect of the Void Imperfection spirit domain. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly. The people involved this time involved 4 great spirit domains and 8 great sections. This was not a small matter. Especially the sects that Su Yuanming mentioned. They were all considered great sects in the spirit domain. Their strength might not be Yuanzong's opponent one-on-one, but if they joined forces, they were definitely not to be underestimated. Qin Shujian had already expected this. However, he thought that the sects involved would only involve 1 or 2 spirit domains. He did not expect that there would be 4 spirit domains involved. How strong are these sects? To be able to become a great sect in the spirit domain, they all have prominent sage stage cultivators. They also have Dao artifacts. However, the strongest sect among the 8 sects should be Celestial sect. It is rumored that Celestial sect also has a 2-seal Dao artifact. It is not as simple as just 1 Dao artifact. However, now that the mountain-suppressing seal is in Sect Master's hands, it has greatly weakened Celestial sect's strength. Su Yuanming had basically gathered all of the information regarding the sections. Although it had only happened less than 2 days ago. However, with Yuanzong's current strength, it was no longer as simple as just Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. They had even sent people to other regions to gather information and send it back. This was also the reason why Su Yuanming was able to collect almost all the information he could in such a short time. Of course, this also played a role in the players' actions. However, the information that the players gave was both true and false. Perhaps some of them were just trying to get the mission rewards. Regarding this information, naturally, he would not believe all of it. However, after some filtering, the information that he received would not be too different from the actual situation. Zhongfang also opened his mouth at this moment. I'm afraid that the alliance of the 8 sects is not as simple as just forcing our Yuanzong to back down. First, they ambushed Elder Zhao and tried to steal our Dao artifact. This is to further weaken our strength. The intention of the 8 sects to destroy our Yuanzong is already clear. Does Great Elder have any ideas? Su Yuanming's gaze landed on Zhongfang. I think that perhaps we can also join forces with the other sects in the 4 spirit domains. Even if we give up a portion of the benefits, it will be enough to keep the 8 sects at bay. What Yuanzong needs now is time. If we have enough time, the 1500 spiritual god stage cultivators will become our strongest method. Zhongfang said slowly. From his point of view, the alliance of the 8 sects was not simple. However, within the 4 spirit domains, there were also sects that were not on good terms with the 8 sections. If Yuanzong was willing to give up a portion of the benefits in Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, it would not be a problem to pull these sects over. After all, if Yuanzong was destroyed and the 8 sects took over the resources of Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, it would not be a good thing for these sections. The strategy of driving the wolf to devour the tiger is not something that can be done unless it is absolutely necessary. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Then, he took a look at his own life source. As time passed and Yuanzong's strength increased during this period of time, he had killed many cultivators and demonic beasts. Originally, there were only a few 100,000 life sources left, but now, it had soared to more than 5 million life sources. Of the 5 million life sources, the demons that died in his hands contributed close to 1 million life sources. In addition, the demons that Zhao Shanlin and Zhang Ergu had killed had contributed close to 1 million life sources. The 3 of them had contributed close to a third of their life sources. The reason why it could be so high. It was because after the Bright King Hellfire burned the demons, it merged with the Red Lotus and plundered even more life sources. So much life sources. It was already enough to upgrade the Origin Returning Ancestral Canon to another level. However, Qin Shujian did not upgrade it immediately. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Last time, the demonic beasts were a problem. Now that the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain has been upgraded, I'm afraid that many demonic beasts of the Spirit Martial Realm have appeared in the Endless Mountain Range. Now, pass down my order. All cultivators of the Spirit Martial Realm and above, unless they are on a mission, enter the Endless Mountain Range and kill all the demonic beasts with all their strength. Do not leave a single one alive. Sect Master, if we kill the demonic beasts at this time and cause any losses, it will not be good for us." Zheng Fang was also stunned by Qin Shujian's thoughts. However, he quickly reacted and advised. "Don't worry, Great Elder. I naturally have my own reasons for doing this." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and said, "I will let you bring the Dao artifact into the Endless Mountain Range. If you encounter any tyrannical demonic beasts, it will be enough to kill them. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore. It's decided." Seeing his sect master's firm attitude, Zheng Fang did not say anything in the end. For this, Qin Shujian did not explain too much. He could not tell them that he wanted them to enter the Endless Mountain Range in order to harvest more life force. Now for him, the life force was one of his biggest secrets. In this world, apart from killing players, the NPCs could quickly advance. Killing the native demonic beasts and cultivators had no possibility of advancing at all. In addition, the current players were generally in the early stage of the true martial realm. There were not many who had entered the inner energy realm. For the cultivators of the spirit god realm and even the outer energy realm, there was no point in killing players. Except for himself. Qin Shujian had not found anyone who could plunder the life force. As long as this matter was not mentioned openly, then no matter how others guessed, it would not have any effect on him. With his current strength and the buff of the Domain Master title in the Liang Mountain Range, no one could threaten him. It was the same even for the cultivators of the God Martial Realm. Even if he could not fight, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. This point, Qin Shujian was still very confident. In a situation where his life was not in danger, then there were many things that did not need to be too restrained. Moreover, the situation had not really reached the point where he needed to retreat strategically. After making the decision, Zhang Ergu on the other side also returned at the right time. Perhaps it was because after the failure to kill Zhao Shanlin, the people of the other sects did not dare to take the risk to kill Zhang Ergu. Of course, it could also be that the other sects were preparing for a bigger matter, so they did not waste too much strength to ambush. But no matter what, Zhang Ergu still returned, bringing back the heaven and earth bow and cloud-piercing arrow. On the peak of Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian first used 20 points of life force to upgrade the cloud-piercing arrow to the level of a one-seal Dao artifact. In this way, the heaven and earth bow and cloud-piercing arrow, these two one-seal Dao artifacts complemented each other. Two one-seal Dao artifacts could not be compared to ordinary one-seal Dao artifacts. According to the heaven and earth bow, it now had the confidence to fight Xianxia one-on-one. Of course, the so-called one-on-one referred to the combination of the bow and cloud-piercing arrow. But even so, it was enough to prove what kind of power these companion spiritual objects would have if they were upgraded together. After that, Qin Shujian used the remaining 300 points of luck points on Xianxia. Instead of upgrading multiple Dao artifacts, it was better to directly deduce Xianxia into a 3-seal Dao artifact. Back then, when 3 1-seal Dao artifacts were besieged, Xianxia was able to block 8 airborne realm cultivators and protect Zhao Shanlin with ease. Such power. It was definitely not something that a few 1-seal Dao artifacts could compare to. If it was upgraded to a 3-seal Dao artifact, Qin Shujian believed that Xianxia would definitely usher in an even more terrifying transformation. As the luck points were smashed down, a new Dao seal appeared in it. There was no rolling thunder, nor was there any terrifying heavenly might. Only a breeze blew across the sky, dispersing all the clouds within 100 miles. However, without the obstruction of the clouds, the blazing sunlight in the sky seemed to be blocked by something and could not completely shine down. When Qin Shujian used his spiritual eye to look at it, he was shocked. He saw that the breeze in the sky was not a breeze, but an invisible saber chi that interweaved into an invisible domain, annihilating everything that existed in the domain. Although it was invisible, it was filled with killing intent. At the same time, the 8 stone statues erected in the main sect, the branches, and Cold Mountain City seemed to have sensed something at this moment. They seemed to tremble slightly, and there seemed to be a faint flash of light. In the Lion-Tiger Plain, a stone statue with a long saber was placed in front of the demon ox cave. A huge green ox was lying in the cave taking a nap. When the stone statue moved, its bell-sized eyes opened and looked in the direction of the stone statue with some doubt. But soon, the green ox closed its eyes again and did not pay attention to anything else. As for this stone statue, Niao Dali had nothing to say. Less than 2 days after he became the master of the demon vein, Qin Shujian brought over this stone statue that seemed to be an enlarged version of the long saber and said that he wanted the beasts of the demon vein to worship it every day. As for the use of doing this, Qin Shujian did not say anything, and Niao Dali did not ask further. As far as he was concerned, as long as he had a safe place to sleep, it was enough. As for other things, what did that have to do with him, this big green ox? The Origin sect powerhouses entered the Endless Mountain Range to kill monsters. This was great news for the players. After all, there were too many powerful monsters in the Endless Mountain Range now. With the current strength of the players, unless they formed a 100-man team, they might be able to kill a Spirit Martial Realm monster without caring about casualties. But the price was too high. Moreover, although the Spirit Martial Realm monster gave a lot of experience, but with so many people sharing it, it wasn't much. So, unless they were absolutely confident, or else, during this period of time, players rarely entered the Endless Mountain Range. This was something that couldn't be helped. For no reason. The game map increased by a large level just like that, causing their own levels to be unable to keep up at all, causing the current awkward situation. Now, the Origin sect powerhouses were going to kill the Endless Mountain Range. They didn't know the reason. But for the players, was the reason important? As long as they could enter the Endless Mountain Range with other Spirit God Realm cultivators and take advantage of the opportunity to kill monsters, the experience points would definitely be in their account. Elder, I heard that you're going to enter the Endless Mountain Range to kill monsters. Coincidentally, I'm very familiar with the Endless Mountain Range. Why don't you let me follow the team? This way, I can do my part for the sect. Looking at Zhang Ergu who was basking in the sun on the recliner, Sukai revealed a flattering smile. If one were to talk about what advantages he had compared to the other players, it wasn't that his realm was high, nor was it that his equipment was good. It was that he was more familiar with Zhang Ergu, an outer sect elder, and an outer sect elder in charge of the weapon hall. Zhang Ergu's authority wasn't much lower than that of an inner sect elder. Now that he was a Spirit God Realm cultivator, he was definitely a big boss. If he could be favored by him, he would take more missions in the sect than other players. Zhang Ergu barely opened his eyes and glanced at the other party. He sneered and said, "Why are you so enthusiastic? Hurry up and stay where you are. I still need to rest for a while and accumulate some strength to kill monsters." During this period of time, he had been killing demons. Although he didn't do much. Most of the time, the universe Bao did it by itself. But no matter what, it consumed a lot of energy. Even if a Spirit God Realm cultivator's divine sense was powerful, he couldn't withstand such torment. Disciple is willing to pay 2,000 contribution points. I only hope that Elder can bring me along. 2,000 points. Zhang Ergu's originally closed eyes suddenly opened, but he quickly lowered his eyelids and said indifferently, "What kind of person do you think this elder is?" F***ck, even 2,000 points couldn't move him. When Sukai saw this, he cursed in his heart. He realized that his brother Go seemed to have changed. In the past, a few hundred contribution points would have been enough to entice the other party. Now, 2,000 contribution points would only cause the other party to open his eyes. When did the other party become so arrogant? However, if he could follow Zhang Ergu, he would have a greater chance of landing the killing blow. Looking at the experience bar of the 4th level of the martial realm, Sukai could only endure the pain in his heart and said, 3,000 contribution points. There was no movement. 3,500. There was still no movement. 4,000 points. Sukai's voice trembled slightly. This was purely out of heartache. Zhang Ergu closed his eyes and said slowly, 5,000 contribution points. If you agree, I'll bring you along. If not, then forget it. Deal. All right. Zhang Ergu directly stood up and revealed a warm smile. He said, then go back and prepare. I'll inform you when it's time to set off. Right, the contribution points have to be paid in advance. No credit allowed. Sukai left. His heart ached when he left. 5,000 contribution points. This was the amount that he had accumulated because he rarely exchanged for contribution points recklessly. However, the moment Zhang Ergu spoke, it almost made him empty. However, Sukai had no possibility of refusing. Contribution points could be earned again, but the opportunity to fight monsters was rare. Now that the Skyend mountain range was so dangerous, with his strength that had just entered the inner energy realm, there was a high chance that he would die if he entered. On the other side, Qin Shujian directly arrived at Baifeng City. When one's divine sense reached the spirit god manifestation realm, their speed was much faster than others. If compared to when they were at the peak of the true martial realm, they would be several times faster. It should have been a 2-day journey. It only took Qin Shujian less than half a day to arrive at this place. Qingyan Trading Company, in the main hall. Sect Master Qin has come from afar this time. If you need me, you can tell me. Looking at Qin Shujian, Lin Wanyu said in a deep voice. After 3 days, he had a whole new level of respect for him. Now that a few months had passed, the other party was already a cultivator of the spirit martial realm and had reached the spirit god manifestation realm. He himself was only at the 8th level of the true martial realm. Comparing the two, the difference between their realms was like heaven and earth. Although for Lin Wanyu, the realm was not the most important thing, facing a great cultivator of the manifestation realm, there was still a certain amount of reverence and pressure in his heart. Qin Shujian did not beat around the bush and said in a deep voice, I need a martial art of the Formation Dao. I wonder if your trading company has it. Formation Dao martial art? Lin Wanyu was startled at first, but he did not ask much. After thinking for a moment, he said, we do have a martial art of the Formation Dao. What level does Sect Master Qin need? Master or master level, but it's best if it's at the master level. Master. Lin Wanyu was shocked and the way he looked at Qin Shujian changed. He could not help but ask, could it be that Sect Master Qin has recruited a Formation Dao master? He could not help but think about it. After all, only Formation Dao masters could study Formation Dao martial arts of the master level. As for Formation Dao masters, they were second to none in the great Zhao 13 prefectures. Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed, I don't have that. It's just that I am suddenly interested in the Formation Dao, so I want to study it. I don't have any Formation Dao masters here, but the other branches should have them. If Sect Master Qin really wants it, I can help you find it. Then I will have to trouble Chief Steward. Sect Master Qin's words are too distant. Your sect has always cooperated with my trading company. This little help is nothing. Lin Wanyu smiled and said, how about this? How about Sect Master Qin give me 3 days? No problem. Then I will wait for Chief Steward's good news. Qin Shujian nodded and replied. 3 days was not too long and he could afford to wait. After that, Qin Shujian was too lazy to go back. He stayed in the Qingyan Trading Company and cultivated silently while waiting for Lin Wanyu's news. 2 days passed by in a flash. Lin Wanyu said 3 days. In fact, it only took him 2 days to bring the things that Qin Shujian wanted. Sect Master Qin, this Formation Dao martial art was left behind by a Formation Dao master thousands of years ago. Unfortunately, after thousands of years, this Formation Dao martial art fell into the hands of the Qingyan Trading Company. As he spoke, Lin Wanyu handed over a glowing crystal to him. A Formation Dao master is sealed in this. As long as you touch it with your spiritual spirit, you will be able to comprehend it. Originally, it could be used 3 times. However, the Formation Dao Master used it once, and the Qingyan Trading Company also used it once when inspecting the goods. Now, this crystal only has 1 use left. How much? After receiving the crystal, Qin Shujian could feel that the method used to seal the crystal was extraordinary even without touching it with his spiritual force. 1 million. 1 million? Hearing this, Qin Shujian frowned. When he obtained the Celestial Light Alchemy Scroll and the Ancestral Foundry Codex, he did not spend more than 500,000. Now, the other party was asking for 1 million for a crystal that recorded a Formation Dao Master. No matter how rich he was, he should not be so wasteful. As if he could see Qin Shujian's thoughts, Lin Wanyu patiently explained, Sect Master Qin, you may not know this, but the Formation Dao Master sealed in this crystal contains a trace of the true intent of a master. Although this true intent is very weak, the price of 1 million is definitely not too high. Hearing this, Qin Shujian felt relieved. If it contained a trace of the true intent of a master, then the price was indeed not too high. After all, if a master used it and luckily comprehended a trace of the true intent of a master, he might be able to break through the sect's threshold. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on his face. As he kept the crystal, he also took out a banknote worth 1 million and said, Here is 1 million. Thank you for your help this time. Sect Master Qin, you are too polite. I have other matters to attend to, so I will not stay for long. If I have time in the future, I will come and have a chat with you. It's a deal. Lin Wanyu did not ask him to stay. The situation in the Origin sect was delicate now. It was inevitable that he would think too much if Qin Shujian had only asked for an array Dao martial technique and left. At the entrance of the carrier trade firm, Qin Shujian turned around and cupped his hands. I hope that you can keep this matter between us a secret and not let anyone else know. Sect Master Qin, don't worry. It has always been the standard of the trade firm to keep the information of our customers confidential. Then I will take my leave first. Take care, Sect Master Qin. After saying goodbye to each other, Qin Shujian directly left Baifeng City. Every city had a flight restriction array. Even a spirit martial realm cultivator could not fly in the sky in the city. After all, this concerned the reputation of the imperial court. When Baifeng City had still been a true Dominion city, there had naturally been no flight restriction array. However, as the true Dominion had been upgraded, there had been an additional flight restriction array in the city. After leaving Baifeng City, Qin Shujian lifted his body with his spiritual force and flew in the sky towards the boundary of Liang Mountain. One journey and one journey. Plus, he had to wait. By the time he returned to the Origin sect, 3 days had already passed. Now that the various sects had failed to kill Zhao Shanlin and obtain the 1,000 mountain blood, they seemed to have completely quieted down. There was a faint sense of the calm before the storm. Although there was no evidence, Qin Shujian could vaguely feel it. Perhaps it would not take long. The 8 sects would attack the Origin sect. There was no concrete evidence. It was just a vague feeling. For this, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, was convinced. Because this kind of premonition had never been wrong. And during this period of time, the reaction of the major sections. It was enough to explain this matter. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian took out the crystal with the Grand Master formation sealed in it, but he didn't use his divine thought to unseal it immediately. Instead, he looked at his own attributes. The column of life source was constantly jumping at this moment. The original 5 million life sources had now reached more than 8 million, and there were tens of thousands of life sources jumping almost every few minutes. Of course, there were also some death notifications. There were many monsters in the endless mountain range. It was impossible to have no losses at all. But the range of losses, it was still within Qin Shujian's expectations. Although he let Yuan Zong enter the endless mountain range this time to plunder the life source, it also reduced the probability of a monster tide in the future. Even though they were at the borders of the Stone Forest and Liang Mountain, they had set up demon-slaying runes. But it didn't mean it could really be done once and for all. taking advantage of this opportunity to harvest a wave of monsters and eliminate any possible threat to Yuan's own. In this way, the problem wouldn't be so big. Then, Qin Shujian's attention fell on the crystal in his hand. If the 8 sects were to attack, if there was any way to have a greater chance of dealing with it, then it would be the formation. With his current level of forging master, his understanding of runes was not inferior to that of a top formation master. A top formation master. If he had enough time, he could set up a formation that would shock even the divine martial arts realm cultivators. Although Qin Shujian was a forging master, it didn't seem to have much effect on him. That was because he didn't show the power he should have at all. If runes were used in forging, then they could be used to forge powerful spiritual weapons. If they were used in formations, to a certain extent, they would be extremely terrifying experts. So, this was also the reason why Qin Shujian was still not too worried about facing the 8 sections. If he hadn't gone to the place where the demons were sealed this time, he had almost forgotten about it himself. Although he was only in the spiritual martial arts realm, if he learned the method of formations, then he would be comparable to a divine martial arts realm cultivator. However, this was the early stage of all this. He knew how to set up formations. Otherwise, even though the original rune arrangement could create quite a bit of power, it was still far from being comparable to a god martial realm cultivator. According to Lin Wanyu, Qin Shujian sent his spiritual sense out of his body and landed on the crystal. The moment his divine sense came into contact with the crystal, the protective measures that had been placed on it quietly melted away. Then, a huge amount of information surged out from the crystal and rushed into his mind. This information was shockingly huge. However, when it surged into his mind, it did not affect Qin Shujian's divine will at all. Shortly after, the formations recorded in the crystal appeared in his mind one by one, as if they were part of nature, allowing him to grasp a lot of them. You've learned the Grandmaster level formation, God-slaying demon annihilating formation. After a long time. Only then did Qin Shujian put down the crystal in his hand. His eyes seemed to burst with light, and the corners of his mouth also curved into a smile. God-slaying demon annihilating formation. He never expected that. What he had obtained was indeed an offensive formation. Moreover, it was a top-notch Grandmaster level offensive formation. Originally, Qin Shujian also hoped to get a Grandmaster level formation. It didn't matter whether it was used against the enemy or not. Then he could deduce a suitable formation for the enemy with his skills as a forging master. However, what Lin Wanyu gave him was an offensive array formation. It saved him the time to deduce it himself. However, this god-slaying demon annihilating formation was worthy of being a top Grandmaster level formation. Even with Qin Shujian's identity as a forging master, coupled with the weak gist of trueness of a Grandmaster, it was impossible for him to completely understand this formation. What was involved in it was not as simple as runes. It was more like it involved the existence of Tao. Formation Grandmaster, skills beyond Tao. The reason why this level was rare was that people who had reached this level, to some extent, were already extraordinary. Even if I can't fully comprehend this formation, I should be able to comprehend some of its mysteries with my level as a forging master. When the time comes, I can set up this formation to kill the enemy. Qin Shujian closed his eyes slightly, and everything about this formation appeared in his mind again. What he needed to do now. It was from this great array that he comprehended something that belonged to him. Time passed by little by little. Qin Shujian seemed to have been hit by the fixed body spell. He just sat there without moving. On the side, the osmanthus tree swayed in the wind, and the tiny buds bloomed little by little. It completely violated the laws of nature. The scene was quiet. When the sun set, the stars covered the sky, and then the sun rose from the east. A ray of morning sun shone directly into the courtyard, and also fell on Qin Shujian's body. All of a sudden, his absent-minded pupils became a little more lively, and he finally woke up completely from the state of comprehending the formation. Qin Shujian lifted the void and carved, using the stone table in front of him as the foundation, and then the runes were arranged in an orderly manner. In just a moment, a miniature formation had been formed. In a small space, endless killing intent was revealed. After feeling the power of the formation, Qin Shujian waved his hand again and directly dispelled the formation on the stone table. He smiled faintly, since this formation is derived from the god-slaying demon-destroying formation, then let's call it the myriad spirit-destroying formation. He had not really reached the level of a formation grandmaster. He could not fully master this formation. Naturally, it was not said to be able to slay gods and demons. If the formation's power was not great, and the name was too exaggerated, it would inevitably make people laugh at it. However, it wasn't that powerful, but that was only when compared to the complete version of the god-slaying demon-slaying grand array. If only this myriad spirit-destroying formation was taken as an example. Qin Shujian had absolute confidence. Once a Vision Saint stage cultivator was trapped within it, they would not have any chance to escape. Even a God Martial stage cultivator could fight it. Although he had never fought a God Martial stage cultivator, he could indirectly deduce a thing or two with a Vision Saint stage cultivation. To be able to achieve this level. This was already the reason why Qin Shujian had a deep understanding of runes. Or else, it was impossible to comprehend such a level of formation in a short period of one day and night. After mastering the myriad spirit-destroying formation, even if he walked out, Qin Shujian was confident in calling himself a formation grandmaster. However, when he saw his attributes, he was stunned. Life source, 100003521. It was 8 million a day ago, but at this moment, it had directly increased to over 10 million. Subsequently, Qin Shujian directly flipped through the sex logs. As expected, another dozen or so spirit god stage cultivators had died. So many spirit god stage cultivators have died. Could it be that they encountered some powerful demonic beast? However, to be able to provide 2 million life sources in a short period of time, I'm afraid there really is something difficult to deal with in the endless mountain range. Qin Shujian's expression changed indeterminately. For demonic beasts that did not step out of the endless mountain range, it was only relative. Back then, the sky-piercing ape had directly triggered the beast tide, and these demonic beasts would still charge out. The origin sect existed in the Liang Mountain area and was close to the endless mountain range, so it should bear such a risk. However, now that he had obtained the life source and there were no new death notifications for the time being, it meant that this terrifying demonic beast had been dealt with. He suppressed the thoughts in his heart. His gaze fell on his attribute panel. According to his original guess, 1 million points could raise him to a forging grandmaster, then 10 million points at most should be able to reach the grandmaster stage. When Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the special martial arts column, as expected, after the ancestral forging canon column, there was already a plus sign that could be improved. Boom! Seeing this, Qin Shujian's heart couldn't help but shake violently, and his expression couldn't help but reveal a complicated expression. Since the ancestral forging canon had a plus sign that could be improved, that meant, as long as he willed it, he would directly be promoted from a forging master to a forging grandmaster. And a forging grandmaster. It was already a different kind of formation grandmaster. Without any hesitation, Qin Shujian directly chose to upgrade the ancestral forging canon. The reason why he let people enter the endless mountain range to kill the demonic beasts was because, wasn't it just to improve himself to the level of a forging grandmaster, and then let him, a prominent divine stage cultivator, have a combat strength that far exceeded his own? As this thought fell, 10 million points of life source were quickly emptied. At the same time, there seemed to be lightning flashing in the sky, and a vast aura directly rose from Qin Shujian's body. At the same time, there seemed to be a huge memory in the depths of his mind that was being unsealed. In an instant, there was no longer a courtyard in front of him, and he seemed to have entered a vast starry sky or a long grey river. Endless mysterious Tao rhymes surged into his mind at this moment. This change seemed to have happened in an instant. It also seemed to have been hundreds of years. When the scene in front of him dissipated, Qin Shujian found that he had returned to the courtyard. The courtyard was still the courtyard. Everything around him was still the same. But in Qin Shujian's eyes, whether it was the empty void or the ordinary courtyard, it seemed to be outlined by mysterious traces that formed everything in front of him. In the sky, lightning was dense. It was as if heaven and earth had sensed the birth of a powerful existence. At this moment, Qin Shujian's temperament had completely changed. If it was said that he used to be extremely sharp, then he was now less sharp and more elegant and easygoing. There seemed to be Taoist rhymes flowing in his pair of pitch-black eyes. Kacha, a bolt of lightning broke through the sky and directly struck the courtyard. Lightning tribulation. Qin Shujian raised his head slightly and looked at the lightning in the sky with a calm expression. When the lightning was about to strike, he waved his sleeve. In an instant, heaven and earth were clear. The thunder tribulation came quickly. But it was also very fast. Before the other members of the Yuan sect could react, the thunderclouds in the sky disappeared. Then, Qin Shujian turned his head and looked outside the courtyard. An invisible wave spread from his body and the locked courtyard door opened. The moment the door opened, Niao Feng stepped into the room and cupped his fists. Sect Master, just now, dark clouds covered Mount Liang and lightning struck down. What happened? It's just a small breakthrough in cultivation. No need to make a fuss. Qin Shujian said casually with a smile. Breakthrough in cultivation, what kind of breakthrough would cause lightning to strike? Niao Feng couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, and his reverence for Qin Shujian grew even stronger. He was already a cultivator in the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm and was only one step away from the 4th level of the spirit martial realm. However, as his cultivation grew higher, Niao felt that the gap between him and Qin Shujian was getting bigger. When they met for the first time at Minbai Mountain, although he was in awe of his strength, it wasn't as unfathomable as it was now. In Qin Shujian's eyes, Niao Feng's loyalty had increased by a little, and he was now officially man-loyal. Pass down my orders. In 3 days, I will challenge the Sky Martial Sect, Shinji Sect, Origin Returning Sect, Flying Star Sect, Xingshan Sect, Silvermoon Sect, Whitebone Sect, and Rakshasa Sect. Spread the news and send the challenge letter to the 8 sections. Sect Master, isn't this too risky? Niao was shocked and asked worriedly. These 8 sects weren't the same. The 8 sects of the True Dominion that had been destroyed in the past had been nothing more than cats and dogs. Now, the 8 sects of the Spirit Dominion were true large sects of the Spirit Dominion. Every sect was rather famous in the entire Great Zhao 13 prefectures. According to the information they received, there were no less than 10 prominent Sage Realm cultivators in the 8 sections. As for the Tao artifact, as a big sect of the spirit domain, basically every sect had a Tao artifact. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain their position as a big sect. Regardless of the number of prominent Sage Realm cultivators or the number of Tao artifacts. In Niao's opinion, the Yuan sect didn't have any advantages. Taking the initiative to declare war on the 8 sects now, no matter how he looked at it, he was digging his own grave. Of course, Niao Feng wouldn't say these words so directly. He was afraid of angering the other party. However, if he allowed Qin Shujian to issue the challenge, he would also be worried about Yuan Zong's future. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled confidently and said, "Whenever you see me, Qin Shujian, doing something I'm not sure of, you can send the challenge letter. Also, spread the news of this battle as widely as possible. It's best if everyone in the 18 spirit domains knows about it." Niao Feng didn't know what to say about Qin Shujian's confidence. However, when he thought of the way Qin Shujian had acted in the past and how confident he was now, he guessed that Qin Shujian must have made arrangements that he was unaware of. Regarding this, Niao Feng was not in a position to ask too many questions. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sect Master. I know what to do. Go. I'll take my leave first." Niao Feng cupped his hands and left. When he walked out of the courtyard, he closed the door behind him. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian came with his hands behind his back. Looking at the osmanthus tree in front of him, his gentle face gradually turned cold. Before he broke through to the Guru Master realm, he had no confidence in dealing with the experts of the 8 sects with a shrunken and incomplete all-spirits destruction formation. Then, after he broke through to the Guru Master realm, the so-called experts of the 8 sects were no longer a threat in his eyes. The word guru, It represented the pinnacle of the Tao. Perhaps it was too arrogant to say that. Perhaps the Guru Master realm was not the end of the Tao of forging. However, after reaching this level, he had entered the point where he could master all the methods. Although a master of forging was equal to a master of array. But seriously speaking, there was still a slight difference between a casting master who specialized in casting and a formation master who specialized in formations. Even if the difference was not very big. But once he reached the Guru Master realm, it was completely different. After reaching the Guru Master realm, Xianxia understood that the Tao of forging and the Tao of array were different paths leading to the same goal. A master of forging was a master of array. A master of array was a master of forging. At this level, there was not much difference between the two. In the Tao of forging, he was a master of forging. When he set up an array to kill the enemy, he was a master of array. At this level, an expert. He was no longer limited by the spirit martial arts realm and the god martial arts realm. When he looked at his attributes again, the special martial arts column had completely changed. Special Martial Arts, Celestial Cyan Alchemy Book, Upper Grade Alchemist, Ancestral Book of Forging, Master of Forging and Array, God-Slaying Demon All Spirits Destruction Formation. The self-created All Spirits Destruction Formation was not recognized by the system. Perhaps it was born from the God-Slaying Demon All Spirits Destruction Formation, so it was not shown in his attributes. But behind the Ancestral Book of Forging, the words Master of Forging and Array had already appeared. And at the moment of the breakthrough, Xianxia found that the God-Slaying Demon All Spirits Destruction Formation, which had been difficult for him to understand, was quietly comprehended by him at this moment. Because of this, he had the confidence to challenge the experts of the 8 sections. Even a god martial arts realm cultivator would be helpless against a top-notch master formation. Not to mention whether there were any god martial arts realm cultivators in the 8 sections. Even if there were, Xianxia was confident that he would not let them return. It was also at this moment. According to Xianxia's instructions, Niao Feng immediately got someone to draft a letter of challenge and send it directly to the 8 sections. At the same time, he also got someone to spread the news of the letter of challenge. Instantly, the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain was in an uproar. Originally, the experts of the 8 sects failed to kill the elders of the Yuan sect, and in the end, 8 airborne realm experts died. Among them, the celestial sect even lost their Taoist artifact, the mountain-suppressing seal. In the eyes of others, the 8 sects would fight the Yuan sect sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Many people were guessing. How would the Yuan sect face the alliance of the 8 sects? After all, compared to the celestial sect and the other sects of the spirit region, even though the Sky Origin sect had over 1,000 domain enlightened spirit gods and even had a sect master at the prominent spirit stage holding down the fort, but in terms of foundation, the Sky Origin sect was still greatly inferior to the 8 sections. Such a gap wasn't something that more than 1,000 spirit god cultivators could make up for. Unless the Yuan sect had a few more prominent sage stage experts. Then it was possible for them to be evenly matched. However, even if there were 1,000 spirit god cultivators, it was unknown if a single prominent sage stage cultivator could be born. The fact that the Yuan sect master was able to reach the prominent sage stage had already exceeded everyone's expectations. It was obviously impossible for a second prominent sage stage expert to appear in a short period of time. Moreover, the reason Xianxia was able to reach the prominent sage stage so quickly was because there were rumors that he was the reincarnation of an almighty. That was why his cultivation realm could rise so quickly. In regards to this saying, many people were rather convinced. However, an almighty reincarnation was just an almighty reincarnation. An almighty that hadn't completely recovered to the peak was merely a slightly stronger prominent sage stage cultivator. Now, however, the other party had directly challenged the experts of the 8 sections. Such courage and boldness had undoubtedly shocked everyone. Moreover, this news, under the influence of the Yuan sect, it quickly rushed out of the Liang Mountain spirit region like the wind and spread to the various true regions and spirit regions. Even the great regions had received the news. Preposterous. Xianxia is going too far. Within the celestial sect's main hall, Zhong Lin's face was filled with rage and he couldn't help but shout furiously. Apart from him, most of the other elders of the celestial sect revealed furious expressions as well. They originally thought that after offending the Yuan sect of the 8 sects, they wouldn't dare to make too big of a commotion. In the end, they didn't expect that the other party actually had the guts to directly issue a challenge to the celestial sect. This made the elders of the celestial sect feel as if they'd been slapped in the face. They had the illusion that their faces were burning. However, some were furious. There were also some who maintained their calm demeanor. After crushing the challenge letter in his hand into powder, Zhao Zunji looked at Zhang Xingming and said indifferently, Grand Elder, what do you think of the Yuan sect's challenge letter this time? There's definitely something fishy going on. Qin Shujian should have some tricks up his sleeve that we don't know about. Zhang Xingming shook his head slightly and said, perhaps he really is the reincarnation of an almighty being and has some tricks up his sleeves. If he wasn't the reincarnation of an almighty being and had some unknown tricks up his sleeves, how would the other party have the guts to issue a challenge letter? Zhao Zunji's expression was indifferent as he sneered, so what if he's the reincarnation of an almighty being? No matter how strong he is, he's just a prominent divine stage cultivator. Could it be that he can rely on his own strength to overturn the heavens? Although he was also shocked by Qin Shujian's actions, he wasn't too worried. It didn't matter if the other party had some secret technique or if he wanted to gain the upper hand by showing his strength first. To Zhao Zunji, none of these could change the fate of the Yuan sect. Seems like our original guess about him having some treasure was wrong. I didn't expect him to really be the reincarnation of an almighty being. Zhao Zunji sneered and shook his head. However, he seems to have forgotten one thing. The current him isn't the almighty being of the past that was ranked above the divine martial stage. The current him is just a prominent divine stage cultivator. If he were to throw away the dignity of an almighty being and live with his tail between his legs, he might still have a chance to live. However, acting in such a high-profile manner will only lead to death. Zhao Zunji's confidence. This also made the other celestial sect elders calm down. After all, the other party was able to become the sect leader of the celestial sect. He himself was an extremely frightening expert and was also the spiritual pillar of the celestial sect. As long as he didn't have any problems. Then even if the Yuan sect had something to rely on, it wouldn't be a problem. Zhang Xingming said, then what does the sect leader plan to do? Since he said that we'll fight in the Undying Plains 3 days later, I'll agree to it. If we act in advance, others will look down on the celestial sect. Sect leader, it's better to be cautious. The Supreme Elder has already come out of seclusion. When the time comes, he will follow us. Supreme Elder. At this moment, even Zhang Xingming couldn't maintain his calm expression as his face was filled with shock. As for the other celestial sect elders, their faces were filled with shock. Obviously. Grand Elder, these 3 words, caused enormous waves in their hearts. Challenge the 8 sects? Marquis Bayun was surprised when he heard the news. Xiaohong nodded and said, now that the news has spread like wildfire, it has already spread to half of the North Cloud Mansion. Sect Master Sky Origin is going to challenge the 8 great sects of the 4 great spiritual domains at the Immortal Plains 2 days later. When he heard the news, he was stunned for a long time. The 8 sects had a deep foundation and many experts. Given Yuanzong's current foundation, it was difficult for him to be their enemy. Xiaohong thought. Qin Shujian might ask for help from Marquis Bayun. After all, he had told Marquis Bayun what he had told him. If he had the support of the imperial court, the 8 sects wouldn't dare to go too far. However, he never expected that Qin Shujian would be so stubborn. He directly issued a letter of challenge and even sent people to spread the news of the challenge. That's right. The news was spread by Yuanzong. This was no secret to Xiaohong. As one of the stewards of the Bayun Mansion, he had a good grasp of the Bayun Mansion's intelligence. Besides, Yuanzong's actions weren't too secretive. It wasn't difficult for him to find out the truth. Speaking of this, Xiaohong cupped his hands and said, Marquis, rumor has it that Qin Shujian is the reincarnation of an almighty. Is this true? It doesn't matter whether he is the reincarnation of an almighty or not. Many experts reincarnate in the past, but they are not their original selves when they are reborn. He is Qin Shujian now, and he will be Qin Shujian in the future. Marquis Bayun shook his head slightly and didn't give a direct answer. However, since he dares to challenge the 8 sects, he should have some mysterious trump cards. We should pay attention to this. 2 days later, you will go and watch the battle on behalf of the Bayun mansion. Yes, Marquis Bayun. Xiaohong bowed and accepted the order. In the end, Marquis Bayun added, if Yuanzong loses, save his life. I know what to do. Okay, you may leave. Soon, only Marquis Bayun was left in the study. Soon. In the study, a black shadow appeared from the ground and then turned into a masked man in black. When he saw Marquis Bayun, he immediately knelt on one knee and said calmly from behind the mask. Reporting to the Marquis of Qianshan invited 2 formation masters from somewhere and set up a killing array. More than half of the million troops sent by the imperial court were killed, and 2 cultivators of the divine martial realm died. 2 array masters. Marquis Bayun's eyes narrowed slightly. He should have been very surprised that Marquis Qianshan had an array Dao Grandmaster. After all, for the other party to be able to set up such a huge heaven-sealing earth-locking array, there must be a formation Dao Grandmaster behind them. However, he didn't expect. Marquis Bayun had Bayun was Bayun. Thinking of this, Marquis Bayun continue. The array master of the imperial court who came with the army was defeated and was attacked by 2 array masters of the Marquis of Qianshan. Now, he is seriously injured. The allied forces of the various feudal lords and the imperial court are confronting the rebel army in Thousand Mountains Prefecture. To Bayun. I'll take my leave. Then, the masked man in black quietly left the study. Gu Chongqing, you're too impatient. Or do you have someone behind you? Marquis Bayun looked confused and didn't look at the scroll on the table. The news that the current human emperor was about to die was no secret. At least, to the Marquis of Northern Cloud and the others, this was an obvious matter. However, even if his lifespan was nearing its end, it was only nearing its end. That Renhuang was far from dying. As long as he didn't die, the human emperor would always be the human emperor. Marquis Qianshan was the first to rebel as one of the 13 prefectures. He would undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. If the human emperor was angry and attacked personally, Qianshan prefecture would be turned into ashes in an instant. But even so, Marquis Qianshan still dared to do this. He must have the confidence to face the human emperor. However, Marquis Bayun was puzzled. What kind of force was supporting him from behind? Or what kind of powerhouse did he have that he dared to not fear the Renhuang, on the other side? After issuing the letter of challenge, Qin Shujian had been cultivating in Yuan sect. Although victory was in his hands after breaking through to the master realm. However, it was better to be prepared than to be able to increase his strength. Moreover, after obtaining the top master realm formation, he had deduced a lot of things from it with his master realm vision. A formation. In fact, it was all-encompassing. However, it wasn't so easy to deduce a formation on the same level as the god-slaying demon annihilation formation. Even a master realm formation was the same. One day before the challenge, the disciples of Yuan sect who went to the Endless Mountain Range to kill monsters had also returned. After all, the Endless Mountain Range that belonged to the Liang Mountain Range wasn't too vast. With the strength of more than 1,000 spirit god realm cultivators and 2 doctrine artifacts, the difficulty of killing monsters had been reduced a lot. In the inherited martial hall. This time, we killed a total of 836 monsters in the spirit martial realm. Among them, 253 were in the airborne realm, 73 were in the vision saint realm, and 3 were at the peak of the vision saint realm. As for those below the spirit martial realm, there were a total of 5,862 monsters, and they ranged from the first level of the true martial realm to the peak of the true martial realm. We seized a total of 1,516 beast cores, 873 of which were in the spirit martial realm. Amongst them, every single monster in the airborne realm and vision saint realm contributed a single beast core. Besides that, we gathered a huge amount of spirit flowers and herbs, and the exact amount is still being calculated. Su Yuanmi reported everything he'd obtained this time. Qin Shujian's expression didn't change at all, but the expressions of the other elders changed drastically when they heard the exact amount. Over 800 monsters at the Spirit Martial Realm. There were even almost 80 at the Vision Saint Realm. What sort of concept was this? This meant that even the 8 sects combined didn't have so many experts. The only difference was the cultivators of the 8 sects knew how to join forces, and they wouldn't give them a chance to deal with them one by one. Conversely, the monsters weren't very intelligent, and it was easy for them to deal with them one by one. This was also the reason why they were able to obtain such results. If these monsters were intelligent and knew how to form a formation or gather their companions, then these 1,000+ Spirit God Realm cultivators of Yuan sect would absolutely not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. It could be seen from this. Exactly how great were the hidden dangers of these monsters? Zheng Fang sighed. Presently, it has only been a month since the spirit region advanced, yet so many monsters at the Spirit Martial Realm have already appeared in the Endless Mountain Range. If the sect master didn't ask us to head over and annihilate them. Once these monsters have formed a large scale in the future, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist them when a monster tide comes. If it was said that he didn't really agree with Qin Shujian's actions in the past, then at this moment, he didn't have any objections at all. In less than a month, the Endless Mountain Range had already formed such a large scale. If they were to leave it alone, then the number of monsters in the Endless Mountain Range would definitely increase day by day. At that time, another monster tide like the sky-piercing ape would come. Then it would absolutely be difficult for Yuan sect to resist it. This wasn't a wild guess. So long as there was even a trace of possibility, then it was worth being vigilant against. Now, it was naturally extremely beneficial for Yuan sect to annihilate these monsters before the monster tide arose. Even if they had to pay a price to maintain it, it would be worth it. Not to mention, if they could completely digest the gains they obtained from the Endless Mountain Range this time, it would be sufficient to increase their strength greatly. After all, if they refined the beast cores into medicinal pills, it would be enough for many Yuan sect disciples to break through to the next realm. Qin Shujian said, all the gains this time will be stored in the warehouse. If the alchemy hall and the forging hall need it, you can go to the warehouse to get a batch of resources, especially the supply of medicinal pills. It must be able to keep up with the consumption. At this point, his gaze fell on Xin Yuhua. Elder Yuhua, I wonder how many people in the alchemy hall have been promoted to an inferior alchemist, and how many of them can start to refine medicinal pills. Hearing this, Xin Yuhua didn't hesitate for long and immediately replied, Sect Master, there are currently 2 inferior alchemists in the alchemy hall, one of whom is a mutant. As for the alchemy apprentices, there are a total of 7 of them. If they want to be promoted to an inferior alchemist, I'm afraid it will take some time. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded slightly. In just a few months, there were 2 more low-grade alchemists. This was already very surprising to him. However, it wasn't difficult to get started in alchemy, but it was extremely difficult to reach a certain realm. As Yuan sect grew stronger, if Xin Yuhua was the only superior alchemist in the alchemy hall, it would ultimately be insufficient. Besides that, if Xin Yuqing was the only one in the foundry hall, it would no longer be enough. At this moment, Qin Shujian already had plans to expand the alchemy hall and the foundry hall. However, it was just a plan. Before the problem of the 8 sects was solved, everything had to be put aside for the time being. Sect Master, what do you plan to arrange for tomorrow's battle with the 8 sects? Arrangements? Qin Shujian shook his head and smiled faintly. There's no need for any arrangements. Everything in the sect will continue as usual. I can deal with the 8 sects alone. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Originally, when they received the news that Qin Shujian had invited the 8 sects to battle, they thought that the other party had made some arrangements and then combined the power of Yuan sect to destroy the 8 sects in one fell swoop on the Immortal Plains. However, looking at the other party's current actions, it seemed as if he was going to fight alone. Zheng Fang said in a deep voice, there are many experts in the 8 sections. Although Sect Master is powerful, it's still too risky to fight alone. If there's a mistake, I'm afraid there will be a huge turmoil in the sect. In the battle on the immortal plains tomorrow, the people of the 8 sects will not be able to return. You just need to stabilize the situation in Yuan sect. I'll take care of the rest. Don't worry too much. Qin Shujian's tone didn't allow for refusal. As for the fact that he was already an array master, he didn't plan to reveal it now. It was better to be safe than sorry. It wasn't that he didn't trust the elders of Yuan's sect, but there was no impenetrable wall in the world. If the news leaked out in advance, the 8 sects might not come as promised. Until tomorrow. Qin Shujian was already prepared to let the people of the 8 sects experience the fear of being dominated by an array master. If it was before Yuan Zong became famous, there weren't many forces who had heard of the immortal plains. After all, it was just a region in the ordinary realm and wasn't worth much attention. Even if the demon disaster happened later, it had been destroyed. However, they had already been wiped out. Those who knew about the undying plains were probably only from the nearby regions. However, the moment Yuan Zong sent out the letter of challenge, the immortal plains spread like the wind to more than half of the Baiyun mansion and made everyone remember this place. This is the immortal plains? Looking at the dark ground under his feet, Peng Qing was a little surprised. After all, compared to the rich spirit qi in the Liang Mountain spirit domain, the spirit qi here was much thinner. It was not much stronger than the ordinary realm, which was really surprising. The place where demons are born will be accompanied by demon qi. The place where the demon qi invades will be destroyed and the spirit qi will no longer exist. There was a demon disaster here before, so it's normal to see such a scene. Dao Nu's voice directly entered Peng Qing's mind from the ring. In terms of knowledge, he was much more knowledgeable than Peng Qing. Why did you ask me to come here? Peng Qing asked the question in his heart. Originally, when he was hunting true martial realm cultivators in the other spirit domains, he was exposed occasionally and was hunted down by some experts. However, with the life-saving means given by Dao Nu, he was able to survive. When he was running for his life, he was very happy. The original mission of killing 10,000 true martial realm cultivators had been completed by 10%, which meant that at least 1,000 true martial realm cultivators had died under his blade. At the same time, Peng Qing's current realm was also a lot higher than other players. He had reached the 7th level of the true martial realm and officially entered the physical invulnerability realm. As his strength increased, the speed of completing the mission became faster and faster. According to his own thoughts, he should continue with the unfinished mission and obtain the inheritance first. However, Dao Nu had asked him to come to the immortal plains for no reason. Today, the 8 sects are besieging Yuan Zong. This is the best opportunity to see the strength of the top experts in the spirit domain. If you can take this opportunity to kill a few spiritual martial realm cultivators, you can speed up the process of receiving the inheritance. Killing spiritual martial realm cultivators can speed up the process? Of course. If you can kill a spirit martial realm cultivator, it would be equivalent to you killing 10 true martial realm cultivators. If you can luckily kill a prominent divine realm cultivator, it would be equivalent to you killing 100 true martial realm cultivators. I see. Hearing this, Peng Qing finally understood why the other party had asked him to come. To put it bluntly, picking up scraps, he would wait for the various sects to fight to the death, and then take the opportunity to pick up the heads. He hadn't thought of this for a while. After all, even though Peng Qing was a cultivator of the outer aura stage and was comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the outer aura stage with the weeping blood blade in his hand, he was still no match for a cultivator who had given birth to a spiritual deity. Therefore, to be safe, the idea of picking up scraps did not even cross his mind. Remember, the timing of your attack must be accurate. Do not easily expose the existence of the weeping blood blade. I understand. Peng Qing nodded slightly. Behind him was a long object that was completely wrapped in black cloth. That was his weapon. Weeping blood blade. Back then, it was only a low-rank spirit weapon, but after drinking the blood of 1,000 true martial realm cultivators, it had already transformed into a middle-rank spirit weapon, and it was even one of the best. According to Peng Qing's own estimation, it shouldn't take long for it to be promoted to a high-rank spirit weapon. When the time came, the power of the weeping blood blade had increased by a large margin. he was still very satisfied with obtaining this inheritance. After all, as his strength became stronger and stronger, more and more cultivators died in his hands. All kinds of precious treasures were dropped by him, and then through the exchange with the players, they were transformed into resources in reality. It could be said that, in reality, Peng Qing was already someone who owned a lot of businesses. All of this, it was all brought to him by this inheritance. Therefore, a trace of obsession rose in his heart to complete this mission and obtain the complete inheritance. When Peng Qing stepped into the immortal planes, there were also a large number of players who came after hearing the news and also entered here. One had to know, the duel between the NPC powerhouses had always been rarely made public. Like now, the matter of a major sect of the spirit realm directly inviting the other 4 major sects of the spirit realm to a battle was even more unprecedented. As the game went deeper, in reality, with the recovery of spirit chi, cultivation was no longer a secret, and the connection between the two was not known by many players. Therefore, almost all the players valued the cultivation methods and martial arts in the game. Now that there was a rare battle, if they didn't come to witness it with their own eyes and then find an opportunity to pick up a wave of leftovers, these players would feel sorry for themselves. In addition to that, the powerhouses of the other native forces also came from all directions. Not for anything else, but also to watch this battle. Although there was still a day before the battle began, a large number of people had already appeared in the immortal planes. Under the suppression of the spirit realm's shackles, the strongest present was at the spirit martial realm, and the weakest was at the true martial realm. Fortunately, with the advancement of the Liang Mountain spirit realm, the spirit chi of heaven and earth flowed backwards, and the immortal planes suffered from the impact of the spirit chi. Although the spirit chi of the demonic planes had not been fully restored, the feeling of suppression had dissipated a lot. Otherwise, it was inevitable that some people with insufficient cultivation would be affected by the demonic chi. Sect Master, now that all sides of the immortal planes have gathered, I heard that there are also divine martial realm cultivators from the great domain coming. There are many people at the mountain gate who want to come and visit, hoping to meet the Sect Master. Reject all the people who want to visit the mountain gate. Say that I'm in seclusion and it's not convenient for me to meet guests. Okay. That's right, how's the situation in Liang Mountain City these 2 days? Qin Shujian suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask. Niao Feng said, the news of the battle has spread, and Liang Mountain City has attracted many people. The inns we opened are basically half full, and we even sold a lot of elixirs and weapons. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face revealed a slight smile. The more prosperous Liang Mountain City was, the more Sky Origin sect's profits would be. This was a good thing for him or for the entire Sky Origin sect. Then, Qin Shujian asked again, how's the situation in Liang Mountain City during this period of time? Following the arrival of the Carrier Trading Company, other small trading companies have also moved in. Some of the aristocratic families in the spirit realm have also occupied a place, either opening shops or inns. Basically, 70 to 80% of the places in the city are occupied. 70 to 80%, looks like it's still not enough. This is normal. Now that the 8 sects want to attack our sect, many forces are in a neutral state. If we can solve the problem of the 8 sects, Liang Mountain City will definitely prosper. Niao Feng replied with a calm expression. I understand. These 2 days, calm the hearts of the people in the sect and don't cause any trouble. Don't worry about other things. I understand. Go. Qin Shujian waved his hand, and Niao Feng immediately cupped his hands and left. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian looked at his life force source. After slaughtering all the monsters in the endless mountain range, the rate of increase of his life force source had slowed down a lot. Until now, it had only increased by about 30,000 points. After this incident, we will have to open the sect again. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Sky Origin sect was no different from the other large sects in the spirit realm. No matter what, he did not think that he belonged to any of the large sects, especially when he, an array master, was in charge. To him, what Sky Origin sect lacked the most was people. As long as there were enough people in Sky Origin sect, they could contribute more life force source, and their strength would continue to rise. But no matter how much they lacked people, They had to wait until the matter of the 8 sects was resolved. Or else, even if Sky Origin sect opened the sect now, not many people would come in. After all, a sect that was on the verge of destruction at any time, who would have the courage to join? Even the players had to think about the gains and losses. Then, Qin Shujian directly sat on the stone bench and then closed his eyes to cultivate the Guiyuan ancestral scripture. The upper limit of this mid-level spiritual martial art was the 6th level of the spiritual martial realm, which was the peak of the airborne realm. After he broke through to the Array Master realm, he found that his understanding of things was very different, including the cultivation of the cultivation method, and the speed was much faster than before. Originally, Qin Shujian did not understand much of the 6th level of the Guiyuan ancestral scripture. But after a few days of cultivation, he found that the things that troubled him were gradually unraveling. Qin Shujian had a premonition. Perhaps he did not need to upgrade his life force source to be able to directly upgrade the Guiyuan ancestral scripture to its current level of perfection. At night, an illusory spirit god stood above the sky of Sky Origin sect. The spirit chi of heaven and earth surged from all directions, causing the spirit god to slowly grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spirit god that was originally only 120 feet tall had now grown to 130 feet tall. At the same time, a powerful fluctuation spread from Qin Shujian's body. The true essence in his dantian was filled up a lot at this moment, and the burning wisdom king Hellfire in the center of his dantian was jumping actively. His physical body also seemed to have opened some secret, and his chi and blood suddenly became boiling. There was even the faint sound of a dragon's roar. Qin Shujian opened his eyes. The courtyard that was supposed to be dark at night seemed to be as bright as day for a moment, but soon this phenomenon disappeared. I broke through. Feeling the changes in his body and the system's prompt, his face was a little surprised. You have trained hard, and the Guiyuan ancestral scripture has reached perfection. Then, Qin Shujian looked at his attributes. In the column that belonged to the cultivation method, the Guiyuan ancestral scripture had changed from the original 25th level to perfection. This also meant that this cultivation method relied on himself, and there was no possibility of upgrading in a short period of time. Unless he relied on his life force source to deduce. Or he could comprehend the next level of the cultivation method by himself. The next day, in the Undying Plains, dozens of people flew over from the sky. Their overbearing auras spread out in all directions, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The people from Celestial Sect are here. The leader should be Zhao Zunji, an expert at the peak of the prominent divine stage. His aura is indeed extraordinary. Hiss, looking at the situation, I'm afraid all the experts of Celestial Sect are here. All the elders above the airborne realm are here. Many people were discussing softly and there were even a few exclamations. Obviously, the power of Celestial Sect was deeply rooted in people's hearts. After all, it was a sect that had existed for thousands of years in the spiritual region. Almost all of the experts in the sect were known by others. However, when they saw the gray-robed elder beside Zhao Zunji, some people were puzzled as they did not recognize the other party's identity. However, some of the more knowledgeable people were startled when they saw the gray-clothed old man. Soon after, their expressions changed drastically. This is Qi Kuan. Celestial Sect's Supreme Elder Qi Kuan. I didn't expect him to not die. This time, Celestial Sect's intention to destroy Yuan Sect is obvious. If they saw Zhao Zunji, it was within their expectations. Then when they saw Qi Kuan, it was completely out of their expectations. The previous sect leader of Celestial Sect was a peak prominent divine stage cultivator hundreds of years ago. He later gave up his position to Zhao Zunji and became the Supreme Elder of Celestial Sect. Hundreds of years had passed since then. Qi Kuan's cultivation level was almost certain that he had entered the God martial arts realm. After all, the lifespan of a spirit martial stage cultivator was at most 1,000 years. Qi Kuan had been the sect leader of Celestial Sect for hundreds of years. Now that he had retired for hundreds of years, he should have reached his 1,000-year limit. Now, he was still standing here. Then, there was only one explanation. Qi Kun broke through the 1,000-year limit and broke through the shackles of the spirit martial stage to become an expert of the god martial stage. As for the discussions of others, Zhao Zunji naturally heard it. However, he did not say anything about it. Today was the day of the decisive battle with Sky Origin sect. Inviting Grand Elder Qi Kun out already meant that he had the intention of uprooting Sky Origin sect. Now, he was only afraid that Qin Shujian would not dare to come. Speaking of which, it's already the third day. Why haven't the people from Yuan sect arrived yet? Could it be that they've retreated? What's the hurry? Can't you see that other than the celestial sect, the other sects aren't here? That's right. They said it's the third day, but they didn't say the exact time. There's still a long way to go. If you want to watch the show, you have to be patient. While they were talking, another group of experts from another sect arrived. Every woman in this sect seemed to be around 16 years old. They were dressed in thin gauze, but they seemed to be naked. They looked quite coquettish and attracted the attention of many people. Even some of the younger people's eyeballs were about to fall out. F*CK, which sect is this guy from? Do they still want him or not? If they do, I'll betray the sect tomorrow. A player looked at the group of women and felt as if something was tickling his heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. Except for him. Many of the male players had similar thoughts. No choice. If they could enter such a sect, it would be a man's heaven. As for the female players, they all looked at them with disdain. However, the jealousy in their eyes betrayed them. The women of the demon sect are still so attractive. It's a pity that they're all roses with thorns. We can only look at them but not pluck them. Some of the cultivators who knew the identity of these people shook their heads secretly. Within the demon sect, they only took in women. Moreover, they were the coquettish kind. Apart from that, they did not take in anyone else. Moreover, the cultivation method of the demon sect was extremely strange. Any male cultivator who was attracted to them would be treated like a cauldron. Their entire body's essence qi would be sucked clean. All these years, the number of male cultivators who died in the hands of the demon sect was at least 8,000, if not 10,000. It could be said that. However, those who had heard of the demon sect's name all stayed away from them. Sect leader Zhao is really fast. I thought that the demon sect had arrived earlier. I didn't expect the celestial sect to be one step ahead of us. It's just a little closer. Looking at the coquettish woman in front of him, Zhao Zunji's expression remained calm as usual. However, there was a trace of seriousness and undetectable disgust in his eyes. Li Bihua, the current sect leader of the demon sect. A person who looked young but had been the sect leader of the demon sect for more than 600 years. She was a cultivator of the same generation as the Supreme Elder Qi Kun. To this extent, no matter how good she was at retaining her youth, she should have shown signs of aging. Unfortunately, the cultivation method of the demon sect was really strange. An old witch who was close to 1,000 years old looked no different from those young girls. If one did not know the details, they might really be tempted. However, to Zhao Zunji, his mind was not moved at all. To this, Li Bihua did not care at all. Her eyes were like the spring light flowing in her eyes. Finally, she looked at Qi Kun and said, I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see the old Elder Qi again today. I'm just going through the motions. Sect leader Li, you don't have to mind. Qi Kun was like a dying man. He did not even lift his eyelids. His hoarse voice slowly came out. After that, Li Bihua looked at the other people of the celestial sect and retracted her gaze. To be honest, when she saw Qi Kun, she was shocked. This supreme elder of the celestial sect had not passed away yet. This meant that he had stepped into the god martial realm before her. Soon, as the people of the celestial sect and the demon sect arrived. Not long after, the people of the Silver Moon sect and the Flying Star sect arrived one after another. At this point, 4 of the 8 great sects had arrived. As for the other 4 great sects, no one had come yet. As the party that invited the battle, no one from the Skyuan sect had shown up. About 10 minutes later, a person flew in the air. When the other party appeared, many people's faces changed again. The people from the Sky Yuan sect are here. This is the current domain master of the Liang Mountain Spirit region, Qin Shujian. His bearing is really extraordinary. Even when facing the experts of the four great sects, he still did not change his expression. However, the Sky Yuan sect did not come alone this time. I don't think so. Seeing that Qin Shujian had come alone, some people were puzzled. Even the seemingly inconspicuous Xiao Hong narrowed his eyes at this moment. To be honest, he originally thought that Qin Shujian would have prepared something in advance. However, he realized that the Sky Yuan sect did not do anything. Now, Qin Shujian had come alone, facing all kinds of mysterious moves. This caused Xiao Hong to have a lot of doubts in his heart. What kind of confidence did he have to let him come here alone? Could it be that he had already broken through the threshold of the prominent divine stage and directly broken through to the god martial realm? As he thought of this, Xiao Hong's attention could not help but fall on Qin Shujian. In the end, it was better if he did not look. However, when he looked, his heart trembled slightly. With his eyesight, when he looked at the other party, it was as if he was looking at a layer of fog. He could not guess the depth of the other party. Could it be that he really broke through to the god martial realm? Seeing this, Xiao Hong thought of his guess just now and was shocked. Even if the other party was really the reincarnation of a powerful person, it was impossible for the realm to rise so quickly. How long had it been since he broke through to the spirit martial realm? At most, it would be a month. In the history of the Great 13 Prefectures, there had never been such a person who broke through from the spirit martial realm to the god martial realm in a month. You're the sect master of the Sky Yuan sect. Zhao Zunji looked at Qin Shujian in front of him with a cold light in his eyes. This time, the Sky Yuan sect did not send you here to die alone, right? Why are there only 4 sects here? It seems that I came too early. Qin Shujian turned a deaf ear to Zhao Zunji's words. He glanced at the 4 sects with a gentle smile on his face. When his eyes passed by the Rakshasa sect, he did not stop for a moment. Seeing this, Zhao Zunji's face turned cold again. He said in a deep voice, "If you return my sect's Taoist weapon, the mountain-suppressing seal, I might spare your life if the Sky Yuan sect loses. Otherwise, the Sky Yuan sect will no longer exist in the Baiyun mansion." Mountain-suppressing seal? What mountain-suppressing seal? Qin Shujian looked confused. Why do you have to pretend to be confused? So this is what you're talking about? Qin Shujian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He took out a seal from his storage ring and weighed it in his hand. Then, he clicked his tongue and shook his head. I have a broken seal. But, it's hard to say whether it's a Taoist artifact or not. When the mountain-suppressing seal appeared, many people's gazes were attracted to it. Zhao Zunji's gaze landed on it. After a few seconds, he could not suppress his anger. What did you do to my sect's mountain-suppressing seal? Although he knew that his master recognition seal had been broken, he had been in possession of the mountain-suppressing seal for hundreds of years. Even without the master recognition seal, he could feel the changes in the mountain-suppressing seal. The Taoist seal was broken, there was no spirituality at all. Zhao Zunji instinctively thought that this was not the Taoist weapon mountain-suppressing seal. However, he had seen the seal for hundreds of years. How could he be wrong? He thought about what Qin Shujian said. At this moment, his anger was about to burst out of his chest. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "Why don't Celestial Sect give me a few spiritual weapons and I'll return this mountain-suppressing seal to you?" Good, very good. How dare you destroy my sect's mountain-suppressing seal? Today, no one can protect you. Zhao Zunji's chest rose and fell violently. He forcefully suppressed his urge to attack and said each word with a cold expression. A Taoist weapon had been destroyed. To any sect, this was an irreparable loss. If they had destroyed Yuanzhong previously, there was still hope of getting the mountain-suppressing seal back. However, now that the mountain-suppressing seal had been destroyed by some unknown means, even if Yuanzhong was destroyed, this Taoist weapon could not be taken back. As for the people from the other 3 sections, although they were shocked by the destruction of the mountain-suppressing seal, seeing Zhao Zunji's flustered and exasperated expression, they were shocked and felt like watching a good show. Celestial Sect had lost a Taoist weapon. To the other sects, this was a good thing. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face turned cold. He kept the mountain-suppressing seal in his hand and looked at Zhao Zunji with his hands behind his back. He sneered, "If anyone from your celestial sect leaves the immortal planes today, it will be my loss. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Be careful of your tongue. An old thing with one foot in the grave. Instead of waiting for death in the sect, you dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. Presumptuous." Qi Kuan's turbid eyes turned cold. However, he was an expert who had been famous for many years. He wouldn't get angry just because of a few words. Seeing the supreme elder of celestial sect being insulted, some of them had a playful smile on their faces. After hundreds of years, not everyone knew Qi Kuan. However, anyone who knew Qi Kuan would know what kind of power and methods the celestial sect leader had back then possessed. To this, Qin Shujian couldn't be bothered with him. He looked at the others and said indifferently, "There are still 4 sects that haven't arrived. I'll let you live for a while longer." This time even Li Bihua and the others didn't have a good expression. It was hard for anyone to smile after being ridiculed like this. After saying a few words, Li Qia calmly said. Qin Shujian stood motionless like a wooden stake, allowing time to pass bit by bit. Seeing Qin Shujian's attitude of having victory in his hands, some of them frowned. They couldn't figure out where Qin Shujian got his confidence from. Could it be that Yuanzong really had some unknown trump card? Even Celestial Sect and the other sects had different thoughts at this moment. Zhao Zunji looked at the calm Qin Shujian and didn't know what he was thinking. According to Celestial Sect's information, Yuanzong didn't do anything strange other than killing people in the Endless Mountains a few days ago. Could it be that Yuanzong entered the Endless Mountains to plunder resources for Qin Shujian and then forcefully raise his realm in a short period of time? Zhao Zunji could only guess this possibility after thinking about it. If that's the case, you've miscalculated. Thinking of this, he sneered in his heart. So what if a Vision Divine Stage cultivator reached the peak of Vision Divine Stage? Could he still have the chance to overturn the heavens? Even if he had surpassed the prominent Divine Stage, breaking into the Divine Martial Arts realm was the same. The 8 sects joined forces. This wasn't something a God Martial Realm cultivator could deal with. As time passed, the other 4 sects also arrived one after another. Very soon, hundreds of cultivators in the Spirit Martial Realm, including many in the Airborne Realm and even the Vision Divine Realm, intertwined their auras, shaking the void faintly. As for the onlookers, at this moment, they all consciously retreated several tens of feet away, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. It was the same for the players. The difference was, as these players retreated, they secretly turned on the recording function. They were prepared to record the upcoming battle and upload it to the forum. One had to know. News of this battle had already spread like wildfire on the forum. If it wasn't for the high cost of using the teleportation gate, players from other places had already arrived. Qin Shujian, what else do you have to say? Zhao Zunji shouted coldly. Everyone is here, right? Qin Shujian didn't answer the question as he surrounded the experts of the 8 sections. Many of them were emitting a powerful aura, showing their identity as prominent divine stage cultivators. As for the others, like Qi Kuan, their auras were obscure, as if they were difficult to see through. If he wasn't wrong, these people should be the true foundation of these sections. Tianwu, Rakshasa, Shinji, Xingshan, Feixing, Silvermoon, White Bone, and Gue Yuan, the 8 sects, intercepted and killed my sect's elders, attempting to cause chaos in my Liang Mountain spirit domain. Such a crime. They deserve to be killed. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent, as if he was announcing something. His voice was like thunder that spread throughout the entire immortal plains. You're about to die, yet you still dare to speak nonsense. Kill. A prominent divine stage expert from the Gue Yuan sect immediately attacked. His 8 feet tall spirit god appeared and struck towards Qin Shujian with a palm. Immediately after, the experts of the various sects no longer hesitated and all unleashed their powerful attacks. Although not everyone was willing to take action. Among the 8 sects, there were at least 20 to 30 cultivators who attacked together. Such a terrifying attack gathered together. Even a divine martial stage cultivator's expression would change. Immediately, everyone looked at this scene. The moment the attack erupted, the terrifying power caused their minds to tremble. Xiao Hong's expression was also somewhat solemn. His eyes were fixed on the changes in the battlefield, as if he was about to attack at any time. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Shujian's body remained motionless. As he waved his right sleeve, the void trembled in an instant. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was stirred up in an instant, and thousands of runes gathered in the void in an instant. The runes were arranged, occupying the four directions of heaven and earth. In less than a breath's time, a great array was formed. The moment the great array appeared, endless killing intent surged from it. Terrifying lightning fell from the sky, attacking the experts of the 8 sections. A sudden change. It caused everyone's expression to change. Boom! Earth energy exploded, colliding with the lightning. Powerful fluctuations spread in all directions. Qin Shujian took a step into the air. Behind him, the 1,000 mountain blood was unsheathed and directly floated in the sky. In an instant, the runes hidden in the void suddenly appeared and then connected together. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and the terrifying heavenly might caused everyone's heart to tremble. Forming an array with a wave of his hand, an array master. Zhao Zunji's expression was extremely ugly, and his gloomy eyes were faintly filled with shock. Array master, how could the other party be an array master? Not only him, but even Qi Kuan could not maintain his original indifference. Endless light burst out from his turbid eyes, and a powerful aura suddenly rose from his body, far exceeding the limit of the prominent divine stage. This is an array master level killing array. We must break it immediately. Without waiting for us, we will all be destroyed here. As Qi Kuan spoke, a talisman appeared in his hand, and he immediately crushed it. The moment the talisman was crushed, some kind of shackle seemed to have been broken. A spiritual deity that was 300 feet tall appeared, and then the spiritual deity fused with Qi Kuan. The originally illusory spiritual deity now seemed to have substance. The huge palm that was like a palm leaf fan directly bombarded Qin Shujian, who was flying in the air. At the same time, among the Origin Returning Sect, Flying Star Sect, Ultimate God Sect, and White Bone Sect, there was a spiritual deity that was dozens of feet tall. The spiritual deity condensed into a solid spiritual deity and then attacked Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian, who was standing in the void, looked coldly at the 5 people's attacks. The powerful fluctuations were clearly telling others that they were about to attack. This was not a prominent divine stage cultivator. It was divine martial stage. As he moved his fingers, runes appeared one after another, activating the entire formation. Then, he uttered 2 words. God Punisher. Boom, lightning fell, and every bolt was as thick as a bucket. The destructive aura was vast and mighty in the sky. A total of 36 bolts of lightning descended on the 5 enormous spiritual deities. The 5 spiritual deities didn't even have the strength to fight back. They were directly shattered by the lightning. Rumble, in the eyes of the others, they only saw the blue glow of lightning occupy their fields of vision. When they recovered from their shock, Qi Kuan's group of 5 had vanished without a trace. Dead. The 5 divine martial stage cultivators practically didn't even have the strength to fight back before they were directly obliterated by the lightning. When they saw this, everyone felt as if their minds had been frozen. For a time, they stared blankly at this scene and didn't know what to say. Impossible. Zhao Zun seemed to have gone mad, and Qi Kuan's death had completely exceeded his expectations. A great cultivator at the divine martial stage. The true reserves of the celestial sect. He died just like that. He died very straightforwardly and abruptly. When he looked at Qin Shujian's gaze once more, he seemed as if he'd seen something terrifying. On the other side, after he annihilated the 5 spiritual deities with a single strike, Qin Shujian pressed his palm down, and the 3 seals on the mountain soared into the sky while countless strands of saber qi instantly erupted from within them. Subsequently, talisman markings flickered as if the stars were moving. In an instant, lethal saber qi raged through the entire grand formation. In practically an instant, it had turned into an azure purgatory. No matter if it was domain-enlightened spirit god realm cultivators or airborne realm cultivators, their energy barriers were practically useless within the grand formation that was densely covered in saber chi, and they were easily annihilated. Zhao Zun soared into the sky with a single step while a golden lotus bloomed beneath his feet, and the light golden barrier directly enveloped his entire body before he charged out of the grand formation. However, it was only a distance of a few hundred meters, yet it was like a distance of 1,000 mountains and rivers. No matter how he urged the golden lotus to flee, he was utterly unable to escape the scope of the grand formation. On the other hand, the golden lotus revolved slowly under the dense saber chi, and 2 seals flickered on the lotus leaves that bloomed from it. On the other side, the expressions of the various sect masters changed violently. Under the attacks of the grand formation, all of them utilized the Tao artifacts of their sects to protect themselves and avoid being harmed by the grand formation. However, not all Tao artifacts were focused on defense. The Divine Polarity sect master held a long spear in his hand with 2 Tao seals circulating on it. As the spear trembled, endless might spread out and annihilated any saber chi that approached it. Even so, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, and he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. At this moment, he no longer hoped to use the Tao artifact to kill enemies everywhere. He only wanted to use it to protect himself and prevent himself from dying in the grand formation. As for destroying the origin sect, as for seizing the resources of the spirit realm, he tossed all of those thoughts to the back of his mind. The Divine Polarity sect is willing to withdraw. I hope that sect master Qin can give us a way out and let us live. The Divine Polarity sect master couldn't care less about his dignity as he shouted loudly while dealing with the attacks of the grand formation. The origin sect is also willing to withdraw. I hope that sect master Qin can let us live. The Silvermoon sect is willing to withdraw. The Rakshasa sect is willing to withdraw. The origin sect. Apart from a few sects, there were only a few. The other sects all began to beg for mercy. But this wasn't a problem at all. The sects of the spirit realm couldn't fight against a formation grandmaster. Even a god martial realm cultivator wouldn't be a match for a formation grandmaster in a formation. Didn't you see, the 5 god martial realm cultivators of the various sects died the fastest. If even one of you can leave the immortal planes, the origin sect will hand over the Mount Liang spirit realm to you. Qin Shujian stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking down on everyone like a god. His cold voice made everyone's hearts turn cold. Demon slaying. Then, he waved his hand again, and runes flew out, turning the formation around again. Boundless flames emerged from the void and occupied the entire land. Lightning slaying gods, raging demon slaying flames, this wasn't an ordinary fire, nor was it a spirit fire. It was the bright king hellfire that could even burn down evil spirits. The Divine Polarity sect master used his energy to form a shield. His Tao artifact spear exploded with power, trying to push back the flames that approached him. But, the bright king hellfire covered the entire void, and it seemed to be everywhere. No matter how tight his attacks were, he couldn't defend against all of the bright king hellfire. In an instant, the shield shattered, and the hellfire wrapped around him. In less than 2 breaths, the Divine Polarity sect master was completely enveloped by the hellfire. Let me go, let me go. No, with a shrill cry, the spear fell to the ground, corroded by the bright king hellfire. The Divine Polarity sect master's original position was now empty, with only a fire lotus floating in the air. Seeing this, the remaining experts of the various sects felt their hearts tremble. If the 5 god martial realm cultivators were the trump cards of the various sects, and they hadn't shown their faces for hundreds of years and weren't famous in the current cultivation world, then the Divine Polarity sect master was a famous peak vision divine cultivator. Such an expert had died. It was far more shocking than the deaths of those god martial realm cultivators. Qin Shujian's expression didn't change at all. He waved his runes again. Dense lightning fell from the sky, and the bright king hellfire appeared on the ground. Shortly after, the great formation flipped again, as if the stars were shifting. Zhou Tian's constellation suddenly appeared in the sky that was originally occupied by thunderclouds. Following that, stars fell one after another, crashing onto the ground with a loud bang. Rumble. Hundreds of stars fell. Although the largest was only 2 to 3 meters in size, and the smallest was only 3 meters in size, the force of the fall was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. It was an extremely fast speed. The meteorite was wrapped in a layer of terrifying flames. What? Zhao Zunji's face turned deathly pale when he saw the meteorite expanding in his line of sight. Even under the protection of the golden lotus, he could also feel the aura of destruction. A prominent divine stage great cultivator. In front of this destructive aura, they were as weak as children. Their stable minds were completely shaken and collapsed. The people outside the formation. The moment the stars fell, it was as if they were directly facing the destruction. Retreat. Quick, let's go. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, they frantically retreated. However, their gazes remained fixed on the great array. In their line of sight, they saw that the falling stars had completely swallowed Zhao Zunji and the others. In front of their eyes, only the stars, karmic fire, and lightning occupied everything. Boom, the earth trembled. The entire undying plane seemed to have suffered a terrible impact, instantly trembling violently. Not only the undying plane. Even the other realms could feel the aura of destruction at this moment. When the dust and smoke dissipated, a huge crater appeared directly there. As for Zhao Zunji and the people of the 8 sects, there was no trace of them. Only a few Dao artifacts were barely floating in the air with divine light. Shortly after, the 1,000 Mountains blood divine light retracted and returned to its sheath. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and directly took the Dao artifacts into his hand. Then, he flew into the air and left. As for the great array, it also scattered when he left the scene. There was a deathly silence. Looking at the huge crater, the destructive aura still did not disperse. The sky is about to change. It was unknown who muttered this sentence, but it was especially ear-piercing in this silent place. Immediately, it woke everyone up with a start. A Formation Dao Grandmaster. Qin Shujian is a Formation Dao Grandmaster. All the top experts have fallen on the undying plane, and even the sect guarding Dao artifacts have fallen into Sky Origin's hands. The 8 sects are finished this time. The 8 sects are finished, this was the thought that appeared in everyone's minds. In this battle, practically all the cultivators at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm or above had fallen, and the sect guarding Dao artifacts they'd brought with them had fallen into Qin Shujian's hands. Presently, the remaining experts of the 8 sects could only be said to be insignificant. Such strength coupled with the resources of the 8 sections. Perhaps they could be considered a medium-level power in the spirit region. However, they all understood that the other hostile sects would not give the 8 sects a chance. As a great sect of the spirit region, no one could guess exactly how much resources the 8 sects had accumulated throughout these years. These resources. It was an irresistible temptation to any power. They could foresee it. Once the news of the 8 sects' annihilation spread, what sort of uproar would it cause, however, compared to the survival of the spirit region sections? The news that Qin Shujian was a Formation Dao Grandmaster would definitely cause more than just the Baiyun Mansion. A newly advanced Formation Dao Grandmaster. It would cause a huge uproar even in the great Zhao 13 constabularies. Formation Dao Grandmaster. Xiao Hong's face trembled slightly, and his old eyes were filled with shock. No matter how strong the steward of the Baiyun Mansion was, he couldn't suppress the shock in his heart now. He originally didn't understand where Qin Shujian's confidence came from. But now, he knew, a Formation Dao Grandmaster was his biggest source of confidence. So what if there were dozens of prominent Spirit Realm cultivators? So what if there were Spirit Martial Realm cultivators? They couldn't even withstand a single blow from a Formation Dao Grandmaster. If you wanted to deal with a Formation Dao Grandmaster, you had to give him no time to set up a formation. However, the possibility of stopping a Formation Dao Grandmaster from setting up a formation was next to nothing. Because a Formation Dao Grandmaster at the first stage could already form a formation with a wave of his hand. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to stop a Formation Dao Grandmaster from setting up a formation. Qin Shujian is a righteous Formation Dao Grandmaster. I have to report this as soon as possible. Xiaohong thought to himself. He looked at the deep pit left by the formation and turned to leave. If Qin Shujian was a spirit martial realm cultivator, he might not even care so much. After all, although there weren't many spirit martial realm cultivators, as the lord of the Baiyun mansion, the Marquis of Baiyun had many spirit martial realm cultivators under his command. However, a formation Dao Grandmaster was completely different. Xiaohong had a premonition. If this news were to spread, what kind of uproar would it cause? As time went by, the news that Qin Shujian, the lord of the Origin sect, had exposed his identity as a formation Dao Grandmaster and set up a terrifying formation with a wave of his hand, directly burying the experts of the 8 sects, had spread completely. In fact, before this battle began, many people were already paying attention to the progress and the result of this matter. After all, this was related to the resources of a newly advanced spirit domain. If the Origin sect lost, then the spirit domain of Mount Liang was bound to be divided by the 8 sections. On the other hand, the members of the other powers would be able to seize the opportunity to drink a mouthful of soup. With the resources of a spirit domain, even a simple mouthful of soup would absolutely be an irresistible temptation. In the opinion of many, the Origin sect had practically no chance of winning this battle. Even though 1,500 spirit god realm cultivators were very formidable, it wasn't as simple as facing 1 or 2 sections. Even if a sect possessed 3 to 5 vision saint realm cultivators, then the 8 sects combined would have a few tens of people. As for airborne realm cultivators below the vision saint realm and even spirit god realm cultivators, there was no need to mention them. So many experts were added together. Unless the Origin sect possessed over 1,000 airborne realm cultivators, then perhaps they would still have the strength to fight. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for them to resist the Origin sect with just over 1,000 spirit god realm cultivators. So, those people who were waiting for the outcome, actually, they were waiting for the news of the Origin sect's defeat. However, when the news really spread, it was unexpected to everyone. Qin Shujian was a formation Dao Grandmaster. A grand formation had directly buried all the experts of the 8 sects, and even the sect guarding Dao artifacts had fallen into the hands of the Origin sect, after they confirmed the veracity of the news. The sects that had originally sent people into the spirit domain of Mount Liang and were prepared to wait for an opportunity to make a move immediately evacuated all of them at the first possible moment, and they didn't dare to stay in the spirit domain of Mount Liang for even a moment. Those powers that had originally intended to take a share of the loot. At this moment, all of them had extinguished the thoughts in their hearts. They possessed a formation Dao Grandmaster. Not to mention the spirit domain, the Origin sect possessed a pivotal status even in large regions, and it was sufficient to become a top-rate sect that could deter an entire region. Someone who could go against a formation Dao Grandmaster. Only experts at the divine martial realm and above could accomplish that. As for the remaining people, no matter how many came, they would all die. This was the domineering power of a formation Dao Grandmaster. Once the Grand Formation was formed, no matter how many horses or armies there were, so long as they stepped into the range of the Grand Formation, then they would be completely transformed into ash. Besides experts at the divine martial realm and above or fellow formation Dao Grandmasters, there were exceptions. The others were practically unable to go against them. It could be said that the battle on the Undying Plain. Qin Shujian directly used the corpses of Zhao Zunji and the others to establish the Origin sect's position as an overlord. On this day, the 8 sects had been destroyed, and their experts had all fallen. On this day, Qin Shujian revealed the identity of the formation Dao Grandmaster, shocking the world. On this day, all the spirit martial realm cultivators that didn't belong to the spirit domain of Mount Liang had retreated, fearing that if they were too slow in retreating, it would arouse the suspicions of the Origin sect and lead to the destruction of their sections. On the same day, the news of the 8 sects experts being destroyed spread out, and the remaining sects of the 4 spirit domains directly took the opportunity to attack and occupy the 8 sections. Blood flowed like a river, and the number of casualties was innumerable. The 1,000 years of foundation of the sects was also completely divided up on this day. At this moment, the foundations of the 8 sects were completely wiped out in the Baiyun mansion. This is an array Dao Grandmaster? No, I have to go to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. I have to go even if I have to spend some money to use the teleportation gate. I feel like I have a natural affinity with the array Dao. The person above is not awake yet, right? Who wants to pee? Make way, the old one is here. On the forum, a large number of videos about the immortal planes appeared. They occupied more than half of the boards almost immediately. This was inevitable. The Sky Origin Sect's challenge to the 8 large sects had been deliberately promoted by Qin Shujian. It had already spread like wildfire. The Liang Mountain Stronghold masters every move. The attention of the players had never decreased. Are there any brothers from the 8 sects? Come out and have a chat. F*CKU, I heard that the 8 sects have been destroyed. I don't know if the brothers who joined the 8 sects have a chance to escape. The players' gazes quickly moved from Qin Shujian to the 8 sections. The players who could join the spirit domain's large sects at this stage, almost all of them were very lucky. After all, most of the players were only wandering in the true dominion. There were not many inner energy realms, let alone outer energy realms. Most of them would die if they went to the spirit domain with such strength. Therefore, except for the players in the Liang Mountain spirit domain who were forced to enter the spirit domain, other players, almost none of them entered the spirit domain. However, correspondingly, if they entered the spirit domain and had the opportunity to join a large sect, the resources they would receive would be incomparable to that of an ordinary true dominion sect. However, it was very difficult to join a large sect of the spirit domain. Many players had tried, but 8 or 9 out of 10 had failed. Therefore, the players who joined the large sects of the spirit domain were envied by many players. This time, the 8 sects were destroyed. The players who joined the 8 sects were very unlucky. With the strength of the players at this stage, they were no match for a spirit martial realm cultivator. Not to mention cultivators at the ascendant divinity realm, merely a cultivator at the domain enlightened spirit god realm was a very large boss. They would only have a chance to attack if they did not care about the casualties. As for those above that, there was no way to fight them. After all, an airborne realm cultivator could fly. When facing such an opponent, it would be very difficult to fight them unless they were also airborne realm cultivators. Liang Mountain. After the 8 sects were annihilated in one fell swoop, Yuanzong was the first to receive the news. Originally, Qin Shujian was going to the immortal planes alone. The people from Yuan sect were also paying close attention to this matter. The outcome of this battle would determine the future direction of the sect. Even Jingfeng and the others felt uneasy when they didn't know what kind of trump card Qin Shujian had. Because there were simply too many experts in the 8 sections. However, the moment the formation was formed, the frightening aura was simply unable to be concealed by the undying planes. Therefore, the people from the Yuan sect immediately sensed it. Before they could send someone to investigate the situation, Qin Shujian had already returned. After delivering the news of the 8 sects' annihilation, he didn't pay much attention to the others and returned to his courtyard. Quick, immediately send someone to the immortal planes to check out the situation. After a brief moment of shock, Jingfeng immediately ordered. No one objected to this. They also wanted to know what happened in the undying planes. It hadn't even been half a day since Qin Shujian left the sect. The experts of the 8 sects were all annihilated, one had to know. This time, the 8 sects came in a mighty manner. Even though Jingfeng and the others didn't leave the mountain gate, their subordinates kept sending information to them. They already had a rough idea of how many experts had gathered this time. After the order was issued, soon, the news was sent back. Hearing this news, Jingfeng stopped stroking his beard and his old face was full of astonishment. Array Master. As for Xin Yuqing, when he heard the words Array Master, he was immediately stunned. But soon, he trembled all over and said excitedly, Sect Master isn't an Array Master, he's a Forging Master. Forging and Array Master were different paths leading to the same goal. Then, he thought of the other party's original identity as a Forging Master. How could Xin Yuqing not understand that in fact, his Sect Master was already a Forging Master? The Forging Master that he revealed was just the tip of the iceberg. That was the only way. Only then could it explain why the other party was an Array Master and why he could set up an earth-shattering formation that directly annihilated the experts of the 8 sections. Thinking of this, he was even more excited. Forging master, in Xianxia's mind, this was already the peak of forging. Even the Pill Cauldron sect didn't have a forging master. In the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao, forging masters all had a pivotal position. But for him, more importantly, with a forging master here, if the other party could give him a few pointers, then he would benefit endlessly for the rest of his life. On the other side, in the courtyard, Qin Shujian had already taken out all the Dao artifacts that he had obtained this time. There were a total of 12 Dao artifacts. Among them, 8 were 2-seal Dao artifacts and 4 were 1-seal Dao artifacts. These Dao artifacts were lying quietly on the stone table or stone bench, as if they were broken and didn't move at all. Obviously, a god-slaying demon-slaying great array not only annihilated the experts of the 8 sects, but also made these Dao artifacts feel fear. Qin Shujian casually picked up a 1-seal Dao artifact, and a system notification appeared in his ears. When he first had the mountain-suppressing seal, there was also a system notification that it had been converted into luck points. It was just that he didn't have this idea at that time, so he ignored the notification. But now, looking at so many Dao artifacts, Qin Shujian felt that he could slowly experiment with them one by one. So, when the system notification appeared, Qin Shujian directly muttered in his heart to convert. "You've received 50 luck points." Looking at the luck points that had been transferred to his account, his expression froze for a moment. 50 luck points. It wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. If he had a spirit artifact in hand, 50 luck points would be able to cultivate a 1-seal Dao artifact. In other words, converting a 1-seal Dao artifact was probably the cost price. After having a calculation in his heart, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the other Dao artifacts. At this moment, a sense of fear emerged from all the Dao artifacts. Just now, a Dao artifact had disappeared for no reason, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of aura left. This made them feel the aura of destruction. Suddenly, some Dao artifacts couldn't help but want to escape. But, when the Dao artifact moved, Qin Shujian waved his hand and cast an array formation, stopping it in midair. This wasn't a profound array formation. It was just an ordinary array formation that he had comprehended when he was studying the god-slaying demon annihilation array. But even if it was an ordinary array formation, when used by an array formation master, it was destined to be extraordinary. "Since you're so active, then I'll choose you." Qin Shujian used his vital essence to directly grab the long spear that was suspended in midair. If he remembered correctly, this was the Dao artifact of the Xianxia sect. Previously, it was almost devoured by the Wisdom King Hellfire. After that, it was he who took action to fish out this Dao artifact, preventing the Dao seal from being destroyed and the spirituality from being destroyed. However, even if he tried to save it, it would still be difficult for him to escape this calamity. There were 2 Dao seals engraved on the long spear, and an invisible killing intent was hidden in the spear, showing that this was an unparalleled treasure. You've discovered a 2-seal Dao artifact that can be converted into a certain amount of luck points. Do you want to convert it? Convert. As soon as he thought about it, the long spear disappeared from Qin Shujian's hand without any resistance. "You've received 100 luck points, 100 points?" Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown. If converting a 1-seal Dao artifact to 50 luck points was considered a break-even, then converting a 2-seal Dao artifact to 100 luck points was considered a loss. It seems that the more I convert a Dao artifact, the more I lose luck points. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's gaze immediately fell on one of the remaining 7 2-seal Dao artifacts. A long sword floated in the air and was immediately burned by the Wisdom King Hellfire. He completely ignored the fear and begging of the Dao artifact and allowed it to be engulfed by the Wisdom King Hellfire. After a long time, the Dao seal dissipated, the spirituality was destroyed, and a fire lotus floated in the air. After withdrawing his vital essence, the long sword directly fell to the ground. Qin Shujian held the fire lotus with one hand and directly absorbed it. Rumble, the vital essence in his dantian rumbled like thunder, and the Wisdom King Hellfire took root and swayed. The spirit god that was born in his mind also received a lot of nourishment at this moment and became even stronger. although the spirit god didn't appear. However, he could also sense that the current spiritual deity had grown to at least 150 feet tall. The effect of the mountain-suppressing seal before was equivalent to refining 3 evil spirits. Now, the 2-seal Dao artifact gave me the equivalent of 10 evil spirits. Although my realm is now at the peak of the 6th level of the spirit martial realm, my divine sense shouldn't be much worse than a cultivator at the peak of the vision divine realm. I can be considered a different kind of vision divine realm cultivator. Sensing the changes in his body, Qin Shujian was also in a good mood. Although with his identity as a formation master, the strength of the peak of the vision divine realm could only be said to be average. But, in his opinion, formation was always a supporting role, and one's own cultivation realm was the foundation. Not to mention anything else. With a higher realm, one could live longer than others. After transforming a 1-seal Dao artifact and a 2-seal Dao artifact, and using the Wisdom King Hellfire to devour a 2-seal Dao artifact, Qin Shujian already had a plan in his heart. It was very obvious. Transforming it into luck points was the most unprofitable transaction. As for using the Wisdom King Hellfire to burn it to increase one's own strength, it was hard to say whether it was a loss or a gain. But one thing was certain. The strength that a 2-seal Dao artifact could display was definitely not something that an ordinary vision divine realm cultivator could compare to. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the remaining 9 Dao artifacts, and revealed a smile that he thought was harmonious. Now, I'll give you 2 choices, submit or die. Dao artifacts were not living beings. However, it was still an existence that had given birth to spirituality. Especially the Dao artifacts of the 8 sections. Which one of them had not existed for thousands of years? Their spirituality was extremely strong. When they saw Qin Shujian destroy 3 Dao artifacts so easily, and one of them was even burned with the bright king karmic fire, the mournful wail of the 2-seal Dao artifact's spirituality seemed to still reverberate in their senses. Humans were afraid of death. Dao artifacts were also afraid of death. Especially now that the experts of the 8 sects had been wiped out, the master recognition mark that should have existed on them had completely disappeared. It was unlike the mountain-suppressing sealback. Then, where the master recognition mark still existed and forcefully suppressed the desire to submit. So, when Qin Shujian spoke, all the Dao artifacts chose to submit. Seeing this, a smile appeared on his face as well. For any sect, every additional Dao artifact would increase the strength of the sect. At the same time, it would also increase the luck and foundation of the sect. After that, Qin Shujian picked up the Lotus Platform Dao artifact and dripped a drop of blood on it to make it recognize him as its master. Instantly, there was a certain connection between him and the Golden Lotus. 3rd grade Golden Lotus, 2-seal Dao artifact. Looking at the Golden Lotus in his hand, Qin Shujian smiled. This was the Celestial Sect's Dao artifact. In the God-slaying demon annihilation grade array, Celestial sect leader Zhao Zunji relied on the 3rd grade Golden Lotus to remain unscathed despite being struck by lightning, torn by the saber chi, and burned by the bright king hellfire. Although it was destroyed at the moment when the star fell. But it also showed the strong defensive power of the 3rd grade Golden Lotus. When it came to attacking, he had the 3-seal Dao artifact, Thousand Mountain Blood. When it came to killing the enemy, he had the master level array. The only thing he lacked was a defensive method. Although the immortal Bright King body also had strong defensive power, he did not deduce this characteristic to the point of perfection. Compared to a 2-seal Dao artifact, it was still a far cry. Now that he had the 3rd grade Golden Lotus in hand, it could be considered as a true combination of attack and defense. There were no flaws. As for the remaining 8 Dao artifacts, Qin Shujian thought for a while. He also set up a miniature restriction array on each Dao artifact. However, he did not intend to recognize them as his master. Although it was not a burden to have more Dao artifacts, it was not a burden. But for him now, unless it was a Dao artifact with 3 seals or above, it would be very difficult for him to cause any practical changes no matter how many Dao artifacts he had. As for setting up a miniature restriction formation, this was also to prevent these unknown Dao artifacts from escaping. Subsequently, After keeping the grade 3 golden lotus, Qin Shujian stored the remaining 8 Dao artifacts into his storage ring. Then, he left the courtyard and headed towards the weapon hall. Currently, Yuan sect had 2 halls that were the most popular among the players. One was the weapon hall, and the other was the medicine hall. As for the forging hall, it was actually connected to the weapon hall. Shen Yuqing would place the forged weapons in the weapon hall, and then the weapon hall would forge them. Or, they could place them in the sect and exchange them for contribution points. Or they could be sold in Liangshan City. When Qin Shujian arrived at the forging hall, there were already many Yuan sect disciples inside. Basically, they were all here to exchange for weapons. Especially for players, the frequency of changing weapons was not slow at all. It was possible that when they died, their weapons would explode. It was also possible that when they fought with other powerful beasts, it would lead to the loss of their weapons. Also, because their strength had increased, their original weapons were no longer able to unleash their full strength. There were all sorts of reasons for this. The only regret was there were no spiritual artifacts in the weapon hall, and the highest grade was only grade 1. This was mainly because Shen Yuqing, the hall master of the forging hall, was still at the level of an intermediate blacksmith. She didn't have the ability to forge a spiritual weapon. This made Qin Shujian feel that there were too few high-grade blacksmiths in the forging hall. Although he was a grandmaster blacksmith, it was impossible for him to just forge spiritual artifacts every day. Not to mention anything else. Just the lack of materials was a problem. If he wanted to forge spiritual artifacts, other than the blacksmith's own strength, he also needed the corresponding materials. Or else, even a grandmaster blacksmith would find it difficult to turn something rotten into something magical, and turn a weed on the side of the road into a spiritual artifact. Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. Seeing Qin Shujian's arrival, everyone in the weapon hall saluted and greeted him. Qin Shujian also responded with a smile. Then, under everyone's gaze, he came to the exchange price list and directly changed a few lines on it. Then, he turned and left. As for the people in the weapon hall, looking at the changed exchange price list, they all fell into a short period of shock. Immediately, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Dao artifact can also be exchanged. 2-seal Dao artifact, is there any big shot who can spread the knowledge? What is a 2-seal Dao artifact? 1-seal Dao artifact purple cloud pearl, 1 million contribution points for exchange. After the initial shock, everyone was shocked once again. This time, they were shocked. Not because of the Dao artifact, but because of the exchange price. 1 million contribution points. This was an astronomical figure for anyone. One had to know. As everyone's strength increased, completing a mission would give at least a dozen contribution points, and at most a few dozen contribution points. As for missions with more than 100 contribution points, it was very rare. Comparing the two, 1 million contribution points was enough for anyone to exchange for it. However, this was only the exchange price for a 1-seal Dao artifact. The exchange price for a 2-seal Dao artifact was as high as 5 million contribution points. If I worship the stone statue every day, I can get 1 contribution point in about 30 days, and I can successfully exchange for a 2-seal Dao artifact in about 410,000 years. No one knew who said this. Inexplicably, everyone felt a burst of sadness, as well as a deep malice from the sect. 410,000 years. How many 410,000 years was a person's life? No. It should be 410,000 years. How many lifetimes would one have to live to gather 5 million contribution points? But soon, these people's spirits were lifted. After all, it was impossible to really rely on a lousy mission and live with a little contribution points every month. Things like collecting heaven and earth spirit treasures, and even ores and beast cores could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. Even if the contribution points were compared to the base of 1 million, it was pitifully small. However, every little thing adds up to a mickle. Now that the Dao artifact exchange was placed here, with such a goal to look forward to, everyone's heart was at least motivated. Although they didn't know much about Dao artifacts. However, he had clearly seen the power within it before. Whether it was the Chankuan Bao or the Thousand Mountain Blood, the spirit martial realm beasts were pitifully weak in front of these two Dao artifacts. If they could get a Dao artifact by their side, then the endless mountain range would definitely be free for anyone to roam freely. Lu Dazhong looked at the two-sealed Dao artifact called the Devil Slayer Thousand Calamity Saber and made up his mind. From now on, he would accumulate contribution points and take down this two-sealed Dao artifact. Now, the further the player went, the slower the increase in level strength. After entering the inner aura realm, they might not be able to rise one level in a few months. Under such circumstances, even if they exchanged for a large number of pills and swallowed them, it would be difficult to accumulate strength quickly. Rather than this, it would be better to think of a way to exchange for a Dao artifact. This way, even if his realm stopped at the true martial realm, he would be able to kill a spirit martial realm cultivator with a Dao artifact in his hand. He didn't forget. There was a rumor some time ago. The 8 sects sent out 8 airborne realm fighters to surround and kill the outer sect elders of their respective sects with 3 ritual items. However, the ritual items of their respective sects and clans were able to take on the outer sect elders all by themselves, and the ritual items protected the outer sect elders from harm. It wasn't until Qin Shujian arrived that all the enemies were killed. And that Dao artifact. Rumor had it that it was a two-sealed Dao artifact. Let's go. After taking a deep look, Lu Dazhong pulled Miao Yuqing's sleeve and turned around to walk out of the weapon hall. Originally, he planned to exchange for a first-grade weapon this time. But he encountered such a thing. In an instant, Lu Dazhong felt that a first-grade weapon was not good enough. Instead of staying here and looking at it more and more annoyed, it was better to leave this place and think of a way to accumulate more contribution points. Ahem, Yuqing, how many contribution points do you have left? Outside the weapon hall, Lu Dazhong coughed twice and asked with an awkward expression. Miao Yuqing rolled her eyes at him and said speechlessly, "Don't even think about it. Even if you and I combined our contribution points, it would only be a fraction of a Dao artifact. Do you really want to exchange for a Dao artifact? You can't say that. Now that the advancement of the realm is getting slower and slower, it might be a problem whether we can enter the spirit martial realm in a few years. If we can get a Dao artifact, it will be much easier to advance in the future. 1 million contribution points is not child's play." "I know," Lu Dazhong smiled embarrassedly. He didn't dare to tell her that his goal was a two-sealed Dao artifact worth 5 million contribution points. Anyway, this kind of thing could be left for later. If the local disciples of the Sky Origin sect didn't have such a deep obsession with Dao artifacts, then the player's obsession with Dao artifacts could be described as crazy. Everyone knew. With a Dao artifact, almost any dangerous place in the spiritual domain or the true domain could be set foot in. Not to mention killing powerful demon beasts and plundering large amounts of experience points. It could be said that, although 1 million contribution points was very high, in the long run, if they could take this opportunity to get a Dao artifact, they would definitely be able to earn back double in the future. Therefore, when they saw the price of the Dao artifact, all the players began to do missions with all their might, as well as go out to hunt demon beasts and plunder things that could be exchanged for contribution points. For them, 1 million contribution points was a stumbling block. The other players were also competitors. After all, there were only so many Dao artifacts. If other players were to exchange for them first, then even if they had a few million contribution points, there would be no place to exchange for Dao artifacts. Therefore, not only did they have to accumulate enough contribution points, but they also had to do their best to accumulate enough contribution points as quickly as possible. In this way, only then could they be one step ahead of others and obtain the contribution points. Regarding the change in the mood of the people of Yuan sect, Qin Shujian also saw it. And all of this was exactly what he needed. Because as their realm increased, there were fewer and fewer things in Yuan sect that could satisfy them, causing many people to slack off. Now, 8 doctrine artifacts were thrown out. It was enough to arouse the enthusiasm of these people. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, the threshold of 1 million contribution points. If one relied on one person to collect them, it would probably take at least 8 to 10 years. It was almost impossible to think about it. If there was a team, this time could be shortened a little. But no matter what, the 8 doctrine artifacts could be hung on for at least a few years, inspiring others at all times. After that, Xianxia went to the boundary of Mount Liang and the Stone Forest, 2 places that were close to the endless mountain range. He erased the demon-slaying rune that he had originally set up and then set up a new invisible formation. This formation, only when monsters rushed out of the endless mountain range would it be activated. Or else, it was the same as not having it on a daily basis. Other than that, he did not do anything else. There should also be a formation to protect the mountain gate. In addition, a formation to gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth cannot be lacking. However, these things still need to be studied, so I can't enter for the time being. On the peak of Mount Liang, Xianxia looked down at everything below and thought to himself. To put it bluntly, although he was an Array Dao Grandmaster, he was just a poor Array Dao Grandmaster. Poverty did not refer to money. Instead, it was his own knowledge of the Dao of formations. It could be said that, other than a Grandmaster-level god-slaying demon annihilation formation, Xianxia did not know any other formations. He did not even understand the most basic knowledge of formations. If he wanted to collect it, he could naturally collect it. However, there was no need. With his current realm of formations and a Grandmaster-level formation as a reference, it was enough for him to deduce what he needed. Even if this process took a little time. But for the current Xianxia, what he did not lack was time. A cultivator at the peak of the airborne realm could live for at least 700 to 800 years. With a Grandmaster-level formation, even a God martial arts realm cultivator would die. All this time, the biggest threat to him was not the local powerhouses or the 8 sects, but the players who had been mingling in the middle and lower levels. But now, the player's strength wasn't increasing quickly. At the very least, he was far inferior to him. Their only advantage was their overwhelming numbers and their immortality. However, the Dao of Array formations was meant for group attacks. The god-slaying demon-slaying 10,000 spirits annihilation formation that was set up in the Undying Plains was only a compressed version. The original version was enough to set up a formation that covered an entire region in an instant. If given enough time, it wouldn't be a problem to set up an even bigger formation. Therefore, no matter how many players there were, in front of a formation Dao Grandmaster, they could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. In this way. As a result, Xianxia didn't feel so pressured. As for the Cosmos Bao, at this moment, he was also silently absorbing spiritual energy. It didn't feel satisfied at all just because it was a Dao artifact. After all, the saber was already a 3-seal Dao artifact while it was still a 1-seal Dao artifact. It had unknowingly widened the gap between it and the saber. More importantly, the Heaven and Earth Bao realized that Xianxia didn't seem to need it anymore. Or else, he wouldn't give it to that Ergu. This made the Heaven and Earth Bao feel a sense of crisis, which made it involuntarily want to improve its role. Even when Xianxia was silently cultivating in Mount Liang, the influence of the other party's identity as a Formation Dao Grandmaster was still fermenting. Formation Dao Grandmaster Marquis Bayun, who received the news, was also stunned. There was even some shock on his face. This news was to him. It was also too shocking. Xiaohong cupped his hands and said, Xianxia set up an array with a wave of his hand and killed 5 God martial arts realm cultivators. Hundreds of spirit martial arts realm cultivators were turned into ashes in the array without being able to fight back. Even with a Dao artifact protecting them, they couldn't resist at all. As his words spread out in the main hall of the Marquis Bayun's mansion, everyone was shocked. After a long time, Li Guang'an said in a deep voice, could the rumors be wrong? Maybe he's just a Formation Dao Grandmaster. Are you doubting my eyesight, Masterly? Uncle Xiao, don't get me wrong. It's just that Xianxia didn't show his Formation Dao strength before, but now he has become a Formation Dao Grandmaster. It's hard to believe. Seeing Xiaohong's unhappy face, Li Guang'an explained. Although the other party was a servant of the Marquis Bayun's mansion, everyone knew that he was one of Marquis Bayun's trusted subordinates. If it wasn't necessary, He didn't want to offend Xiaohong easily. Hearing this, Xiaohong's face softened a little, but he was still unhappy. He said faintly, although I'm old, forming an array with a wave of my hand is the mark of a Formation Dao Grandmaster. How could I be wrong about this? Forming an array with a wave of his hand, he's indeed at the first level of Formation Dao Grandmaster. Marquis Bayun said slowly at this time, confirming Xiaohong's words. Then he continued. I thought he would be the reincarnation of a powerful figure, but I didn't expect him to be the reincarnation of a powerful figure at the Formation Dao Grandmaster level. It seems that this person was a famous expert before he was reincarnated. Hearing this, the others also frowned. Any Array Dao Grandmaster would have a good reputation in history. Although Formation Dao Grandmasters were rare, there were still many such experts after thousands of years. It was obviously not easy to deduce the previous life of a Formation Dao Grandmaster among so many experts. Xiaohong asked, Marquis, do we need to do anything? Let's wait and see. Marquis Bayun said first, then he paused and said, if Yuanzong wants to build a teleportation gate, the major cities in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain can provide coordinates for him. After saying this, many people's faces changed again. This seemed to be a simple matter, but the meaning behind it was completely different. After all, the teleportation gates in the major cities were built by the imperial court, and they were only for communication between cities. There were very few forces that could intervene in the identity of a sect. At least, in the Bayun mansion. Even those top sects didn't have such privilege. But now, Yuanzong had it. But thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was reasonable. After all, with a Formation Dao Grandmaster, Yuanzong was no longer as simple as a sect in the spirit domain. If they left the spirit domain and went to the major regions, they would directly become a top sect. Even if they stayed in the Liang Mountain spirit domain and didn't go out, it would still be difficult to shake their status as a sect. If a Formation Dao Grandmaster was equivalent to a great cultivator in the God martial arts realm, then a Formation Dao Grandmaster, in a sense, he was already a great cultivator in the celestial being realm. And the destructive power he caused was far stronger than that of an ordinary celestial being realm cultivator. It should be known that no matter how strong a great cultivator in the celestial being realm was, he was only one person. His one-on-one attack might be terrifying, but the range it affected was limited. But a Formation Dao Grandmaster was different. As long as he was given time, he could even set up a huge formation that affected a region or even a mansion. Such an existence. The destructive power it caused was really amazing. Just like the Formation Dao Grandmaster in the Thousand Mountains Mansion, he directly set up a huge heaven-sealing earth-locking formation in the entire Thousand Mountains Mansion. But for a Formation Dao Grandmaster, it was not easy to set up such a powerful formation. It would take an immeasurable amount of time. But it could also be seen from the side. As long as a Formation Dao Grandmaster was given time, it was enough to set up a destructive formation. Even though sects in the large regions almost did not have a great cultivator in the celestial being realm. So, the treatment Marquis Bayun gave Yuanzong at this moment was more like giving face to a great cultivator in the celestial being realm. After announcing this matter, Marquis Bayun said, in addition, discuss with Yuanzong. Our Marquis Bayun mansion is willing to provide a certain amount of resources to let that Formation Dao Grandmaster help train some experts in the Formation Dao. We agree. Li Guanan and the others replied in unison. This was also another benefit of having a Formation Dao Grandmaster in their mansion. That was to be able to train more talents in the Formation Dao. These were auxiliary cultivators. In fact, they could play a critical role in certain situations. Bayun Mansion was not weak in the Great Zhao 13 mansions, but it was definitely not very strong. It could only be said to be at the middle level. The reason was, it was because Bayun Mansion lacked experts and relied on Marquis Bayun, a great cultivator in the celestial being realm. Although there were many great cultivators in the God martial arts realm behind him, but there were few who could take charge of things alone. Now that a Formation Dao Grandmaster was born in Bayun Mansion, everyone could foresee that in the future, the Formation Dao would probably prevail in Bayun Mansion. It could also indirectly improve the strength of Bayun Mansion on a certain level. after Marquis Bayun's order. In fact, this matter was still handed over to Xiaohong. After all, in the Marquis Bayun mansion, Xiaohong was the closest to Yuanzong. Therefore, Xiaohong gladly accepted this matter. On the other side, just as Marquis Bayun and the others thought, after Qin Shujian's identity as a Formation Dao Grandmaster spread out, it caused a huge sensation. The Formation Dao had already declined in Bayun Mansion. Among all the Formation Dao cultivators, the strongest was only a first-grade Formation Master. There was not even a Formation Master. Now, a Formation Dao Grandmaster suddenly appeared. It directly caused a stir among the Formation Masters in Bayun Mansion. Almost at the same time, a large number of Formation Masters and even those who wanted to dabble in the Formation Dao flocked to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. But soon, another piece of news spread out. It turned out that Qin Shujian was not only a Formation Dao Grandmaster, but also a Forging Grandmaster who had reached the peak of the Forging Dao. Suddenly, the entire Bayun Mansion was shaken. Like the Formation Masters, after the Forging Grandmasters received the news, some of them packed up and headed to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. A large number of cultivators came in a mighty manner. It was as if they were on a pilgrimage. Cold Mountain City. This was a city personally built by Yuanzong. Ever since Qin Shujian single-handedly destroyed the experts of the 8 sects and revealed his identity as a Grandmaster of Forging and Array Dao, this city became the most prosperous place in the entire Cold Mountain region. Every day, different people came from all directions. Some came from several spirit regions, while others came directly from large regions. Among these people, there were true martial realm cultivators. There were also spirit martial realm cultivators. There were even divine martial realm cultivators. No matter what level they were at, they came with a respectful attitude and a desire to learn. After all, they were Grandmasters. To put it in a more arrogant way, they were already at the peak of existence. Even if they opened up a Dao and passed it down for tens of thousands of years, they were still qualified. This was a Grandmaster level figure. Compared to ordinary sky human realm cultivators, he was much more influential. This is Cold Mountain City? An old man dressed in brocade robes stroked his beard with one hand as he looked at the city in front of him. His eyes were full of shrewdness. Behind him, a young man and a young woman followed behind him. Master, is that Grandmaster Qin in Liangshan City? Sect Master Qin should be overseeing Yuanzong. However, Cold Mountain City was built by him. If we want to meet such a figure, we have to start with Cold Mountain City first. As he spoke, Qing Lang stopped stroking his beard. His eyes kept changing as he looked at Cold Mountain City. In the end, he sucked in a breath of cold air and a look of amazement appeared on his face. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Master, is there something wrong? Behind him, Wei Zimin had a puzzled expression. His handsome face was still somewhat immature. Look at the city in front of you. Maybe you can see something different. Qing Lang pointed at the city in front of him. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze and turned to his 2 disciples. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he shook his head and shook his head. Then, he looked at the city and sighed. This city in front of us is not as simple as an ordinary city. It is a spirit artifact. At this point, Qing Lang paused for a moment and explained again. A huge spiritual weapon. Hearing this, Wei Zimin was greatly shocked. He cried out involuntarily, Master means that Cold Mountain City is not an ordinary city. It's a spiritual weapon. Not bad. How can someone forge such a huge spirit artifact? It's impossible for ordinary people, but if a Grandmaster were to make a move, it might really be possible. Qing Lang sighed. What kind of power did a Grandmaster forger have? He didn't quite understand it himself. He had been immersed in the art of forging for hundreds of years, but he was only a high-grade blacksmith. He hadn't even reached the threshold of a master blacksmith, let alone a Grandmaster blacksmith. Because of this, I heard that a Grandmaster artificer was born in the Liang Mountain Spirit region. Qing Lang immediately rushed over here with 2 disciples. For the sake of it, He hoped to be able to listen to the Grandmaster's guidance so that he could break through his own limits in his lifetime and have a glimpse of the Grandmaster's mysteries. As for the Grandmaster stage, such a thought had never crossed his mind. Grandmaster. It was beyond the reach of ordinary people. If he tried to pry into the secrets of the Grandmasters, it would all be for naught. Ignoring the shocked expressions of his two disciples, Qinglang steadied his mind and walked directly into the city. When he was close to Liang Mountain City, it was as if something had appeared on his body. Qinglang raised his head and looked at the sky. What he saw was the usual blue sky and white clouds, but his expression was somewhat dignified. That feeling just now couldn't be wrong. He also didn't believe that his perception would be wrong. This meant that he had already entered the range of the array. However, he couldn't find any trace of the array. In the end, Qinglang could only attribute it to the fact that this was the supreme method of a Grandmaster array. It wasn't something that a small high-grade blacksmith could see through. At the city gate, there were no guards set up, allowing others to enter and leave as they wished. To this, Qinglang wasn't surprised. With the power of the Origin sect, there was no need to set up defenses at the city gate, because no one would dare to cause trouble here. Moreover, the city was enveloped by the array, so it was almost foolproof. What a bustling city! There are so many people. Looking at the surging crowd in front of them, as well as the street stalls hawking their wares, the two young disciples were instantly dumbfounded. It was as if this was the first time they had seen such a scene. Qinglang frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Don't make a fuss. Follow my footsteps." Yes. Hearing this, the two immediately shut their mouths and followed closely. Walking in Liang Mountain City, Qinglang was also quite surprised. This was because along the way, most of the people he passed by emitted a powerful aura. Even if this aura was restrained, he could still sense it. Spiritual martial realm, almost 60 to 70% of the cultivators were at least in the spiritual martial realm. The rest, they were all in the genuine martial realm. As for cultivators below the genuine martial realm, he didn't see a single one. From the moment he entered the city, Qinglang had encountered no less than 100 cultivators of the spirit martial realm before he had even finished walking a single street. There were so many powerful cultivators gathered. This caused him to be greatly shocked in his heart. As for the two disciples behind him, they were still all right. After all, the two of them weren't strong and couldn't detect the presence of too many powerful cultivators. At most, they were attracted by the things around them. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from a shop in front of him. Then, a figure rushed out from the shop and rushed out of the city. This is robbery? Qinglang's expression was calm. He was used to this kind of thing. Cultivators were powerful, although most of them had to follow certain rules. However, there were still some unruly people. These people, no matter where they were, there would be no lack of them. How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in my Liang Mountain City? More than 10 powerful auras erupted and surrounded that person. The two people in the lead were dressed in green and white robes. The rest were dressed in green robes. The difference was that the green robes were embroidered with clouds and mist, setting off a red half-moon. TSK, there are really people who don't care about their lives and come to Liang Mountain City to rob. Seeing this, a middle-aged man shook his head and sneered. Hearing this, Qinglang slightly cupped his hands and asked, "Sir, may I ask who these people are? Are they the city's law enforcers?" He was referring to. It was the dozens of people that had surrounded that cultivator. When the middle-aged man heard this, he turned his head to glance at Qinglang, and a slightly serious expression appeared in his eyes. However, he smiled and said, "Senior, there's something you don't know. The green and white robes represent the clear sky and white clouds. They're the deacons of the Origin sect's outer court. The rest of them are the elite disciples of the Origin sect. They're dressed in green robes that represent the rising sun. If they're the law enforcers of Liang Mountain City, then it wouldn't be a problem. After all, so long as there's unrest in the city, these people would step forward to suppress it." While he was speaking, that cultivator had been killed on the spot. After all, unless it was a cultivator at the airborne realm or above, he wouldn't be a match for over 10 domain enlightened spirit god realm cultivators. Everything happened quickly. In the end, it fell silent quickly as well. Some people had become accustomed to this since a long time ago. After they saw the law enforcers kill someone who didn't follow the rules, they directly moved their gazes away and continued with their own business. However, some people who'd just arrived at Liang Mountain City were shocked in their hearts. In the end, a domain enlightened spirit god realm cultivator had been killed so easily, so it was impossible for them not to be shocked. Placed somewhere else, domain enlightened spirit god realm cultivators were experts in their own right, and they could even be considered a sect. Masters in some mid-level sects of the spirit region. Yet now, they didn't even have the strength to fight back and were directly killed on the spot. They couldn't help but feel shocked. Some people had already sensed Liang Mountain City's ruthless methods. Wei Zimin gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked in a low voice. Master, what cultivation realm was that cultivator at? At this moment, Qing Lang withdrew his gaze as well. Even though he was shocked in his heart, he still maintained a calm expression on the surface, and he replied indifferently when he heard his disciple. Domain enlightened spirit god realm. Domain enlightened spirit god realm. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the two disciples, Qing Lang directly led the two of them and found an inn to stay for the time being. Because he'd expected such a situation to occur. Under Qin Shujian's orders, the members of the Origin sect had transformed most of the remaining shops into inns and restaurants. But even then, there weren't enough rooms. They paid a slightly higher price than ordinary places. The three of them could be considered to have stayed for the time being. After that, Qing Lang even directly paid for a month's worth of rooms. Because he wanted to find an opportunity to get in touch with the people of the Origin sect and see if he could take this opportunity to meet the legendary sect master Qin. As for Wei Zimin and Wei Zimin, they knew their master's wish for many years, so they didn't really care about it. Someone like Qing Lang. Now, they could be found everywhere in Liang Mountain City. Qin Shujian stayed in the Origin sect and didn't come out. Those who wanted to visit him didn't receive any news even after they sent their visiting cards. Regarding such a situation, no one dared to have the thought of barging into the Origin sect. After all, the last 8 great sects of the spirit region that had offended the Origin sect had already become history. Moreover, in these people's hearts, they held a great amount of reverence towards sect masters and weren't willing to easily offend them. Therefore, they could only temporarily stay in Liang Mountain City and see if they could find an opportunity to meet sect master Qin. If they could use this opportunity to enter the Origin sect, it couldn't be any better. That's right. Now, many people had the thought of entering the Origin sect. Even some great cultivators of the spirit martial realm had the same thought. Sect masters were comparable to heavenly beings. No matter how strong the spirit martial realm was, they weren't qualified to be compared to heavenly beings. If they could take this opportunity to enter the Origin sect, then the probability of receiving guidance from Qin Shujian would greatly increase. At that time, as long as he was willing to teach them a few words, they would definitely benefit immensely. As for the problem of his age, they had already forgotten about it. Moreover, these people were already convinced that Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of an almighty being. Think about it from another perspective. If the person they were bowing to this time was a supreme expert from thousands of years ago, then it would be easy to accept. Cold Mountain City is now filled with people from all over. Most of them are blacksmiths and array masters. They should be here for the sect master, Niao Feng said in the Qinggu Hall. He had received hundreds of invitations these days. But according to Qin Shujian's intention, he did not leave any of them. He didn't leave a single one behind and destroyed all of them. As for Xing Yuqing, he looked a little embarrassed. He knew very well why so many blacksmiths had come. At the same time, the sense of crisis in his heart became even stronger. Apart from the fact that his realm had changed from the 5th level of the true martial realm to the 1st level of the spiritual martial realm, strictly speaking, Xing Yuqing was only a middle-rank blacksmith. He had also received a lot of news. Among the people who came, there were many middle-rank blacksmiths and no shortage of high-rank blacksmiths. For this, the blacksmith's hall master was under more pressure than anyone else. As for Xianxia, apart from worrying about her brother, she did not have much pressure on herself. After all, a young high-rank alchemist like her was considered a genius in the great Zhao 13 prefectures. Moreover, a high-rank alchemist was only one step away from becoming a master alchemist. In one of the sections, a high-rank alchemist was indeed qualified to become an elder. In comparison, Xianxia, on the other hand, was slightly inferior. Ignore them for now. Now that the sect has stabilized, it's time to open the sect and recruit disciples. Elders, when do you think is the best time? In my opinion, 3 months from now is the best time. After pondering for a while, Zhengfang said slowly. Now that our sect's reputation has soared because of the sect master, I believe many people want to join the sect. 3 months is about the right time. At that time, those who should come will have arrived. The time is just right. The Baiyun mansion was vast. Even if there was a portal to shorten the distance, it would still take a long time to pass the news back and forth across the vast territory. 3 months. This was the time that Zhengfang had secretly calculated. Hearing this, the others did not object. Seeing this, Qin Shujian nodded and said, if that's the case, then 3 months later, the Yuan sect will open its doors and recruit disciples from all over the world. As for the original 6 branches, excluding the demon branch, the other 5 can be expanded appropriately. In addition, Qin Shujian paused, looked at the crowd, and said, I intend to set up corresponding martial arts centers in the cities of the true dominion of Liang Mountain to teach disciples. Open a dojo? Hearing this, many people looked at each other, as if they did not understand what the other party meant. Zhengfang and Su Yuanming, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. Qin Shujian said, set up a martial arts club in each city to recruit disciples and teach them basic martial arts. If there are suitable and excellent seedlings, they can be recommended to the main sect to become the main sect's disciples. However, the review of the people who recommended him was stricter than the disciples recruited by the mountain gate. Similarly, if someone recommended him successfully, the person who recommended him would also be rewarded with a corresponding amount of contribution points. In this way, the chances of our sect producing talents will be much higher than usual. After saying this, the others also came to a sudden realization. If that was the case, it was indeed a good idea. Moreover, they could charge a corresponding fee for opening a martial arts club to recruit disciples. This was also a long-term benefit for the sect. Zhang Tiniu asked in a deep voice, then, who does the sect master intend to let open a martial arts club in each city? Any deacon disciple of the Yuan sect can apply to open a martial arts club in each city. There are no hard and fast requirements. Qin Shujian said faintly. Currently, almost all the disciples of the Yuan sect were in the true martial realm. Even the last batch of disciples recruited had mostly entered the true martial realm after the Yuan sect had been promoted to a 5th grade force. After all, unlike other sects, the Yuan sect did not recruit young children. Instead, it recruited mostly young people who had a cultivation level. It was just a matter of whether they were high or low. Apart from that, there was no need to talk about the players. The current players, other than those who had just entered the game or those who had died too. Many times, they were all in the true martial realm. This was another terrifying aspect of the players. Although the high-end combat strength was still lingering in the inner invulnerability realm, and very few were lucky enough to break through to the outer invulnerability realm, this group of people was very close to each other. There was almost no big gap between them. As long as they entered the game at the same time, there would not be a situation where someone was in the 7th level of the true martial realm and someone was in the 7th level of the basic martial realm. Improvement, this was the improvement of the group. Only those who were lucky or powerful could advance a few more steps on this foundation, but the gap would not be too big. The current players were all in the true martial realm, so they might not be able to see anything. After a few years, they would reach the spiritual martial realm or even the god martial realm. This group of people would really shock the world. Back to the topic, given the overall strength of the Yuan sect at this stage, any one of them would be more than enough to be the owner of a martial arts club in a city. It should be known that martial arts clubs were not as powerful as sections. Even martial arts clubs in the spiritual realm were very powerful if they had true martial realm cultivators in charge. Or even, the strongest person in some martial arts clubs was only in the 10th level of the basic martial realm. In the end, martial arts clubs were not even close to being unrated among the forces. In other words, they could not be considered a force at all. They could only be said to be a place of initiation for civilian cultivators. Any civilian could enter as long as they spent some silver. However, most martial arts clubs, more or less, had connections with some sections. The purpose of these martial arts clubs was to provide these sects with an additional channel to provide talents. As for what other sects could do, the Yuan sect could do the same. Also, when the others were silent, Qin Shujian spoke again. In 3 months, the Yuan sect will hold a competition in Xianxia City. As long as you are a blacksmith or a formation master, you can participate. The competition will be divided into blacksmithing and formation. Those who can stand out can become the Yuan sect's consecrator. Those who are unwilling to become the consecrator can listen to my lecture once as a reward for this competition. Boom. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces were immediately filled with shock. But soon, they thought of the benefits. The people who came to Xianxia City this time were 70 to 80% of the blacksmiths and formation masters in the Baiyun Mansion. There was no lack of powerful people among them. Such people, if they could enter the Yuan sect, the overall strength of the Yuan sect would be greatly improved. Not to mention, beyond the Baiyun Mansion, there were also people who came because of his reputation. The reputation of a grandmaster. They were no longer restricted to one mansion or one region. It was only because the time was too short that the news of Qin Shujian being a grandmaster of 2 paths had not spread out. Otherwise, even the entire 13 great Zhao prefectures would have sent many experts. As for Xin Yuqing, her heart sank, but she did not raise any objections. Such a situation, he had guessed it from the beginning. Now, he had just turned his guesses into reality. Qin Shujian stood up. When he passed by Xin Yuqing, he did not stop at all and directly walked past her. If there are no objections, then you can leave. As for Xin Yuqing, who originally had a bad expression, her eyes lit up slightly. She immediately stood up and left. In the courtyard, the two sat opposite each other. Qin Shujian glanced at the cup of spiritual tea in front of him. The spiritual tea seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand and directly landed in front of Xin Yuqing. Then, he picked up the teacup in front of him and said with a smile, "Come, Elder Yuqing, please." "Thank you, sect master." Xin Yuqing was flattered. She picked up the teacup and thanked him repeatedly. As for Qin Shujian, he had already finished the spiritual tea in one gulp. Compared to when he first got the level 3 spiritual tea, he did not like it as much as before. He did not know if it was because he drank too much or because his cultivation had increased. However, it would take time to purchase new spiritual tea. During this period of time, he had to deal with the problem of the 8 sects and deal with the affairs of the Yuan sect. Qin Shujian did not have time to care about these trivial matters. However, he had already made up his mind. In 2 days, he would send a message to the carrier trading company and ask them to collect some higher-level spiritual tea. As for the money, with the current foundation of the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian seemed to be able to feel the pride of the other people at the auction in the past. He also had the confidence to call himself a rich man. After putting down the teacup, Qin Shujian looked at the other party and said seriously, "Elder Yuqing, do you know why I asked you to come here?" "Please tell me, sect master." Xin Yuqing shook her head and said. If she had not received Qin Shujian's divine thought sound transmission, she would not be sitting here now. However, from the other party's words to the current scene, she already had some guesses in her heart. However, she could not be completely sure. Qin Shujian said, "How long has it been since Elder Yuqing joined the Yuan sect?" "It has been about half a year." In the past half a year, the casting hall has been supported by Elder Yuqing alone. She has also taught many disciples. It can be said that she has worked hard and made great contributions. Qin Shujian nodded. After praising her, he continued to speak. "If I'm not wrong, you are now at the peak of the middle-grade casting master level. I am slow-witted and have yet to understand the mystery of the upper-grade casting master level. In fact, the difference between the middle-grade casting master level and the upper-grade casting master level is only a thin line. Now you are already at the edge. If you want to break through, you only need an opportunity. At this moment, if Xianxia still did not understand the meaning of the other party's words, then she would have lived for decades in vain. Therefore, when Qin Shujian finished speaking, she immediately stood up and bowed to the other party. Sect Master, please give me some guidance. It's not really guidance. It's just a discussion between you and me. Qin Shujian shook his head, then pointed to the stone table in front of him and said, in Elder Yuqing's opinion, what do you think of this stone table? This? Xianxia looked a little confused, as if she did not understand what the other party meant. Seeing this, Qin Shujian shook his head and smiled. He pointed his hand in the air and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. A rune was formed in an instant. In the sky, thunderclouds were faintly condensing. But for some reason, no lightning fell. After a long time, the thunderclouds slowly dissipated and everything became clear again. In the courtyard, Xianxia stared at the stone table in front of her in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. As for Qin Shujian, he retracted his hand and poured himself a cup of spiritual tea. Then, he sat aside and sipped the spiritual tea while waiting quietly for something. As for the stone table in front of him, at this time it was flowing with brilliance and faintly had a strong power. It's a pity that it's an ordinary material. Even if it's been nourished by spiritual qi, it's still too short to bear the power of a spiritual weapon. Looking at the stone table, Qin Shujian shook his head regretfully. Even with his skills as a forging master, he still couldn't really turn something rotten into something magical and turn it into a spiritual weapon. Or rather, turning an ordinary stone table into a half-step spiritual weapon was already amazing in the eyes of others. It was enough to be praised for turning something rotten into something magical. However, in Qin Shujian's mind, it was still not enough. But it couldn't be helped. Unless it could be soaked in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth for a long time to improve its quality, a half-step spiritual weapon would be the focus of the stone table. After a long time, Xianxu's body suddenly shook as if she had woken up from a certain state. Her dull eyes gradually became lively. When she saw everything in front of her, she stood up without thinking. Then, she bowed deeply and said sincerely, "Thank you for teaching me, Sect Master. Xianxia will never forget it." Qin Shujian sat on the stone bench without moving an inch and accepted the salute directly. When she stood up again, he said with a faint smile, "How was it? Did you learn anything? With this guidance, I've already understood the mystery of a superior forging master. I'll go back and cultivate in seclusion for a few days. I'll be able to break through this realm." Speaking of this, Xianxia smiled confidently. The reason why he was able to break through this threshold so quickly was that Qin Shujian had just revealed the methods of a superior blacksmith to him bit by bit. Xianxia was only a step away from becoming a high-grade blacksmith. Now that he had imparted the Tao, he was able to point out the mysteries within. In that case, as long as he went back and digested it, it would not be a problem for him to break through and become a high-grade blacksmith. This was also the reason why Xianxia bowed so sincerely. At his current age, if he broke through to become a high blacksmith, he might be qualified to become a master blacksmith in the next few hundred years. Once he became a master blacksmith, he would be qualified to establish his own sect. Even the strongest expert of the Pill Cauldron sect was only at this level. Now that the Sky Martial sect had been destroyed, the hatred from the destruction of the Alchemy Cauldron school had dissipated. The only thing he cared about was that he could walk further on the path of forging and spread his legacy. Other than that, if he could break through and become a high-grade blacksmith, then his position as the forging hall master would be stable. After all, an upper-grade blacksmith was already considered the pinnacle of the Northern Cloud Mansion. There were almost no forging masters on the surface. As for the sect leader, Xianxia chuckled inwardly. Other than the sect master in front of her, who was rumored to be the reincarnation of a powerful being, there hadn't been a single array master in the Baiyun Mansion for over 1,000 years. Subsequently, Qin Shujian opened his mouth and explained some of the essentials of forging to the other party, and then directly sent Xianxia away. Compared to the array Dao, he only had the realm of an array master and had mastered countless powerful runes, but he could only set up a Grandmaster array Dao. However, he was a true Grandmaster in the field of forging. As he deduced to the Grandmaster level, perhaps this had already exceeded the original scope of the ancestral codex of forging and reached a deeper level. But for him, these were not important. With each breakthrough, Qin Shujian was able to obtain the complete memory inheritance from it, and directly reached the peak of the realm, and his knowledge reserve was not lacking at all. But looking at his own realm of a high alchemist, he secretly shook his head. Compared to the forging and array Dao, the alchemy Dao was obviously much weaker. Although a high alchemist was not weak, it was not enough to cause too much of a stir. Among the people who came this time, there were almost no alchemists, and most of them were either blacksmiths or array masters. However, if he raised the alchemy Dao to the master level and then spread the news, Qin Shujian estimated that it should attract a lot of alchemists to come. But, he did not intend to raise the alchemist level so quickly, or rather, he would spread the news after raising the level. In the end, it was still because everything was too fast. And unlike the forging Dao, even if the alchemy Dao reached the Grandmaster level, it would not have much of a change in his strength. As for alchemy and medicine, to be honest, Qin Shujian thought that his cultivation and use of the source of life would increase faster. Thinking of the source of life, he looked at his attributes again. In the Battle of the Immortal Plains, the experts of the 8 sects were wiped out, and among them were cultivators of the god martial arts realm. With so many experts dead, he naturally harvested a lot of source of life. But because there were a lot of things going on recently, Qin Shujian did not pay much attention to the changes in the source of life. Now that he looked at it again, the source of life had already reached more than 6 million points. The reason why it could be raised so quickly, although he was not completely sure, he had some ideas. Among them, the god martial arts realm should have provided a lot of source of life. As for the 20 to 30 great cultivators of the Vision Sage realm, they also provided a lot. As for the cultivators of the airborne realm below, they should not have provided much. With more than 6 million points, there is no sign of a deduction upgrade. It seems that I will have to reach 10 million points to be able to raise the origin returning ancestral canon to another level. It seems that if I want to plunder the source of life in the future, I will have to rely on a large number of Yuan sect disciples to provide it, or I will have to hunt those experts alone. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. With his current realm, he could also feel the weakness of the shackles of the spirit domain. Compared to the powerful shackles of the ordinary realm and the true realm, breaking the shackles of the spirit domain was not difficult. Any sect with a deep foundation had the power to break the shackles of the spirit domain. Similarly, after the spirit domain, there was no so-called domain lord. In other words, if Qin Shujian wanted to break through to the divine martial realm, it would not be as troublesome as before. He would have to accumulate his strength to a limit before he could break the shackles and advance. Although that was the case, he did not intend to advance casually. This was because every time he broke through to the next realm, there would be a qualitative improvement. Such an improvement, it was even given based on the foundation before the breakthrough. In other words, if the foundation accumulated before the breakthrough was deeper, the qualitative change caused by the breakthrough would be stronger. Just like now. Even before swallowing the fire lotus, Qin Shujian was confident that he could fight a cultivator of the illustrious divine realm with his strength of the airborne realm. As for swallowing the fire lotus to advance the spirit domain, ordinary illustrious divine realm cultivators would be a piece of cake. This was the power of the foundation. Moreover, with the sky-high price of the source of life required for every realm advancement in the future, it made him understand what the benefits of having a strong foundation were. Yuan sect's cultivation techniques and martial arts are still too few. There are only a few spirit-level cultivation techniques and martial arts in the spirit domain's large sections. How can they be worthy of the status of a large sect in the spirit domain? Immediately, Qin Shujian thought of something, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. If he didn't remember wrongly, each of the 8 sects had at least 1,000 years of foundation. Now, some people took advantage of the 8 sects experts to destroy them in one fell swoop, and then divided up all the resources of the 8 sections. Although strictly speaking, the actions of the other sects were suspected of taking advantage of the situation, But these sects had always been not on good terms with the 8 sections. At this time it was completely reasonable to add insult to injury. However, I have always snatched food from the hands of others. No one has ever snatched things from my hands. Qin Shujian's eyes gradually turned cold. These few days, after calming down the aftermath of the 8 sects experts' annihilation, he did not have time to care about these things. But now that all the matters had been dealt with, the resources temporarily stored in the hands of the other sects naturally should be taken back. After all, in the eyes of sect master Qin, the things of the 8 sects were already his after the death of Zhao Zunji and the others. Anyone who snatched his things, they were all enemies. Buanping could be said to be flushed with success, and the smile on his face did not disappear for several days. This was something that could not be helped. The Fallen Dust domain had 4 sects: Sky Martial Sect, Origin Returning Sect, Extreme God Sect, and Feather Immortal Sect. Among them, the Feather Immortal Sect was the weakest. In these years, as the sect master of the Feather Immortal Sect, he had been under a lot of pressure. He had to face the threats of the other 3 sects at all times, and even his hair had turned white. In the end, in the Battle of the Undying Plains, the experts of the other 3 sects were all killed, and the 3 sects immediately fell from their position as the major sects of the spirit domain. After receiving this news, Buanping was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. This was a great opportunity for his Feather Immortal Sect to turn the situation around. Thus, he led the experts of the Feather Immortal Sect to attack the other 3 sections. The result was obvious. The 3 sects were all annihilated. Although the Feather Immortal Sect was not the only sect that attacked, the Feather Immortal Sect, as a major sect of the spirit domain, had taken the most resources. Now, they had collected the majority of the resources of the 3 sections. Moreover, in the Fallen Dust domain, other than the Feather Immortal Sect, no other major sects of the spirit domain were born. Buanping could already foresee this. The Feather Immortal Sect would definitely rise rapidly, and would soon become the true overlord of the Fallen Dust domain. Such an honor could be said to be the pinnacle of the Feather Immortal Sect's history. Buanping was only thinking about it. He could not help but smile. The resources of the 3 sections. It had more than doubled the foundation of the Feather Immortal Sect. As long as they had time to digest it, the Feather Immortal Sect would definitely be able to produce more prominent divine stage cultivators. It was even possible for a divine martial stage cultivator to appear. However, Buanping was a little worried. The reason why they were able to destroy the 3 sects was because the experts of the 3 sects had been killed by the sect master Yuanzong in the Undying Plains. It had caused the deaths of most of the top experts of the 3 sects, and even the sect protection Dao artifact had fallen into the hands of Yuanzong. Or else, the Feather Immortal Sect wouldn't have been able to take down the 3 sects so easily. If they were to seriously investigate what he had done, it would be equivalent to indirectly picking Yuanzong's peaches. This matter. If Yuanzong were to investigate, it would definitely be a hidden danger. However, the Feather Immortal Sect wasn't the only sect that had taken action this time. The destruction of the 8 sects had involved dozens of different sections. As such, the probability of Yuanzong being able to investigate was even smaller. After all, too many sects were involved. It wouldn't be easy to investigate. Furthermore, although the 8 sects had been destroyed because the experts of the 8 sects had died in the hands of Qin Shujian, they had also contributed a lot to the destruction of the remaining experts of the 8 sections. There were some matters. It was impossible to completely clear them up. In addition, the Fallen Dust spiritual region and the other spiritual regions were very far away from the Liang Mountain spiritual region. It would be difficult for a single sect to cross the 4 spiritual regions. The smile on Buanping's face faded. All the thoughts in his mind kept rolling. He could understand the hidden danger in this matter. However, it was impossible for him to hand over the things he had obtained unless he had no other choice. In the end, Buanping had already made up his mind. If Yuanzong didn't send any news, he would act as if he didn't know anything. If Yuanzong sent news, he would act according to the situation. Sect Master, someone has come to visit. Suddenly, a deacon came forward and cupped his hands. Hearing that, Buanping's heart skipped a beat. He thought it couldn't be. Then, he calmed down and said slowly, "Who is it?" Yuanzong's elder Su Yuanming. Yuanzong, hearing those two words, Buanping's mind buzzed. What he wished for came true. Just a second ago, he was still wondering if Sky Origin Sect would send someone over. In the end, in the next second, someone had already arrived. Seeing that Buanping didn't reply, the deacon carefully asked, "Will the sect master meet this person? If he doesn't, I'll go and reject him." "You don't want to see me?" Buanping looked at the other party and laughed coldly. "You dare not to see me? You probably haven't seen a Grandmaster level array formation before." Within the main hall of the Feather Immortal sect. When they heard that someone from the Yuan sect had come to visit, almost all the elders were present. Su Yuanming strode into the hall under the guidance of the people from the Feather Immortal sect. There was a faint smile on his face the entire time. He did not look to the left or right. Instead, he cupped his hands towards the person in the middle. Sky Origin Sect Su Yuanming greets Sect Master Bu of the Feather Immortal sect. After saying that, he stood in the hall with his hands behind his back. Even though there were many airborne realm and even prominent divine realm experts on his left and right, there was no trace of fear on his face. Such an attitude. This caused many people to frown. Buanping smiled slightly and said, "Men, give Elder Su a seat." "No need." Su Yuanming directly refused and said, "This time, I've only come to inform your sect of one thing. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Seeing that, even Buanping frowned. His expression seemed to be a little ugly. In his eyes, Su Yuanming definitely hadn't stepped into the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm. In other words, he was only a spiritual god. A spiritual god. To put on such an attitude in front of so many airborne realm experts and prominent divine realm experts. The reason for this was because the other party had great confidence in himself. That was the benefit of having a top force behind him. In the past, the people from the Feather Immortal sect could also put on such an attitude in front of other forces. However, the tables had turned today. It was the Feather Immortal sect that was being treated like this. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Buanping withdrew the smile on his face and said indifferently, "Then, Elder Su, please tell me why you've come to my Feather Immortal sect this time." The experts from the Sky Martial sect, Xianxia sect, and Gue Yuan sect all died at the hands of my sect. However, your sect took this opportunity to destroy the 3 sects and seize their resources. Such actions are unavoidably against morality. Su Yuanming stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "In half a month, the Feather Immortal sect needs to hand over 3 divine rank martial arts manuals, 10 high spirit rank martial arts manuals, 30 mid-rank martial arts manuals, and 50 low-rank martial arts manuals. In addition, 1,200 true-rank martial arts manuals and 400 low-rank martial arts manuals. As for mortal-rank martial arts manuals, forget about them. In addition, there's also 100 million in cash, 3 9th-rank spiritual herbs, 9 8th-rank spiritual herbs, 37th rank spiritual herbs, and a combination of 6th rank and below 6th rank spiritual herbs worth 300 million. As mentioned above, the ores are the same as the spiritual herbs." Boom. Once those words were spoken, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. No matter how calm Buanping was, his face turned gloomy at that moment. His heart was faintly trembling. They were here to take the resources of the 3 sections. They were here to take the opportunity to rob the Feather Immortal sect. The resources that they asked for, even if it was a third of it, would be enough to empty a large sect of the spirit domain. 9th rank spiritual herbs, 9th rank ores, and divine rank martial arts manuals, if it was possible. Buanping wanted to make a move right now. However, he couldn't. Or rather, no sect in the spirit domain dared to make a move against the Origin sect. Once the Array Master came out. Not to mention spirit martial realm cultivators, even god martial realm cultivators would die if they came. Unless a heavenly realm cultivator appeared, there was no way they could resist. However, there were no more than 5 Empyrean Supreme Realm cultivators in the entire North Cloud Mansion, and the sects of Spirit Realm didn't have any Empyrean Supreme Realm cultivators either. After Su Yuanming finished speaking, Buanping took 2 deep breaths before he opened his mouth and said, Elder Su's words are a little serious. Killing is a common thing in the sect. I have never heard of one faction having to hand over the spoils of another faction after destroying them. I have also never heard of any moral reasoning. Moreover, the resources that you're talking about, even the three sects combined don't have that much. You're asking for too much. Sect Master Bu, there seems to be something that you don't understand. What do you mean by that? Buanping was instinctively angry when he heard that. No matter what, he was still the sect master. Now that Su Yuanming didn't give him face again and again, it was inevitable that he would be angry. That wasn't all. Even the other elders of the Feather Immortal sect didn't look too good. They all looked coldly at Su Yuanming as powerful and terrifying auras filled the hall. Su Yuanming wasn't afraid and said seriously, "My words are morality. Sect Master Bu hasn't heard of it before, so you should know what I'm going to say now. Elder Su, are you looking down on my Immortal Feather sect?" What a great statement. Elder Su, you're not placing my Immortal Feather sect in your eyes. Whether it's true or not depends on what Sect Master Bu thinks. I've already brought the message. If I don't see the resources or something is missing in half a month, then I'll leave. Then. After Su Yuanming said that, he turned around and walked into the hall. The rest of his words were also directly transmitted. There will be no more sects in the falling dust spirit domain. Boom, waves of auras erupted. All the elders stood up from their seats and looked at Su Yuanming's back with fire in their eyes. It seemed like they were going to attack at any moment. How presumptuous. When did a tiny domain enlightened spirit god realm cultivator dare to come to my Immortal Feather sect and talk nonsense? You're going too far. Angry words rang out incessantly. However, not a single person attacked. As for Buanping, he sat on the main seat without moving. However, from his gloomy expression and his clenched fists, it was obvious how furious he was. At this moment, he even had the thought of attacking. However, he gave up on that thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. Because he didn't dare, it was easy to kill Su Yuanming, but offending Sky Origin was a disaster. If a Formation Dao Grandmaster were to arrive, then even if the entire Immortal Feather sect were to mobilize all of its power, it would still be impossible for them to contend against him. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the Feather Immortal sect. An aged voice rumbled like thunder and spread through the entire sect. How dare you threaten my Feather Immortal sect? Leave your life behind. Oh no. Supreme Elder. Including Buanping, everyone's expression changed. Then, they charged out of the hall without even thinking about it. Even the elders who were furious just now didn't look furious anymore. Instead, their faces turned ghastly pale. The Supreme Elder was the strongest person in the Feather Immortal sect. He was a great cultivator who was half a step into the God Martial realm. Because he was in seclusion all year round, he didn't know about Sky Origin's existence. No one knew when he'd come out of seclusion or how he'd coincidentally heard the commotion in the hall. If he attacked and killed Su Yuanming, when they thought of that possibility, everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. When they charged out, they just happened to see an old man in fluttering white clothes flying through the air. A huge spirit god appeared and launched a terrifying attack towards Su Yuanming. Stop. Supreme Elder, stop. Buanping roared with a flushed face. However, the Supreme Elder's attack was clearly faster than his speaking speed. Sensing the attack behind him, Su Yuanming's expression turned grave. However, he didn't show any fear. The long blade on his back was unsheathed like a waterfall. Endless lightning wrapped in thousands of blade auras exploded. Like a formless chaotic blade, it wreaked havoc in the void and swept towards the huge spirit god. Amidst the endless chaotic blade auras and lightning, moreover, a cold light that could slash apart the heavens and the earth appeared within it. Like a meteor, it had already slashed into the spiritual god in an instant. Boom, terrifying fluctuations spread out in an instant. All the strange phenomena disappeared in an instant. When Buanping and the others came back to their senses, Su Yuanming was already far away. As for the huge spirit god in the void, it slowly collapsed. The white-clothed old man in the air fell to the ground. Supreme Elder. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people from the Feather Immortal sect changed. Thinking back to the blade from earlier, Buonping felt that he had encountered a fatal threat in that instant. 3-Seal Dao Artifact. The Sect Protection Dao Artifact of the Origin Sect was actually a 3-Seal Dao artifact. Although the Supreme Elder was half a step into the Divine Martial Realm, he was unable to withstand the attack of a 3-Seal Dao artifact without any precautions. After taking a few deep breaths, Buonping immediately ordered, "Do your best to save the Supreme Elder. Then, prepare all of the things that the Origin Sect requested. They must be sent to the Mount Liang Spirit Domain within half a month." Yes. At this moment, no one objected. The Formation Master of the Origin Sect had not even made a move. With only a single Sect Protection Dao artifact, he had already crippled their strongest fighting force. Such a difference in strength was enough to make one despair. If they did not follow the Origin Sect's request, wait until the Array Dao Grandmaster arrives. The Feather Immortal Sect would definitely be destroyed. Compared to the 1,000 years of inheritance of the Feather Immortal Sect, no amount of resources mattered. Qin. Book. Sword. Buonping stared at the direction that Su Yuanming had left in. In his heart, he thought of the Origin Sect's Sect Master. The resources that he had asked for. They were much more than what the Feather Immortal Sect had received. However, regarding this, he had no way to refuse. The other party clearly wanted to teach the Feather Immortal Sect a lesson. Asking for more resources was equivalent to cutting off a piece of flesh from the Feather Immortal Sect, warning them what they could and could not touch. On the other side, after Su Yuanming left the Feather Immortal Sect, he immediately headed to the next sect. This time, he was not the only person from the Origin Sect heading to the 4 spirit domains. However, the Feather Immortal Sect was, after all, a great sect. It would not look good for them to casually send someone over. That was why he, an elder, had personally come. However, Qin Shujian was also thinking of Su Yuanming's safety. If someone were to go crazy and try to kill him, the Origin Sect would lose an elder. Therefore, the reason why Su Yuanming carried the blood of 1,000 mountains was to protect himself. A 3-Seal Dao artifact. In a sense, he was already equivalent to a great cultivator of the Divine Martial Realm. The forces that had attacked the 8 sects this time were at least mid-level forces in Spirit Realm. If they were too weak, they wouldn't have the right to divide the resources of Spirit Realm's great sections. Such a force. They all had names and surnames. Yuanzong only needed to investigate a little and basically, he would be able to find out everything clearly. Just as some people were heading to the 4 great spirit regions. Qin Shujian also went to the mission hall and issued some corresponding missions. Most importantly, it was about setting up dojos in various cities and recruiting disciples to train. After all, the North Cloud Mansion was vast, and the Sky Origin Sect was located in a remote area. Some talented people might miss the opening ceremony of the Sky Origin Sect due to certain reasons. Then the purpose of opening a martial arts center. It was to recruit as many talents as possible. In addition to the contribution points awarded to the outstanding disciples who entered the main sect, those who served as dojo masters in various places would also be rewarded with contribution points every year. As soon as such a mission was issued, many people in the Sky Origin Sect chose to accept it. For the locals, killing monsters to level up was something that didn't exist. Increasing one's cultivation was basically a matter of training step by step. Therefore, serving as dojo masters in various places wouldn't affect one's cultivation. At most, it was just a matter of whether the spiritual energy was dense or not. Relatively speaking, there weren't many players who wanted to accept this mission. After all, for the players, there weren't many who wanted to be dojo masters in their retirement. Cultivating step by step was too slow, and it was far from being as fast as going out to kill monsters. However, there were also some farming players who had some ideas about this. Endless Mountain Range, leading team with 5 inner energy realm cultivators. Leading team now costs 200 contribution points a day. You can bring a maximum of 5 people. As long as you don't deliberately seek death, you can guarantee a stable leveling. If you fail, you will pay 10 times the compensation. 1,000-man Gang's Instance Dungeon Guide, Inner Energy Realm Cultivators Leading Team. 300 contribution points a day. guaranteed to clear the instance. If you fail, all contribution points will be refunded. In the rebuilt village, a large number of players were calling out to lead teams. Ever since Cold Mountain City was built, it had become a gathering place for the Sky Origin sect disciples. The original village for the outer sect disciples had become one of the gathering places for the players. Ever since the weapon hall had produced a Dao artifact, all the players were desperately trying to earn contribution points. Leading teams was just one of the methods. As the area expanded, other than attacking the endless mountain range, the players could also make a move on some idle small forces. These forces, most of them had bad reputations, or had names that had a bounty in the imperial court. This way, they could head to the local government to receive a reward mission, and they could also farm a certain amount of experience points. It was almost the best of both worlds. However, in order to complete the mission given by the government, they had to uproot these forces. NPCs that belonged to forces that died in the hands of the players could be revived after a period of time. Unless the force token was dropped and the token was destroyed, then they could be truly killed. However, the force token wasn't a guaranteed drop option. Therefore, in order to complete these missions, they often had to go back and forth a few times before they could truly clear the instance dungeon. For the current players, the inner energy realm was already considered a high-level player. Many of them were still at the initial stage of the true martial realm. This level of strength wouldn't be a problem in the true dominion, but it wasn't easy to level up in the spirit dominion. As a result, therefore, there was a market that required high-level players to lead teams. After shouting for about half an hour, Wang Jiao looked at the 5 true martial realm first stage and second stage players in the team. Then, he greeted the people in the other teams and led a group of people toward the Endless Mountain Range. Ever since the Sky Origin sect experts had entered the Endless Mountain Range and killed almost all the Spirit Martial Realm demon beasts, the threat of the Endless Mountain Range had decreased by a few degrees. Although there was still a steady stream of powerful demon beasts coming from other regions to the Cold Mountain Range Spirit Dominion. However, compared to before, the number of top-notch demon beasts had decreased greatly. As for the 5 inner energy realm cultivators working together, they were enough to deal with demon beasts above the 7th stage true martial realm. As long as they didn't encounter a spirit martial realm cultivator or get surrounded by a large number of demon beasts, they would be able to move unimpeded in the Endless Mountain Range. The temptation of the Dao artifact. It was much greater than Qin Shujian had imagined. In the entire Sky Origin sect, not only the sect players, but even the deacon elders were now trying their best to earn the corresponding contribution points to obtain the Dao artifact. As for the disciples of the other branches, except for the demon vein, they would also go to the main branch to take on missions. Because they weren't too far apart. Qin Shujian didn't plan to set up a mission hall in the other branches for the time being. This involved the issue of contribution points, so it wasn't something that could be done by just appointing 1 or 2 people. At this moment, Xiao Hong, who had received the order from the Marquis Bayun mansion, had already paid a visit. Sect Master Qin. Seeing Qin Shujian in front of him, Xiao Hong immediately cupped his hands and bowed. If it was in the past, with his identity as a steward of the Marquis Bayun mansion and a great cultivator of the God Martial Realm, he wouldn't need to bow to a sect master of the Spirit Dominion. Even if the other party was the master of the Spirit Dominion, he would at most be polite. After all, no matter how strong the master was, he was only in the spirit martial realm. Compared to a great cultivator of the God Martial Realm, there was still a long way to go. However, now that he saw Qin Shujian again, Xiao Hong had no choice but to treat him with solemn courtesy. Firstly, it was because of Qin Shujian's identity as a formation grandmaster. To a certain extent, he was equal to a great cultivator of the heavenly realm. Secondly, he was the reincarnation of a great figure. A reincarnation of a great figure was at least an unparalleled expert from thousands of years ago. They were definitely above the God Martial Realm. Although Xiao Hong had lived for hundreds of years, he was just a junior in front of such a great figure. In the Martial Inheritance Hall, Qin Shujian looked at the respectful Xiao Hong and said with a smile, "Steward Xiao, there's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Sect Master Qin. May I know why Steward Xiao is here this time?" Or is there something that the Marquis needs me for? The news of Sect Master Qin reaching the Grandmaster realm has spread throughout the Bayun mansion. The Marquis was very happy when he heard about it and specially ordered me to come and congratulate you. Xiaohong laughed. Qin Shujian replied, the Marquis is so thoughtful. I have a question, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. There's no harm in asking. May I know how to address you? Xiaohong's face suddenly turned serious. When he spoke, he cupped his hands and his face was full of reverence. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not reply immediately. After a while, he smiled faintly and said, Steward Xiao, you're being too serious. I'm the sect master of the Sky Origin sect, Qin Shujian. I'm sorry for being rude. Xiaohong's face turned serious and he smiled. Then, he seemed to relax a little and said, I'm here on the Marquis' order. I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? I heard that Sect Master Qin is an array grandmaster. The Marquis feels that the array Dao in the Bayun mansion is declining. He doesn't want the array Dao to end. There are some talents in the Bayun mansion who are interested in the array Dao. I hope Sect Master Qin can give them some guidance. Xiaohong said calmly. As a reward, the Bayun mansion is willing to give you 2 Grandmaster array Dao, 5 upper spiritual level cultivation skills, 1 lower divine level martial skill, and 2 level 9 ores. Such a reward was not cheap at all. However, if they were facing an array grandmaster who was comparable to a heavenly being realm expert, they had to give something equivalent. Not long after Xiaohong finished speaking, Qin Shujian did not seem to think too much. He nodded and said, this is not a big problem. I just don't know how many people the Marquis will send and what level they can reach. The Bayun mansion will send 30 people, including 5 intermediate array masters. It would be best if they can cultivate 1 or 2 upper array masters. Okay, I'll give the Bayun mansion 2 upper array masters in 3 years. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Xiaohong left. Just like how he came quietly. The purpose of his visit this time was to convey Marquis Bayun's message. Regarding this, Qin Shujian naturally had no reason to refuse. In any case, Bayun Mansion was still under the jurisdiction of Marquis Bayun. If Yuan Zong wanted to develop in Bayun Mansion, he could not offend the imperial court. Moreover, during this period of time, Marquis Bayun Mansion had given Yuan Zong a lot of help, both openly and secretly. And no matter what Marquis Bayun's purpose, at least until now, he had some friendship with him. Therefore, he immediately agreed to Xiaohong's request. Of course, the main reason was. And it was because Marquis Bayun's reward was not low at all. Regardless of whether it was upper spiritual level cultivation techniques, lower divine level martial arts, or even level 9 ores, Yuan Zong needed all of them. Especially level 9 ores. If used properly, there was a high probability that they would be equivalent to upper spiritual weapons. As for such a reward, it must be because Marquis Bayun knew his identity as a forging grandmaster. However, compared to the reward, what Xiaohong said at the end was more in line with Qin Shujian's wishes. The coordinates of the teleportation gates of the major cities in the Liang Mountain spiritual domain. It seems that my identity as a formation grandmaster is really useful. Qin Shujian thought to himself. The coordinates of the teleportation gates mentioned by Xiaohong could not be the coordinates of the inner city. Generally, the cities with teleportation gates were divided into 2 coordinates. One was the coordinates of the inner city, which was only used by the imperial court. It was the most important place. The other was not the coordinates of the inner city, which was used by some people in the cultivation world. But even so, there were very few sects who were qualified to get the coordinates of the cities. To Yuan Zong, this was an extremely good thing. Because this meant that if a teleportation gate was opened in Liang Mountain City, it could be connected to the teleportation gates of all the cities in the Liang Mountain spiritual domain. In this way, Liang Mountain City would be several times more prosperous. However, the news brought by Xiaohong. It also made Qin Shujian realize one thing. Originally, he had planned to open a transmission gate in Cold Mountain City. He had also planned to open a transmission gate in the Blue Cloud sect and several other sects. Otherwise, these sects that he had paid for would be quietly destroyed. If the Blue Cloud sect and other sects were destroyed, the properties under their names would also be scattered. Even Yuanzong would not be able to take over completely. Even if he did, it would require a huge amount of manpower and material resources. In comparison, Qin Shujian was more willing to receive a stable income of 24 million taels of silver every year. But now, however, he didn't have the intention to open up a teleportation door for the other sects, and he intended to replace it with other methods. Besides that, he wanted to summon back the domain enlightened spirit gods that resided in those 12 sections. On the other side, the news that Sky Origin sect was going to hold a competition in Cold Mountain City in 3 months had also spread out. As for the rewards, they were even more tempting. It didn't matter if he became Yuanzong's consecrator. Moreover, it was an opportunity to listen to Qin Shujian's lecture. This was a great opportunity for both artificers and array formation masters. But if they were to really compare, the former was obviously more important than the latter. If they were able to seize this opportunity to enter the Sky Origin sect and become a reverend of the Sky Origin sect, then they would definitely be able to obtain even more in the future. The former was a long-term development. The latter was a one-time benefit. So long as they didn't have any other intentions, most people would come for the opportunity to become a reverend of the Sky Origin sect. As for the news that the Sky Origin sect would open its gates and recruit disciples in 3 months, it spread out along with the news of the competition. Instantly, even Baiyun Mansion was shaken. The sect is opening its gates and recruiting disciples. In Cold Mountain City, Guanxing was originally tasting food and wine in a restaurant. When he heard the news, he was instantly stunned, and then he stood up and said, "Waiter, the bill." "Sir, it's a total of 1 silver tael. Keep the change." Guanxing directly threw down 3 silver taels, and then he left the restaurant without looking back. In the past, he would leave. He would either put down the silver taels and leave directly, or he would leave without even paying the bill. The main reason was that with his experience, he rarely took these matters seriously. If things went his way, then he would give a little more. If things didn't go his way, then he would leave directly. Could it be that the people of a small restaurant would dare to compete with cultivators? However, this was Cold Mountain City. It wasn't that Guanxing hadn't seen it before. Some cultivators were too arrogant or used to being overbearing in the past, and couldn't change in a short time. After the incident, they were directly invited to the city's enforcers. As for the consequences, there was no need to say more. In other cities, the enforcers would mostly teach them a lesson. The more serious ones would be sent to prison or something. However, Cold Mountain City was different. No matter whether it was a big or small matter, as long as they dared to cause trouble here, they would be killed on the spot. There was no room for negotiation. Such an iron-blooded method naturally caused many cultivators to complain. However, complaints were just complaints. At least on the surface, no one dared to say anything. After all, the master who was comparable to a Heaven Realm cultivator was still here. Even if a God Realm cultivator came, they would have to obediently wait. As time passed, after the news of Cold Mountain City's iron-blooded method spread, the entire city's appearance suddenly changed. No matter what status one had in the past, they had to abide by the rules of Cold Mountain City. At first, Guanxing wasn't used to it, but he forced himself to adapt. Because he wasn't used to it, they were all dead. After leaving the Cold Mountain City, Guanxing headed straight for the ancient city. Because Cold Mountain City didn't have a transfer gate, if he wanted to use a transfer gate, he would have to go to another city. As an elder of the Northern Spiritual Region's Guan clan, Guanxing was very passionate about the Tao of arrays. After hearing that Qin Shujian was an array master, he didn't care about anything else and directly rushed towards Cold Mountain City, hoping to see the array master. Unfortunately, after arriving at Cold Mountain City for a period of time, not to mention seeing Qin Shujian, he wasn't even able to step into Yuan Sect's mountain gate. Regarding this, although Guanxing was anxious, he still suppressed his impulses. Originally, he had planned to stay in Cold Mountain City for a period of time. He would only make plans for the next step when the competition started. However, Yuan Sect suddenly spread the news that they were opening their mountain gate. Guanxing had no choice but to temporarily leave and return to his clan. The northern spiritual region was very big. In other words, the cold mountain city under his feet was actually part of the northern spiritual region. If it was a general term, this place was technically where the northern spiritual region was located. However, if it was broken down, the northern spiritual region would be divided into ordinary regions, true regions, and even spirit regions. Until the last part, where there were no shackles at all. This was the true core of the northern spiritual region. As for the Guan clan, even a big family in the core of the northern spiritual region had a great cultivator of the divine martial realm at its peak. However, as time passed, the strongest great cultivator was only a prominent divine realm great cultivator. However, even so, the Guan clan was also quite famous in the northern spiritual region. Apart from that, the Guan clan also had some connections with the big sects in the northern spiritual region. They also had a powerful force behind them. As a price, the Guan clan had to send a batch of geniuses to the big sects every few years to become the hub of the relationship between the two. However, this time, Guanxing had other ideas. In terms of power, the sects in the big regions were naturally the most powerful. However, this wasn't absolute. Occasionally, there would be some exceptions. Today, Yuanzong's appearance was an exception in his eyes. A sect with an array grandmaster in charge, even if it only existed in the spirit region, was incomparable to the sects in the big regions. Guanxing counted the days. It was already very close to the time when the Guan clan would send their young descendants to the big sects again. However, now that Yuanzong was going to open the mountain gate, he immediately had the idea of taking this opportunity to send some of the Guan clan's descendants to Yuanzong. This way, if he could succeed, then the Guan clan would have a connection with Yuanzong. Of course, this matter had to be done secretly. If it was exposed, it would undoubtedly offend the original sect. The various forces in the cold mountain city were very complicated. Most of the people who came had a corresponding force behind them. After the news of Yuanzong opening the mountain gate spread, instantly many people had the same idea as Guanxing. Things were different now. Before Qin Shujian revealed the fact that he was an array grandmaster, when a big sect in the spirit region opened the mountain gate to recruit disciples, it could only affect a few spirit regions at most. Even if the other party was the spirit region's domain lord, it could at most expand the area of influence. However, after his identity as an array grandmaster was exposed, the news of Yuanzong opening the mountain gate was no longer limited to just one prefecture or one region. After the news spread, many people immediately used different methods to send the news out. Even more so, like Guanxing, they directly left the cold mountain city and rushed to the place where their forces were located. Because when Yuanzong opened the mountain gate, they had to be able to send the younger generation of their forces in. To be able to join a sect with an array grandmaster was undoubtedly equivalent to joining a top force with an Empyrean realm cultivator. Such a force. Even in the entire Great Zhao 13 prefectures, there were only a handful of them. Compared to Yuanzong, these sects might not even have the chance to open their mountain gate once in decades or centuries. However, once these forces opened their mountain gate, it would attract attention from all directions. This was the influence that a top sect had. This was something that all the sects in the spirit region and even the sects in the big regions did not have. Such sections. Every one of them had thousands of years of history. Some of them even had a history longer than the Great Zhao Empire. If Yuanzong did not have an existence like Qin Shujian, under normal circumstances, even after hundreds or thousands of years, they might not be able to reach such a force, let alone be on par with them. Just as the news of Yuanzong opening the mountain gate spread, the sects that had swallowed the resources of the 8 sects finally sent people to the cold mountain spirit region to visit Yuanzong. Wu Wanlin, elder of the Feather Immortal sect, greets sect master Qin. Beneath the martial-bearing hall, an old man in gray clothes who seemed to be in his 40s cupped his hands and said, "Elder Wu, please take a seat." "Thank you, sect master Qin." Wu Wanlin cupped his hands again and sat down. Up until now, his heart had been beating wildly. He had no choice but to be nervous. The Supreme Elder was heavily injured and had almost lost his life. The reason was that he had been struck by Sky Origin's sect guarding Dao artifact, which had almost destroyed his foundation. Sky Origin's ruthlessness was well known in the cultivation world. Now that he was here, if he accidentally said something wrong, he might not be able to walk out of the hall. If it weren't for the fact that he was the weakest and had the lowest status among all the elders of the Feather Immortal sect, Wu Wanlin wouldn't have come here no matter what. Looking at Wu Wanlin, who had a calm expression but couldn't hide the nervousness in his eyes, Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, I wonder why the Feather Immortal sect has sent Elder Wu here. Please tell me. Earlier, when your sect destroyed the experts of the Sky Martial sect, Shinji sect, and Origin sect, my sect was worried that someone would take advantage of this opportunity to plunder the resources of the three sections. Therefore, we took the initiative to seize some of the resources for the sake of returning them to their rightful owners. After sorting out his words, Wu Wanlin coughed lightly and continued. Because there are quite a lot of resources, my sect has been counting and calculating for the past few days. Only now have we truly finished counting. Therefore, I was sent to deliver the items to Sect Master Qin. As he spoke, Wu Wanlin suddenly stood up and took out 5 spatial rings from his pocket. After that, he took a few steps forward and handed them over. Qin Shujian sat there without moving. His divine sense directly landed on the 5 spatial rings. Then, he wrapped them up and moved them to his hand. Divine sense manipulation, this was a simple technique of spirit martial realm cultivators. After all, airborne realm cultivators could even lift themselves into the air, let alone a few small spatial rings. Those who could do this would have no problem even if they had just entered the spirit god realm. After taking the storage ring, Yi Zichen nodded. Qin Shujian did not check the items, and directly put them away. Soon after, a warm smile appeared on his face as he said, the way the Immortal Feather sect acts truly makes me feel ashamed. Elder Wu, if you return, please help me thank your sect master. Sect Master Qin is too courteous. Seeing this, Wu Wanlin's tensed heart relaxed a little. If there is nothing else, Elder Wu, please return. I'll take my leave. The sudden order to leave made Wu Wanlin realize what reality was. However, this was exactly what he wanted. After clasping hands and saying goodbye, he turned and left. There were already people waiting outside the palace. Seeing that the other party had walked out, the people of Yuan's sect brought him down the mountain. Inside the Chenggu Hall, Qin Shujian waved his hand in exchange for the 1,000 mountain blood. Then, he cut his finger and dripped his blood onto the 5 storage rings. Not long after, a subtle connection was established. After identifying the storage ring as its owner, he immersed his mind into it. Very soon, the items placed in the 5 storage rings immediately appeared in his perception. His divine sense swept across the area. He could roughly estimate the number of items inside. TSK, the Feather Immortal sect is really secretive. They collected all the items so quickly. The smile on Qin Shujian's face became even brighter. Then, with a thought, 6 cultivation techniques and martial arts appeared in his hand. All of them were of the same grade. They were all low-grade divine rank. For the current him, if he were to cultivate other low-grade cultivation techniques, he would have to spend his life force to deduce and upgrade them. But if he were to cultivate high-grade cultivation techniques, he would be able to rely on himself to cultivate for a short period of time. Unless he reached a place where he could no longer advance, he would need to spend his life force to upgrade. This way, he would be able to save a lot of his life force. In addition, the Yuan sect was now a great sect of the spirit region. To be more precise, it was famous in the entire Baiyun mansion. In the end, there were very few spirit rank cultivation techniques and martial arts in the sect. There was only one divine rank cultivation technique, the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. No matter how one looked at it, it was too shabby. It was also not very beneficial for the sect's unity. However, now that there was a batch of resources, it could quickly fill up the place. That would be able to quickly fill up the gaps in the library. In addition, various spiritual herbs and ores could also satisfy the needs of the alchemy hall and the smithing hall. Although spiritual herbs and ores above the 7th grade could only be used by grandmasters or even grandmasters, The current Yuan sect only had one high-grade alchemist and one alchemist who was about to become a high-grade alchemist. They did not have the qualifications to use these items. However, Qin Shujian could not guarantee when his hands would be itchy and he would use them to refine spiritual tools or pills for fun. Moreover, these items were not cheap. Naturally, he would not leave them in the hands of the Feather Immortal sect. He put away the 5 storage rings. Then, his gaze fell on the 6 cultivation techniques and martial arts in his hand. Immediately, he chose one of them and opened it. You have learned the low-grade divine rank cultivation technique, Flying Immortal Temple Tao Scripture. You have learned the low-grade divine rank cultivation technique, Ghost God Meditation Scripture. You have learned the low-grade divine rank cultivation technique, 10,000 Saints Visualization Scripture. You have learned the low-grade divine rank cultivation technique, Golden Immortal Soul Shattering Chant. The 4 cultivation techniques and martial arts disappeared. What replaced them was a series of system notifications. Immediately after, Qin Shujian looked at the remaining 2 low-grade divine rank cultivation techniques. However, he did not open them again to learn them. Instead, he put them away. Martial arts and cultivation techniques were different. The path of martial arts was about the quality, not the quantity. A mid-grade divine rank Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal was already enough for him to use against his enemies. The reason why he learned the Golden Immortal Soul Shattering Chant was only because its name attracted him. As expected. After learning this martial art, Qin Shujian discovered that it was an extremely powerful sound wave martial art. When he opened his mouth, he could kill his enemies without them noticing. After silently digesting it, Qin Shujian stood up and left the inherited martial hall. Then, he walked in the other direction of the Yuan sect. That was the location of the sect's treasury. The treasury wasn't constructed in a secret location. It was an enormous building that was constructed in a spacious area. The reason he did this was because he was worried that Liang Shan's advancement would cause the treasury to be destroyed and cause the resources within to be lost. After he became a Formation Dao Grandmaster, he'd even personally set up a strong formation there, and it was sufficient to stop people with ill intentions. Besides that, there were related people guarding the treasury to ensure that nothing would happen. The treasury is important. Sect Master, please show me your identity token. When Qin Shujian stepped foot into the area of the treasury, the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm cultivator that stood on guard there directly appeared and obstructed his path. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did as he was told and passed his identity token over. After that person took it and inspected it, he passed it back with both hands while his expression became respectful. Sect Master. Open the treasury. Yes. As the door to the treasury opened, Qin Shujian was the first to step in. The people guarding the treasury were the original bandits, so there was absolutely no problem with their loyalty. As for the fact that even the sect master wanted to inspect his identity token in front of him, it was for the sake of safety. After all, it wasn't a big problem for a cultivator with a high cultivation to change their appearance and bearing. If someone accidentally sneaked in and emptied the treasury, then Qin Shujian would have no place to cry even if he wanted to. After he entered the treasury, Qin Shujian took out all the items within the 5 storage rings. Instantly, the treasury that was originally only filled with 1/10 of the treasury directly occupied 1/3 of the space. However, he'd removed cultivation techniques and martial techniques from all the resources. After he left the treasury, he went to the library again and placed all these things inside. Now that the Yuan sect had been promoted to a great sect of the spirit domain, the library had undergone an adjustment. All the cultivation techniques below the truth rank were placed on the 1st level. The truth rank cultivation techniques were placed on the 2nd level. The 3rd level of the spirit rank. The 4th level of the divine rank. As for the 5th level, it was still empty. Qin Shujian himself hadn't thought of what to put in there. Moreover, even the inner sect elders weren't qualified to set foot on the 5th level at the moment. After he'd taken care of these matters, Qin Shujian returned to the courtyard, took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and placed them neatly on the stone table. He looked at the white rice paper in front of him. With a wave of his hand, subtle runes condensed and fell on the paper. The spirit energy of heaven and earth flowed as the runes fell and poured into the paper. Hum. An invisible wave spread out. The rice paper moved without wind, as if a large invisible hand was holding it up. Then, one by one, they floated up and floated in the air. On each piece of paper, a small rune flickered faintly. The spirit energy of heaven and earth poured in. As time passed, the white rice paper gradually turned light blue. Finally, when the spirit energy of heaven and earth dissipated, they fell back to their original positions one by one. When I have time, I'll have to buy some spirit paper. Otherwise, I'll have to do it myself every time. It's always a troublesome matter. Xianxia shook his head and muttered to himself. It was very difficult to use ordinary rice paper to carry high-level cultivation techniques and martial arts. Unless, when writing, one's mind controlled it. As the cultivation technique and martial arts were written, the spirit energy would gather and transform it into spirit paper. But doing so would be very troublesome. A moment of carelessness could cause the paper to crack. Therefore, he directly used the methods of a blacksmith to upgrade ordinary rice paper to spirit paper. But no matter what, it would take time and was a troublesome matter. After making up his mind to buy some spirit paper, Xianxia moved the stack of spirit paper in front of him closer. Then, he picked up a brush, dipped it in some black ink, and directly wrote on it. Immersing his mind, he recalled everything about cultivation techniques and martial arts in his mind. At the same time, the brush in his hand constantly waved. Along with the spirit energy of heaven and earth, words that seemed to have spirituality appeared, as if they were jumping on the paper. In the courtyard. A man in a green robe with a straight back, holding a brush in one hand and silently writing something on the spirit paper. The surrounding spirit energy of heaven and earth naturally gathered, showing a light blue mist lingering. Suddenly, he looked over. He was like an immortal. After the feather immortal sect obediently delivered the items. A few days later, the other sects also delivered their items one after another. After obtaining these items, the Origin School's resources instantly skyrocketed. Because the items that the Origin School obtained were definitely not as simple as the resources of 8 great sects of the realm of spirit. If one were to seriously calculate, it would be enough to obtain the resources of 10 great sects of the realm of spirit. As for where the additional resources came from, it was easy to understand without much thought. After obtaining these resources, Xianxia chose another 3 low divine level techniques, gathering all 7 techniques in one go. On the summit of Mount Liang, a man in a green robe sat cross-legged. The originally buried spirit stones had entered the mountain when Mount Liang leveled up. Together with the spirit energy of the world, they nourished the mountain. However, compared to the current 900-meter-tall mountain, the effect of 2 spirit stones in a short period of time was negligible. After all, no matter how powerful spirit stones were, there was a limit to how much spirit energy a spirit stone could attract. However, money was easy to obtain, but spirit stones were hard to find. Xianxia wanted to collect more spirit stones. Unfortunately, even in the Qingyun Trading Company, there were no spirit stones. One must know that spirit stones were nurtured by the world. Not to mention that they were extremely rare. Those who obtained them would not sell them. After all, if a spirit stone was used properly, it could be treated as a legacy treasure. It was equivalent to having an endless supply of spirit energy for people to absorb. On the summit of Mount Liang, dense light shrouded the mountain. It was as if there was an illusory spirit god swallowing the spirit energy of the world. At the same time, Xianxia was also receiving system notifications. You have cultivated diligently. The Flying Celestial Temple's Taoist scripture has reached the 2nd stage. You have cultivated diligently. The Flying Celestial Temple's Taoist scripture has reached the 3rd stage. You have cultivated diligently, you have cultivated diligently. The Flying Celestial Temple's Taoist scripture has reached the 11th stage. After reaching the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual martial realm, the speed of cultivation was enough to make all the basic realm and even true martial realm geniuses blush with shame. It took him less than half a month to do so. Xianxia had upgraded all 6 cultivation methods to the level of Zhenwu chapter. As the cultivation method entered the Zhenwu chapter, although the cultivation progress slowed down, it was still increasing at a considerable speed. Another half a month passed. The Flying Celestial Temple Taoist scripture had directly reached the 6th level of true martial arts. It was only a step away from reaching the 7th level of true martial arts and officially entering the physical invulnerability stage. Flying Celestial Temple Taoist scripture. It was a cultivator who visualized a Tao in his mind as a foundation and then visualized it to increase his own strength. This kind of cultivation method, it required an extreme amount of willpower. At the same time, he also needed to create a sufficiently powerful existence. On the Flying Celestial Temple Taoist scripture, there was a visualization diagram for people to use to cultivate. However, Qin Shujian did not use the visualization diagram in the Flying Celestial Temple Tao scripture. Instead, he used his own body as the foundation and viewed himself as the great Tao. He used this to visualize himself and increase his strength. Such a method. Perhaps the prerequisite was that the improvement would be very slow, but the further one progressed, the greater the benefits. Of course, this also required the person who visualized himself to have sufficient confidence in his own strength. Otherwise, it would not be of much use. Since Qin Shujian came to this world, he had never been defeated. After fighting and killing, his heart had nurtured a firm belief and he could be considered an expert. Therefore, it was not a big problem for him to visualize himself as the foundation. Except for Qin Shujian, the bow of heaven and earth, the third-grade golden lotus and the blood of 1,000 mountains were also absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After reaching the level of a Tao artifact, the effect of absorbing spiritual energy was minimal. However, a Tao artifact could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions. It was not only beneficial to the Tao artifact itself, it was also greatly beneficial to the entire mountain gate. For this reason, Qin Shujian also threw out the remaining 8 idle Tao artifacts. After setting up a confinement formation around them, he allowed them to absorb spiritual energy and nourish themselves. In this way, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Sect Yuan's main vein was more than a few times richer than before. The richer the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the more beneficial it was to the cultivation of the people in the sect. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian retracted his divine sense and then stood up to look into the distance. His brows furrowed slightly. As for the bow of heaven and earth on the other side, it had also stopped absorbing spiritual energy and floated to his side. In the perception of the man and the bow, in a place that could not be seen by the naked eye, there seemed to be a 7-colored light lingering in it. Heaven and earth barrier. There was no way Qin Shujian would ever forget this 7-colored light. When he was at the end of the Liang Mountain spirit domain, he had seen the existence of the heaven and earth barrier with his own eyes. Or rather, most of the people in the Liang Mountain spirit domain were familiar with the heaven and earth barrier. One had to know that this place was near the end of the world. Anyone who had a trace of curiosity in their heart would go to the end of the world to investigate. Naturally, they would be able to see the existence of the heaven and earth barrier. However, the heaven and earth barrier had always been in a state between reality and illusion. If one did not get close, one would not be able to sense the existence of the barrier. But now, Qin Shujian was on Liang Mountain and felt the existence of the heaven and earth barrier through the spirit god. This was clearly not normal. He looked at the bow of heaven and earth on the side. His heart slightly moved, and he immediately asked, "It seems that you have also sensed the existence of the heaven and earth barrier. Do you know why the heaven and earth barrier has such an abnormality?" "I know." A heavy aura involuntarily emitted from the bow of heaven and earth. An old voice also came from it, "The heaven and earth barrier covers all directions. Unless it is near the end of the world, it will not appear in front of people. However, there is a situation where the heaven and earth barrier has an abnormality. That is, a new area is about to be born." After the bow of heaven and earth finished speaking, Qin Shujian's pupils shrank. He immediately looked into the distance again and said in a deep voice, "You mean, an ordinary realm is about to be born?" An ordinary realm is about to be born. This was not something that was worth being shocked about. But what really shocked him was that the speed of the birth of an ordinary realm was too fast. According to Qin Shujian's original plan, for an ordinary realm to be born, it would take at least a few decades, or at most a few hundred years. Now that this situation had occurred, it would definitely not take too long. "In your opinion, how long will it take for an ordinary realm to be born?" "If it is slow, it will take at least a year, and if it is fast, it will take a few months. An ordinary realm will definitely be born. The bow of heaven and earth's tone also became serious. This area has been promoted to the true domain, and then the spirit domain. It has been affected by the spirit chi of heaven and earth many times, causing the surrounding areas to grow greatly. Correspondingly, the birth of an ordinary realm has been brought forward. To tell the truth, even with the bow of heaven and earth's knowledge, it was still shocked by the current situation. Because in its memory, such a thing had never happened before. The Liang Mountain spirit domain's location was too strange. It happened to be at the edge of the world. The spirit chi of heaven and earth poured in many times, causing the birth of an ordinary realm to be accelerated by a lot. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's heart sank again. If it was slow, it would take at least a year, and if it was fast, it would take a few months. Everything was estimated according to the fastest plan. In a few months, a new ordinary realm would be born at the edge of the Liang Mountain spirit domain. This was a very important matter. The birth of an ordinary realm. It meant the birth of an evil spirit. Although quite a number of demons had died at his hands, Qin Shujian would not underestimate them just because of that. After all, the reason why he killed the evil spirits was because they could not display their strength under the shackles of the ordinary realm. Secondly, they had just broken the seal and were in a severely injured state. If a new ordinary realm was born, then he would have to face the evil spirits at their peak. Evil spirits, even the weakest of them, had stepped into the heaven realm. The most important thing was, Qin Shujian could not let the evil spirits out of the range of the ordinary realm. This was because once they left the ordinary realm, they would directly enter the spirit domain. The shackles of the spirit domain could even be broken by prominent sage cultivators. In the eyes of the evil spirits, it would be dispensable. When the time came, if they were not careful, a monstrous demon disaster would engulf the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain. If it was serious, it could even affect the entire Baiyun prefecture, or even the great Zhao 13 prefectures. Trouble. This was the only thought in Qin Shujian's mind. Yes, trouble. If he was not an Array Dao Grandmaster, he might have considered packing up Yuanzhong and evacuating first. However, as an Array Dao Grandmaster, Qin Shujian did not have much confidence in his heart. An Array Dao Grandmaster was comparable to a Heaven Realm cultivator. This was only a rumor in the outside world. However, he was not sure if it was really the same as a Heaven Realm cultivator. Moreover, even if it was really comparable to a Heaven Realm cultivator, the Heaven Realm could not be a simple realm with no difference in levels. To put it bluntly, or with his current strength, there was no clear boundary. This was the first time Qin Shujian had encountered a situation like the Liang Mountain spirit domain. After all, in a spirit domain, the surroundings were mostly surrounded by the true domain or even the great domain. Even the worst could be connected to the ordinary realm. However, if it was like the Liang Mountain spirit domain, which was directly connected to the limits of heaven and earth, it was probably the only place in the entire great Zhao 13 prefectures. However, there were advantages and disadvantages to the ordinary realm. The advantage was that there were many treasures in the newly created ordinary realm. Yuanzhong, being close to the water pavilion, had the opportunity to enter first and plunder the resources. As for the disadvantages, that could only be the danger of the evil spirits. Although he was worried, Qin Shujian didn't feel any fear. No matter what, he was still an Array Dao Grandmaster. Even if the ordinary realm really came into being, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if he could not deal with the evil spirits, protecting Yuanzhong would not be a problem. The strange appearance of the heaven and earth barrier. Qin Shujian only took a few glances before temporarily putting this matter to the back of his mind. There were still a few months left. There was still time to make some preparations. Subsequently, he placed his attention on the attribute panel. After half a month, his life force source had increased by nearly 2 million, and combined with his original life force source, it had reached 8 million. But unfortunately, with 8 million life force sources, even the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal, which had reached the pinnacle level, could be upgraded. But regretfully, the Gui Yuan Ancestral Cannon still did not have a plus sign that could be upgraded. Subsequently, looking at the life source above, With a thought, Qin Shujian consumed almost 1 million life source and directly upgraded the low-grade divine martial art, golden immortal soul-shattering chant, to the great desolate realm. Instantly, a powerful memory appeared in his mind. Scenes that seemed to be real flashed past one after another. After a long time, Qin Shujian woke up from this memory. Then, he looked at the remaining 7 million life source and did not use it again. Spending 1 million to upgrade a beginner-level martial art to the Great Desolate Realm was acceptable. The Great Desolate Devil Suppressing Seal could still be upgraded. But at this stage, the Great Desolate Devil Suppressing Seal was enough for him to use. Even if it was upgraded to the unity of heaven and man level, it would not be of much use. After storing the remaining life source, Qin Shujian left Liang Mountain and came to Liang Mountain City. Now, almost all the places in Liang Mountain City had shops, and all the shops were occupied by sects and other forces. Just the monthly rent, as well as the tax for Yuanzhong. It was a very considerable number. Before the 8 sects came, although Liang Mountain City had some people, it was not very prosperous. Most of it was supported by Yuanzhong's own people. But after the 8 sects incident, Liang Mountain City's prosperity had increased by more than 10 times. In just a short month, it had become the most prosperous city in the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain. There was no other city. A large number of array masters and blacksmiths had gathered here. This caused the array and blacksmiths to become extremely popular here. Vaguely, there were 2 sacred grounds. This was the power of a grandmaster. Wherever a grandmaster was, it was a holy land. Qin Shujian had set aside a small area of the cold mountain city in advance. He hadn't done any construction work. He had only sent people to watch over it. He hadn't allowed anyone to set foot in it. The reason why he did this, it was to prepare for the opening of a teleportation portal in the future. Qin Shujian flew over. The forbidden space array in Cold Mountain City was nothing to him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in Cold Mountain City. The speed of flight was very fast, but it wasn't enough to fool everyone. After all, there was no lack of cultivators at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm or above in Frost Mountain City, so they were still able to notice that figure that flashed by with their divine perception. However, when they saw the corner of the green robe, a puzzled look appeared on their faces. However, he quickly reacted. His expression then turned into shock and ecstasy. There was a forbidden space array in Cold Mountain City. Even great cultivators at the divine martial realm didn't have the chance to fly. In the entire Cold Mountain City, the only person who could ignore the array set up by a grandmaster was the person who set up the array. Qin Shujian. Therefore, anyone who saw the corner of the green robe understood that Grandmaster Qin from the Origin sect had arrived in Cold Mountain City. Immediately, many people started to move. They wanted to find Qin Shujian. He had been staying in the Origin sect for so long. Now that he had suddenly arrived in Cold Mountain City, they all hoped to meet him. Even if it was just to get acquainted with him, it would be good to form a good relationship with him. Return to the inn and wait for me. Master, Wei Zimin had a puzzled look on his face. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw that Qing Lang had completely disappeared. When he saw this, he could only helplessly close his mouth. In the end, he looked at Qing Lang who had disappeared and shook his head helplessly. In the end, he returned to the inn with his junior sister. Master must have thought of something urgent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so suddenly. Ever since he had arrived in Cold Mountain City, Qing Lang had always been carefree. It was rare for him to act so abnormally like today. However, Wei Zimin wasn't too worried. After all, his master was also an expert. There weren't many people in Cold Mountain City who could pose a threat to him. On the other side, Qing Lang recalled the direction in which the green robe had disappeared. He immediately chased after it. Along the way, he also discovered many people who were doing the same thing. Among them, there were familiar faces as well as unfamiliar faces. However, everyone didn't greet him when they saw him. They didn't even say anything. They all tacitly headed in the same direction. This is an important place in the city. Stop. With a cold shout, Wang Hu carried a long sword on his back and blocked Qing Lang and the others. Although he was at the first level of the spiritual martial realm, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing a group of airborne realm and prominent divine realm cultivators. When they saw this, the others had no choice but to stop. Qing took a step forward and cupped his hands. This old man wishes to see Grandmaster Qin. I wonder if you can make an exception? I'm sorry. Without the sect master's order, no one can approach. Qing was speechless. For a moment, he didn't know whether to advance or retreat. It had been almost a month. It wasn't easy to see Qin Shujian come to Cold Mountain City. If he just left like this, he wouldn't be willing. However, he didn't have the courage to force his way in. Angering a grandmaster of Array Dao was even more terrifying than angering an ordinary diviner cultivator. It wasn't just Qing. Even the other people looked hesitant. No one knew what they were thinking. Suddenly, Wang Hu's ears twitched slightly. He immediately retreated. Then, under the astonished gazes of Qing and the others, he said, "The sect master has ordered that you can enter." "Thank you." After a short moment of astonishment, Qing and the others looked happy. They cupped their hands and thanked Wang Hu. Then, they walked inside. This was a corner of Cold Mountain City. There was only a wall around it. It was like a small inner city. After Qing and the others entered, they saw Qin Shujian walking over with his hands behind his back. He was looking at the empty space in front of him without doing anything. However, after seeing this figure, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, Sect Master Qin. Everyone, please rise." Qin Shujian turned around and looked at Qing and the others with a smile on his face. To this, Qing and the others couldn't help but feel relieved. When they saw Qin Shujian's young face, no one had any strange expressions. Instead, they were even more respectful. This Grandmaster Qin in front of them was the reincarnation of an almighty. Although he wasn't old in this life, he was at least a senior who had lived for thousands of years. In the cultivation world, no one would judge a person based on appearance. That was a very foolish behavior. Qin Shujian said, "Since you're all here, it's considered an opportunity. Then, please keep quiet. Don't worry, Grandmaster Qin. We won't disturb you." The others nodded and replied. At the same time, they were somewhat excited. The current environment combined with the current situation. Without a doubt, this Grandmaster Qin was going to do something shocking. Could it be, he's going to open a teleportation gate? Such a thought had already appeared in some people's minds, and their faces turned a little red. The only thing lacking in Cold Mountain City was, the only thing missing was a teleportation gate. To open a teleportation gate, only an Array Grandmaster could do it. Now, this isolated area was also used as a reference to the teleportation gates in other cities. This way, the situation was clear. Ignoring what the others were thinking, Qin Shujian turned around and looked at the empty space in front of him. Then, the storage ring on his hand flashed and a seal appeared in the air. The moment they saw the seal appear, many people's expressions changed slightly. They recognized that this was one of the Celestial Sect's Dao artifacts, the Mountain Suppressing Seal. However, compared to its reputation as a Dao artifact, the Mountain Suppressing Seal no longer had the power and spirituality that a Dao artifact should have. Instead, it looked more like an inanimate object. Then, Qin Shujian flicked his finger and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. A talisman was formed and landed on the Mountain Suppressing Seal. Buzz, the Mountain Suppressing Seal, which was originally the size of a palm, seemed to have unlocked some kind of restriction when the talisman landed on it. Its size instantly increased by 10 times. Then, the space in front of them ignited with the bright King Hellfire and enveloped the huge Mountain Suppressing Seal. The moment the bright King Hellfire appeared, the blacksmiths at the scene were puzzled. Obviously, even with their eyesight, they couldn't tell what kind of fire Qin Shujian was using. However, they were puzzled. No one dared to disturb them. Instead, they looked at the scene with excitement. After all, the Mountain Suppressing Seal was a Dao artifact. Even if the spirituality of the seal was destroyed, the quality of the material was still there. It wouldn't be easy for the bright King Hellfire to melt it. As for the current situation, Qin Shujian had already expected it. In everyone's eyes, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly went berserk. The vast and dense spiritual energy was like a light green fog that gathered towards them. Then, the spiritual energy surged. One talisman after another appeared and fell into the bright King Hellfire. In an instant, 365 talismans landed. The bright King Hellfire turned into a huge fire lotus that bloomed. Every petal was formed by the terrifying flames. It completely engulfed the entire mountain-suppressing seal. At the same time, a terrifying heat spread out. Anyone who sensed this aura involuntarily stepped back. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the fire lotus. Everyone present. Other than those in the vision domain, there were even 2 great cultivators in the god martial arts realm. However, none of them dared to face the Wisdom King Hellfire head-on. Under the support of a master's technique, the Wisdom King Hellfire had been raised to an extremely terrifying level. Next, Qin Shujian waved his hand and one rune after another appeared in the void like a stroke of God. Then, they fell into the fire lotus. The scorching aura had already burned the space to the point that it was slightly distorted. Under the burning of such a terrifying fire lotus, even though the mountain-suppressing seal was a Taoist artifact-level material, it could not withstand it at this moment and was melting bit by bit in front of everyone's eyes. Rumble, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed in continuously. Every time a rune appeared, it was clearly an extremely simple outline, but it gave off a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. It was as if every stroke had already reached the point of returning to the original state. The runes were formed by spiritual energy mixed with vital essence. They were both dead objects. But they also seemed like living creatures. Under the control of Qin Shujian's divine thought and the runes fell, the melted mountain-suppressing seal slowly condensed from a liquid state into the shape of a square altar. It took less than 10 minutes from start to finish. A squarish altar had already formed in the middle of the fire lotus. Withdraw. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and grasped the air. The fire lotus that was enough to make a great cultivator in the god martial arts realm pale directly fell into his hand as if it had met its natural enemy. Then, the terrifying temperature suddenly dropped. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Shujian's movements. For a blacksmith, melting and condensing the object was only the first part. However, just this part alone was enough to make other blacksmiths gasp in amazement. Refining objects in the void, this was at least a master's technique. If ordinary blacksmiths wanted to smelt items, they would have to rely on the relevant tools. For someone like Qin Shujian, who refined items out of thin air, not only did he need to have great control, he also needed a deep understanding of runes. Just the runes that were inserted into the Wisdom King Hellfire. It already contained thousands of changes. The blacksmiths and array masters present could only recognize a small part of the runes just now. Most of them were confused. He ignored the thoughts of the people in the hall. When the altar began to take shape, Qin Shujian's face suddenly became serious. His huge divine sense came out of his body and turned into an invisible hammer, bombarding the altar directly. Bang, the loudest sound is silent. There was clearly no sound, but everyone felt their hearts sink. It was as if there was an earth-shattering explosion in their minds. Not only that. When the spiritual hammer descended, everyone in Cold Mountain City felt their hearts tremble. The hammer fell. The altar shook violently, as if something was spilling out. Qin Shujian condensed 712 runes in one breath, and all of them were instantly injected into the altar. Rumble, thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Soon after, thunderbolts as thick as an adult's arm descended. At the same time, a layer of invisible barrier appeared above Cold Mountain City, directly eliminating the thunderbolts. Look at this. Qin Shujian immediately diverted part of his attention and sent out a rune to temporarily remove the defensive formation of the Cold Mountain City. At that moment, another bolt of lightning descended and bombarded the altar. The lightning passed through the spiritual hammer. Qin Shujian was a little surprised by the numbness. Originally, he was prepared to use a grandmaster's method to cancel out the thunderbolts if the situation was not right. However, he found that when the extreme yang power of the thunderbolts passed through the spiritual will, it did not make the spiritual will tremble. Instead, when the thunderbolts passed through, traces of extreme yang power were attracted by the spiritual will hammer, rendering the invisible spiritual will with something divine will. For no reason, Qin Shujian thought of this feature. Perhaps it was because of this feature that he was not afraid of the extreme yang power of the thunderbolts. However, this was just a guess. For Qin Shujian, the most important thing right now was to complete the altar. In an instant, 9 thunderbolts descended, bombarding the altar and making it tremble violently. The originally melted shape gradually solidified under the bombardment of the thunderbolts. After the 9 thunderbolts, no more thunderbolts fell. However, the thunderclouds in the sky still did not dissipate. Immediately, the spiritual will hammer fell again. At this moment, the invisible spiritual will hammer had an additional arc of thunderbolts. Finally, in front of everyone's eyes, it hit one of the nodes of the altar. It was supposed to be an ordinary hammer. However, Qin Lang and the others were able to see something different from the trajectory of their descent, as well as the soul-shaking roar that they heard at the end. The reason why a grandmaster was a grandmaster. It was because his skills were close to Tao. The same method, a grandmaster expert was close to the essence. When he performed the method, it was more like returning to the original state. His every move was Tao. Sitting and lying were also Tao. When Qin Shujian entered the Grandmaster realm, he had now reached such a level. As another spiritual will hammer fell, runes were born in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The thunderclouds in the sky poured down thunderbolts again. Bang! Bang! As the spiritual will hammer fell one after another, the thunderbolts in the sky continued to bombard. The terrifying aura of the thunderbolts spread, forcing the others to retreat or directly support their earth energy to block the erosion of the aura. As for Qin Shujian, the invisible spiritual will protected his body. No matter how much the thunderbolts spread, they could not affect him at all. After the 9 divine will hammers fell, Yi Zichen was stunned. The last thunderbolt struck in the sky. When the last thunderbolt fell, the thunderclouds in the sky slowly dissipated. In an instant, it seemed like a 5-colored glow overflowed and directly appeared in the sky. Now, the altar was completely revealed. When it fell to the ground, the entire cold mountain city seemed to tremble slightly. On the surface of the bronze altar, there were green runes engraved on it, and a heavy aura spread out. This is an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Lang was shocked. He stared at the altar without relaxing for a moment. An upper-grade spiritual weapon was completed in front of him. It was needless to say how shocking it was. One must know. Tao weapons could not be forged. Therefore, the limit of what a Grandmaster expert could forge was an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Although the mountain-suppressing seal was made of a Tao weapon, there was one thing to know. A Tao weapon's material and a Tao weapon's material were 2 different concepts. A Tao weapon was like a precious material. Not everyone could smith something of the same level after getting their hands on it. If the mountain-suppressing seal fell into his hands, Qin Lang was not confident that he could even melt and refine it, let alone forge an upper-grade spiritual weapon. When the altar fell to the ground, boom, the void trembled. Then, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand. As if it could stir up the power of heaven and earth, it directly attracted the vast spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Finally, a huge rune condensed in the void. Then, his spiritual will returned to his body and he roared, "Open!" As soon as he finished speaking, the rune appeared, the void collapsed. The calm space in front of them was cut by a sharp blade, revealing a pitch-black crack. Behind the crack, there seemed to be endless colorful light. The moment the crack appeared, everyone held their breaths and did not dare to relax for a moment. Their fists were clenched tightly, showing their nervousness. Qin Shujian's face was also very solemn. One after another, mysterious and terrifying runes appeared and turned into sharp blades. The space in front of them shattered like a mirror, as if something was being forcibly plucked out. But soon, the shattered space was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. But after the repaired space, however, it suddenly became distorted. At the same time, Qin Shujian's hand seemed to be holding an invisible object and directly bombarded the space in front of him. Boom! A terrifying wind swept in all directions. The distorted space seemed to have suffered a terrible impact. At this moment, an endless passage appeared in front of everyone. Ha! The moment the passage appeared, one rune after another was arranged in a mysterious and unpredictable way and directly fell into the passage. Suddenly, the passage seemed to have been solidified by a mysterious force and did not close again. After that, Xianxia used a master's skill again. The stable passage disappeared bit by bit, as if it had completely disappeared. Only the remaining power fell on the altar and formed a 5-star array. After doing all this, Xianxia completely stopped. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that was originally drawn here suddenly lost its target and dissipated in all directions. The defensive array of Cold Mountain City was also reopened at this time. All the strange phenomena disappeared as if they had never existed. Marvelous, truly marvelous. At this time, a formation master finally could not help but sigh. His words were full of admiration. After watching Xianxia forge the upper-grade spiritual weapon and the last method of opening the portal, he had a different kind of understanding in his current realm. Although after digesting this understanding, it might not be able to help him break through his current realm. But after digesting this understanding, it would definitely be of great benefit to his future path. Thinking of this, that person bowed down and said sincerely, "Today, Sect Master Qin used your body to spread the Tao. Tongjing is very grateful. If Sect Master Qin does not mind, I am willing to serve you as your disciple. I only hope that I can repay the kindness of my master for enlightening me." After saying this, everyone looked at Tongjing with a strange look in their eyes. "Serve him, master?" Looking at the white-haired appearance and the words that came out of his mouth, no matter how they listened to it, they felt very uncomfortable. However, Tongjing's words caused the others to come to their senses. They immediately bowed and followed suit. If they could take this opportunity to enter Xianxia's eyes, then they would definitely have a chance to go further in the future. They did not expect to enter the Master Realm. But if they could have a glimpse of the Master Realm, it would be their life's wish. To this, Xianxia shook his head and said, "All of you can participate in the competition 2 months from now if you are interested. Those who stand out will be given the position of sinecure by Yuanzong." After saying this, he had already flown away. Xianxia left without hesitation. He had no intention of taking in disciples. At least not for now. For him now, recruiting a large number of disciples to harvest the source of life was the right way. As for teaching disciples, it was not as good as cultivating on his own. After all, in Xianxia's opinion, disciples and whatnot were of no use at all. Unless he had really reached the top of the world, he might consider this problem. However, Xianxia also thought that the probability was not high. It was troublesome to take in disciples. It was even more troublesome to raise disciples. If it was noticed by some people, there might be another flaw in it. Of course, Xianxia admitted that he was not a person who would be threatened, but he did not like to be threatened by others. For this, Qinglang and the others only showed a regretful look. Just now, when they watched the casting of the spiritual weapon and the opening of the portal, everyone more or less gained something in their hearts. After all, among the people who could come, he was an expert with a decent cultivation base, and he had a lot of insight into the Tao of formations and forging. Even the methods that Xianxia used most of the time made them confused. But as long as they understood 1 or 2 points, it was enough. "Everyone, this old man will take his leave first." Qinglang cupped his hands and turned to leave. Xianxia had already left. There was no need to stay here. Moreover, the portal had been completed. It would not be long before the experts of Yuan's sect came to guard it. They, who were idlers, would also be the targets of expulsion. Rather than being expelled, it would be better to take the initiative to leave and look better. From the time he left to the time he returned to the inn, Qinglang had a smile on his face. Obviously, he was in a good mood. After returning to the inn, Wei Zimin didn't even have time to ask anything before the other party's words shut him up. "I will be in seclusion for a few days. Don't let anyone disturb me during this period. In addition, don't go out casually." Just stay in the inn. After that. Without waiting for the senior brother and sister to reply, Jing Lang entered his room and closed the door tightly. On the other side. After opening the portal, Qin Shujian had already returned to Yuan sect. The following days were much simpler. After opening the teleportation gate, he silently cultivated the cultivation method that he had. Without relying on the source of life, he tried his best to improve his strength. However, he had reached the peak of the Zephyr realm. Although these deity-level cultivation techniques were of a very high level, they were of a very high level. However, in the case of the basic martial technique and the genuine martial technique, it would be difficult to increase one's strength. However, it would not be easy to train these techniques to the spiritual martial technique. Time slowly passed. 10 days later, Xiaohong came to visit again. This time, other than himself, he also brought a group of people with him. He also brought along the coordinates of the teleportation gates of the major cities in Liang Mountain Spirit Domain that Qin Shujian wanted. Lord Qin, they are from the Baiyun Marquis Mansion. Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked behind Xiaohong. There were 30 people standing there, all of them young. The leaders were slightly older, but they were not yet middle-aged. When he used his spirit eye, Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. Everyone's attributes were exposed in front of his eyes. This time, there were 5 middle-grade array masters, and the rest were all low-grade array masters. Apart from the lack of a top-grade array master, this group was barely passable. However, this group was passable. Compared to the Baiyun Mansion's declining array Dao. From Qin Shujian's perspective, he could put it bluntly. Everyone present was trash. Apart from their array Dao, their cultivation was not bad. Almost all of them were inner invulnerability realm cultivators. Some of them had even reached the physical invulnerability realm. At such a young age, coupled with such a cultivation. If they were another sex, they would be called geniuses. When Qin Shujian looked over, the 30 people bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Lord Qin." From the outside, everyone was about the same age. However, in their hearts, Qin Shujian in front of them was the reincarnation of a powerful person. Although he looked young, his age was at least 1,000 years. Not to mention that he was a 2-stage grandmaster. No matter what identity he had, he was someone they could only look up to. No need to be so courteous. Qin Shujian nodded. Immediately after, he called over an inner court deacon and said, "Take them away and settle them down properly." Yes. The inner gate deacon bowed and then straightened his back. He looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "Come with me." Hearing this, no one said anything and left behind the inner gate deacon. Then, Qin Shujian looked at Xiaohong and said with a smile, "Steward Xiao, please come with me." "Haha, I'll do as you say." In the courtyard, the two sat opposite each other. It was not the first time Xiaohong came here, but every time he came here, there seemed to be a different change. Especially when his palm touched the stone table, he could not help but look surprised. This is a spiritual weapon? It's not a spiritual weapon. It's just a half-step spiritual weapon. Sect Master Qin is really generous. A mere ordinary stone can be tempered to a half-step spiritual weapon. Such a method is really uncanny and amazing. Xiaohong clicked his tongue in wonder. It was also the first time he saw the method of a grandmaster forger. Ordinary things like the stone table in front of him were almost everywhere. At most, they could absorb more spiritual qi than other stones, but they were far from being out of their original quality. But even so, Qin Shujian could also temper it to a half-step spiritual weapon. Such a method. It could be said to have turned something rotten into something magical. In response to Xiaohong's praise, Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "It's just a half-step spiritual weapon. Even an ordinary spiritual martial realm cultivator may not take it seriously, let alone others. A half-step spiritual weapon is naturally nothing. But if this half-step spiritual weapon is engraved with Sect Master Qin's name, its value will be completely different." Xiaohong's words caused Qin Shujian to be stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Engraving his own name, this was something that he had never thought about before. But on second thought, Wasn't this the so-called celebrity effect? Now that he was a dignified grandmaster of two paths, if he added his name and seal to the items that he personally forged, then the value of the items would be doubled. After all, everyone wanted to be related to a grandmaster. If he could get his hands on the item in the future, he might even be able to form a good relationship. Although the cultivation world paid attention to practicality, it also depended on who it was. If it was with the identity of a grandmaster, there might be some value. However, these were only Qin Shujian's own thoughts. He couldn't go around saying it, but Xiaohong did remind him. As for Qin Shujian's thoughts, Xiaohong wasn't sure either. He took out a storage ring, handed it over and said, "This is the reward I promised Sect Master Qin. There is also a jade talisman in it that records the teleportation coordinates of the 5 cities in the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate that have teleportation doors." "Thank you." Qin Shujian reached out to take it. The Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate was not like the other spirit protectorates. As a newly born spirit protectorate, it only included the 5 great true protectorates and some ordinary protectorates, excluding the Liang Mountain True Protectorate. In the True Protectorate, normally, there was only one city with a teleportation door, which was the core of the entire True Protectorate. The Liang Mountain True Protectorate had advanced too quickly, so the Imperial Court hadn't had time to open a teleportation door there. In the end, it had advanced directly to the Spirit Protectorate level. Qin Shujian did not check the authenticity of the storage ring. Given the status of the Baiyun Marquis abode, there was no need to fake such things. If he checked the authenticity of the ring immediately, he would be lowering his status. When he saw Qin Shujian put away the item properly, Xiaohong's expression suddenly changed. He asked in a low voice, "What plans do you have for the next few months, Sect Master Qin? How are you going to deal with that matter?" That matter? Qin Shujian only had to think twice before he understood what Xiaohong was referring to. Upon hearing this, Xiaohong shook his head. "The birth of the ordinary protectorate is inevitable. I plan to set up an array formation at the border. When the time comes, if an evil spirit appears, it will be able to resist a little. When the ordinary protectorate is born, there will be an impact of the spirit chi tide. Sect Master Qin, you have to pay attention to this to prevent the array from being damaged." Although Xiaohong was not clear about the means of an array Dao Grandmaster, he still reminded him. Otherwise, if there were any flaws in the array formation under the impact of the spirit chi tide, it would definitely be troublesome. Spirit chi tide? Qin Shujian muttered the name. Soon after, he nodded and said, "I will pay attention to this matter. I'm just saying. A Grandmaster level array formation is not ordinary. No matter how strong the spirit chi tide is, it might not be able to shake a Grandmaster level array formation. What plans does the Marquis have?" This time, the ordinary protectorate is about to be born at the border of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. The Marquis has already noticed it and sent a message to the Central State Palace. "I'm afraid that when the time comes, there will be experts from the Imperial Court coming to help us deal with the evil spirit." Xiaohong did not hide anything and said truthfully. This time, the ordinary protectorate was born at the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. It was different from other regions. If the ordinary protectorate was born in other regions, Baiyun Manor's strength was enough to suppress it. Even if there were some flaws, it would not cause too much trouble. However, the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain was not bad. If there were any flaws, it would be a disaster for the entire Spirit Domain. If something went wrong, the entire Baiyun Manor would fall into chaos. If it was more serious, it might even shake the foundation of the Great Zhao. Therefore, this was no longer just a matter of Baiyun Manor. The demon calamity had always been in existence that the Imperial Court feared. The evil spirit's immortality was one of the reasons. More importantly, wherever the demon chi invaded, humans and animals would be wiped out. If the demon calamity was allowed to wreak havoc in the Great Zhao, even if it was destroyed in the future, at that time, half of the Great Zhao would be destroyed. The Liang Mountain Spirit Domain was about to have an ordinary realm. The news was also spread out. In the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Ordinary realm birth, array Grandmaster. Marquis Qianshan looked at the information in his hand, and the name Qin Shujian appeared in his mind. Recently, if there was anything worth his attention, it would be the reincarnated Array Grandmaster. Now that the armies of the various prefectures had joined forces to attack the Thousand Mountains prefecture, he relied on the advantageous terrain and did not come out. With 2 Array Grandmasters assisting him, it was enough to build a tight camp. However, this did not mean that the Thousand Mountains prefecture was safe. The main reason why the defense was so tight was because of the existence of the 2 Array Grandmasters. Now that another Array Grandmaster had appeared in the Bayun prefecture, Marquis Xianxia had to treat it seriously. After all, there were people from the Bayun prefecture in the army that attacked the Thousand Mountains prefecture. As for Marquis Bayun, Marquis Xianxia also attached great importance to him. However, the Liang Mountain spirit domain was at the limit of heaven and earth. Now that a new ordinary realm was born, this was a good thing for him. This meant that a large number of experts would be restrained in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. It also meant that the pressure on the Thousand Mountains prefecture would be reduced by a lot. At that time, it might even be an opportunity to solve the current situation. Marquis, those experts are here to see you. Let them in. Marquis Xianxia withdrew from his state of contemplation and looked at the attendant in front of him. Hearing this, the attendant bowed and left. Soon, 7 players, led by the attendant, entered the main hall. When they saw Marquis Xianxia, they immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings, Marquis Xianxia. Their attitude was respectful, without the slightest disrespect. Marquis Xianxia said, this time, the Great Zhao's secret army that infiltrated the Thousand Mountains prefecture has been eliminated. This Marquis is deeply gratified. Marquis, you flatter me. I am a member of the Thousand Mountains prefecture. How can I allow the Great Zhao to tarnish this place? Fu Moyan said with a sincere expression and cupped his hands. After Novice Village 23012 was destroyed. Thus, he was assigned to a novice village in a small ordinary realm in Thousand Mountains prefecture. Coincidentally, he had caught the eye of a hidden NPC and was taken in as a disciple. The NPC had taught him many cultivation techniques and martial arts. Coincidentally, the Marquis of Xianxia's rebellion was about to start, so he had decided to join the Marquis of Xianxia's side. To the players, it didn't matter who won or lost. What was important was how to gain enough benefits. Compared to the Great Zhao, which had a deep foundation, standing on the side of the Marquis of Xianxia was obviously more beneficial. After all, the Marquis of Xianxia originally controlled a Fu and had a deep foundation. Not only was it not easy for the Great Zhao to destroy him, but now that the allied armies were attacking, the other side was at their most lacking in manpower. Therefore, if he took this opportunity to display his value, then the benefits would naturally roll in. This time, Fu Moyan and the other players had accepted a mission to eliminate the Great Zhao Dark Army that had infiltrated the Thousand Mountains prefecture. Now that they had completed the mission, they were personally received by Marquis Xianxia. This also meant that he had officially entered the other party's eyes. All right. Marquis Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. He was very pleased with Fu Moyan's words. You were able to eliminate the Dark Army. Your strength is considered strong among the players. This Marquis also has a mission for you. Will you accept it? Mission. Hearing this, Fu Moyan and the others looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with joy. A mission that could come from Marquis Xianxia's mouth was definitely not a simple mission. At the same time, the reward for the mission would not be too low. Thinking about this, Fu Moyan, as the leader of the group, said righteously, Marquis, please tell us what you want. We are willing to do our best for the Thousand Mountains prefecture. This Marquis really did not misjudge you. Marquis Xianxia nodded slightly and said seriously, the ordinary realm of the Northern Cloud Prefecture's Liang Mountain spiritual domain will be born. At that time, the Great Zhao will send experts to suppress it. This Marquis wants you to use this chance to destroy the ordinary realm of the Great Zhao, or find a way to kill the reincarnated Array Grandmaster. Wang. Hearing this, Fu Moyan and the others were shocked. They never would have thought that the other party would give them such a mission. Although the Liang Mountain spiritual domain was very far away from the Thousand Mountains prefecture, to the players who had the forums, the news of the ordinary realm being born was not a secret. As for the reincarnated Array Grandmaster, it was the famous Liang Mountain Fort Master. Back then, tens of thousands of players were killed by him. It was very difficult to assassinate him. And with so many experts from the Great Zhao, destroying the Array Grandmaster's chance to suppress the ordinary realm was obviously more difficult. Originally, Fu Moyan and the others knew that the mission given by Marquis Xianxia would not be simple, but they did not think that it would not be simple. It was basically an epic mission. Marquis, the Array Grandmaster can easily kill God Martial Realm cultivators. The experts sent by the Great Zhao to suppress the ordinary realm will definitely not be weak. With our true martial realm cultivation, I'm afraid we won't be able to do it. As Fu Moyan spoke, he secretly glanced at Marquis Xianxia. His hint was very clear. Just as expected. Marquis Xianxia directly threw a jade talisman over and said in a deep voice, "This is this Marquis decree. It contains the Heaven's strike. That Array Grandmaster is only at the Vision Divine Realm, so it shouldn't be difficult to kill him. However, there is only one decree and one chance. I hope you will cherish it." Seeing the decree fly over, Fu Moyan quickly reached out and caught it. He forcefully suppressed the wild joy in his heart and then said respectfully, "Marquis, please rest assured. We will definitely complete this mission. If you can complete this mission, this Marquis will give you a top-tier cultivation technique and will also give you a position in the army." Marquis Xianxia's mission, the Liang Mountain spiritual domain, has been born from the ordinary realm. The Great Zhao will definitely send experts to suppress it. There is also a Array Grandmaster who is suspected to be the reincarnated Array Grandmaster. This is a great threat to the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Mission 1, Kill Qin Shujian. Mission 2, Destroy the Great Zhao's plan to suppress the ordinary realm, based on the demons entering the Liang Mountain spiritual domain and causing a demon disaster. Mission requirement, complete at least one of the two missions. The more you complete, the greater the reward. Mission reward, 1 divine rank cultivation technique and martial art, and the position of Chili Arch. Mission failure, realm will drop by 2 grades. Marquis Xianxia's favorability will drop to 0. Mission time limit, before the demons of the ordinary realm are completely suppressed. Number of people accepted, 0 out of 7. When Marquis Xianxia said the last sentence, Fu Moyan and the others finally received the system's mission notification. Just looking at the bloody red mission title at the top, they could understand how difficult this mission was. But at the same time, although the mission was difficult, the rewards were unprecedentedly generous. 1 divine rank cultivation technique and 1 martial art each. Just this alone was enough to make players go crazy. Divine rank cultivation techniques and martial arts, even if they were low-grade divine rank, had already been sold for a sky-high price on the forums. Not to mention now that spirit chi had recovered, if one could obtain a divine rank martial art and cultivate it in the real world, they would definitely have unimaginable benefits. With the recovery of spirit chi, the disappeared cultivation world had reappeared. 100 days of ascension, immortality, these words had already taken root and sprouted in the hearts of players. The prerequisite for all of this, in addition to having good aptitude, was a powerful cultivation technique. And now, the higher the realm in the game, the faster the cultivation in the real world. Some people had guessed. Only when the realm in the real world was the same as the realm in the game, the cultivation speed could slow down to a normal level. But this was just a guess. In the real world, no one had reached such a level. But no matter what, such a reward was already enough to make all players excited. In comparison, the position of Chili Arch was actually not bad at all. If one could hold a position in the army, then it would be much easier to kill monsters and level up in the future. Because players who had established their own forces had already discovered. If the NPCs under their command killed other NPCs, they would also obtain a certain amount of experience points, but the experience points were much less than if they killed them themselves. But, this was the theory of many little things making an ocean. In a short period of time, this would not have any effect, but over time, it would be completely different. They just had to establish their own forces. They had to get their hands on the token of their forces. And once they established their forces, they might face the attacks and hostility of other NPC forces. In short, it was not an easy task to level up. So, in addition to becoming the leader of their forces, going to the army became the second choice of players. If they could command troops and horses, they could also get a portion of the experience points contributed by the NPCs under their command. However, it was easy to enter the army as a soldier, but it was very difficult to enter the army as a general. Not to mention a chilly arch. Now, there were not many players who could reach the level of a centurion. Most of them were just ordinary soldiers or decurions. So, when Marquis Xianxia directly gave out a divine-level cultivation technique and divine-level martial arts, as well as the position of chilly arch, no one refused, but all chose to accept. If such a mission could be completed, then it would definitely be called reaching the heavens in a single bound. Especially now that Thousand Mountains Prefecture was in chaos, if they could become a chilly arch, their leveling speed on the battlefield would probably be much faster than other players, and it would not be a problem to leave them 2 streets behind. As for the punishment of failing the mission and dropping 2 realms, it was negligible. Of course. It was also a problem for Marquis Xianxia's favorability to 0. But, Fu Moyan looked at Marquis Xianxia's expression. He was sure that once he rejected the mission, the other party's favorability would probably be reset to 0. Anyway, no matter what. The worst result was that the favorability would be reset to 0, then there was nothing to worry about. Seeing Fu Moyan and the others accept the mission and then leave excitedly, the smile on Marquis Xianxia's face gradually disappeared, and he became calm again. Although the demonic calamity was devastating, it was still very serious. But with Marquis Xianxia's understanding of the Great Zhao, even if the demon disaster eroded the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain, it would not truly turn this world into a land of demons. The power of the Great Zhao. It was not as simple as it seemed. On the contrary, if he secretly caused the Great Zhao to fail in suppressing the evil spirits, then the devil disaster would attract most of the Great Zhao's power. When that time came, he would be able to take down the entire Thousand Mountains Prefecture while the Great Zhao was distracted. When I take down the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, even if the human emperor comes personally, what is there to fear? A cold glint flashed across Marquis Xianxia's eyes. Even if the rise of the devil calamity would cause great suffering, it was still acceptable to him. Those who achieved great things did not care about trifles. Compared to the foundation of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture and the hundreds of millions of miles of the Great Zhao's territory, it wasn't like they couldn't give up on the living beings of a mere region. If he could really create an opportunity for the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, not to mention sacrificing the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, even if he sacrificed the entire Thousand Mountains Prefecture, he could accept it. Not to mention, the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain was located in the Baiyun Prefecture and was under the jurisdiction of the Great Zhao. As for Qin Shujian, in Marquis Xianxia's opinion, he must die. From the intelligence, this reincarnated array grandmaster was quite close to Marquis Baiyun. If nothing unexpected happened, he could be considered one of Marquis Baiyun's people. If Marquis Baiyun really attacked the Thousand Mountains Prefecture in the future, then this array grandmaster would be the most powerful threat to the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Or else, Marquis Xianxia would not give his decree to the players to deal with Qin Shujian. Even a great cultivator of the celestial realm wouldn't find it easy to condense a celestial decree. On the other side, after accepting the mission, Fu Moyan and the others directly left the Marquis Xianxia mansion. Carrying a decree that was comparable to a celestial strike was enough to make these people excited. Captain, what should we do next? Let me think about it. Fu Moyan's expression changed slightly, and the joy on his face faded a little. With Marquis Xianxia's decree, he believed that he should be able to kill Qin Shujian. But there was a problem. The decree could only be used once. If the other party did not drop a faction token the first time he died, with his status as the leader of the faction, he would have to respawn again. In that case, the quest would be considered a failure. Because they had lost the decree, they would not have a second chance to kill each other. Furthermore, with Yuan Zhong's current strength, once they took action, they would have to pay with their lives. After all, there were many experts in Yuan's sect. It was impossible for them to escape after killing their sect master. However, Fu Moyan also had some doubts in his heart. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "There's only one problem we're facing right now." Who killed him? Us or Marquis Xianxia? If we're counting Marquis Xianxia, then the Cold Mountain Stockade Master won't have another chance to respawn. But if we're counting Marquis Xianxia, then our mission will be considered a complete failure. Moreover, there's a high chance that we'll be attacked by the other NPCs in Yuan sect if we take action. In this case, if we fail the mission, we'll lose at least 3 levels. Hearing this, the other 6 people's faces also became solemn. That's right. Before they truly understood the effects of the decree, none of them dared to guarantee that they would be able to complete the mission immediately after killing Qin Shujian. If that's the case, we'll have a higher chance of success if we choose the second mission. Among the 6 people, the female player LV Xianyan pondered for a moment and said, "Let's head to the Cold Mountain spiritual domain first. We'll decide based on the situation." Fu Moyan shook his head and immediately came to a conclusion. Actually, according to his inner thoughts, he still wanted to kill Qin Shujian at least once. After all, this Cold Mountain Stockade Master had never been defeated by a player before. From the moment he appeared until now, he had always been the #1 boss on the player leaderboard. In every player's heart, everyone had the dream of defeating a boss. If this was a normal game, Fu Moyan would not even consider it. He would just kill the Cold Mountain Stockade Master first. Then, he would gain fame and whatnot. However, this was not a normal game. The rewards for each mission and the punishment for failure had to be carefully considered. The gains and losses were also very important. If they wanted to head to the Cold Mountain spiritual domain in the North Cloud Mansion, they would have to rely on the teleportation gate. However, the problem now was, there was a heaven-sealing earth-locking formation in the Thousand Mountains Mansion. The teleportation gate could not be used at all. It could only be used after they left the range of the formation. Naturally, Marquis Xianxia would not specially open the heaven-sealing earth-locking formation for Fu Moyan and the others. Therefore, Fu Moyan and the others could only reluctantly spend money to buy a few tamed demonic beasts. Then, they would travel a long distance and leave the range of the Thousand Mountains Mansion first. For cultivators, the speed of a mortal horse was not as fast as a cultivator's. In order to save as much energy as possible and to shorten the travel time, other than using the teleportation gate, some people also tamed demonic beasts and sold them. These demonic beasts were all cultivators. The weak ones were only basic realm cultivators. The strong ones were even in the true martial realm. However, without exception, these demonic beasts were all focused on speed. They were not good at attacking. After being tamed, the direction of their growth had become abnormal. If they really fought, the true martial realm demonic beasts could not even defeat the basic realm demonic beasts in the Endless Mountain range. However, because of this, the price of these demonic beasts was much lower. Right now, the news that the Liang Mountain Spirit Realm was about to give birth to a mortal realm had spread far and wide and attracted the attention of all sides. A situation like this where the limits of the spirit realm gave birth to a mortal realm. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the thousands of years since the founding of the Great Zhao country. This was no longer a problem of one sect or one region. When this news spread, it was enough to become a problem of the entire Great Zhao country. The Central State Mansion. A city floated in the air, reflecting the light of glass. It also seemed to be set off by faint purple clouds. Tens of thousands of yellow clouds centered around this city. It seemed to have the power to swallow the world and suppress everything. This was the Imperial City. Ever since the Great Zhao country established the world, the Imperial City was built in the Central State. The human emperor lived here. The Imperial City, inside the Imperial Palace. The officials stood to the left and right. In the center of the room, a person was sitting on a glazed heavenly chair. His black robe was embroidered with beautiful mountains and rivers, as if the entire world was imprinted on it. He wore a 9-colored glazed crown on his head, and there seemed to be something on his face that prevented others from seeing his face clearly. This was the current human emperor. Marquis Baiyun sent a message saying that a mortal realm has been born in the Liang Mountain spirit realm of the Northern Cloud Mansion. The demons of the demon abyss might take this chance to attack. What do my beloved officials think? The Zhao Emperor's voice was not loud, but it was like the might of the heavens that made people feel great pressure. When he finished, A person in the hall immediately stepped out and bowed respectfully, reporting to Your Majesty, the demon abyss has coveted our great Zhao country for a long time. This time, the spirit realm is close to the limits of the world. The demon abyss will use this as a foundation to attack our great Zhao. In this official's opinion, with the Liang Mountain spirit realm as the boundary, we can set up a large formation to isolate the mortal realm from the outside. This is the safest. When he said this, that person paused before speaking again, and in the Liang Mountain spirit realm, there is a formation grandmaster that is rumored to be the reincarnation of a great being. If he cooperates, it should not be a problem to set up a large formation. After he finished speaking, another person stepped out and said, Your Majesty, ever since our great Zhao country was founded, we have never had the slightest inclination to defend. It was because we swallowed the world that we established our supreme foundation. Although the demons are strong now, they only rely on the demon abyss to survive. How can our great Zhao country retreat? If we set up a large defensive formation before the battle, others will see clearly. In this official's opinion, we should let the Dragon Sparrow army suppress the demons in one fell swoop. Then we should invite Zhu Bing to come out and kill them all. What a joke! The ancestral armament cannot be used rashly because it is the foundation of the nation's fate. If we were to use the ancestral armament to deal with the evil demons and something were to happen, you, Xianxia, would be able to bear the consequences. If we are afraid of everything, we will lose the dignity of our great Zhao country. Xianxia tilted his head to look at the other and sneered. It seems that the Ming Yuan army was also a famous army that fought in all directions. Why has General Zhou become like this? Xianxia, Zhou Hua coldly looked at the other party, as if he wanted to completely swallow him. But in the face of such a gaze, Xianxia was still smiling. He did not put him in his eyes at all. At this time, there were people who continued to speak out. But the general meaning was the same as Zhou Hua and Xianxia. One side advocated to focus on defense, while the other side advocated to take the initiative to suppress the demons. The Zhao Emperor did not speak from beginning to end, allowing the officials below to argue. After a long time, when everyone was silent, he opened his mouth and said, In the opinion of the imperial tutor, how long will it take for the ordinary realm to be born? After saying this, an old Taoist wearing a purple Taoist robe, who had been standing at the side without making a sound, suddenly stepped out and bowed, reporting to Your Majesty, according to this poor Taoist's calculations, the ordinary realm will be born in 47 days. Zhennan Wang, Dingyuan General, come forward and listen to the order. This official is here. After 47 days, go to the Liang Mountain spirit realm to suppress all the chaos. Kill all the demons that come out of the demon abyss, leave none alive. This official obeys the human emperor's order. Seeing this, of the remaining people, no one said anything else. Before the Zhao Emperor spoke, they could still argue. But after the Zhao Emperor spoke, it meant that everything was settled. The human emperor's order, no one could doubt it. Because anyone who doubted it was already dead. The reason why the great Zhao country was able to rule the world for thousands of years was because of the human emperor's iron blood methods. Everyone knew that the human emperor was old. But as long as he was in power, it was enough to suppress everything. As for what was happening in the central state prefecture, Qin Shujian knew nothing about it. After all, although he was a formation master and the sect master of a large sect in the spirit realm, he was far from the imperial court. He was not qualified to receive any information from the imperial court. Of course, even if he knew, nothing would happen. For Qin Shujian, he spent most of his time cultivating. Although his strength did not change, it was still increasing steadily. As a month passed, instead, he used 6 low-grade divine level martial techniques, all of which had reached the 4th stage of the true martial technique. As for the coordinates of the teleportation gates of the major cities that Xiaohong had given him, he also merged them with the teleportation gate of the Cold Mountain City. As for the life force, it finally rose to a little over 10 million. More than 10 million points of life force. All of the cultivation techniques and even martial arts, except for the forging ancestral cannon, had the words, can be improved. But for Qin Shujian, the most important thing now was to improve the origin returning ancestral cannon. This was only a mid-grade spirit rank cultivation technique. Although it was shackled to the 6th level of the spirit realm, it had several powerful characteristics that made this cultivation technique stronger than the other 6 divine rank cultivation techniques. As his mind fell on the origin returning ancestral canon, he did not improve it. However, he did not directly upgrade the cultivation method. Instead, as his thoughts fell, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Deducing the 27th stage of the origin returning ancestral canon consumed 10 million points of life force. Increasing the 27th stage of the origin returning ancestral canon consumed 10 million points of life force. Detected that your life force is not enough for both stages. Would you like to choose one of them? Seeing this, Xianxia's expression also changed. In the past, when he was deducing a cultivation technique, he did not distinguish between these. Whether it was deducing or simply improving, the life force consumed was the same. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Could it be that after reaching the spirit realm, if I cultivate a low-grade cultivation technique, I will need to consume twice the amount of life force? If that is the case, wouldn't it be more economical to cultivate a high-grade cultivation technique? In just an instant, various thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. In the past, regardless of whether one practiced a high-level or a low-level cultivation method, the consumption of life force was the same. Therefore, the cultivation method almost didn't depend on the level, but on personal preference. But now, it seemed that he couldn't do that. If he were to cultivate a low-level cultivation technique, even if the results were the same, he would need to spend twice as much life force during the process of deduction. Looking at the tens of millions of life force that was being consumed at every turn, every time the consumption doubled, it would take at least a few months. The information above seemed to give him 2 choices, but in fact, there was only one that could be used. After all, he hadn't even deduced the 27th level yet. Could it be that he could directly increase it? However, Xianxia did not give up and gave it a try. In the end, he received a notification that the primordial returning ancestral code was already perfected and could no longer be improved. There was no other way. He could only choose to use 10 million life force to push this cultivation method to the 27th level. Immediately, the origin returning ancestral canon, which had already reached perfection, seemed to have been forcefully broken by someone when there was no path ahead. It took another step forward from its original foundation. At the same time, the memory of the 27th level also surged into his mind. After a long time, Xianxia had already completely absorbed this memory. When he looked at the status panel again, the primordial returning ancestral code had already changed from perfected to 26th level. In this way, it meant that this cultivation method had a chance to be improved. It seems that if I want to directly increase my strength, I need to double the amount of life force. But if I cultivate step by step, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for me. Until now, Xianxia finally understood what benefits the title of Cold Mountain Domain Lord brought him. It increased his cultivation speed. In his opinion, this was just a supplementary effect when he cultivated in his spare time. Although the effect was good, it wasn't necessary to have it. But now, it was different. If he wanted to deduce and improve a dragon, he would need to consume twice the amount of life force. If he only wanted to deduce a cultivation method and rely on his own talent to cultivate, it would undoubtedly save a lot of life force to a certain extent. If that was the case, the effect of increasing his cultivation speed would be reflected. Before he had obtained the title of True Dominion Domain Lord, Xianxia had discovered that his cultivation speed was much faster than that of ordinary local geniuses. After he had obtained the title of Spirit Dominion Domain Lord, he compared the effect of his cultivation before and after and realized that it had at least doubled. One shouldn't underestimate the effect of doubling. If an ordinary person needed 10 years to cultivate a cultivation method, a genius might need 5 years. However, with the title of True Dominion Domain Lord, it would only take 2.5 years. With the title of Spirit Dominion Domain Lord, it might only take a little more than a year. In this way, the effect of the title was very terrifying. After he had deduced the 27th level of the primordial returning ancestral code, Xianxia temporarily put aside the other cultivation methods and focused on cultivating this cultivation method. At the same time, he asked the people of the Origin sect to collect more Grandmaster-level array formations. He hadn't forgotten. The biggest problem the Origin sect was facing now was behind the Heaven-Earth barrier. His most powerful technique now wasn't his cultivation level but his identity as an Array Dao Grandmaster. Originally, Xianxia had been confident that he could deduce many array formations step by step by relying on the God-slaying demon-slaying myriad spirit obliteration array. If he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deduce similar Grandmaster-level array formations. However, no matter how fast time passed, deducing Grandmaster-level array formations was definitely not something that could be done in a short period of time. Xianxia still felt that it wasn't very safe to rely on the God-slaying demon-slaying myriad spirit obliteration array. However, if he relied on his own deduction, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deduce a second Grandmaster-level array formation even if the evil spirits attacked the Origin sect. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to waste time. It would be more convenient for him to get people to collect Grandmaster-level array formations. There were very few Array Dao Grandmasters at the moment. However, there were many more Grandmaster-level array formations. After all these years, all the Array Dao Grandmasters who had appeared would leave behind one or more Grandmaster-level array formations. Such array formations weren't one-time consumables. As long as they were passed down, they could be passed down. It was also because of this that there were many Grandmaster-level array formations that were passed down. However, there weren't many people who would actually buy and collect them. After all, only Array Dao Grandmasters were qualified to comprehend Grandmaster-level array formations. Even if others tried to comprehend them by force, it would be difficult for them to gain much. If their realm wasn't high enough, they might even suffer from the array formations backlash. By Fengcheng. In the Carrier Trading Company. At this moment, there were two other people sitting in the main hall besides Lin Wanyu. One of them was Zhao Shanlin. The other was a higher-up sent by the Carrier Trading Company. Even Lin Wanyu could only take the second seat in front of him. He didn't dare to take the main seat. I heard that your sect needs Grandmaster-level array formations. How many do you need? Or what type of array formation do you need? The more the better. As for the type, there's no requirement. No requirement. When Yun Tiangong heard this, he wasn't too surprised. He nodded and said, "There's no problem with Grandmaster-level array formations. If you're given enough time to collect them, you can get a lot. However, I don't know when your sect needs them." "Within 5 days," Zhao Shanlin replied. This time, Yun Tiangong frowned a little. However, he didn't show too much of a strange expression. He said in a deep voice, 5 days is a little tight. I can only collect 3 to 5 Grandmaster-level array formations at most. 3 to 5 would be enough. Zhao Shanlin replied with a smile. Originally, Qin Shujian had given him 5 days, and he had only asked for at least 2 Grandmaster-level array formations. Now, if he could collect 3 to 5, he would have completed his sect leader's task. Yun Tiangong nodded and said, "If that's the case, I'll send a message back." Within 5 days, the Grandmaster-level array formations will definitely be handed over to Elder Zhao. At this point, he paused for a moment and then continued, "However, I'd like to meet your sect leader. I wonder if Elder Zhao could introduce me to him? Now that the sect leader is cultivating in seclusion, he won't be able to meet any guests for a while. If Steward Yan really wants to meet him, why don't you come on the day of the competition in Cold Mountain City? I think you should be able to meet the sect leader then." "Okay, I'll definitely be there then." Although Yun Tiangong was a little regretful that he couldn't meet Qin Shujian now, he didn't insist on it too much. After all, what he said just now was just a temporary move. Whether he met him now or not, he wouldn't lose much. Since Zhao Shanlin had already made it clear. In addition, the news of the competition in Cold Mountain City had already spread. It was less than 2 months before the competition. For Yun Tiangong, a short 2 months was actually nothing. Or rather, for cultivators above the spirit martial realm, they had a lifespan of hundreds or thousands of years. Not to mention a short 1 or 2 months, even 1 or 2 years was equivalent to a snap of the fingers. The higher the cultivation of a cultivator, the more indifferent they were to the concept of time. After declining Lin Wanyu and Yun Tiangong's invitation, Zhao Shanlin left the Qingyun Trading Company and temporarily stayed in Baifeng City. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Zhao Shanlin came again, the other party had already prepared the things he needed. These are 5 Grandmaster-level arrays. Yun Tiangong handed over 5 crystals. They were Grandmaster-level arrays. Basically, they were mysterious and unfathomable. It was very difficult to record them in words. Basically, they were passed down through the divine consciousness of the crystals. After Zhao Shanlin reached out and took them, he didn't check their authenticity. After all, he wasn't an array master. Even if he was a Grandmaster-level array master, he wouldn't be able to recognize it. Moreover, the Qingyun Trading Company couldn't afford to offend an array master for this kind of thing. After the money and goods were settled, then, he directly took the 5 crystals and went through the teleportation gate, directly returning to the boundary of Mount Liang. The 5 formation crystals were now in his hands. Qin Shujian directly used his divine will to penetrate his body and land on them. Very quickly, the 5 formations all appeared in his mind. Not long after, they were completely absorbed and consumed by him. This was the overbearing power of a formation grandmaster. Any formation at the Grandmaster level or below could be quickly learned in his hands. Mastery of 1 formation. Mastery of all formations. 3 offensive formations, 1 defensive formation, and 1 auxiliary formation. The Carrier Trading Company has given me a complete set. Qin Shujian opened his eyes and smiled. The reason why a formation grandmaster was comparable to a diviner. It was because their offensive methods were amazing. Therefore, most of the formation grandmasters specialized in offensive formations. As for other formations, they were less involved. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the defensive array formation and the auxiliary array formation were suitable for use in the sect. A grandmaster-level defensive formation. Its strong defensive ability was difficult for even ordinary Dao weapons to break. Unless it was a Dao weapon with 3 seals or above, it was impossible to do anything about it. As for the auxiliary formation, it was used to activate the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was only when he saw the last 2 array formations that Qin Shujian concluded that these were Grandmaster-level array formations that were extremely suitable for the sect. However, for him now, whether it was a defensive formation or an offensive formation, they were not what he wanted. As for the auxiliary formation, it was even more so. He wanted to create a brand new formation on top of these 3 formations. It was unparalleled in offense. It also had to be defensive. After the birth of the ordinary realm, the main force to stop the demons would not be the Liang Mountain Spirit region or the Origin sect. What Qin Shujian wanted to do was to protect the peace of the region when the war began. He wanted to prevent the demons from rushing out of the ordinary realm. Therefore, a suitable formation was especially important. In the following period of time, many experts came to Liang Mountain City. Part of it was because of Qin Shujian's reputation, and part of it was because of the ordinary realm that was about to be born. For some experts, although the new ordinary realm was filled with dangers, it was also filled with opportunities. If he could obtain something from it, it might be of great help to his cultivation. Other than that, the imperial court of the Baiyun Mansion also began to take action. They could vaguely sense the movement of the army, and an invisible murderous aura had already spread in everyone's hearts. Regarding this, on the other hand, Yuanzhong's players killed monsters to level up and continued to do quests. Now, the Qing Transport Company's escorts were basically all booked by Yuanzhong. The other sects had no chance to interfere. As time passed, the 7-colored light of the heaven and earth boundary was already extremely obvious. In the sky, even under the scorching sun, one could see the surging rays of light as if they were covering the sky. When one reached the limit of the world, one could even see the chaos rolling behind the rays of light. Everything was in progress. No matter how low one's cultivation was, they could tell that the ordinary realm was not far away. Inside Yuan sect, Qin Shujian had stayed in the courtyard for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, his body did not move at all, as if he was petrified. However, regardless of whether it was the morning rain or the dust, nothing could get close to him. After more than 10 days, he was still untainted, as if nothing could invade him. As for the osmanthus tree, it was growing stronger and stronger. The lush leaves were mixed with blooming flower buds, and a refreshing fragrance permeated the air. There were faint veins on the branches and leaves. The branches and leaves seemed to be blown by a breeze, causing them to lean forward, blocking the scorching sun. The cool shade of the tree fell on Qin Shujian's body. Ever since Qin Shujian entered a meditative state, the osmanthus tree had maintained such a state. One person, one tree, and everything in the courtyard seemed to be frozen in time. No one knew how much time had passed. Qin Shujian, who had been sitting motionlessly, seemed to move a little. His eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened. In an instant, the courtyard, which was originally as bright as day, seemed to have a flash of light, causing it to seem brighter. This change came and went as quickly as it came. Feeling the shade of the tree covering him, Qin Shujian looked up and saw the lush green leaves and the branches of the osmanthus tree stretching out. Many thanks. With a smile on his face, Qin Shujian expressed his gratitude. Suddenly, the osmanthus tree seemed to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Qin Shujian stood up from the stone bench and seriously looked at the osmanthus tree in front of him. It had been here since Mount Liang was promoted. According to common sense, this kind of tree could only be said to be very ordinary. Not to mention Mount Liang, there were many other trees planted in other places. But looking at the current situation, this sweet-scented osmanthus tree had been nourished by the spiritual energy of Mount Liang. Moreover, he had often practiced cultivation here. Because of this, this ordinary tree had undergone a mysterious change. It could be said that it had gained sentience. But it was still far from it. It couldn't be said that it was still an ordinary tree. There are many animals that have become monsters, but I have never seen a plant that has gained sentience. Today, I will give you a chance. Whether or not you have the chance to gain sentience will depend on your own luck. While speaking, Qin Shujian waved his hand and spiritual energy quietly gathered. A small simplified master-level spirit gathering array appeared in the courtyard. In an instant, the spiritual energy of Mount Liang was plundered and crazily rushed into the courtyard. This sudden change, it caused the spiritual energy of Mount Liang to suddenly disappear. But soon, then, a steady stream of spirit chi gushed in, filling up this temporary gap. At this moment, the courtyard was filled with a light green mist. If the original concentration of spirit energy was only 10, then the current concentration of spirit energy had already reached 50. Moreover, as time passed, the concentration of spirit energy would gradually increase. Only when it reached a peak would it calm down. This was the tyrannical power of a master-level array. As if sensing the sudden rich spiritual energy of Mount Liang, the osmanthus tree's branches and leaves trembled slightly. The flower buds that had not yet bloomed completely bloomed at this moment. For a moment, a rich fragrance spread across half of Mount Liang. After doing this, Qin Shujian took a step forward. Using his divine will, he left the courtyard and flew toward the limit of Mount Liang. At this moment, some people were already stationed here. When Qin Shujian arrived, someone immediately stopped him and shouted in a deep voice, "We are the Chaos Blood Army under Marquis Baiyun's command. Please report your name." Seeing this, Qin Shujian also landed on the ground. Then, he looked at the flag in front of him. It was indeed the symbol of Baiyun Mansion. He had been cultivating in seclusion all this time. He didn't know that Marquis Baiyun had sent people here. As for the Chaos Blood Army mentioned by the other party, he hadn't heard of them before. Before Qin Shujian could reply, the person who stopped him saw his appearance and asked in surprise, "May I ask if you are Sect Master Qin of the Sky Origin Sect?" Sky Origin Sect Qin Shujian. So it really is Sect Master Qin. I am Chaos Blood Army's Chili Archu Guang. I am here on Marquis Baiyun's order to guard this place. When the ordinary realm is born, demons will take the opportunity to cause trouble to Mount Liang's spirit realm. So that's how it is. Apart from you, who else is here? This time, there is a captain, 10 Kiliarchs, and a group of Chaos Blood Army. Yu Guang didn't hide anything and replied truthfully. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's eyes showed some doubt. In his eyes, Yu Guang in front of him was just a cultivator of the spirit martial realm. As for whether he could reach the prominent divine realm, it was still unknown. As for the captain, Qin Shujian estimated that he was at most a great cultivator of the god martial realm. As for the other Chaos Blood army, their cultivation couldn't be higher. With such a force, they dared to be the vanguard to intercept the demons here. Whether it was just a warning or if the Chaos Blood army had other methods, it was unknown. Noticing Qin Shujian's confusion, Yu Guang smiled and said, "Grandmaster Qin, there's something you don't know. A formation grandmaster like you can set up an all-encompassing formation all by yourself, but there are also military formations in the army. In terms of formation mastery, we don't dare to compare with formation masters. However, in terms of power and mystery, we have our own unique points." Military formations. Hearing this, Qin Shujian could understand. The higher his cultivation, the more he understood that he could easily crush thousands of soldiers by himself. If that was the case, then what was the use of the imperial court building an army? If they encountered any problems, it would be enough to send a strong cultivator. Moreover, if the resources to support an army were concentrated on one person, it would be enough to cultivate a strong cultivator. Among other things, with Qin Shujian's current realm and without using the formation, cultivators below the spirit martial realm would die no matter how many of them came. Unless his spirit was exhausted, his vital essence was exhausted, or others had powerful weapons like Taoist tools. Or else, there would be no accidents. But now, after hearing Yu Guang's words, he understood. Military formations, it should be the real means of an army to fight against a strong enemy. However, before seeing the military formations, Qin Shujian couldn't estimate the strength of the military formations. But he could see some clues from the fact that Marquis Bayun sent these 10,000 people to be stationed here. If they were too weak, if they dared to stop the demons, they wouldn't play any role except becoming a member of the demon disaster. Just as Qin Shujian's mind was spinning, Yu Guang couldn't help but ask, "If I may be so bold as to ask, why has Sect Master Qin come here today?" "Like you, I'm here for the demons." "Sect Master Qin, you mean, set up the formation?" Qin Shujian didn't hide it and said bluntly. Setting up a formation, Yu Guang's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood. He didn't forget. The person in front of him was a reincarnated almighty, and the only array master in Bayun Mansion. Moreover, the origin sect was located in the Liang Mountain spirit domain, close to the limit of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was completely reasonable for the other party to set up a formation to stop the erosion of demons. Suddenly, Yu Guang took a step back and asked in awe, "Is there anything I can do for you?" "I can do it alone." Qin Shujian shook his head and said, "I just hope your army won't act rashly when the time comes." "Sect Master Qin, please wait for a moment. I'll go and inform the captain." "Thank you." After Yu Guang left, the rest of the matter was much simpler. Since an array master wanted to set up a formation, the Chaos Blood army naturally had no reason to object. They even wanted to make it easier for Qin Shujian to set up the formation. Everyone even retreated a few miles for fear of disturbing the other party. When he saw the barrier of heaven and earth again, the thing surging behind it had become clear. Chaos? Creation of heaven and earth? As Qin Shujian stared at the churning gray gas, a few words appeared in his mind one after another. It was said that chaos was a state of gray without any color. This was very similar to the scene behind the barrier of heaven and earth. This was the boundary between heaven and earth and chaos, and also the limit. When the barrier of heaven and earth dissipated, a new heaven and earth would be born and merge with this heaven and earth, making the territory even more vast. These things. Qin Shujian had only heard about it from others, but he had never seen it himself. With his eyesight, he observed. The new ordinary realm wouldn't be too big. After all, the word ordinary realm had limited its growth. Unless it was further promoted and assimilated with other ordinary realms in the future, it would expand its territory. Or else, no matter how big an ordinary realm was, it wouldn't be that big. Then, Qin Shujian stood still, and his divine sense came out of his body and crazily spread out along both sides of the barrier of heaven and earth. After a moment, his divine sense returned to his body. Qin Shujian muttered to himself, "This is the region of the newborn ordinary realm, and it just so happens to be connected to the border of the original brilliant star ordinary realm. It doesn't transcend to the other regions, so the difficulty is much lower. In that case, the range of his formation would be smaller. The larger the range, the difficulty of setting up the formation would also increase." After understanding the situation in the ordinary realm, Qin Shujian rose into the air. He hovered in the air and looked at the barrier in front of him. Soon after, his divine sense emerged from his body. With a wave of his hand, runes appeared one after another. In an instant, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged over. The void trembled. As each rune fell, it was engraved in the void, causing the world to tremble slightly. Shortly after, Qin Shujian took out the 8 unrefined Tao artifacts and threw them out. The 8 Tao artifacts scattered and floated in the void. Then, hidden runes appeared in the void and formed an outline with the 8 Tao artifacts. The brilliance on the Tao artifact shone brightly, as if it was emitting an endless amount of power. But very soon, the brilliance was restrained and disappeared. Qin Shujian's movements did not stop for a moment. He was still constantly shooting out runes, either submerging into the ground or hiding in the void. A third-grade golden lotus appeared in his hand. Like the previous 8 Tao artifacts, it was placed somewhere in the void. Then, the Qiankuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow, these 2 Tao artifacts, were also separated by him and placed in different places. When it came to the last 1,000 mountains blood, it fell directly into the center of the Great Formation. After all of this, all the Tao artifacts and runes seemed to have disappeared. The heaven and earth barrier was still the heaven and earth barrier. Everything around him was still everything around him. But as Qin Shujian took a step forward, he could see that the surrounding environment suddenly changed. There seemed to be tens of thousands of stars pouring down from the sky. The 12 Tao artifacts floated in the air and turned into the center of the Great Formation. Relying on the power of the heaven and earth stars, they emitted an aura that made people tremble. One step away. It was the difference between heaven and earth. This formation is much stronger than the complete version of the god-slaying demon-slaying Great Formation. Back then, a simplified version of the Grand Master Formation could easily kill a great cultivator of the god martial arts realm. Now, with this formation, it is enough to resist a great cultivator of the celestial being realm. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back, watching the changes in the Great Formation with a faint smile on his face. The formation that he had set up before. It came from other Grand Masters. Then the formation in front of him. It was the 7th formation that he had deduced from the foundation of the 6 Grand Master formations in his hands. It had the right to defend, it was unparalleled in attack, perhaps in terms of formation. This formation was not much more powerful than other Grand Master formations. But with 12 Tao artifacts as the formation core, its power would increase exponentially. This was the greatest advantage of this formation. It had 12 Tao artifacts as the formation core. If the Tao artifacts suppressing the Great Formation were more powerful, the power of the Great Formation would be more terrifying. Now Qin Shujian used the 3 Seal Tao artifact, 1000 Mountain Blood, as the main formation core, 6 2 Seal Tao artifacts, and 5 1 Seal Tao artifacts to assist. Once the power was activated, it was enough to shock the world. After confirming that the Great Formation was correct, he left the range of the Great Formation. He took a step out. The stars dissipated. Qin Shujian cast a few more runes to temporarily close and hide the Great Formation. The 12 Tao artifacts and the many runes that set up the formation disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. After doing all this, he turned around and left. In the distance, the chaotic blood army was still stationed there. Seeing Qin Shujian flying over, 2 people immediately came to greet him. One was Captain Tu Guan. The other was Captain Zhu Yongqi. When he saw Zhu Yongqi for the first time, Qin Shujian found that his guess was not wrong. This captain was indeed a great cultivator of the god martial arts realm. As for which level of the god martial arts realm he was in, it was unknown. The moment he saw Qin Shujian, both sides landed. Zhu Yongqi immediately cupped his hands and asked, Sect Master Qin, how did it go? He had seen the commotion caused by setting up the formation earlier. However, although Zhu Yongqi was a great cultivator of the god martial arts realm, he was not very proficient in the Tao of formations. Not to mention, he could not see the methods of a formation grandmaster at all. Qin Shujian nodded and said, everything went well. That's good. Hearing this, the two of them secretly sighed in relief. Although the Marquis of Northern Cloud sent them to guard the heaven and earth barrier because they had enough strength, if they could have the protection of a formation grandmaster, then they were bound to have fewer casualties. When the Marquis sent you here, did he say how long it will take for the ordinary realm to appear? The Imperial Court sent news that an expert has deduced that the ordinary realm will appear in 40 days. Now that 23 days have passed, it should completely appear in 17 days. Zhu Yongqi replied without hesitation. This was not a secret, and as a captain, he was qualified to know about it. 17 days. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. He could sense that the ordinary realm would appear, but it was very difficult to grasp the exact time. For someone like Zhu Yongqi to be able to accurately predict the day, that was a miraculous method. Looks like there are experts in the Imperial Court who are good at deduction. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He had never encountered an expert who was good at deduction. But people like this. Generally, they were extremely difficult opponents to deal with. Qin Shujian didn't reveal any of his thoughts, and he gazed at Zhu Yongqi as he said with a faint smile, may I know if the Chaos Blood Army still needs help? My origin sect can provide some domain-enlightened spirit gods. There's no need for that. Our army has its own formation. If there's anything, the Chaos Blood Army can send people to my origin sect at any time. Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master Qin. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I'll leave this place to you. Take care. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Shujian left using his divine will. Seeing this, Zhu Yongqi did not say anything else. He returned with Yu Guang and then mobilized the Chaos Blood Army to set up camp. On the other side, Qin Shujian returned to Mount Liang. After setting up the formation, that was all he could do. After all, he was only equivalent to a prominent divine stage cultivator if he abandoned his identity as a formation master. Although he could reach the spirit god realm, his cultivation method was still at the 6th level of the spiritual martial realm. If he could successfully break through to the 7th level of the spiritual martial realm with the origin returning scripture, Qin Shujian would have the confidence to call himself a prominent divine stage cultivator. As for now, he could reach the spirit god realm because he had devoured many evil spirits and Taoist artifacts. That was why his spirit god had surpassed the shackles of the original realm and reached the peak of the prominent divine stage. Now the formation was set up. With the Chaos Blood Army stationed there would not be any major problems before the barrier of heaven and earth was broken. Although Qin Shujian had not seen what the so-called military formation was like. But it would not be bad. Just by looking at the Chaos Blood Army's powerful murderous aura, it was enough to shake the spirit god. If the military formation exploded with all of its power, it would definitely be earth-shattering. And, since the Imperial Court had calculated the exact time of the birth of the ordinary realm, they must have made the corresponding arrangements. However, the Mount Liang spirit realm was the home of the origin sect. Qin Shujian could not really let the Imperial Court do everything. It was no different from handing his fate to others. Even if nothing would happen. But this feeling of not being controlled was still not what he wanted. But now that the formation had been set up, it was enough to stop the diviner stage cultivators. What Qin Shujian needed to do was to increase his strength as much as possible. Now, the origin returning scripture had already deduced the 7th level of the spiritual martial realm. Once he succeeded, he could truly enter the prominent divine stage. There was still a big difference between the 6th level of the spiritual martial realm and the 7th level of the spiritual martial realm. As Qin Shujian entered seclusion again. Next, the Mount Liang spirit realm did not change much. The only thing different was, from time to time, there would be divine martial realm cultivators coming out of the teleportation gate and settling down in Mount Liang City. In a short period of time, The number of great cultivators in the god-martial realm had increased from a dozen to nearly 100. The large number of divine martial realm cultivators did not cause too much of a commotion. After all, Mount Liang City was backed by the Origin sect, and behind the Origin sect stood a formation master. Although divine martial realm cultivators were strong, they were not enough in front of a formation master. So, under such deterrence, no one dared to do anything that crossed the line. This is Mount Liang City. The teleportation gate flashed. Fu Moyan and the others only felt the scene change. When they looked again, they were already in an unfamiliar environment. Looking at the surrounding scene. Although they had never been here before, they had seen it many times on the forum. Comparing the two, they were basically sure of where they were. Mount Liang City. Fu Moyan took a deep breath and looked at the experts guarding the teleportation gate. Just by looking at their clothes, he knew they were from the Origin sect. The few of them did not show any abnormalities and stepped out of the range of the teleportation gate. After walking out of the range of the teleportation gate, they were considered to have officially entered Mount Liang City. Looking at the scene in front of them, some people could not help but sigh. Although Mount Liang City is small, it is really as prosperous as the forum said. The number of experts here is shocking. Let's find a place to stay first. Fu Moyan made a decision. The others did not object. Then, the group of 7 followed the crowd and found an inn to stay. Along the way, although Fu Moyan's face remained calm, he was shocked again and again in his heart. The reason for this? It was because he had met too many experts along the way. Almost all the NPCs he had met. They all faintly emitted an aura that made him feel depressed. Feeling this situation, Fu Moyan did not have to doubt that these were all spiritual martial realm cultivators. As for whether there were existences beyond the spiritual martial realm, he did not know. In the end, he was only a genuine martial realm cultivator. Even with the insight technique, he could not see the attributes of high-level cultivators. And, in this situation, Fu Moyan did not dare to use the insight technique to see. After all, if this thing met a stronger one, not only would the insight attribute not be complete, it would also be easy to be noticed. It was like a natural skill to attract hatred. Basically, if one did not have enough strength, they would basically die every time they used it. He only saw the situation in Mount Liang City. Fu Moyan had already felt how difficult it would be to assassinate the Mount Liang Stronghold master. Give me 7 guest rooms. Sir, I'm sorry, the guest rooms are full. Full? Fu Moyan frowned. But looking at the shopkeeper's expression, he could not determine whether it was true or not. However, looking at the way people came and went in the inn, the business was indeed surprisingly good. Thinking of this, Fu Moyan and the others could only leave this inn and continue to complain to other inns. Give me 7 guest rooms. The guest rooms are full. Do you still have any guest rooms? I'm sorry, sir, on the streets of Mount Liang City, Fu Moyan and the others did not look too good. They originally wanted to find a place to stay first and then slowly discuss how to complete Marquis Qianshan's mission. In the end, without waiting for them to discuss, the progress of the matter was stuck at the first step. The inn, it was all full. Fu Moyan never thought about it. One day, he would be sleeping on the streets. No. It couldn't be said that he would be sleeping on the streets. Because Cold Mountain City still had a curfew in the middle of the night, no one was allowed to go out at any time, let alone stay. However, Fu Moyan looked at the temporary tents around him and felt somewhat comforted. At least, he wasn't the only one who was chased out. Should we think of a way to sneak into Yuan sect? Gu Jingshan patted the branches and leaves on his head. His handsome face didn't look too good. In the current situation, they couldn't even stay in Cold Mountain City, let alone assassinate Qin Shujian. Although they didn't have to do the mission of assassinating the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, they had to at least find a way to get close to the mission target. Hearing this, Fu Moyan shook his head and said, "It's too dangerous to rashly enter Yuan sect. I heard that the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master has some methods that seem to be able to detect people who have ill intentions towards him. Previously, many players who wanted to sneak into Yuan sect fell into his hands. There were players who wanted to sneak into Yuan's sect. Then, they would find an opportunity to sneak into the Stronghold Master. In the end, no one succeeded. Almost all of them were found out by the other party at the last stage and then resolutely killed. It was fine if it happened once or twice. But it was like this every time. Some players had already guessed that perhaps the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master also had a method similar to the Profound Insight technique. Otherwise, things wouldn't be so coincidental. After all, Fu Moyan was a member of the Qin Alliance, so he still had a good understanding of Qin Shujian. As soon as he finished speaking, the other players' expressions turned ugly. Then what should we do now? We can't stay here every day. If we can't bear it, we'll spoil the big plan. Anyway, we're not the only ones here. Let's just make do with it. As soon as he said this, Fu Moyan directly went into the tent. Then, his voice came out. Sleep early. We'll go to the city early tomorrow and ask around. If someone checks out, we can still stay in the inn. Seeing this, the other 6 people had no other choice. They looked at each other. The few of them went into a tent to rest. Although cultivators could meditate to maintain and replace sleep, meditating required concentration and couldn't be easily disturbed. Now that they were in the wilderness, there were many people around. Taking the risk of meditating was no doubt a risky thing to do. On the contrary, it would be much safer to just lie down and rest. It should be known that even if a cultivator were to enter a state of sleep, they would still be able to be vigilant of their surroundings and make appropriate responses at the right time. The blood moon filled the sky. Within the endless demon abyss, the nefarious devils of the nefarious devil clan fought and killed each other all year round. But recently, however, the number of fights between the evil fiends had decreased by a lot. Soon. Six Desires' evil lord looked at the blood moon in the sky. Even though there was endless devil chi, it could not block the blood moon's radiance. It was different from usual. Now, the blood moon seemed to have a bit more dense light, as if something was about to be born. Such a scene. Many sinister devils were familiar with it. Because this meant that a domain gate would appear in the demon abyss, and the appearance of the domain gate meant that a new area would be born in the outside world. This time, I will definitely enter and occupy a part of it to establish the demon domain. Don't fight with me. Roar. Roar. The gigantic sinister devils roared angrily, eagerly waiting for the domain gate to open in the blood moon. Then, they would take the opportunity to rush out of the demon abyss and enter the upper-class world. The demon abyss was the last shield for the sinister devils. But it was also an eternal imprisonment. No one would be able to endure such loneliness after staying here for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Only by taking advantage of the opening of the domain gate and entering the upper-class world could they completely get rid of this loneliness. Even though there were many experts in the outside world. If they went out rashly, they might be killed or even sealed. But for the sinister devils, these were not important. As long as they could breathe the air of the outside world, they would be free. Even if it was just a moment of freedom, nothing could be exchanged for it. A sinister devil that looked like an azure devil god roared towards the sky, his huge scarlet eyes looking at the blood moon in the sky. As for Six Desires' evil lord, he looked at all of this coldly. If the other evil devils didn't know where this new area was located, then he wouldn't forget this familiar aura. Thinking of the scene of breaking the seal and killing in the past, it caused him to return to the eternal demon abyss. Six Desires' evil lord's heart surged with terrifying killing intent. When I return, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces, twitch your divine soul and fall into the demon abyss forever. And in the deepest part of the demon abyss, there were also waves of terrifying auras that filled the air. Every wave of aura seemed to be able to shake the space and make the void crack at any time. The new area seems to be a little different. I can feel the rich spirit chi of heaven and earth, and the weak shackles. It seems that the new area should be close to the spirit realm or the great realm. Waves of divine consciousness intertwined, transmitting information to each other. If it was the previous ordinary realm, it would not disturb these sinister devils that lived in the deepest part of the demon abyss. But this time, it was completely different. A figure that seemed to be thousands of feet tall moved, directly interrupting the divine consciousness transmission. A loud voice sounded from there. This may be our chance to occupy that area in one fell swoop and open up the demon realm for our race. Soon, the realm gate will open soon. When the time comes, let's do our part. After a short conversation, the depths of the demon abyss fell silent again. When the giant sinister devil's voice sounded, most of the sinister devils in the demon abyss were shaken. They looked at the depths of the demon abyss in shock, their eyes full of fear. Even Six Desires' evil lord. At this moment, they were all silent. That terrifying aura made his body and mind tremble. Although they were all from the nefarious devil tribe, there were still differences in strength. Six Desires' evil lord did not think that he was weaker than the other sinister devils, but compared to the existence in the depths of the demon abyss, he was still very afraid. In the outside world, time passed little by little. The rainbow-colored radiance in the sky replaced the radiance of the great sun of Mount Liang, and almost filled half of the sky. Regardless of whether it was day or night, it was as bright as day, and a terrifying aura was unceasingly overflowing from it. Don't panic. According to the news, there are still 2 days before the heaven and earth barrier shatters. Go do what you need to do. Xianxia's expression was much calmer. He looked at the Chaos Blood Army and immediately shouted coldly. Instantly, the Chaos Blood Army, which was originally in a mess, quickly calmed down. As for some cultivators who wanted to get close, they were all stopped by Tu Guang and the others. With the order of Marquis Bayun, no one dared to rashly offend them. As for the cultivators who had heard of the Chaos Blood Army, they didn't dare to start a conflict with them. After all, not only would offending the Chaos Blood Army be troublesome, but it would be a real disaster if they offended the Marquis of Northern Cloud. As for the Origin sect, during this time, Qin Shujian had been cultivating in seclusion. It was not easy to step into the prominent divine stage from the airborne realm. However, because he had already stepped into the spirit god stage, it was much easier for him to go back and cultivate the cultivation method. More than 10 days. It was enough for him to cross this threshold. When the ancestral scripture of the Origin advanced, that meant that all of his characteristics advanced together. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's strength increased a lot from his original foundation. He originally wanted to continue to consolidate his realm, but the heaven and earth barrier's abnormality made him unable to completely calm down. He had to withdraw from his state of seclusion. In the inherited martial hall, Qin Shujian, who had come out of seclusion, took the main seat, and the rest were the elders. The birth of the ordinary realm will inevitably be accompanied by the birth of demons. The imperial court has already sent people to guard the heaven and earth barrier. In the future, inform the disciples of the Origin sect to be vigilant at all times. If there is a demon disaster and chaos in the Liang Mountain spirit realm, do your best to kill it. We understand. Hearing this, everyone nodded and replied. Among the people present, including Jing Fang, their faces became very solemn. With the current power of the Origin sect, it would not be too much pressure to face any of the major sects of the spirit realm or the top sections. However, demons were completely different. If Xing Fang and the others were just private teachers or bandit leaders, then with the increase of the Origin sect's power, they had come into contact with many high-level things. Among them, it was about the existence of demons. Niao Feng said in a low voice, demons are rumored to be above the divine martial realm. Now that the Northern Cloud Manor only has the Marquis of Northern Cloud, will they not be able to deal with them? The Central State Palace has already received news of this matter. The Imperial Court should also send experts. In the thousands of years of the Great Zhou Empire, who knows how many ordinary realms have been born, but the number of times the demons have broken through the barrier can be counted on one hand. Hearing this, Qin Shujian slightly shook his head and said, "We should not think about these things. What the Origin sect needs to do is to stabilize the situation in the Liang Mountain spirit realm when the demons are born, and prevent people from taking the opportunity to cause trouble." The world was no longer as united as before. The news of the ordinary realm being born in the Liang Mountain spirit realm had also spread out. If someone really wanted to do something, taking advantage of the demon's birth would be the best opportunity to make a move. Of course. Something like a demon disaster. If they were not careful, they would be cursed by thousands of people. Therefore, Qin Shujian wasn't 100% sure whether or not he dared to risk universal condemnation and do such a thing. However, it was better to nip the problem in the bud. If it did not really happen, then so be it. If it really happened, then they would have to nip this bud in the bud. The Liang Mountain Spirit Realm was already the foundation of the Origin sect. Qin Shujian would not let anyone touch this place, nor take the opportunity to do something else. After receiving the order, Zheng Fang and the others did as they were told. As the Origin sect's actions began, as time passed, the heaven and earth barrier finally showed signs of abnormality. Rumble, the gray gas was like chaos, surging endlessly behind the barrier of heaven and earth. Waves of destructive aura were spreading behind the extreme destruction. It was as if a new power was emerging from the depths. The scene in front of them was seen by everyone. Zhi Yongqi also looked solemn and shouted, "Chaos Blood Army, listen to my order, retreat half a mile." Give the order. The army retreated, regarding the actions of the Chaos Blood Army. Some people were puzzled, but some knowledgeable cultivators understood in their hearts. However, compared to the retreat of the Chaos Blood Army, those great cultivators of the God martial arts realm who had been waiting for a long time flew forward and wanted to take this opportunity to get closer. Every time the barrier of heaven and earth is broken and the area is born, it is a rare opportunity to comprehend. If you can see a trace of opportunity, you might be able to break through the existing limitations. Xiaohong looked at those great cultivators of the God martial arts realm and shook his head with emotion. Standing beside him was Qin Shujian. Regarding Xiaohong's words, Qin Shujian maintained a faint smile on his face. His eyes looked at the chaos surging behind the barrier of heaven and earth. His spiritual eye had unknowingly played a role. Now there were rumors of the reincarnation of a mighty figure. It gave him an explanation for the rapid advancement of his cultivation level. But at the same time, there were some things that he couldn't reveal too much about. After all, as the reincarnation of a mighty figure, he had already recovered his original level of Array Dao Grandmaster. It was completely impossible to say that he didn't have any memories. Memories recovered. It was equivalent to knowing many things on a different level. Xiaohong's words were undoubtedly a bit probing. His spiritual eye penetrated the barrier of heaven and earth. He could clearly see the destructive aura. In an instant, Qin Shujian felt a slight pain in his eyes, which made him involuntarily withdraw from the state of peeping. A wisp of blood slid down his eyelids. He wiped it with his hand. When he saw the faint red color on his finger, he was secretly shocked. This is the power of chaos. There was no contact. He just looked at it, and he already showed signs of being unable to bear it. Although a wisp of blood couldn't be considered a real injury, but he was still injured to a certain extent. This also made him understand. The ability of the spiritual eye really couldn't be looked at casually. It was fine if he suffered some light injuries now, but if he were to look at it one day and become blind, then it really wouldn't be worth it. Xiaohong also noticed Qin Shujian's strange behavior, but he didn't see the blood that had been wiped clean. I wonder if anyone from the Imperial Court has come? This time, the Imperial Court has sent Lord Zhenan and General Ding Yuan here. Both of them are Celestial Realm cultivators. With the Marquis in Baiyun Mansion, 3 Celestial Realm cultivators are enough to ensure that nothing goes wrong. 3 Heaven-tier martial artists. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian's eyes narrowed slightly. A Grand Master of Array Dao was comparable to a diviner. However, he had never truly witnessed the might of a Celestial Realm cultivator in action. In the past, in the Desolate Void, Ordinary Realm, Marquis Baiyun's strength was also suppressed. However, with the mysterious and unfathomable 9 steps of immortal ascension, he was able to force an evil spirit to prostrate before they even fought. The strength he displayed was also frightening. As for Xiaohong's assurance that nothing would go wrong, Qin Shujian somewhat understood. After all, there wouldn't be too many evil spirits appearing in a region. There might only be 1 evil spirit at the very least, and there might only be 2 or 3 evil spirits at the very most. After so many years, there were countless regions that were born in the Great Zhao, and the number of evil spirits that appeared each time was almost the same. Basically, there was a measurement standard. The reason why there were 3 celestial realm cultivators this time, according to his guess, it should be because of the Liang Mountain spirit domain. It was also at this moment, the heaven and earth barrier trembled violently, and the 7-colored light suddenly changed, turning into a gray color. The sudden change, it made everyone's heart tremble. Then, the heaven and earth barrier suddenly shattered. There was clearly no sound, but in the ears of Qin Shujian and the others, it was deafening. The moment the heaven and earth barrier shattered, the destructive chaos behind suddenly split apart, and the earth, water, fire, and wind were born at this moment. A terrifying wave of energy. The moment the earth, water, fire, and wind appeared, it spread in all directions like a wave. The spirit energy tide, the spirit energy of heaven and earth was of great benefit to cultivators. However, when the spirit energy reached a terrifying level, this benefit would become an extremely poisonous poison. The spirit energy tide was like this. At this moment, the spirit energy of heaven and earth, which was supposed to be gentle, became violent and deadly. The expressions of all the god martial arts realm cultivators who were close to it changed abruptly. Without thinking, they propped up their protective energy and frantically retreated. Rumble, the void trembled, and the space distorted. Formation, rise. Zhu Yongqi's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly shouted fiercely. Instantly, the Chaos Blood Army, who had long been prepared, set up a formation. A terrifying blood aura gathered together, and a murderous aura soared into the sky, transforming into a terrifying demonic beast that roared angrily. Then, when the demonic beast roared, a vast amount of blood aura burst forth, turning into a huge shield that directly blocked the spirit energy tide. In the void, the runes trembled slightly. However, it was a Grandmaster level formation after all, and it was set up by Qin Shujian with all his strength. Under such an impact, it was not shaken much. At the same time, when the spirit energy tide arrived, Qin Shujian and Xiaohong both propped up their protective energy and blocked the impact. Fortunately, the two of them were not standing very close to each other, and the spirit energy tide had weakened a lot by the time it arrived, so it did not break through their defenses. When the spirit energy tide erupted, the earth, water, fire, and wind gradually dissipated. The clear air rose. The turbid air fell. The embryonic form of a world had already appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The world took shape, the evolution of all things. This process seemed slow, but it also seemed to pass by very quickly. When Qin Shujian saw this, his mind was completely drawn in. A mysterious thing was surging in his mind. In the demon abyss, the dense light above the blood moon shone brightly, and finally turned into a beam of light that fell directly below. Boom, the demonic aura retreated. Under the gaze of all the demons, the beam of light fell and directly bombarded one of the spatial nodes in the demon abyss. Instantly, the space collapsed, and a huge crack appeared. It looked like a door, but also like a bottomless tunnel. The domain gate. The domain gate has appeared. At this moment, all the demons were in an uproar. As for the 6 Desires Demon Lord, when he saw the domain gate near him, almost without any hesitation, his huge body directly rushed toward the domain gate. At the same time, all the evil spirits also rushed towards the domain gate. Boom! The sudden appearance of a terrifying attack completely enraged the other demons. Kill! The domain gate is mine, no one can get close. Some demons could not rush over in time, and directly attacked the demons near the domain gate. For them, if they could not get something, no one else could. However, although the attacks were fast, some of the evil spirits were even faster. In an instant, then, an evil spirit broke through the seal and entered the realm. As the first demon entered, the domain gate trembled, but there were no other changes. Then, another evil devil entered, and the domain gate suddenly trembled. Soon, the third demon had already rushed over. At this moment, the domain gate trembled violently, and the surrounding space became chaotic, as if it would shatter at any time. Seeing this, all the demons that rushed toward the domain gate all stopped, looking at the domain gate that was about to collapse. Their hearts were full of unwillingness, but they did not do anything else. The domain gate could only withstand a limited amount of power. Every demon that entered would put a part of the pressure on the domain gate. When the domain gate could not withstand the pressure, if they forced their way in, it would cause the domain gate to collapse. At that time, if they were lucky, they would be killed by the power of space and could be resurrected in the demon abyss. If they were unlucky, they would wander in the endless lonely space crevice, which was more miserable than staying in the demon abyss. Because in the space crevice, there was no spiritual energy. There was no demonic energy. There was nothing at all. There was still demonic energy in the demon abyss, and there were many demons fighting, but if they were lost in the space crevice, the loneliness they had to endure was 100 times more terrifying than in the demon abyss. Just as the domain gate was about to collapse and close, an aura that caused the demon abyss to tremble emerged from the depths of the demon abyss. A terrifying figure that was thousands of feet tall directly tore through the endless demonic energy and stepped out, and then 2 large hands directly grabbed the domain gate that was about to close, and immediately pulled it to the left and right. Boom! The demon abyss shook. Endless demonic energy rolled back. At this moment, no matter what form the demons were in front of this huge demonic body, they all seemed a little weak. Their bodies stood motionless, and there was an imperceptible tremor of fear. The huge demon forcibly tore open the domain gate. Just as the domain gate was about to collapse, several terrifying attacks erupted from the bottom of the demon abyss, and suddenly bombarded the domain gate, causing the domain gate that was about to collapse to be forcibly fixed in place. Then, the demon with a terrifying body had entered the domain gate. And as the demon entered, the entire domain gate finally could not withstand this violent power, and in the sight of all the demons, it shattered with a loud bang. Powerful spatial fluctuations spread. They wreaked havoc in the demon abyss. But to the demons, these fluctuations did not attract their attention at all. Only that terrifying body was still deeply engraved in their minds. On the other side, with the birth of the Earth domain, except for living beings, everything had evolved. And it was officially connected to the Liang Mountain domain. In the originally clear sky, the space suddenly collapsed, and endless demonic energy overflowed, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. The sky was torn apart. Endless demonic energy gushed out from the crack. Then, an evil demon that was hundreds of meters tall stepped out from the cracked space. A terrifying aura spread out from it, instantly sweeping through the world. Evil demon, everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw the gigantic demonic body. Especially at the border of the Liang Mountain spirit domain, they could feel the suffocating aura. As for Xianxia, the moment the evil spirit appeared, a look of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. It was the same demonic body. Although the size was different, it gave off a familiar feeling. Xianxia was sure. He had definitely seen this evil demon before. If that was the case, it meant that this evil devil was one of the evil devils sealed in the ordinary realm. Thinking of this, Xianxia activated his spiritual eye. The other party's attributes suddenly appeared in his eyes. 6 Desires Evil Lord. When he saw this name, he basically recalled where this evil spirit came from. Although dozens of evil demons died at his hands. But with a cultivator's powerful memory, it wasn't a difficult task to find the memories of the past from a few traces. Soon, with the appearance of 6 Desires Evil Lord, another 2 evil demons tore through space. Suddenly, the 3 evil demons stomped on the ground. 3 terrifying auras intertwined. When the demonic energy rose, it was as if the sky was dyed black. 3 evil demons. Xiaohong's old face was filled with shock. This number. It was almost the limit of evil demons that could be born in an area. And 3 evil demons. They represented 3 great cultivators of the celestial realm. At this moment, a large number of cultivators at the border of the Liang Mountain spirit domain retreated. Whether it was the great cultivators of the divine martial realm, the spiritual martial realm, or even the true martial realm, they were all shocked and did not dare to stay in place in front of the evil demons that were comparable to the celestial realm. As long as they were not at the same level, they could not be their opponents. As for the players, at this moment, he was also retreating. At the very least, they were aware of their own limitations. Although they knew that raiding the evil demon would grant them an astronomical amount of EXP, just by looking at the evil demon's aura, they knew that if current players tried to raid the evil demon, they would only end up as food for the other party. This is an evil spirit. LV Xuanyan's delicate and pretty face was filled with shock. Looking at the three huge bodies, she could feel the tremendous impact from them. She wasn't the only one. Even Fu Moyan and the others were shocked. Although there had been players who had posted about demons on the forum, they had never heard of them before. Although the evil demon in the video was also scary, its body was definitely not this big. A demon without any shackles. Only then would he be able to display his true strength. Just look at that huge body. They weren't even sure if it was 1,000 feet or 1,000 feet. Let's retreat first. In an instant, Fu Moyan made his decision. Although he had already seen Qin Shujian's existence, he did not immediately use the law to kill him. Now, 3 demons had appeared. Whether or not the imperial court could stop them was still a question. If he couldn't block it, their mission would be considered completed. In this way, this Deva law would be his. With such an item, it would be of great use in the future. On the other side, when Qin Shujian used his spiritual eye, the 6 Desires Demon Lord seemed to have felt something. His huge eyes, which were like stars, suddenly pierced through the barrier of space and landed on him. "It's you, you ant." The 6 Desires Demon Lord's cold voice sounded. Immediately, he stepped across the mountains and rivers and rushed toward Qin Shujian. At the same time, the other 2 demons also headed toward the border of the ordinary realm. Now that the territory had been born, although it had given birth to all living things, it had yet to truly give birth to living things. If he wanted to increase his own strength, he needed more flesh and blood of living things. The 3 demons moved, and monstrous demonic aura rolled toward him. But what was surprising was that there seemed to be some kind of power on the ground that did not completely dissipate. No matter how mighty the demonic aura was, it could not erode it. Regarding this, the 6 Desires Demon Lord and the other demons did not care. The moment the 6 Desires Demon Lord's gaze landed on him, Qin Shujian knew that the other party had already targeted him. In an instant, a chill surged from his heart. However, Qin Shujian did not retreat. He only said to Xiao Hong, "Steward Xiao, please retreat. This demon is coming for me." After saying that, he had already flown up to meet them. He did not know why the Marquis of Northern Cloud and the other Deva beings had not appeared yet, and he did not ask Xiao Hong the reason. The situation in front of him was already very clear. The demons had appeared. The Liang Mountain Spirit Domain was in danger. Under normal circumstances, Qin Shujian's best choice was to retreat. However, he wasn't willing to give up the entire Mount Liang Spirit Realm to Qin Lai before he had even fought with Qin Lai. Although he was only a prominent divine cultivator. But don't forget, he was also a Formation Dao Grandmaster, a Formation Dao Grandmaster comparable to a Deva being. When the demons crossed over, Zhu Yongqi's expression was also solemn. His eyes were filled with a crazy battle intent. He roared, "Chaos Blood Army, listen to my order. Set up the formation." Boom! The army formation was formed. Soaring blood chi and killing power in the void evolved into a huge demon beast. A terrifying aura was directly emitted. It had vaguely reached the limit of the divine martial realm. Just as Qin Shujian was about to activate the formation and the Chaos Blood Army was about to fight, a huge palm pressed down from the sky, directly suppressing the 6 Desires Demon Lord. Roar! The 6 Desires Demon Lord let out a roar. His huge arm also shattered the air and blasted toward the palm falling from the sky. The two collided. A terrifying fluctuation erupted. The 6 Desires Demon Lord had to stop in his tracks. He looked at the person in front of him who was like an ant in a fluttering white robe. His face was solemn. "You are the current Marquis of Northern Cloud." Marquis of Northern Cloud, Xiao Chengfeng. When he saw the Marquis of Northern Cloud appear, Zhu Yongqi's expression relaxed, but the battle intent in his heart was still raging. However, he did not immediately command the army to attack the demons. This was because the other 2 demons had also been intercepted. One of them was dressed in a light golden robe. His masculine face was filled with determination. Just by standing there, he exuded a powerful aura. General Mingyuan, Shan Hao the other one was dressed in a flowing cloud robe. Compared to the previous one, he was less masculine and more refined. He always had a faint smile on his face, as if victory was within his grasp. Lord Jinan, Luo Feiyu. When the three of them appeared, all the cultivators who recognized them heaved a sigh of relief. Whether it was the Marquis of Northern Cloud, General Bright Vision, or the Lord Jinan, they were all great cultivators in the Deva realm. Moreover, the three of them held great authority and had great power in the Great Zhao. Their strength was naturally not comparable to ordinary Deva beings. Looking at the Lord of Six Desires in front of him, the Marquis of Northern Cloud placed one hand behind his back and said calmly, "After being suppressed for hundreds of years, I didn't expect you to dare to come out of the demon abyss. You really don't know what's good for you. The current Marquis of Northern Cloud, today I will tear you into pieces." Ever since the Marquis of Northern Cloud appeared, the Lord of Six Desires' hatred had shifted from Qin Shujian to the Marquis of Northern Cloud. After all, compared to Qin Shujian, who had killed him, the Marquis of Northern Cloud's bloodline, who had defeated him and sealed him for hundreds of years, was more hateful. Even though he had never seen Xiao Qingfeng before, the Lord of Six Desires could also feel the familiar bloodline aura that made him angry. This was the blood of the Marquis of Northern Cloud's bloodline. In the next moment, the Lord of Six Desires immediately unleashed a terrifying attack. His palm seemed to be able to crush 1,000 mountains as it blasted toward the Marquis of Northern Cloud. Buzz, a light blue shield rose from the Marquis of Northern Cloud's body and floated 3 feet away. When the palm fell, the light blue shield instantly shattered. The true essence in the Marquis of Northern Cloud's hand condensed into a long black saber and slashed toward the Lord of Six Desires. When the long saber fell, the energy suddenly erupted and turned into endless blades that occupied the void. The divine martial technique, Dark Heaven of Great Underworld. Seeing this, the Lord of Six Desires' expression changed again, but he was not afraid because of this. Monstrous demonic energy surged and collided with the black blades. Boom! Boom! The Marquis of Northern Cloud and the Lord of Six Desires were both in the celestial realm. Every attack from both sides set off monstrous waves of energy, and the terrifying power swept across the world. While the two sides were fighting, the Bright Vision General Dan Hao and the South Guarding Prince Luo Feiyu each chose an evil demon to attack. Dan Hao's body directly grew to a height of 100 feet. The light golden robe was some kind of treasure, and it grew along with his body. At the same time, a golden armor condensed on his body, making him look like a golden divine general. Every punch and palm collided fiercely with the evil demon. As for the other side, Luo Feiyu's palm was filled with endless lightning. With a wave of his hand, it was as if he had become a god of heaven and earth. Endless lightning fell from the sky and completely swallowed the evil demon. In the newly created area, the Marquis of Northern Cloud and the other two were completely engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 evil demons. Terrifying power burst forth, each strike capable of forcefully shaving off a layer of a mountain and cutting off the water of a river. Even if they were separated by a region, the vast aura that belonged to the celestial realm was still shocking. This is a great cultivator of the celestial realm. Seeing this scene, the players were also greatly shocked. For them, the realm that they had in the game now could be realized by them one day. When they saw the power of the celestial realm, some people could already feel it. If there were players who had reached this level in the real world, then they would be unstoppable. Unless it was a powerhouse of the same realm, no one would be able to compete with them. As for Fu Moyan and the others, in addition to being shocked, they also looked nervously at the situation in the distance. With their eyesight, they could not determine which side had the upper hand. Of course, they were leaning towards the demons defeating Marquis Baiyun and the others. After all, even if all of them were attacked by the demon disaster in the game, it had nothing to do with them. If the demons defeated Marquis Baiyun and the others, the mission would be completed automatically. The law that contained the celestial strike would be preserved. Celestial realm. Qin Shujian also looked at the scene in front of him and was greatly shocked. Whether it was the demons or Marquis Baiyun and the others, the power of a casual attack was not something that a prominent divine realm cultivator could block. Although the prominent divine realm, the divine martial realm, and the celestial realm could all be called great cultivators, the difference between the three was huge. In front of a celestial realm cultivator, cultivators in the divine martial realm and the prominent divine realm were not qualified to be called great cultivators. That terrifying power. It had reached the level of moving mountains and overturning seas. However, the aftermath of this power spread out and should have made one's mind tremble. However, Xianxia found that the spiritual deity in his body was strangely calm and did not fear this power at all. At the same time, originally, he was about to activate the formation, but now, he stopped the array to deal with the demons. It was Marquis Bayun and the others. The array he set up was just a backup plan in case of an accident. When it was not a critical moment, the array was still kept as a backup plan. However, in Qin Shujian's mind, he still hoped that there would not be a chance to activate the array. Because once this happened, it meant that things were already out of the control of the imperial court. Boom! Roar, an earth-shattering battle ensued. Marquis North Cloud had mastered the divine-level martial art, Dark Heaven of the Underworld. His black blade swept across the heavens and earth. Every strike forced Lord of Six Desires to retreat. His powerful demonic body had already sustained many wounds. However, compared to the huge demonic body, such a small wound was nothing at all. Since you dare to enter my great Zhao, I will seal you forever today. Marquis Bayun's expression was indifferent. As he spoke, his attacks did not slow down at all. The terrifying power had already gained the upper hand, causing Lord Six Desires to gradually turn from offense to defense. How can you be so strong? Lord Six Desires roared angrily. His two mountain-like arms bombarded, trying to kill Marquis Bayun. Last time, he was defeated by the previous Marquis Bayun. He could accept it. But now, Six Desires' demon lord found it hard to accept that he was still no match for the current Marquis of Northern Cloud. Why? How could the Marquis of Northern Cloud's lineage be so ridiculously powerful? The anger and humiliation in his heart. This allowed Six Desires' demon lord to unleash an even more terrifying power. However, no matter how Six Desires' demon lord unleashed his power, he still couldn't break through Marquis Bayun's attack. Under the great underworld dark sky, he was suppressed to the point where he could only defend himself and couldn't fight back. At this moment, the sky suddenly cracked. A huge hand was extended from the left and right. After which, it forcefully split the sky into two. Soon after, 100,000-foot-tall evil demon appeared. Boom! An aura that was far more powerful than the Six Desires demon lord's aura swept out like the might of the heavens. That included the Marquis of Northern Cloud. The other two had shocked expressions as they looked at the figure that stepped out from the sky. Their hearts were already incomparably solemn. As for the others, when they saw this body appear, they were shocked. The same thought appeared in their minds. This is the fourth demon, moreover. Looking at the 100,000-foot-tall figure and the terrifying aura that was far more powerful than the ordinary demons, all of them were telling them that this was an evil demon that was more terrifying than the other three. Qin Shujian was also shocked. The 100,000-foot-tall figure was like a mountain that stood between heaven and earth. Instantly, his spiritual eye swept past and the attributes of this evil demon appeared in his eyes. Name, Demon Lord Azura. Title, Identity, Affiliation, Force Level, Realm. As expected, other than the name column, the rest was blank. However, when he saw the name, Qin Shujian's eyes searched again. Demon Lord Azura. One had to know that the other demons' names were all suffixed with the word Demon Lord. But this evil demon had the word Demon Lord as the suffix. As long as it was related to the word God, it already showed how different the other party was. Boom! A great underworld dark sky attack forced Six Desires' demon lord to retreat. Marquis Bayun stared at Demon Lord Azura and said solemnly, Demon Lord. Obviously, the appearance of Demon Lord Azura was beyond his expectations. What a nostalgic aura. How many years has it been since I last smelled it? As Demon Lord Azura spoke, his voice directly caused the clouds to dissipate. It was as if endless demonic sounds entered their ears, causing some people with lower cultivation levels to have a splitting headache. Demon Lord, why did you come out of the demon abyss? Heavenly human? Demon Lord Azura looked at Marquis Bayun in front of him. Under his ferocious face, when he opened his bloody mouth, sharp fangs grew. I came out of the demon abyss because this world needs demon earth. I haven't eaten a heavenly human for many years. Let's have some meat today. As soon as he finished speaking, Demon Lord Azura had already slapped Marquis Bayun with his palm. Rumble, the airflow reversed as if it was being crushed by a terrifying force. Marquis Bayun's expression was solemn. Black vital essence condensed in his palm, and immediately, black blades shot out in all directions towards Demon Lord Azura. At the same time, he shouted, "Where is the Chaos Blood Army?" "Here. Kill 6 Desires Demon Lord." "Yes, sir." The Chaos Blood Army, who had been waiting at the side, finally stepped into the new area. Overwhelming fighting spirit erupted, and a huge demonic beast formed by blood chi had already attacked 6 Desires Demon Lord. Boom, the attack blasted out, and the air exploded. 6 Desires Demon Lord originally wanted to join forces with Demon Lord Azura to kill Marquis Bayun, but the Chaos Blood Army's attack forced him to be cautious. As they stepped into this area, the Chaos Blood Army's aura, which had already reached the limit of the divine martial arts realm, had already broken through some kind of restriction. It was vaguely comparable to a heavenly human. "How dare you attack me, you lowly ant? Die." 6 Desires Demon Lord threw out a punch, directly causing the demonic beast formed by blood chi to retreat. Powerful fluctuations spread out, but it did not cause the Chaos Blood Army to retreat much. Kill. Xianxia was at the head of the army. When he drew out the saber at his waist, the demonic beast formed a powerful war blade and was already engaged in a fierce battle with 6 Desires Demon Lord. Compared to the demons in the heavenly human realm, in the Chaos Blood Army, only the generals were cultivators above the true martial arts realm. Most of the ordinary soldiers were only at the basic martial arts realm. With such strength, facing the demons in the heavenly human realm, they should be able to kill a large number of them with a wave of their hand. However, after forming a military formation, their strength skyrocketed. Military formation? Seeing the scene of the two sides clashing, Qin Shujian finally understood how powerful the so-called military formation was. He could not determine whether Zhu Yongqi and the others in front of him were ordinary Chaos Blood Army soldiers or the elites of the Chaos Blood Army. If it was the former, then it was too terrifying. A military formation formed by 10,000 people was comparable to a heavenly human realm cultivator. If it was the latter, although it was equally terrifying, it was still acceptable. After all, it was not so easy to cultivate the elites of an army. Perhaps out of an army of 100,000 or even a million, it might not be able to cultivate the 10,000 elites in front of him. Until now, Qin Shujian still had no intention of attacking. He was waiting for a suitable opportunity. When Demon Lord Azura appeared, Fu Moyan and the others were obviously relieved, and a faint smile appeared on their faces. When they saw the 10,000-foot-tall figure, they could be sure. The strength of this demon was much more terrifying than the previous 3 demons. In this way, the Imperial Court only had 3 heavenly human realm cultivators, while the demons had 4. Just in terms of numbers, they already had the advantage, not to mention that one of the demons was far more powerful than ordinary heavenly human realm cultivators. It happened almost instantly. Fu Moyan was already certain that this mission was in the bag. As long as there were no other accidents, it was impossible for Marquis Bayun and the others to stop the demons. When the mission was completed, Marquis Qianshan's decree would really be a bonus. On the other side, Marquis Bayun was also completely facing off against Demon Lord Azura. Demon Lord Azura was indeed an evil demon with the demon god as its suffix. Its strength was far beyond the likes of Lord of 6 Desires. Every time it attacked, the black blades would shatter, causing Marquis Bayun to be under great pressure. However, Marquis Bayun was also not an ordinary heavenly human realm cultivator. Even though he was facing the Demon Lord's pressure head-on, he did not show any signs of defeat. His dark sky of the great underworld completely displayed its power, and his true essence condensed into a black long saber that split the void. Bang, the two collided, and a strong gust of wind swept out like clouds. Demon Lord Azura's eyes, which were as huge as stars, turned solemn. He said in a loud voice, "I didn't expect to meet such a powerful heavenly human as soon as I entered this world. But that's good. The more powerful a heavenly human is, the more powerful their flesh and blood will be. I have never suppressed a demon lord before. Looks like I'll have to make an exception today." A cold light flashed in Marquis Bayun's eyes, and he took a step forward. The void buzzed as if it was withstanding some terrifying pressure. Demon Lord Azura immediately felt his body sink slightly, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. However, this pressure, compared to his strength, it could only be described as insignificant. Then, another terrifying attack was launched. Marquis Bayun held the dark sky of the great underworld in one hand and took another step forward. 9 steps of immortal ascension, ascending to the heavens with every step. With every step he took, the winds and clouds between heaven and earth surged and the void collapsed. The Azura demon god finally felt the terrifying pressure, and the demonic aura that lingered around his huge body suddenly dissipated, revealing greenish-black skin that resembled scales. 9 steps of immortal ascension. Demon Lord Azura's face turned solemn. His arm, which was tens of thousands of feet long, suddenly smashed into the void. A powerful force erupted from the void, and an invisible wave immediately spread out. Boom! Marquis Bayun's body swayed slightly, and the step he took was suspended in the air, as if he had encountered some resistance. But soon, his face turned cold, and as his true essence erupted, he suddenly took a step forward. The 8th step, the void, which was already under pressure, instantly collapsed. Demon Lord Azura's greenish-black scale-like skin seemed to be under tremendous pressure, and many cracks appeared on his skin. Black blood flowed down his skin. However, this injury did not make him afraid. Instead, it completely aroused his inner ferocity. His originally stooped body suddenly straightened, and his huge body covered the sky. His arms, which had cracked skin, rose up, and the monstrous demonic aura gathered on Demon Lord Azura's body as if it had been drawn by some terrifying force. Then, an attack that could destroy heaven and earth erupted. The void crumbled. It was as if countless black lines were devouring the sky. The Azura demon god was different from ordinary demons after all. His strength had reached an unfathomable level. When he struck with all his might, Marquis North Cloud's body trembled from the impact. However, even so, Marquis North Cloud still took the 9th step. Boom! In an instant, it was as if the world had collapsed and the stars had moved, the moment the sun and moon dimmed. Invisible ripples spread out, easily turning everything that came into contact with them into dust. The Azura demon god, who bore the brunt of the power, suddenly knelt down on one knee. His huge body had shrunk by half. The terrifying power struck the ground, causing the area within 100 miles to collapse. Ascension, immortal ascension, 9 steps. The Azura demon god raised his huge and hideous head with great effort and looked at Marquis North Cloud, who was standing proudly in the void like a god descending to the mortal world. His blood was flowing like a pillar. However, such injuries did not make the Azura demon god yield. Instead, it aroused the last hidden ferocity in his heart. Roar! With a furious roar, the Azura demon god's huge eyes turned scarlet. A power that seemed to come from ancient times suddenly awakened in his body. The surrounding space distorted violently as if it would shatter at any time. A demon god is a top existence in the demon abyss. If you don't use me, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with him. A simple and stern voice sounded in Marquis North Cloud's mind. Hearing that, Marquis North Cloud did not reply. The true essence in his body surged wildly as he suppressed the Azura demon god below. Of course, he knew how terrifying a demon god was. An existence that could withstand the complete 9 steps of immortal ascension was at least an expert at the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. Even if he did not reach the peak of the heaven-human realm, he was not far from it. If he did not use Zhu Bing, the difficulty of suppressing such an existence was undoubtedly enormous. However, the Marquis of Northern Cloud had never thought of using his ancestral weapon, Zhu Bing. He could not be used recklessly. Boom! A terrifying tornado suddenly appeared, and the sealing power of the 9 steps of immortality was instantly shattered. The Azura demon god stood up from the ground and roared, "I have even slaughtered immortals before. What can a mere 9 steps of immortality do to me?" His greenish-black scale-like skin was shattered, and black blood dyed his entire body. A ferocious and terrifying aura. It was emitting from his body. The moment the 9 steps of immortality was broken through, the Marquis of Northern Cloud also suffered a great blow. His body flew backward, and he only managed to stabilize himself in the void. However, his expression did not look good. Die. The Azura demon god's gigantic palm that could blot out the sky was already pressing towards Marquis Bayun. Seeing this, the Marquis of Northern Cloud didn't back down. As he blasted out the great underworld dark heaven, a bronze saber appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a shocking saber light burst forth, its terrifying sharpness sending chills down one's spine. A 6-seal Dao artifact. Seeing the 6 Daoist seals on the bronze saber, Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. 6-seal Dao artifact, it was his first time seeing it. Just from the aura alone, one could sense the terrifying sharpness within. It was definitely not something a 2-seal or 3-seal Dao artifact could compare to. Now, Xianxia was comparable to a god martial arts realm cultivator. 6-seal Dao artifact, it was already comparable to a heavenly being. The battle continued to erupt. This kind of battle between heavenly beings was not something that experts below the heavenly being realm could interfere in. They couldn't even get close to it. Everyone was watching from the boundary of the Liang Mountain spiritual domain, not daring to step into the newly created area. The two areas were not very far apart. However, the area had just been created. Although the heaven and earth barrier had been shattered, there was still an invisible membrane between the two areas. When the aftermath of the battle spread out, it would be weakened by the membrane. This way, the others could withstand it. The Marquis of Northern Cloud was fighting the Azura demon god alone. On the other side, Luo Feiyu and Dan Hao were not weak at all. The two demon gods had been at a disadvantage since the beginning of the battle, and there were faint signs of defeat. However, it was not an easy task to easily suppress a celestial realm evil spirit. Even if they had the upper hand, it would take a certain amount of time to completely expand this advantage. On the other side, the battle between the 6 Desires Demon Lord and the Chaos Blood Army was even more intense. The battle formation formed by the blood chi of 10,000 Chaos Blood Army soldiers was comparable to a heavenly being realm demon beast. Moreover, the soldiers' fighting spirit was iron-blooded. The strength of the battle formation might not be comparable to the Marquis of Northern Cloud and the others. However, in terms of fighting spirit, it was not weak at all. Boom! Boom! The two sides fought fiercely. The 6 Desires Demon Lord roared continuously. He was a heavenly being realm demon, but now he was stopped by a group of ants. There was no need to describe the anger in his heart. This was the second time he had entered this world, but he had suffered consecutive setbacks. The first time, he was suppressed by the former Marquis of Northern Cloud. When he broke the seal, he was killed by an ant. This was the second time he had entered. Before he could show his prowess, he was suppressed by the current Marquis of Northern Cloud. Now, he was stopped by a group of ants. Moreover, the 6 Desires Demon Lord was not confident of taking them down in a short period of time. This way. How could he not be angry? A terrifying strike fell. The demon beast's body trembled. Some of the Chaos Blood Army soldiers' faces turned red, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Even so, no one retreated. We are soldiers of the Great Zhao Dynasty. If we allow demons to wreak havoc and set off a demon disaster, we will be the sinners of the Great Zhao Dynasty. In today's battle, there will only be death. Kill. The veins on Zhu Yongqi's resolute face bulged. The fighting spirit in his heart had already reached the sky. As for the Chaos Blood Army soldiers, none of them retreated. Instead, their fighting spirit became even higher. As for whether Qin Shujian had set up a Grandmaster array at the border, it did not matter. In Zhu Yongqi's view, it was no longer important. They were soldiers of the Great Zhao Dynasty. Their duty was to protect the territory of the Great Zhao Dynasty. If they had to borrow the hands of others, it would not be an honor, but a disgrace. Boom! The demon beast raised its head to the sky and roared. Blood chi spread out, and its originally powerful aura became even more powerful. It immediately charged toward the 6 Desires Demon Lord. Fu Moyan and the others who were watching the battle. They looked at each other in dismay. They thought that after the Azura demon god appeared, he would be able to defeat Marquis Baiyun and the others. Then, the demons would rush into the Liang Mountain spirit domain. Everything would end perfectly then. But, unforeseen events happened one after another, causing their plans to fail. First, Marquis Baiyun's strength was shocking. Even the demon with a body of 10,000 feet could not crush him. Fu Moyan and the others were speechless when they saw Marquis Baiyun fighting fiercely with the taunting demon god with a bronze blade. He was someone who could rule a prefecture. As expected, none of them were simple. However, one could see everything with a glance. Since Marquis Baiyun's strength was so terrifying, then Marquis Xianxia, who was also a marquis of a prefecture, was definitely not much weaker. What was even more unexpected was that an army of 10,000 people could fight against a Heaven Realm demon until now. We have to make a move. If this continues, the demons will probably be defeated. LV Xianyan whispered. That's right. The demons were about to be defeated. Although the two evil demons, Azura Demon God and Six Desires Evil Lord, had yet to emerge victorious from the battle with Marquis Baiyun and the Chaos Blood Army, they were on the verge of collapsing in the face of the two evil demons, General Ming Yuan and Lord Zhenan. After a while, the two demons were defeated. Then, the situation would change from 4 against 4 to 4 against 2. In this way, what chance did the sinister demons have of winning? When that time came, even if they had Marquis Qianshan's decree in their hands, it would be useless. Hearing that, the others also understood at this moment that they could not keep the heavenly decree. But, the decree only had one heavenly strike. Then, they had to be very careful when choosing the target. Otherwise, they would fail the mission if they could not cause any changes. I suggest using the heavenly decree to deal with the Chaos Blood Army. Among all the heavenly beings, the Chaos Blood Army is the weakest. If the army formation is destroyed, the demon will definitely rush into the Liang Mountain spirit domain. Fu Moyan said as he turned to look at the rest of the people. Although he was the captain, the matters in the team could not be decided by him alone. He still needed to discuss with the others. And, he did not dare to make a decision on this kind of thing alone. It would be fine if he succeeded. But if he failed, then it was hard to say. After that, the others looked at each other and finally nodded in agreement. In the current situation, using the heavenly decree to deal with the Chaos Blood Army was the most suitable. After getting the agreement, Fu Moyan directly took out the Jade Talisman. The prompt to use the Jade Talisman had already appeared in his mind. After selecting the target as the Chaos Blood Army, he instantly threw the Jade Talisman out and then it passed through the boundary film. The Jade Talisman was not big. Not many people noticed it when it passed through. But when the Jade Talisman passed through the film, it suddenly shattered. Then, a terrifying power erupted in an instant. It turned into a beam of light that suddenly pierced through the void and blasted toward the Chaos Blood Army. The sudden change made everyone's expression change. Not good, Qin Shujian secretly said. However, the beam of light was too fast. In less than a breath, it had already arrived in front of the Chaos Blood Army. Boom! Roar, the terrifying attack instantly pierced through the demonic beast soul. Then, it let out an angry and weak roar. On the other side, Six Desires Demon Lord took advantage of this opportunity and blasted a palm toward the Chaos Blood Army. The demonic beast soul had been attacked and was already seriously injured. Now, it was facing the heavenly decree attack of Six Desires Demon Lord head-on. It had no power to resist. Bang, the demonic beast wailed and directly disappeared. The blood aura that originally filled the air collapsed. Everyone in the Chaos Blood Army, including Zhu Yongqi, spat out mouthfuls of blood. Half of them fell to the ground and died under the impact of the collapse of the demonic beast soul. The unforeseen event happened too quickly. It happened in a flash. The Chaos Blood Army had been defeated, and more than half of them were dead or injured. Without the support of the military formation, it was impossible for the remaining Chaos Blood Army to compete with Six Desires Demon Lord. Seeing this scene, many people were shocked and angry at the same time. Their gazes instantly fell on Fu Moyan and the others. Qin Shujian waved his hand and several runes fell on Fu Moyan and the others. He immediately shouted angrily, "People of the Yuan sect, listen to my order. Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the players who were standing close to Fu Moyan instantly retreated. Soon. Then, a small team of 7 was revealed. Before they could escape, more than a dozen terrifying auras had already surrounded them. At the same time, Qin Shujian directly used his spiritual eye on 6 Desires Demon Lord. Although they were far apart. However, when the spiritual eye landed, the 6 Desires Demon Lord still felt the familiar feeling of being spied on. He stopped attacking Zhu Yongqi and the others, and then he looked in the direction of the Liang Mountain Spirit region. Then, he saw Qin Shujian crooking his finger at him. The faint smile on his face seemed to contain the ultimate provocation. "And, you're courting death." 6 Desires Demon Lord was instantly furious. It was fine that he ignored him temporarily, but now he dared to provoke him. Did he really think that this was the time when he was seriously injured and his strength was suppressed by shackles? The current him. He was at his peak. A true celestial realm cultivator. In the eyes of 6 Desires Demon Lord, Qin Shujian was just a cultivator in the spirit martial realm. He had not even stepped into the god martial realm. How could he be so arrogant? Suddenly, 6 Desires Demon Lord did not bother to pay attention to the remnants of the Chaos Blood Army. He directly stepped over Zhu Yongqi and the others and rushed toward the Liang Mountain domain. He took a huge step forward. More people were trampled to death, and many of them were killed. Demonic chi spread. The fallen Chaos Blood Army turned back into demons and waved their knives at their former companions. Kill. Zhu Yongqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at his former companions. His eyes turned red and he had already swung the sword in his hand. On the other side, the celestial realm demon came. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was not the god martial realm, but a celestial realm cultivator. Just seeing the body that was thousands of feet tall was enough to make people afraid. Seeing this scene, some of the more cowardly cultivators had already quietly retreated. However, even more cultivators had retreated to a certain distance but did not immediately flee. First, it was because running away from an evil demon was against morality. The second was, they looked at Qin Shujian, who was standing with his hands behind his back, with some hope in their hearts. After all, although he was only a prominent divine stage cultivator, he was also a Formation Dao Grandmaster. In the North Cloud Mansion, where the Dao of Array was in decline, an Array Master was just a legend. It had been circulating in the cultivation world for a long time. A Grand Master of Array Dao was an existence comparable to a Deva Grand Cultivator. However, many people had never seen it before. When they saw that Qin Shujian dared to provoke the evil demon, their hearts calmed down a little. Perhaps, this Array Dao Grandmaster might really be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a celestial. Looking at the 6 Desires Demon Lord, Qin Shujian's expression remained calm. However, he was actually quite nervous. An evil demon at its peak. This was his first time facing such a situation. Just the aura it emitted was enough to keep ordinary cultivators away. This time, the Imperial Court had sent out 3 Deva Grand Cultivators and the Chaos Blood Army as backup. It was basically foolproof. In the end, an Azura demon god unexpectedly appeared. Then, a player attacked to destroy. That attack just now was definitely comparable to a Deva Grand Cultivator's attack, which made Qin Shujian a little shocked. At this stage, it was definitely impossible for the players to obtain such a treasure. Even if they obtained it, they would not attack the Chaos Blood Army for no reason. Then, there was only one explanation. There were others who did not want the Imperial Court to intercept the evil demon, and this person was definitely a Deva Grand Cultivator. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the methods that they revealed just now and their motive for doing so. All kinds of accidents happened. As a result, Marquis Bayun's side was at a disadvantage. The Chaos Blood Army was defeated. Qin Shujian could not allow the other party to be slaughtered by the evil demon. Moreover, without the support of the military formation, the Chaos Blood Army could not last more than a few rounds in the hands of the evil demon. At that time, the other party's target was still the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. The only difference was 1 minute faster. It was still 1 minute slower. So, Qin Shujian was more straightforward. He attracted the evil Lord of Six Desires over, and then activated his backup plan to compete with this Deva Grand Cultivator. As the evil Lord of Six Desires approached, he became more and more nervous in his heart. The boundary of the spirit domain could even be directly broken by a prominent Sage Realm cultivator with some means. For a Deva Grand Cultivator, it was even more useless. The membrane of the spirit domain could not stop him at all. It was almost effortless. The huge body of the evil Lord of Six Desires had already stepped into the Liang Mountain spirit domain. He took a step in. The stars moved. A huge formation instantly manifested. In everyone's sight, runes appeared in the void, and in an instant, the figures of Qin Shujian and the evil Lord of Six Desires disappeared. In an illusory world, tens of thousands of stars flickered in the sky. Among them, 12 stars were the most dazzling. Qin Shujian was in the center of the formation. It was as if he had transformed into a god that controlled the world. With a wave of his hand, stars fell and bombarded towards the evil Lord of Six Desires. Formation. The evil Lord of Six Desires looked at the huge falling star that was like a small mountain. He was shocked, but he did not retreat because of it. His huge fist shook the void and directly collided with the falling star. Boom, with the two as the center, a terrifying fluctuation instantly swept out in all directions. The void shook. At this moment, countless runes began to emit a powerful light. A master formation. A world of its own. The evil Lord of Six Desires had been born for many years, and his knowledge was not shallow. At a glance, he could see the clues of Qin Shujian's formation. He was shocked again. A world of its own. Although this was an exaggeration, but if he did not break this space, he would be trapped here forever. This was the domineering part of a master formation. It relied on the formation of a different space in the greater thousand world to absorb an endless stream of spirit qi to maintain the operation of this formation. As long as the formation was not broken, the formation could continue to operate. It would only collapse on its own when the spirit qi of heaven and earth was exhausted. However, how could the spirit qi of heaven and earth be exhausted? Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to the evil Lord of Six Desires' shock. Now that he had entered the formation, either the evil Lord of Six Desires would be defeated or the formation would shatter. The Liang Mountain Spirit Region would turn into a demonic land. The Liang Mountain Spirit Region was his foundation. Naturally, he would not allow the demons to wreak havoc here. Therefore, the evil Lord of Six Desires had to stay here. Kill. Qin Shujian controlled the formation with one hand. The 12 stars swayed together, and fire lotuses condensed in the void, turning the entire formation into a sea of fire. Bright King Hellfire, it was the strongest flame that could even refine and burn a Dao artifact. The moment the bright King Hellfire appeared, the evil Lord of Six Desires instinctively sensed some danger. Under the cover of a master formation, he did not dare to let his guard down. In an instant, endless demonic aura erupted from his body. Then, his 10,000-foot-tall body directly shattered the air, shaking the void and distorting it. He punched toward Qin Shujian in the sky. He did not understand the Tao of formations, so he had no idea how to find the flaws. The only way to break the formation was to rely on his own forceful means to force out a power that exceeded the limits of the formation. This punch, it directly extinguished many of the hellfire. Qin Shujian's body did not move. Under the swaying stars, a golden lotus bloomed and blocked the attack of the evil Lord of Six Desires. Under the support of the formation, this Grade 2 Dao artifact had also displayed a level far beyond the ordinary. The 3 lotus petals of the golden lotus rotated and took the attack of a celestial being head-on. There were no signs of it collapsing. Demonic aura filled the sky. The bright King Hellfire continued to burn. The evil Lord of Six Desires could feel that the demonic aura in his body was decreasing bit by bit. Although this decrease was insignificant compared to his seemingly endless demonic aura, it was indeed being worn down step by step. If this went on, things were not looking good. The evil Lord of Six Desires looked at Qin Shujian in the sky cruelly and said coldly, "This is why you dare to provoke me." This time, he did not say anything about an ant. An Array Dao Grandmaster. He already had the qualifications to be taken seriously by a celestial being. Qin Shujian indifferently smiled. I was able to kill you in the past and I can do the same today. Although I don't know if evil demons are truly immortal and indestructible, I believe that the price of dying once shouldn't be light. Arrogant. The evil lord of six desires' eyes suddenly turned violent. However, before he could attack, he saw that in the fire lotus. In an instant, thousands of sharp saber auras cut through the void, turning the sea of fire into a terrifying saber aura domain. Caught off guard, the evil lord of six desires directly endured the attack of countless saber auras. His powerful flesh was also cut into bloody scars. Before the blood could completely flow, the demonic aura surged and healed his injuries. In this regard, Qin Shujian looked indifferent as he controlled the formation with his hands. In the sky, the destructive lightning was like a dancing dragon, swallowing downward. Then, a shocking saber aura slashed out as if it could shatter the void. The bright king hellfire below turned into a sea of fire. Boom! Boom! The evil lord of six desires punched out, and the terrifying power directly shattered the lightning. Demonic aura surged and finally attached to his body, turning into a layer of black armor, directly blocking the attack of the saber aura. The bright king hellfire was powerful. However, compared to the almost endless demonic aura, it was difficult to refine too much in a short time. Wearing the demonic armor, the evil lord of six desires' palm directly scattered the thunder clouds in the sky as if it was catching the stars and the moon. He grabbed at Qin Shujian. The third-grade golden lotus bloomed. A layer of pale golden shield was just propped up, but it was already shattered. Under the full attack, the evil lord of six desires' strength was terrifying. It was also at this moment, the 12 stars shook violently again. There seemed to be starlight surging in the white sky, and a mysterious and vast power was directly drawn into the formation. Immediately after, the 12 stars gathered and turned into 12 huge gods that were 5,000 to 6,000 feet tall. They directly attacked the evil lord of six desires. The 12 gods seemed to control the power of the stars. Every attack shook the space and distorted it. They fought with the evil lord of six desires. Break! Dan Hao roared angrily. His 1,000 feet tall body glowed with golden light, and a punch that could shatter a mountain landed on the sinister demon in front of him. A powerful force erupted. Immediately, the fiend's physical body was shattered, and it fell back. After fighting for so long, Dan Hao had already gained the absolute upper hand. By the time the attack landed, Yi Zichen had already made his move. The sinister demon no longer had the strength to fight back. Invading the Great Zhou Empire. You deserve death. The killing intent in Dan Hao's heart soared. His attack was powerful and as swift as lightning. The sinister demon could not even resist before it staggered and fell to the ground. Its body continued to crack, and no matter how the demonic qi tried to repair it, it did not have any effect. Boom, another punch was thrown. The sinister demon's body shattered the mountain. A stone spear appeared in Dan Hao's hand, and a desolate and ancient aura instantly spread out, causing the sky to change. Zhu Bing. The moment they saw the stone spear, everyone, including the Azura demon god, was shocked and horrified. Sinister demons were almost indestructible. There were not many things that could truly kill a sinister demon. Zhu Bing, but it happened to be one of them. Zhu Bing? Marquis Baiyun was also stunned, but soon, the voice sounded in his mind. It's not the real Zhu Bing. It's just embellished with a wisp of Zhu Bing's aura. It should be one of the stone tools that people worshipped back then, and its true body still exists somewhere. Marquis Baiyun relaxed slightly when he heard that. Soon. The voice sounded again. But to kill these things, there's no need to use Zhu Bing's true body. A group of worms that rely on the demon abyss to survive can be killed by a stone tool embellished with Zhu Bing's aura. On the other side. The moment the stone spear appeared, all the sinister demons revealed a look of fear. No one expected it. The Great Zhou Empire would hand such a treasure to a heavenly realm cultivator. As for the sinister demon facing Dan Hao, it turned around and fled without thinking. Even if it was defeated and sealed, it would not allow a sinister demon to escape. However, under the threat of complete annihilation, even an evil spirit would feel fear. Kill. Dan Hao crushed 1,000 mountains with a single step. The stone spear was like a shooting star as it directly caught up with the evil spirit. Immediately after, the powerful scaly skin was nothing in front of the stone spear as it was directly pierced through. The terrifying impact didn't stop there. It continued to fly into the distance. In the end, the stone spear nailed itself onto a huge mountain peak, nailing a 10,000-meter tall evil fiend to death. Blood gushed out from the wound like a river. The evil spirit let out a roar of despair. But no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the fate of being nailed to death. In the end, the evil spirit no longer struggled. Its body turned into black bone powder and fell off. Only the long spear was still stuck in the mountain peak. Dan Hao waved his hand, and the stone spear flew back. Compared to just now. Now, the body of the stone spear was dyed with a layer of black, which occupied about 1/10 of the spear's body. Regarding this, Dan Hao's expression remained the same. Holding the long spear in his hand, he had already aimed at the evil demon that was fighting with the Zhennan King. The Zhennan King controlled lightning with his palm, forcing the evil spirit to be unable to fight back. When Dan Hao killed an evil spirit with a single stab of his spear and cast his gaze over, the evil spirit was finally afraid. However, he wanted to leave. The Zhennan King and Dan Hao had no intention of letting him escape. Since they already knew about the stone spear, it meant that the imperial court was determined to kill the evil spirit. So, when the evil spirit wanted to escape, the Zhennan King directly set up a lightning domain to block his path. Subsequently, Dan Hao's attack had already arrived. Originally, the South Vanquishing King was already difficult to deal with. Now that Dan Hao had joined forces with two diviner great cultivators, that evil spirit had no power to resist. Boom, the Azure Fiend Celestial punched the 6-Seal Dao artifact. Monstrous demonic aura covered the sky. The moment Marquis Bayun was pushed back, he grabbed the void with both hands. Rip, the space was immediately torn apart. The moment the space was torn apart, the Azure Fiend Celestial seemed to have suffered some kind of terrifying attack. Its greenish-black scales shattered like armor, and one of its arms fell to the ground. Roar! Black blood gushed out crazily. The Azure Fiend Celestial let out a painful roar, but he did not stop at all. The moment the space was torn apart, his entire body sank into it. The entire process happened in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the Azure Fiend Celestial had already disappeared from this world. If not for the demonic aura and the fallen arm, no one would have thought that a Fiend Celestial once existed here. Just as the Azure Fiend Celestial was escaping, the Fiend Celestial that fought with the Zhennan King was also killed. He escaped? He escaped. Marquis Bayun looked at the two people who came over and nodded slightly. To this, Dan Hao and the Zhennan King did not say anything. A Fiend Celestial was at least a great cultivator above the 7th level of the Heaven-Human realm. If he wanted to escape, no one could stop him unless there was a peak Heaven-Human realm expert. As for where he escaped to, there was no doubt about it. The realm gate of the Demon Abyss had just been connected to this area, and the shattered space had not completely healed. The only place where the Azure Fiend Celestial could escape was the Demon Abyss. He forcefully tore open the space and suffered a backlash. This Fiend Celestial is also seriously injured. It will take at least thousands of years for him to recover. He is not a concern for the time being, Dan Hao shook his head and said. Space was not so easy to tear open. Even a Heaven-Human realm cultivator would find it difficult to do so. If not for the strong body of an evil demon, the backlash alone would be enough to kill a Heaven-Human realm cultivator. However, what Dan Hao really cared about was not the Azure Fiend Celestial's escape, but Marquis Bayun's strength. Even he himself. He did not have the confidence to fight a Fiend Celestial head-on. Even a great cultivator at the 6th level of the Heaven-Human realm was very different from a cultivator at the 7th level of the Heaven-Human realm. The fact that Marquis Bayun could fight the Azure Fiend Celestial without being at a disadvantage meant that his strength had probably reached the peak of the 6th level of the Heaven-Human realm or even the 7th level of the Heaven-Human realm. With such strength, there were not many in the Great Zhao. Today, Marquis Bayun fought the Fiend Celestial by himself. His demeanor is not inferior to the Marquis's. It's really admirable. General Dan, you flatter me. There is still one evil demon that has not been killed. Let's deal with it first. All right. Then, Marquis Bayun and the other two looked at the Liang Mountain spiritual region. It was the array that was hidden in everyone's eyes. In their eyes, they could see through it and see the array that was flickering with 12 stars. However, without truly breaking into the array, even a heaven-human realm cultivator could not see through it. King Jinan said with a smile, "It seems that this array Grandmaster of Bayun Mansion is really extraordinary. Perhaps we don't need to do anything. That evil demon might not be a match for him. In that case, let's wait and see." Dan He was not in a hurry. Now, two of the four evil demons had been killed, and one of them had escaped. The remaining one was still trapped in the array and could no longer cause any trouble. As for Marquis Bayun, he slashed down with his saber and killed more than half of the evil demons that were fighting with the Chaos Blood Army. Immediately, the Chaos Blood Army took advantage of this opportunity to kill the remaining devil disaster. In the array, the 12-star generals were fighting with the 6 Desires Evil Lord. The 12-star generals formed from the 12 Dao artifacts, and the power of the stars were close to the limit of the divine martial realm. When the 12 of them worked together, they were even stronger than ordinary heaven-human realm cultivators. The two sides fought until the void trembled. However, any fluctuations that spread out were all intercepted by the array and could not be transmitted to the outside world. Bang! The 6 Desires Evil Lord, who was fighting with the star generals, suddenly paused. Caught off guard, he was bombarded by the 2 star generals and was forced to retreat. His face was full of horror at this moment. The evil demons could sense each other. Just a moment ago, the 6 Desires Evil Lord sensed that the 2 evil demons had fallen, and the Azura demon god's aura had also disappeared from this world. Could it be that even the Azura demon god has fallen? Impossible. How could those heaven-human realm cultivators kill the demon god? Could it be that the human emperor has made a move? Or could it be that they have invited the great Zhao Zubing? For a moment, all kinds of guesses emerged in the 6 Desires Evil Lord's mind. But no matter what kind of guess it was, it made his heart tremble. The Azura demon god's aura had disappeared. Whether he had fallen or escaped, the outcome was definitely not good. Moreover, 2 heaven-human realm evil demons had fallen. Such an unforeseen event. It put him in a dangerous situation. The 6 Desires Evil Lord's shock was a good thing for Qin Shujian. Although he was in the array, he could still sense the outside world. 2 evil demons had fallen. 1 demon god had escaped. This already made Qin Shujian understand that the Great Zhao's victory was certain. The 2 evil demons have been defeated. You can't escape the fate of death either. He controlled the array with one hand and a confident smile appeared on his face. He looked down at the 6 Desires Evil Lord, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. Kill. He gave the order. As if something had been triggered. The array changed again. As the 12 stars swayed, the 12 star generals turned into a giant whose face couldn't be seen clearly. A terrifying and vast aura instantly spread out. Then, lightning fell from the sky and turned into a huge battle blade. The giant held the battle blade. As if it contained endless power, it directly slashed at the 6 Desires Evil Lord. The blade slashed out, the void cracked, a fatal threat surged in his heart, forcing the 6 Desires Evil Lord to come back to his senses. Then, he saw the thunderous blade. There was no time to think. Monstrous demonic aura erupted. The demonic armor reformed into a black long blade. The 6 Desires Evil Lord held the long blade and slashed out fiercely. Boom, terrifying power erupted like a wave. It should have been an earth-shattering sound. But just like the great Xianxia sound, no sound came out. Only invisible ripples spread out. The array's runes flickered and then shattered inch by inch under the ripples. It was a Grandmaster-level array that could trap a heaven-human cultivator. At this moment, under the impact of the 2 attacks, it shattered with a loud bang. The array shattered. A huge body was directly sent flying. Blood splattered in the air. The Thunder War blade directly cut through the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. In the end, a long trace was left in the sky, which did not dissipate for a long time. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The 12 Dao artifacts fell and Qin Shujian put them all into his storage ring with one hand. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back and slowly descended. On the other side, Lord Six Desires collapsed to the ground. On his huge body, there was a huge gap that almost split him in half. There was still thunder lingering on it, preventing the wound from healing. Until now, Lord Six Desires' eyes were still filled with disbelief. Defeated, he was defeated by a prominent divine realm cultivator. Even if the other party was an Array Dao Grandmaster, he still could not accept it. Not only Lord Six Desires. Even Marquis Bayun and the others had a slight change in expression. Looking at Qin Shujian who floated down, a dignified look appeared in their eyes for the first time. Among them, Marquis Bayun was the clearest about Lord Six Desires' strength. After all, they had fought for so long. In his opinion, Lord Six Desires' strength was no less than the 3rd level of the Celestial Being Realm. He might even be comparable to the 4th level of the Celestial Being Realm. With such strength. But in the end, he was defeated by Qin Shujian. The other party. He was definitely not an ordinary Array Dao Grandmaster. But shock was just shock. After Lord Six Desires was seriously injured, Dan Hao had already struck out with the stone spear in his hand, instantly nailing him to the ground. The stone spear that had a wisp of Zhu Bing's aura. It was the nemesis of evil spirits. Soon, Lord Six Desires was completely wiped out. After killing 3 evil spirits in a row, 1/3 of the stone spear's body was already stained with black. On the other side, Qin Shujian had to admit one thing. Someone stole his kill. Although he tried his best and only seriously injured Lord Immortal, his true essence was also severely depleted. Even the Dao artifact was not light and needed some time to recover, so he had to stop temporarily. He wanted to rest for a while and wait for his true essence to recover a little before attacking Lord Six Desires and harvesting a wave of life source and luck points. In the end, without waiting for him to recover, Dan Hao killed Six Desires' Demon Lord. This made Qin Shujian speechless. However, Dan Hao, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to the fact that he had taken the bait. He took a step forward and looked at Qin Shujian with a smile. So this is the Array Master of Bayun Manor? You truly live up to your reputation. Marquis Bayun introduced them at the right time. This is General Mingyuan, Shan Hao, General Shan. General Shan, you flatter me. My insignificant tricks are not worthy of praise. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also looked at this General Mingyuan. From the surface, he looked like a middle-aged man, but in fact, he was not sure how long he had lived. At this moment, the evil demons in the newborn ordinary realm had either been killed or escaped. It could be said that they had cleaned up the place. As for the remaining devil chi, under the surge of the vast spiritual chi in the new area, it was completely dispersed. As for the collapsed mountains and earth veins, however, it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. These were the laws of heaven and earth that had not completely receded, and they were repairing the damaged world. A new region was born. This meant that a large number of treasures would be born. However, looking at Marquis Bayun and the others, those cultivators who had been waiting in the Liang Mountain spiritual realm for a long time did not dare to act rashly. Lord Jinan said, "This region is born and is close to the Liang Mountain spiritual realm. When the laws of heaven and earth stabilize, it will not be long before it merges with the spiritual realm. In my opinion, this region does not need to be named for the time being. After it merges with the spiritual realm, it will be regarded as one of the regions of the Liang Mountain spiritual realm." Naming the region, this was something that almost all new regions had to do. However, there were occasional exceptions. For example, because this region was close to the spiritual realm, and the Liang Mountain spiritual realm was the center of the entire spiritual realm, it would not be long before it was assimilated by the spiritual realm. Therefore, there was no need to name it. In response to Lord Jinnan's words, Marquis Bayun did not object. There was no need to compete with the other party for the matter of a region. Moreover, what the other party said was also what he thought in his heart. Subsequently, Shan Hao also said, "The matter here has been settled. Lord Jinnan and I will go back to report first. The rest of the matters will be left to Marquis Bayun to handle." I will handle it myself. Lord Zhenan, General Ming Yuan, take care. Goodbye. Dan Hao and the Zhenan king both nodded. Then, they nodded slightly at Qin Shujian as a sign of acknowledgement. Soon after, they flew into the sky and left. As for the treasures in the new region, to them, it was already dispensable. Soon, only Marquis Baiyun, Qin Shujian, and the remaining Chaos Blood Army were left in the region. Sect Master Qin, when do you plan to send people into this region to collect the treasures? Everything will be according to the Marquis' arrangement. In that case, in 3 days, Yuanzong and the people of the Marquis Baiyun mansion will explore the treasures in this region together. After that, the Marquis Baiyun mansion will no longer interfere in this matter. Okay. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded and replied. The first joint exploration, and the second time, Yuanzong was in charge. This undoubtedly gave Yuanzong great convenience. After all, regents were born. All the treasures would not appear at the first time. They might not be able to collect everything in the first exploration, so there would be a second and third exploration opportunity. Immediately, Marquis Baiyun flew into the air and looked at the others. He said in a deep voice, without my order, no one is allowed to enter this region. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. His voice was loud and clear, shaking the surroundings. Hearing this, no one dared to have any objections and remained silent. Seeing this, Marquis Baiyun looked at the Chaos Blood Army and said, the Chaos Blood Army will continue to suppress this place and prevent anyone from entering. Kill anyone who dares to barge in. Yes, Sect Master. Zhu Yongqi cupped his fists and bowed his head. Okay. Marquis Baiyun nodded slightly and then looked at Qin Shujian. Sect Master Qin, if you have time, you can come to the Marquis Baiyun mansion for a chat. I have other things to deal with, so I will leave first. Take care, Marquis. Qin Shujian cupped his fists and replied. Then, Marquis Baiyun flew away. Seeing this, Qin Shujian looked at Zhu Yongqi and asked, General Zhu, do you need Yuanzong to send people to assist you? Sect Master Qin, don't worry. The Chaos Blood Army is enough. If you have any problems, you can send a message to Yuanzong. Sure. Goodbye. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't say anything else and also flew away. Although more than half of the Chaos Blood Army had been killed or injured. But he saw an iron-blooded fighting spirit in Zhu Yongqi and the others. If anyone dared to underestimate them, this remaining army would definitely erupt with a power that would shock everyone. After Qin Shujian left, Zhu Yongqi directly sent people to guard the border and spread the divine martial arts realm cultivator's divine sense to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to sneak in. Although the Chaos Blood Army was weak in front of the demons. But that was only in front of a diviner realm cultivator. Apart from this point, Li Mu with a divine martial arts realm cultivator like Zhu Yongqi, even if they didn't form a military formation, they were still comparable to a large sect. It was enough to deter many people. Not to mention, Marquis Baiyun stood behind the Chaos Blood Army. So, when they saw the Chaos Blood Army guarding the border of the two areas, some cultivators who wanted to enter the new area hesitated for a long time and turned around to leave. At the same time, everyone knew that the news of today's battle would probably spread very quickly. Not to mention Marquis Baiyun and the others. Whether it was Marquis Baiyun or King Zhenan, they were all famous experts in the Great Zhao dynasty. But Qin Shujian was different. Originally, his reputation as a formation grandmaster was the greatest deterrent because he easily killed the experts of the 8 sects. As for the saying that he was comparable to a diviner, it was just a legend that had been passed down for a long time. In the era when Baiyun Mansion's formations declined, a formation grandmaster hadn't appeared for 1 or 2,000 years. But now it was completely different. At the border of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, he set up a formation grandmaster and then fought with a diviner realm demon. After a long fierce battle, the formation was broken. Qin Shujian was unscathed, but the diviner realm demon was seriously injured and killed by Dan Hao in one blow. Such a battle record had made everyone understand. A formation grandmaster was comparable to a diviner realm cultivator. And this formation grandmaster of Yuanzong was more terrifying than an ordinary diviner realm cultivator. After all, other diviner realm cultivators could at most fight to a draw with the demon. If they wanted to seriously injure the demon, only experts like Marquis Bayun, who had been famous for a long time, could do it. Similarly, the formation masters who were originally staying in Cold Mountain City were in an uproar when they saw Xianxia setting up a terrifying formation and severely injuring a celestial being realm cultivator. In their eyes, this was a true formation grandmaster. Originally, the news that there would be a competition in Liang Mountain City had already spread. But now, the momentum had become even greater, and it was faintly showing the momentum of spreading to the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty. As for the other side, after Qin Shujian returned to Yuanzhong, he stayed in the courtyard for a day and didn't come out. The next day, there was a new mission in the mission hall. A bounty mission, and the bounty was for an inhuman. Such a thing didn't mean much to the other disciples of Yuanzhong, but to the players, it caused quite a stir. An NPC wanted a player. This could be considered the first time in history. Although the player's name wasn't shown on the bounty, Qin Shujian drew the images of these people based on his memory at that time. At the same time, everyone who accepted the mission would receive a tracking token. Those who held the tracking token would be within 3 miles of the mission target. And there was a subtle space array set up inside. As long as they activated their vital essence, they would be able to record a short video. And it was also the basis for submitting the mission. As for the mission reward, it was also extremely generous. Killing a person would give 100 contribution points each time. Among the 7 people on the bounty, the first 100 times each person was killed would be able to submit the mission. As for after 100 times, it wouldn't count. After seeing the specific content of the mission, the players were in an uproar again. TSK, this is forcing these people to their deaths. Lu Dazhong looked at the mission above and shook his head while gloating, everyone dies 100 times. This is even more miserable than dying white. Hearing that, the surrounding players expressed their agreement. With the current realm of the players, dying a dozen times was enough to reset their realm to 0. If they were killed 100 times in a row, it would not be as simple as resetting their realm to 0. They would probably have a mental breakdown. Damn, how did these 7 people offend the sect master? They are actually wanted to this extent. This is the first time I've seen such a bounty. Ruthless. In the mission hall, no player directly called the Liangshan gang leader. After all, this kind of address was enough in private. On the surface, they still had to respectfully call him the sect master. Some players did not understand. However, some players who saw Fu Moyan and the others sneered and said, these people sneaked an attack on Marquis Bayun's army and then let an evil spirit break through the blockade. In the end, the sect master set up a formation to intercept this evil spirit and seriously injure it. Hearing that, the others were also enlightened. If this was the case, then there was really nothing wrong with the bounty. The sect was right here, but you still let the evil spirit out to cause a demon disaster. Who else would you reward if not you? Hey, 1 kill for 100 contribution points. This is much higher than the reward of doing the mission. Someone looked at the mission above and then accepted it without hesitation. At the same time, when accepting the mission, a tracking token was also directly given to the person who accepted the mission for free. This kind of almost zero cost and high profit thing, no one would refuse. Immediately, all the disciples of Yuan sect, including some internal and external deacons, all accepted this mission. And after receiving the mission, some players had already posted the portraits of Fu Moyan and the others on the forum, threatening to inform them if they had any news and would also give them a generous reward. Now on the forum, the pinned post was the video of Marquis Bayun and the others fighting against the evil spirit. For the players, it was the first time they had seen a celestial realm cultivator fight. They were also shocked by the power that could destroy heaven and earth. And when they saw the evil spirit, it was the same. In the past, the evil devils that had broken through the seal in the ordinary realm had never had the chance to display their full strength. How could they display their gigantic bodies like in the video, as for Qin Shujian? Because of the formation, even if the players recorded the scene, they would not be able to see the scene inside. However, the scene where the saber broke the array formation and severely injured the evil spirit was still recorded by someone. There was no need to describe the shock he felt. It was different from other NPCs or bosses. The Langshan Stronghold Master was a boss that had accompanied the players since the beginner's village. In the end, while the players were still stuck at the true martial realm, this boss was able to slash apart demons of the celestial realm. This was a huge gap. This made many players suspect that perhaps the other party was the real player, and they were the NPCs in the game. However, the news that Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of a powerful being spread. All the players agreed with this news. Originally, the forums were already flooded with news of what had happened in the Liang Mountain Spirit region. In the end, it didn't take long for many more posts to appear. All the titles started with a bounty, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. On the other side, after placing a bounty on Fu Moyan and the others, Qin Shujian put this matter aside for the time being. The reason why he did this? It was because he was really angry this time. It was not as simple as the other party attacking the Chaos Blood Army. It was also because the other party intended to let the evil spirits harm the Liang Mountain Spirit region and destroy the foundation of the Yuan sect. For Qin Shujian, destroying the foundation of the Yuan sect was no different from cutting off his source of life and destroying his Dao path. This was a hatred that would not end until one of them was dead. Qin Shujian knew that the players would not die. However, for him, even if he could not completely kill those players, he wanted to turn them white and let Fu Moyan and the others experience the fear of being dominated by the game. Before Fu Moyan and the others died, he had already left a mark on these people. It was the means of a formation grandmaster. Qin Shujian was confident that even if the other party revived, they would not be able to get rid of it. As for those tracking tokens, they were used to detect the means he left behind. In the Chenggu Hall. At this moment, the elders of the 6 factions were gathered. Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Niu Dali, who was sitting at the back. This ox demon had become stronger than last time. As the Yuan sect was promoted to a 5th grade faction, Ox Demon Lord's realm was also promoted to the 9th level of the true martial realm, almost reaching the peak of the true martial realm. But now, he sensed the aura of a spiritual god on this ox demon. Although this aura was not complete, it also represented that Niu Dali was at the stage of breaking through to the spiritual god realm. In the span of a few months, from the 9th level of the true martial realm to about to break through to the spiritual god realm, such talent and strength gave Qin Shujian a new understanding of this ox demon. As for Niu Dali, he was sitting in his seat with his eyelids drooping, looking drowsy. If it were not for Qin Shujian's order, he really did not want to attend the meeting. For Niu Dali, he did not join the Yuan sect to have a place to sleep peacefully. As for the others in the Yuan sect, most of them looked down on this ox demon and the other beasts in the demon vein. If it were any other beasts being looked down upon like this, they would probably be angry. However, Niu Dali did not say anything about this. In his opinion, this situation was quite good. Everyone looked down on him, so they would not disturb him. As long as he could sleep peacefully. For Niu Dali, it was fine if they looked down on him. Anyway, he would not lose anything. But no matter what, after becoming an elder of the demon vein, sleeping was indeed more comfortable than when he was alone in the ox demon cave. At least with the Yuan sect's name hanging, no one would dare to plot against him. Thinking of this, he seemed to have some doubts about the taste of sleep. However, just as Niu Dali sat down to rest for a while, a chill emerged on his body, making him shiver involuntarily. When he looked up, he saw nothing. On the other side, Qin Shujian also withdrew his gaze from Niu Dali and thought to himself, 93 points of loyalty. It seems that this ox demon is quite loyal to the Yuan sect. Just now, he took a look at Niu Dali's loyalty. 93 points. It was already considered very high. Even with the stability of the Yuan sect and the general increase in loyalty, there were very few people who could reach more than 90 points of loyalty. After putting the matter of this ox demon aside for the time being, Qin Shujian said, "This time a new area has been born. Tomorrow, our sect and the people of the Bayun Marquis mansion will enter and explore it together. However, the name list of the people who will enter this time has not been decided yet. We will follow your decision, sect master. Almost all the elders cupped their hands and replied. There wasn't a single person present who didn't want to enter the new area. After all, there were many treasures in a new area. If they were lucky. If they could get 1 or 2 treasures, it would be a great benefit. However, although they thought about it, they could not show it on their faces. Hearing this, Xianxia also nodded with satisfaction. After pondering for a while, he said, I plan to let everyone in the Dimension sect have a chance to enter this time, but the premise is that everyone has to pay 5,000 contribution points. Regardless of whether it is an elder or an outer or inner disciple. As long as everyone pays enough contribution points, they will be able to get a place to enter the new area. After entering, any gains will belong to the individual, but the sect will buy them at the same price. Speaking of this, he paused, and without looking at the others' expressions, he continued, but there is one thing. If you get an innate spiritual item, you have to hand it over to the sect. As a reward, each innate spiritual item can be exchanged for 20,000 contribution points. If someone secretly hides an innate spiritual item, once found out, not only will he be expelled from the sect, but he will also be punished to death. Hearing this, the others' expressions did not change much. To them, innate spiritual items were equivalent to spiritual weapons. They had no other use. As for the 5,000 contribution points, among the elders present, who did not have some foundation, the ones who should be worried about the 5,000 contribution points should be the disciples who lacked contribution points. Therefore, after Qin Shujian finished speaking, Su Yuanming cupped his hands and replied, Sect Master, what you said is excellent. I second it. I second it too. I second it. The others also opened their mouths to reply. As for Nyo Dali, he also replied with one sentence. After discussing and coming to a decision, the next step would be to pass on this decision to the others. After receiving the news, Yuan sect was in an uproar again. 5,000 contribution points, for the vast majority of players, this was a huge cost. At this stage, under the temptation of Dao artifacts, almost all the disciples of Yuan sect wanted to accumulate contribution points to get a Dao artifact. However, the quota to enter the new area also affected people's hearts. Everyone knew that there were many treasures in the new area, and there was no lack of innate spiritual items and other precious things. If they were lucky enough, if they could find any one of them, if they took it out to exchange for contribution points, they would not lose much. Not to mention, if they could get an innate spiritual item, they could exchange it for 20,000 contribution points. This meant that if they were lucky enough to get an innate spiritual item, then this trip to the new area would definitely be profitable. Basically, they would get a profit of 15,000 contribution points. Therefore, when the other elders passed on the news, Elderly was shocked. As long as the contribution points reached 5,000, 95% of them chose to spend 5,000 contribution points in exchange for a quota to enter the new area. Only a very small number of cautious people. They did not dare to risk their contribution points. After all, if they did not gain anything, then they would lose everything. The new district was extremely vast. It was not much different from the ordinary realm. The only difference was, it was probably because the laws of heaven and earth were unstable and the shackles had not been completely formed. The next day, the people sent by the Northern Cloud Marquis Mansion to explore the new district had finally arrived. Besides Xiaohong, the leader was Xiaohong. There was also Su Mingyang, who was at the God Martial Arts realm. For this person, Qin Shujian was no stranger to him. After all, he still had some impression of him during the battle in the desolate ordinary realm. After seeing Qin Shujian, the two also cupped their hands and greeted, Sect Master Qin. The two of you came quite early. Qin Shujian also cupped his hands and responded. Subsequently, he looked at the 30 people behind Xiaohong and asked, are there only so few people from the Northern Cloud Marquis Mansion this time? 30 people are enough. Xiaohong smiled and then looked at Qin Shujian, who came alone, and asked, "How many people is Yuanzong going to send?" Maybe a little more." Qin Shujian suddenly did not know how to answer. In advance, both sides did not discuss how many people each side would send. In the end, he did not know that the Northern Cloud Marquis had only sent 30 people. In this way, things were a little awkward. Xiaohong, who did not know Qin Shujian's thoughts, had a faint smile on his face and said, "It's okay. The district is vast and there's no harm in having more people explore." Speaking of this, he paused and said, "But there are some things that I still want to make clear to Sect Master Qin. There's no harm in saying it. There are many treasures in the Earth Domain and it is unavoidable to fight for them. However, the grudges in the new Earth Domain will be forgotten after we leave. However, the relationship between Yuan Sect and the Northern Cloud Marquis Mansion has been ruined. What does Sect Leader Qin think?" Xiaohong said with a solemn expression. The current Yuanzong was not like before. With an array master with the battle strength of a heavenly being, the Northern Cloud Marquis Mansion did not want to ruin the relationship between both sides because of some small matter. After all, a heavenly being was rare. An array master comparable to a heavenly being was even rarer. In particular, Qin Shujian was not an ordinary array master. Thinking of what the Marquis said, Xiaohong understood. The person in front of him had probably reached the peak of the first level of the Grandmaster realm. If he took another step forward, his strength would probably undergo another terrifying transformation. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also nodded and said, "This Qin naturally agrees." The Baiyun Marquis residents didn't want to become enemies with Yuanzong. Yuanzong also didn't want to offend the Baiyun Marquis Manor. Currently, in Baiyun Manor, on the surface, Marquis Baiyun represented the imperial court in suppressing everything. In the cultivation world, the Yuan sect had the status of an overlord, suppressing many sects and forces. If the two sides became enemies, if that was the case, then it would involve a lot of things. On the contrary, if they maintained their current relationship, it would be beneficial to both of them in the future. Just as the two sides were chatting, not long after, a group of people came over in a grandiose manner. Xiaohong could not help but be startled when he saw the densely packed group of people arriving. Moreover, all of them were wearing the uniform of the Yuan sect. Soon after, he asked, "Why is your sect here?" Cough, cough. "These are the people from my sect who have entered the new area." Qin Shujian coughed softly, looking a little embarrassed. Hearing this, the faces of the people from the Marquis Baiyun Manor froze. Su Mingyang asked with a slightly stiff expression, "May I know how many people the Yuan sect has sent this time?" "Probably less than 3,000. "Probably less than 3,000, Su Mingyang and Xiaohong suddenly felt a little stuffy in their chests. They even had the illusion that they were about to suffocate. Their Marquis Baiyun Manor had only sent a little over 30 people. The Yuan sect had sent almost 3,000 people. In comparison, the two of them realized that they were like fools. They originally thought that the Yuan sect would only send a few dozen or 100 people and specially select some elite disciples to enter. In the end, how naive, they were too naive. This was the only thought that arose in the minds of Xiaohong and Su Mingyang. As for the 30 or so people behind them who were about to enter the new area, their faces were stiff. When they saw the vast group of people, they already felt weak in their hearts. However, the only thing worth rejoicing about was, although the Yuan sect had many people, most of them were cultivators at the spirit god realm or below. On the other hand, the people from the Marquis Baiyun Manor were basically at the airborne realm and the prominent sage realm. After a long time, Xiaohong finally calmed down. He coughed lightly and said, "Sect Master Qin, there's no need for cultivators at the god martial realm and above to enter the new area this time. After all, the new area has been born, and the laws are stabilizing. If there's too much damage, it's easy to cause the area to collapse. In the previous battle, a lot of the power of the laws of heaven and earth had been consumed. If a few more battles were to occur, the area would definitely collapse." It was like this situation. It wasn't like it hadn't happened before. The collapse of every area was basically a permanent loss. Therefore, there was gradually an additional rule. As the laws of the area stabilized, the cultivation of those who could enter the area would gradually decrease. When the shackles were completely formed, there would no longer be any restrictions. I understand. What happened after that was much simpler. The people from both sides arrived at the border of the area, where the Chaos Blood Army happened to be stationed. Xianxia was also stunned when he saw the people who came in a mighty manner. If he didn't see Qin Shujian, Xiaohong, and the others in the lead, he would have thought that it was an army of cultivators who intended to break through the Chaos Blood Army's formation. General Zhu. Sect Master Qin. Zhu Yongqi also cupped his fists in return and then nodded to greet Xiaohong and Su Mingyang. He was a member of the army. He was also a great cultivator of the god martial arts realm. On a certain level, his status was higher than Xiaohong and Su Mingyang's. However, because both of them were by Marquis Baiyun's side, they were considered his trusted subordinates. Therefore, Zhu Yongqi gave them face. As for Xiaohong and Su Mingyang, they also returned the same greeting. Immediately after, Zhu Yongqi ordered the Chaos Blood Army to make way and not to block the people from both sides from entering the new area. At the same time, Qin Shujian also turned to look at the people of Yuan sect and said in a deep voice, "This time, the main purpose of entering is to collect treasures. Don't fight at will, and don't kill for no reason. If you have any grudges, don't mention it again after coming out of the area. In addition, you can enter for a maximum of 3 days. If you don't come out within the time limit, you will be punished according to the sect rules." We understand. The people of Yuan sect all nodded in response. On the other side, Xiaohong also used similar words to explain to the people of Marquis Baiyun's mansion. Subsequently, the people from both sides directly entered the new area. After everyone had entered, Yi Zichen stood up. Zhu Yongqi said, "Sect Master Qin, according to Marquis Baiyun's order, after both sides enter the new area, our Chaos Blood Army should withdraw. I'm afraid the following matters will be handled by Yuan sect. This time, we've troubled General Zhu. If you have the chance in the future, you can visit Yuan sect at any time." Qin Shujian said with a smile. He didn't find it strange that the Chaos Blood Army was withdrawing. After all, the Marquis Baiyun's mansion only sent people in to collect treasures for the first time. As for the following matters, Yuan sect had full authority. In this way, naturally, it was impossible to give up the treasure land and help to send people to guard it. With Yuan sect's current strength, even without the Chaos Blood Army, it was enough to occupy an area by itself. Speaking of this, he asked again, "When will the Chaos Blood Army start to withdraw?" "They will withdraw tomorrow. At that time, I hope Yuan sect will send people to take over." "Okay." Qin Shujian nodded. Then, he looked at Xiaohong and Su Mingyang and said with a faint smile, "Instead of waiting here, why don't the two of you come with me to Yuan sect for a visit? There's no harm in coming back in 3 days. Then I'll bother you. Please. Please." In the demon abyss, the space suddenly cracked and a huge demon god covered in blood crawled out of the crack and appeared in front of all the evil spirits. The sudden change. All the sinister devils were stunned. Demon god Azura. Didn't he go to the Great Thousand World? Why is he back? He tore the space apart and came back without an arm. It seems that he encountered a powerful enemy. In this case, the 3 demons who entered the domain gate shouldn't have a good ending. Many of the demons were mocking him. Then, their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at demon god Azura. Demon god, it was an existence that was completely different from ordinary demons. Only the most powerful demons in the demon abyss were qualified to be crowned with the title of demon god. But at the same time, these powerful demon gods contained the power of flesh and blood. It was an irresistible temptation to other demons. If it was in the past, with the demon god's terrifying strength, no demon would dare to have any evil thoughts. But now, looking at the heavily injured Azura demon god, many evil demons had different thoughts. The demon tribe. They were born to be violent and kill. They only followed the law of the jungle. Moreover, they were the embodiment of the law of the jungle. Demon god Azura naturally noticed the strange behavior of the other demons. Initially, he had already been angered by the Marquis of Northern Cloud, so he was already filled with rage. Now that he had encountered such a fortunate event, he was immediately enraged. Boom! He reached out and grabbed an unprepared demon. Then, he put it into his mouth. After a few bites, he chewed and swallowed. His scarlet eyes scanned the other demons. You lowly things dare to covet me? Now is the time to devour you and help me recover from my injuries. After he finished speaking, the Azura demon god attacked again, charging towards another weaker evil demon. Such a ferocious method and his overwhelming strength. It also intimidated some of the demons. However, more demons saw through demon god Azura's strength and attacked angrily. Demon god Azura is severely injured. Now is the time to claim the demon god's position. Kill. In an instant, more than 10 demons attacked. The weak ones were just heavenly beings. The strong ones were not inferior to Demon Lord's 6 desires. Faced with so many opponents, the Azura demon god's ferocious nature was completely aroused, and he began to fight with the other demons. Suddenly, an earth-shattering battle had already begun in the Devil Abyss. To the other demons, the demon god was their goal. If they wanted to rely on time to become a demon god, it was probably impossible in their entire lives. This was a change in strength. It was also a difference in status. If they wanted to become a demon god, they might need thousands or tens of thousands of years. But if it was still a status, it was not something that could be achieved with time. So, the fastest way to rise in status was to devour a demon god. It was just that the demon god lived in the depths of the demon abyss and was extremely powerful. Ordinary demons could not compare. Therefore, the possibility of devouring a demon god was very small. But it was different now. The Azura demon god forcefully tore through space and returned. His body was severely injured and his strength had dropped to a freezing point. Although his strength had dropped, the demon god was still extremely terrifying. But at least, the other demons saw the hope of devouring a demon god. Such an opportunity. There might not be a second time even if they waited for thousands or tens of thousands of years. So, no matter how powerful the Azura demon god was, there were still demons who attacked the demon god with all their might. The battle in the demon abyss was endless. The demon gods in the depths of the demon abyss watched coldly as the Azura demon god was besieged. None of the demon gods helped. The demons. They were indifferent by nature. To them, one less demon god was better. They could absorb more demonic aura in the depths of the demon abyss. As for those demons, if they really split the Azura demon god's flesh and blood, they could not directly become a demon god. On the contrary, once the Azura demon god's flesh and blood were devoured, he would definitely lose his status when he was resurrected. So, the demon gods in the depths of the demon abyss were happy to see this. However, this time, a total of 4 demons walked out of the demon abyss, including a demon god. Great Zhao should not have guessed that a demon god would walk out of a new area. What did the Azura demon god encounter that made him want to escape? To us, the threat of the vast 1,000 domains is the existence of Zhu Bing. Great Zhao must have invited Zhu Bing. Ancestral armaments, such things should not exist in the first place. As the demon gods conversed with their divine wills, a terrifying power rose from the depths of the demon abyss. It was like a desolate and ancient aura, instantly causing the demonic aura to surge. It also caused the other demons who were fighting to stop. How dare you? You're still trying to struggle after falling into the abyss. A monstrous demonic aura erupted, forcefully suppressing this force. In an instant, it was as if several terrifying phantoms had appeared, but they quickly disappeared. It was also at this moment. After a brief moment of shock, the battle between the evil demon and the Azura demon god began again. In the new area, many disciples of Yuan's sect were exploring inside. Although most of the people who entered this time were players, there were also quite a number of locals. After entering the Earth domain, those who knew each other would form a small team to explore. Or he was confident. Then, he left alone. 2,000 to 3,000 people entered the new area and quickly spread out. This time, we have to at least find some Khanate spirit items to break even. Otherwise, this trip to this new area will be a huge loss. It's said that Khanate spiritual objects are the most abundant in the newly born regions. It shouldn't be too difficult to find them. Pay attention to your surroundings and be careful of other people's sneak attacks. Lin Jia walked at the front, and beside him were 3 other members of the Lin family. They were from the same clan previously, and now they were even fellow disciples of the same sect. Originally, the Lin family had been destroyed. Lin Jia's goal in joining Yuan sect was to take revenge on the Celestial sect one day. In the end, before his strength could rise to the point where he could take revenge, the Celestial sect took the first step and destroyed his sect's 1,000 years of foundation. The Celestial sect was destroyed. Sect leader Zhao Zunji died in the Immortal Plains. Naturally, the original hatred also dissipated. Now, to Lin Jia, revenge was no longer the most important thing. His current wish was to increase his strength and rebuild the Lin family. As Yuan sect was promoted to a level 5 force, he himself was also raised to the level 7 physical aura of the true martial realm. Such strength. Actually, it was not considered weak. However, to rebuild the Lin family of the past, such strength was far from enough. A family in the spiritual region. At least there must be a spirit martial realm cultivator. The Lin family of the past. There was even an ancestor of the prominent divine realm. Therefore, Lin Jia was clear about his current strength and how far he was from rebuilding the Lin family of the past. However, in order to increase his strength, besides relying on his own talent, he also needed to have enough contribution points. The Dao artifact in the weapon hall. He wanted it as well. However, not everyone could take out 5,000 contribution points. In the end, only 4 of the 6 people from the Lin family entered here. Lin Jia walked in front and slightly covered his chest with his palm. There was the fragment of the Lin family's half-step Dao artifact. It was qualified to be promoted to a Dao artifact. It must be an innate spiritual item. The fragment of the half-step Dao artifact was also an incomplete innate spiritual item. Khanate spirit objects would definitely sense each other. Now, he was relying on this sense to search for traces of Khanate spirit objects that had been born in this world. The new area was vast. It would take a lot of time for a physical aura cultivator to cross it with full strength. Along the way, Lin Jia and the others had already encountered 5 or 6 groups of people. Most of these people were from the same sect. Only one group was from the Marquis Mansion. To this, Lin Jia did not relax at all. In front of treasures. Even if they were from the same sect, there was a possibility of backstabbing. He was not naive to think that the people of Yuan sect would definitely help each other. Anyone who had such a thought, either they were dead, or they lived miserably. All of a sudden, Lin Jia felt that the fragment of the half-step Dao artifact in his chest was a little warm. His calm face suddenly became excited. He said, "There must be an innate spiritual item around. Let's search carefully." Really? The other 3 people from the Lin family were also excited. Innate spiritual item. It was worth 20,000 contribution points. As long as they got this item, this trip to the new area would be worth it. And how long had it been? If he was able to obtain a Khanate spirit item so quickly, he would definitely be able to obtain something in the next 2 days. Just as Lin Jia and the others were searching around, there was already a dispute in the area. After all, there were many treasures here, and many people had entered. In front of such a large number of people, it was not difficult to find a treasure. The treasure was born. It meant that there would be competition. Even if they were from the same sect, it was nothing in front of the treasure. From time to time, attack waves would spread and attract attention. To this, whether it was the people from the Marquis Mansion or Qin Shujian, they were already mentally prepared. In the courtyard, the 3 of them sat down. Xiaohong felt the rich heaven and earth spirit qi around them and couldn't help but smile. Array grandmasters are really amazing. This method of gathering heaven and earth spirit qi is really amazing. It's just a small trick. It's nothing. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. There was already spiritual tea in front of the 3 of them. During this time, he had been preparing to deal with the demons. After the demons were dealt with, he would deal with the follow-up matters. Until now. Only then was he free. After hearing Xiao Hong's words, Qin Shujian had already planned to set up an array in the sect in a day or two to draw the heaven and earth spirit qi over and completely turn this place into a holy land for cultivation. The third-level spiritual tea is not bad. Su Mingyang took a sip of the spiritual tea, but his gaze fell on the osmanthus tree. He smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, this osmanthus tree should also be a spiritual item. Why didn't sect leader Qin use this to make tea instead of this third-level spiritual tea?" While talking, Su Mingyang looked away. At the same time, he realized his slip of the tongue and said, "Sect leader Qin, please don't misunderstand. Sect master Qin, please don't misunderstand." The Su spoke without thinking. "I do like spirit tea, so I hope you don't take offense. Consecrator Su is joking. But I didn't think of using osmanthus to make tea. You've reminded me." Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed. Then, his gaze fell on the osmanthus tree. The osmanthus fragrance wafted. Using flowers as tea was not a strange thing in his previous life. It was just that he had little contact with the tea ceremony, so he really didn't think about it for a while. Now, with Su Mingyang's reminder, he immediately poured the spiritual tea in the teapot. As he stretched out his hand, he saw the true essence spread out and the osmanthus flower fell. Then, Qin Shujian placed the osmanthus flower in the teapot. After pouring in boiling water, there was a spiritual fragrance that overflowed, making people feel relaxed and happy. The spiritual tea was poured. Su Mingyang first took a small sip, then drank it all in one gulp. He praised, "Good tea. This tree has entered the spiritual object stage." The osmanthus flower on the tree, soaked in spiritual energy, is not much weaker than a 5th-grade spiritual tea. If it grows up in the future, I'm afraid it can be called a top spiritual object. Xiao Hong nodded and said. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. Then, the three of them chatted while drinking tea. All of a sudden, Xiao Hong put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Qin Shujian, and said seriously, "I heard that sect leader Qin has issued a bounty for those who attacked the Chaos Blood Army." "That's right. Our Baiyun Marquis Mansion has issued a bounty for this matter. Even if those mutants can hide, there is no possibility of them escaping." Xiao Hong nodded, but his face was extremely solemn. After saying this, he paused for a while and then continued. "Those mutants must have a force behind them. Not everyone can condense the heavenly decree. It seems that someone wants to take this opportunity to make the entire Baiyun Mansion chaotic." Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not immediately reply. The other party's words were not secret. As long as one was slightly normal, one would be able to understand the key points. However, the only problem was, which faction did this to those players? After all, the heavenly decree could only be condensed by a great cultivator of the heavenly realm. This kind of range was instantly reduced by a lot. "Steward Xiao, do you think the person who did it is Marquis Qianshan?" There was a demon disaster in the Liang Mountain Spirit region. The disaster was not just limited to Baiyun Mansion. If the demon disaster happened, it would be a disaster that could not be ignored for the entire Great Zhao. As a result, the ones who would benefit the most were the rebels. But at the same time, there were many people who dared to rebel, but most of them were small and could not achieve much. There was only one rebel force that could condense a heavenly decree and have a heavenly cultivation. That was Thousand Mountains Mansion. It should be Marquis Qianshan. Xiao Hong nodded and continued, "Sect Master Qin is now a Formation Grandmaster and a member of Baiyun Mansion. I'm afraid Marquis Qianshan has already set his eyes on Yuan Sect." After all, Marquis Qianshan was able to maintain the situation in Thousand Mountains Mansion because of the existence of two Formation Grandmasters. Now that Sect Master Qin had exposed his Array Grandmaster realm, if Marquis Qianshan was worried that Sect Master Qin would side with the Imperial Court, it was not impossible for him to secretly kill him. So I hope Sect Master Qin can be more cautious during this period and not fall into the trap of a villain. Hearing this, Qin Shujian furrowed his brows imperceptibly. Xiao Hong's words were not without reason. It could be seen from the fact that those players used the heavenly decree to sneak attack the Chaos Blood Army. In Marquis Qianshan's mind, he might have the idea of using the power of the demons to destroy Yuan's sect. Even if the heavenly decree was not aimed at the Chaos Blood Army but at him, Qin Shujian, could he really resist it, thinking of the heavenly decree that was as fast as lightning? And the power that was enough to seriously injure a heavenly cultivation. Qin Shujian's face suddenly darkened. Because he realized he really could not resist it. Even though he had become a formation grandmaster and could create a formation with a wave of his hand, no matter how fast he could set up the formation, he still needed a short time to react. It was impossible for him to be fully alert all the time to prevent others from taking advantage of this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In other words, if the heavenly decree was aimed at him, it would be difficult for him to resist it. He would not die. It was also a serious injury. Suppressing the chill in his heart, Qin Shujian cupped his hands together and said, "Steward Xiao, don't worry. I already understand what is going on. These little thieves won't have the chance to succeed." Until now. Only then did he realize that his strength was still a little too weak compared to the top powerhouses. Qin Shujian had already made up his mind. From today onwards, a third-grade golden lotus would never leave his body. A Dao artifact could protect its owner. If someone were to launch a sneak attack on him, even if it was a diviner cultivator, he would still be able to defend himself with his third-grade golden lotus. This way, he would have enough time to react and wouldn't fall into a dangerous situation. Su Mingyang also said, but this time, Marquis Qianshan miscalculated. He didn't expect Sect Master Qin's strength to be so terrifying. With just a formation, he could even severely injure an evil demon. This kind of strength really makes the Su blush with shame. These words. It was not entirely a compliment. When he had first met him in the Lingxi True Dominion, he had only been a true martial realm cultivator. If he had not been the protectorate lord of the True Dominion, he would not have taken a second look at him. When he truly caught his eye. Moreover, it was his performance in the desolate ordinary realm. Now, it had been less than a year. Qin Shujian already had a technique that was comparable to a diviner cultivator. His strength had also reached the prominent sage realm and was only one step away from breaking through to the divine martial realm. Fortunately, Su Mingyang knew that Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of an almighty. Although he was shocked, he wasn't provoked. If he wasn't the reincarnation of an almighty, he should have doubted whether he had lived a dog's life for the past few hundred years. Qin Shujian didn't pay much attention to Su Mingyang's words. His attention was now on Marquis Qianshan. Humans were harmless, tigers were evil. Tigers hurt humans. As long as some things existed, it meant that there was no possibility of peaceful coexistence. Other things aside, if he were in Marquis Qianshan's shoes, and Beiyun Prefecture had a new array grandmaster who was close to the imperial court, he would also be wary of him and would want to get rid of him as soon as possible. On the other side, as the news of the 3 evil demons being killed and a fiend celestial tearing through space and escaping spread, Qin Shujian's name once again resounded in the North Cloud Manor. Or rather, it really spread throughout the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty. A large array severely injured a diviner cultivator. This wasn't any trick, it was a display of true strength. Such a battle record, it was enough to make everyone take it seriously. Trash. Marquis Qianshan's eyes flashed with anger as he looked at the information in his hand. He didn't expect, Fu Moyan and the others really failed. Originally, the appearance of 4 evil demons was already a great chance of winning. In the end, the imperial court sent out 2 diviner cultivators, and they were the South Guarding King and Dan Hao, who were experts in the diviner realm. Marquis Beiyun's strength was even more unexpected. He didn't fall behind at all when he fought a fiend celestial above the 7th level with his own strength. In addition, there was a top-array Dao Grandmaster. All kinds of unpredictable things added together made Marquis Qianshan's plan fail in the end. 3 evil demons and a fiend celestial didn't cause a demon disaster. Xiao Qingfeng hit it well. Marquis Qianshan's face was cold as he crushed the information in his hand. He didn't expect it either. Marquis Beiyun's strength had reached such a level. However, what really made him angry was Fu Moyan and the others. This time, so many powerful evil demons appeared. Even if Marquis Bayun hid his strength, it was impossible to not cause any commotion. The reason was, or the other party used his diviner decree in the wrong place. Instead of sneaking up on the Chaos Blood army, it was better to take this opportunity to kill that Array Dao Grandmaster. In this way, even if the demon disaster didn't happen, the loss of an Array Dao Grandmaster in Bayun Mansion would be a great benefit to him. Even if he used the diviner decree to sneak up on Marquis Bayun and create an opportunity for that fiend Celestial, he wouldn't end up in such a situation. Now, not only did he lose a diviner decree, he didn't gain anything at all. Originally, Marquis Xianxia had secretly mobilized troops and generals. When the demon disaster broke out and attracted the attention of the Great Zhao, he would immediately attack the Great Zhao city in Xianxia Mansion. In this way, he would have the opportunity to take the entire Bayun Mansion under his control. But the result now, he had no choice but to give up this plan. I thought they were a few good seedlings, but I didn't expect them to be such trash. Marquis Xianxia's face was cold as he shouted, "Men!" As soon as he finished speaking, a guard pushed the door open and came in. He lowered his head and cupped his fists. "What orders do you have, Marquis?" "Pass down my order. Put a bounty on Fu Moyan and the other 6 mutants. I want them to have no place in Xianxia Mansion." "Yes." The guard accepted the order and left. In the study, Marquis Xianxia's anger still hadn't subsided. The price of condensing a diviner decree was not small. Now, he had suffered a double loss. Originally, he planned to train Fu Moyan and the others if they were useful. At that time, it would be a good choice to gather the mutant forces in Xianxia Mansion. But now, Marquis Xianxia didn't have this idea at all. There were many mutants in Xianxia Mansion. Since these were trash, he would just choose a few more and train them. As for Fu Moyan and the others, they wasted his diviner decree and should be punished. Marquis Xianxia is so evil. He actually sent people to kill us. It seems that we can't stay in Xianxia Mansion any longer. We must leave as soon as possible. In the dense forest, Fu Moyan and the others fled in panic. Ever since they were killed by the people of Yuan's sect, they revived in Xianxia Mansion. However, not long after they revived, the 7 of them received the notification that they had failed the mission. Then, they saw the post on the forum where Yuan sect's players had put a bounty on them. When they saw the post, Fu Moyan's face turned green. Although Yuan sect only existed in the Liang Mountain Spirit region and they were far away in Xianxia Mansion, it was almost impossible for them to meet. However, one had to know. Players would do anything for the mission reward. There might be people who would do it for the reward. They would form a team to kill them. Therefore, during this period of time, Fu Moyan and the others were very careful. They were afraid that they would expose their tracks. In the end, they didn't get hunted down by Yuan sect. Instead, they got hunted down by Marquis Xianxia. As a force that controlled half of Xianxia Mansion, it was too easy to find a few players. After dying 3 times in a row, they finally understood that they couldn't stay in Xianxia Mansion any longer. They had to leave this place. Otherwise, if they continued to die like this, they would be killed. Marquis Xianxia's force can only control half of Xianxia Mansion. As long as we leave their sphere of influence, we will be safe for the time being. As Fu Moyan spoke, he glanced at his level that was about to drop to the basic realm. His heart twitched again. Loss, huge loss, the failure of this mission and the continuous deaths made his half a year of hard work go down the drain. His heart ached. He once again felt a strong anger towards Qin Shujian. If he hadn't blocked Lord of 6 Desires, this mission would have been completed. At that time, he would have been promoted by Marquis Xianxian. Although he wouldn't be at the peak of his life, he wouldn't be far from it. He wouldn't be like now, like a stray dog being chased by others. Fu Moyan suddenly regretted it. Why didn't he use the heavenly decree to kill Qin Shujian back then? As long as he could kill the Liang Mountain Stockade Master, regardless of whether he could respawn or not, at least he would have vented his anger. He wouldn't feel so uncomfortable now. We should change our resurrection point. While escaping, LV Xianyan suggested. Suddenly, everyone stopped for a moment, then bound themselves to a nearby resurrection point and quickly left the place. As they fled, They had changed their resurrection point no less than a few times. After all, the original resurrection point. It had been controlled by Marquis Xianxia's men. If they didn't change it, once they were killed and resurrected, they would be blocked by Marquis Xianxia's men. Then, they wouldn't be able to play this game anymore. Less than 2 minutes after Fu Moyan and the others left, Marquis Xianxia's men had already chased after them. The day before yesterday, you still called me senior brother. Today, you stabbed me with a knife. This matter is not over. Song Qing's face was filled with anger. The long sword in his hand emitted a powerful sword aura, as if it was winter. The frosty sword light made people feel cold all over. On the opposite side of him, it was the same Yuan sect elite player. The difference was, that player held a long blade in his hand. Every attack was powerful and heavy, causing a strong gust of wind. Bang! Bang! The two of them continued to fight, and the wind spread in all directions. Not far away from the two of them, it was a dark black flower that looked like a ghost face. Rank 7 elixir, Ghost King Orchid. It was a material that could be used to refine pills of rank 7 and above. The most important thing was, it could be exchanged for 10,000 contribution points. For players, if they could obtain this Ghost King Orchid, they could earn another 5,000 contribution points after deducting the cost of their trip to the new area. Since I called you senior brother, didn't I see you giving this Ghost King Orchid to me? Yi Jing'an did not care. The long blade in his hand did not stop at all, constantly blocking Song Qing's attacks, and occasionally counterattacking. In front of 10,000 contribution points. In the eyes of players, any senior brother was fake. Subsequently, Yi Jing'an sneered again, as the saying goes, treasures belong to the strong. The Ghost King Orchid is here, so you should rely on yourself to get it. What a good saying. Do you really think you are my opponent? Song Qing laughed in anger. As his true essence surged, the long sword in his hand shot out a sword light, instantly transforming into a dozen sword shadows, enveloping Yi Jing'an. At the border of Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. At this time, the Chaos Blood Army had already retreated, and the people of Yuan's sect were guarding here. When Qin Shujian and the other two arrived, the leader of the Yuan sect deacon stepped forward and cupped his fists. Greetings, Sect Master. Anne, has anyone barged into the new area in the past 2 days? There are cultivators wandering around, but no one barged in. Good. Qin Shujian nodded. No one barged in. In the end, it was still because of the Yuan sect's deterrence. Not to mention the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, even in the entire Baiyun Mansion, there were not many forces that dared to go against Yuan sect. This was especially the case when Yuan Zong's ruthless methods from earlier were also known by the other factions. If he didn't want the sect to be destroyed and people to perish, then he wouldn't have come to provoke Yuan Zong. After briefly inquiring about the situation, Qin Shujian, Xiao Hong and the rest waited at the border. It was now the 3rd day. According to the agreement, everyone who entered the new area should come out very soon. Then, someone walked out from the newly born region. With the 3 of them's eyesight, even though they were far away, they were able to tell that it was a disciple from the Yuan school. Your esteemed sect's disciple came out so quickly, he must have gained a lot, Xiao Hong said when he saw this. I hope so. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Following the appearance of the first person, a second, a third, and even more people came out one after another. This was because too many people had entered Yuan sect. Therefore, the people who came out were inside. Most of them were from Yuan sect. However, there were also a few people from the Baiyun Marquis mansion. Half a day passed. Most of the people from both sides had already come out. In the end, Qin Shujian and Xiao Hong looked at each other and said, "Is it me or Steward Xiao? This is the Liang Mountain spiritual region. Let Sect Master Qin come." All right. Qin Shujian nodded. He took a step forward. Immediately, the spiritual god manifestation, a 200 feet tall divine spirit appeared in the sky. It stood in the void, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions. In fact, it was so mighty that it made people's minds tremble. A 20-foot spiritual god. It seems that Sect Master Qin is really at the peak of the prominent divine stage. Xiaohong couldn't help but sigh when he saw the huge spiritual god. On the other side, Su Mingyang was also shocked. How long had it been? He was already at the peak of the prominent divine stage. Next, he would probably enter the divine martial stage. Based on his speed of advancement, he would probably become a true heavenly advanced cultivator in less than 2 years. Of course, the premise for all of this was that there was no bottleneck. As for the others, there was no need to talk about it. A spiritual deity that was only 20 feet tall already possessed enough impact power. The huge spiritual god stood in the air and an invisible wave of divine will spread out. In an instant, it covered the entire new region. At the same time, a message appeared in the minds of everyone in the new region. I am Qin Shujian of the Yuan sect. Everyone, retreat within 6 hours. Those who don't retreat within the time limit will be killed without mercy. Soon, the divine will dissipated. The spiritual god returned to his body. As for the people in the new region, they were all stunned and immediately rushed toward the border of the Liang Mountain spiritual region. Killing without mercy again. His heart is really ruthless. Some Yuan sect players couldn't help but complain. Ever since they entered the Yuan sect, almost all of them who disobeyed orders were killed without mercy. However, the other party was ruthless and did as he said. No one dared to use their status as a sect disciple to test whether or not the sect leader's words would come true on themselves. The other party was ruthless in killing his enemies. He was ruthless in killing himself. As for the people of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion, they didn't dare to stay in the new region for long. Although they had the backing of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion, Qin Shujian might not kill them. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. This was an expert who could seriously injure a Sky Realm demon. If he really wanted to kill them in the sky, the Baiyun Marquis wouldn't stand up for them. Moreover, they weren't important enough for the Baiyun Marquis to stand up for them. The Liang Mountain spiritual region. After the spiritual god appeared and sent a message through divine will, Qin Shujian stood in place and waited. With the vastness of the new region and the strength of the people who entered, 6 hours was enough to walk from the beginning to the end. There was still a lot of time left. This kind of divine will transmission. Only a powerful spiritual god could do it. Qin Shujian could only do this after breaking through to the 27th stage of the Gui Yuan ancestral canon and officially entering the prominent divine stage. With the help of the original powerful spiritual god, he had the strength comparable to the peak of the prominent divine stage. Soon, more people came one after another. 6 hours later, almost all the people from both sides had come out. Xiaohong turned around and took a look. There were 37 people who entered the Liang Mountain spiritual region. Now, 32 of them had come out. He already understood why the remaining 5 people hadn't come out. This kind of situation. He had already expected it. After all, it was normal to fight for treasures. Even if they died there, they could only blame themselves for not being as strong as others. As for whether there would be people hiding and not coming out, Xiaohong didn't need to consider this possibility at all. After all, the Sky Origin sect had already sent people to guard here. In the future, they would definitely explore the new region. If they hid there, they would be found one day. At that time, it would be a dead end. As for Qin Shujian, he swept a glance at the people behind him and didn't pay much attention to them. At this moment, Xiaohong stepped forward and cupped his hands. Sect Master Qin, this matter has been settled. This old man will take his leave first. Take care. Goodbye. Su Mingyang also cupped his hands from afar. Then, the two of them left with the people of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion. Then, Qin Shujian said to the deacon who was guarding the border, "From now on, anyone who comes out of the new region, check their identity token and record it down. Then, kill them on the spot. As for the others, kill them all. Don't show any mercy." Simple words. But the killing intent made people feel a chill in their hearts. The deacon's body trembled and he hurriedly replied, "Sect Master, don't worry. I will do as you say." Good. Qin Shujian took a deep look at the other party and left with his men. As for those who had just come out of the new region, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads when they heard this. their hearts trembled. As for the others' reactions, Qin Shujian's divine will could naturally sense it. To this, he could only sneer in his heart. If he wanted to develop the sect and use it as a tool to harvest the source of life, he had to do both at the same time. Or else, if others had the idea to challenge the sect's prestige, it wouldn't be a matter that could be solved by killing 1 or 2 people. After returning to the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian handed the matter over to a group of elders before he left swiftly. According to the sect's previous rules, any disciple who has obtained a natural spiritual item must hand it over. The sect will give 20,000 contribution points as compensation. Anyone who dares to hide it will be severely punished. Zhang Tiniu's face was cold as he looked at the disciples in front of him and shouted in a deep voice. After becoming the enforcement elder, his power and influence grew day by day. Especially now that there were so many disciples. In the Yuan sect, there were also many who violated the sect's rules. As the enforcement elder, Zhang Tiniu's ruthless methods were well known in the Yuan sect. After he finished speaking, immediately, someone stepped forward and took out a piece of green bamboo. He said, "This is the natural spiritual item that I have collected. Please check it, enforcement elder." He took the green bamboo. Just by touching it, Zhang Tiniu could feel the weak spirituality. He was satisfied and looked at the person and asked, "Not bad, what is your name?" "My name is Xianxia." "Stand aside and wait." "Yes." Hearing this, Xianxia instantly stepped forward and stood aside. After the first person. Soon, the second and third person stepped forward. Although natural spiritual items were rare, the new area had just been born. No matter how rare natural spiritual items were, there were still some. In addition, more than 2,000 people from the Yuan sect had entered this time. Basically, as long as it was a natural spiritual item, 99% of them couldn't escape the fate of being plundered. Soon, 7 people stepped forward and handed over the natural spiritual items they had obtained. As for the others, there was no movement. Seeing this, Zhang Tiniu didn't say anything else. He took the 7 natural spiritual items and the disciple who had submitted the spiritual items directly to the mission hall. This trip to the new area. Except for the natural spiritual items that were forced to be handed over in exchange for contribution points. The other gains were all personal. How to deal with it, the Yuan sect wouldn't interfere anymore. In the courtyard. Under the osmanthus tree. 7 connate spiritual objects were placed on the stone table. They were different from the sect guarding spiritual artifacts and Dao artifacts. The newly born connate spiritual objects were more like embryos. Dao artifacts carry the power of heaven and earth through the Dao seal. The more powerful the Dao artifact, the more Dao seals it has, and the more power it can carry. The reason why Dao artifacts can't be forged is that ordinary materials can't bear the power of the Dao seal or the power of heaven and earth. Looking at the connate spiritual objects in front of him, Qin Shujian's mind flashed through everything about forging grandmasters. Most people thought that high-grade spiritual artifacts were the limit of what forging grandmasters could forge. High-grade forging grandmasters could forge low-grade spiritual artifacts. Forging grandmasters could forge middle-grade spiritual artifacts. As for high-grade spiritual artifacts, only forging grandmasters could successfully forge them. But there was one thing to know. Even if it was a high-grade spiritual artifact, it would at most pose a threat to God martial arts realm cultivators. It was useless for diviner realm cultivators. One had to know that formation grandmasters could set up formations comparable to great cultivators. As the source of formation Dao, forging grandmasters could not only forge high-grade spiritual artifacts. If that was the case, forging Dao could no longer be compared to formation Dao. To forge Dao artifacts, there must be an embryo. And it was not an ordinary embryo. The embryo of Dao artifacts needed to be connate spiritual objects, and it had to be a newly born connate embryo that had not been contaminated by any turbid air. One had to know. There was turbid air in heaven and earth. A newly born connate spiritual object would also be protected by the connate spirit chi that had not dissipated, which could prevent it from being eroded by the turbid air. But over time, After the connate spirit chi was exhausted, the connate spiritual object would no longer be considered a connate embryo although it was still connate. According to Qin Shujian's own observation, this connate spirit chi could last for at most 15 days. In this way, it could be imagined how difficult it was to get the connate embryo to forge a Dao artifact. Therefore, there were memories of forging grandmasters in the treasure book of forging, which was why there was a saying that Dao artifacts could not be forged and that high-grade spiritual artifacts were the limit of forging grandmasters. It was not that it could not be forged. It was because the materials to forge it were too rare. Basically, one might not be able to wait for decades. So to a certain extent, there was no possibility of forging Dao artifacts. This kind of thing could only be known to grandmaster blacksmiths. As for those below the level of guru, he didn't even have the right to come into contact with it. This time, the newly born area is close to the boundary of Mount Liang. Now that these innate spiritual objects have been born, their innate spiritual energy still exists. They have not been polluted by the turbid air of the world. We can take advantage of this opportunity to forge Dao tools. Qin Shujian thought to himself. No sect would dislike having too many Dao artifacts. But before casting, he first picked up a connate spiritual item. After a few seconds, there was no reaction. He put down the connate fei and picked up the second one. This time, a system notification appeared in his mind. You possess a grade 3 Dao artifact, the Golden Lotus. It is extremely compatible with the innate spirit item, the White Lotus. Would you like to fuse it? At this moment, Qin Shujian was holding a white lotus-shaped connate spiritual item in his hand. The moment the system notification appeared, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected, other than being able to forge a Dao artifact, a matching innate embryo can also fuse with an existing one. In such a situation, this was not the first time Qin Shujian had encountered this. Back then, Xianxia was able to become a Dao artifact because it swallowed a connate spiritual item called the Calamity Punishment Spear. Now, the third-grade Golden Lotus also triggered this notification. Regarding this, Qin Shujian naturally had no reason not to fuse with it. After taking out the third-grade Golden Lotus, he silently said fuse in his heart. Soon, he watched as the third-grade Golden Lotus and the White Lotus floated into the air. Finally, they slowly merged together before his eyes. At the same time, in the void above Mount Liang, a huge illusory golden lotus bloomed. The faint golden light was like a sacred existence, attracting the attention of many. The illusory golden lotus appeared very quickly. It also disappeared very quickly. After a short while, this strange phenomenon completely disappeared. In the courtyard, the third-grade golden lotus was spinning. The difference was, compared to before, a fourth lotus leaf had already grown out on the lotus platform in addition to the 3 lotus leaves. It could be said that, at this moment, the third-grade golden lotus had transformed into a fourth-grade golden lotus. However, it was a pity. Even though the fourth lotus leaf had grown, this Dao artifact did not nurture the third Dao seal. It was still in the ranks of 2 seal Dao artifacts. After obtaining the fourth-grade Golden Lotus, Qin Shujian's expression was one of satisfaction. Although it did not become a 3-seal Dao artifact. With the growth of the fourth lotus leaf, the power of this Dao artifact was much stronger than before. If it was only an ordinary 2-seal Dao artifact before, then now, this fourth-grade Golden Lotus was already considered to be the top among 2-seal Dao artifacts. And connate embryo in exchange for a Dao artifact's strength increase. This was naturally a good deal. Unfortunately, after the Yuan sect became a 5th-grade force, 1 more Dao artifact or 1 less Dao artifact would not cause any change in luck. The 4th grade to the 5th grade was a threshold. The 5th grade to the 6th grade was an even bigger threshold. If there were still people who had reached the 5th grade, then according to Qin Shujian's understanding, no one other than the imperial court had reached the 6th grade and above. From this, it could be seen, it was not easy to become a 6th-grade force. Therefore, right now, Qin Shujian was too lazy to care about the gain or loss of luck. Unless it was tens of thousands of luck points. Or else, there was almost no possibility of becoming a 6th grade force. After putting away the 4th grade golden lotus, he looked at the 5 connate spiritual objects that he had not touched yet. The old method. He grabbed them one by one. However, it was a pity. By the time he put down the last connate spiritual object, the system did not prompt him. This also meant that these connate spiritual objects were not compatible with the Tao artifacts he had. Regarding this, Qin Shujian stopped experimenting. Inside the inherited martial hall, Qin Shujian summoned Xingfang and the other elders. When everyone was present, he immediately said, "I need to go into seclusion at the peak of Liang Mountain for a period of time. During this period of time, no matter what happens, do not panic. In addition, without my order, no one is allowed to set foot on the peak of Liang Mountain. This includes all the elders. During this period of time, if anything happens, the Great Elder will be in charge. The other elders will assist from the side. In addition, I will leave 1,000 mountain blood in the inherited martial hall. If there is an unsolvable problem, the Tao artifact will be enough to kill a great cultivator of the divine martial realm." This old man obeys. Xingfang was the first to reply. As for the other elders, they did not raise any objections. However, Qin Shujian's words caused other thoughts to arise in their hearts. Seclusion to cultivate? Could it be that he was preparing to step into the divine martial realm? This thought had just appeared, but it could not be suppressed. Qin Shujian did not know what the other elders were thinking, nor did he want to know. After explaining the matter, he brought the connate spiritual objects to the peak of Liang Mountain. It was different from refining spiritual objects. With the means of a grandmaster blacksmith, as long as the materials were suitable, even if it relied on the void, it could still be successfully refined. To refine a Tao artifact, it must be done at the right time, the right place, and the right people. All three were indispensable. The Liang Mountain spiritual domain was centered around Liang Mountain. Liang Mountain was the main area of Liang Mountain. The place with the most abundant spiritual energy was the peak of Liang Mountain, which was closest to the vault of heaven. Therefore, the peak of Liang Mountain was the best place to refine a Tao artifact. In the next few days, above Liang Mountain, thunderclouds began to gather in the sky. As time passed, the thunderclouds began to expand, gradually covering the entire Liang Mountain. Above the huge thunderclouds, from time to time, purple lightning would scatter. A terrifying power was emitted from the sky, causing everyone to feel oppressed. Lightning was the power of the heavens. As long as it was a creature born in the world, it would instinctively feel fear towards lightning. Unless it was strong enough to change the heavens and the earth. Or else, under the cover of the thunderclouds, it would be very difficult to remain calm. A natural phenomenon. Could it be that some powerful spiritual object is about to be born? It doesn't seem like it. I've never seen any spiritual object being born that would cause such a huge commotion. Furthermore, I didn't sense any spiritual light soaring into the sky. It shouldn't be the birth of a spiritual object. With the instructions of many elders in the Yuan sect, there was no disturbance. However, such a phenomenon in Liang Mountain City attracted the attention of many experts. After all, the thunderclouds that covered the entire Liang Mountain were too big. All of a sudden, someone opened his mouth and said, "This thundercloud seems to be caused when a spiritual artifact is born." Immediately, many people cast their gazes over with strange expressions. Qing Lang couldn't help but say, "When have you ever seen such a huge thundercloud when a spiritual artifact is born? Even if it's a high-grade spiritual artifact, the thundercloud wouldn't be as big as 1/10 of this." Although blacksmiths were rare, it wasn't that they didn't exist. As for the phenomenon of a high-grade spiritual artifact being born, it would be recorded in the ancient books. As veteran blacksmiths, they knew a little about these things. Hearing this, that person immediately shut his mouth. What he said just now was just a slip of the tongue. After saying it, he realized that he was wrong. Therefore, he didn't reply to the other person's rebuttal. However, after a long period of silence, a bewildered voice sounded, "If it's not a high-grade spiritual artifact, do you think it's possible that it's caused by the forging of a Tao artifact?" After saying that, the scene suddenly became silent. Everyone's expression kept changing. For a moment, no one refuted. After a long while, someone laughed and said, "It's rumored that a Dao artifact can't be forged. It's impossible for anyone to forge a Dao artifact. Hehe, it's naturally impossible for others. However, don't forget that there's still a master in Liang Mountain." After saying that, the scene became strangely quiet again. That's right, a Dao artifact can't be forged. However, if a master were to forge one, would it really be impossible? Thunderclouds covered the sky for 7 days. The entire Liang Mountain region was in an oppressive state. The competition that was supposed to take place had to be postponed because of this phenomenon. After the rumor that Xianxia could forge Dao artifacts spread out, almost all the blacksmiths went to Liang Mountain City. Dao artifacts could not be forged. This was a rumor that had been circulating among the blacksmiths for a long time. Now, a Dao artifact had appeared. It was worth it for other blacksmiths to come and observe. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance to go to the Shunyuan sect to see it in person. Anyone who wanted to visit Xianxia was stopped and persuaded to go back. Therefore, although these people were itching, they could only pay attention to the changes in the thunderclouds. Boom, suddenly, lightning fell from the sky. The purple lightning seemed to have dispelled the darkness brought by the thunderclouds and bombarded the peak of Liang Mountain. Terrifying heavenly might, vast and mighty, everyone could feel the destructive aura in the lightning tribulation. This definitely surpassed the limit of the spirit martial realm and reached an even more terrifying level. In other words, if one did not have the means to break the shackles of the spirit realm or had a Dao artifact, the top experts of the spirit realm would basically die in front of this lightning tribulation. When the lightning tribulation fell, it lasted for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, every once in a while, a lightning tribulation would fall. Some cultivators counted silently. In 3 days, there were 720 lightning tribulations. The power of each lightning tribulation was slightly stronger than the previous one. When it came to the last few lightning tribulations, it even surpassed the limit of the divine martial realm and faintly touched the level of the celestial being. Facing such a lightning tribulation, the cultivators in Liang Mountain City did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that they would attract the lightning tribulation. Such an attack, even a divine martial realm cultivator would only die when facing it. After the lightning tribulation dispersed, 7 colored rays of light filled the sky. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared, stirring up the hearts of those people. They wanted to go to Liang Mountain to see the situation, but there was no way. On the peak of Liang Mountain, a green robe floated in the air. 2 Taoist seals were engraved on it, indicating that it was a Dao item. 666, Sect Master, you're truly an immortal. You forged a Taoist artifact with your own strength. This is truly unprecedented. Now, in the cultivation world, no one can compare to you in terms of forging. The universal bow flattered at the right time. The old voice was filled with shock and envy. Dao artifact, this was a Dao artifact. Back then, after thousands of years, it was still a middle-grade spiritual tool. After meeting Qin Shujian, it was given the opportunity to be promoted to a Dao tool. If someone had used the same method on it in the past, there was no need for it to waste 1,000 years without being able to see the threshold of a Dao artifact. On the other side, Qin Shujian smiled as well. With a wave of his hand, the green robe landed in his hand. Since you're a Dao artifact, let's call you the Dustless Immortal Robe. As soon as it finished speaking, a faint spirituality was emitted from it, as if it was very satisfied with this name. To him, Qin Shujian laughed a few more times. His laughter was full of carefreeness. A Dao artifact could not be forged. Now, a Dao artifact was born from his hands. Just this. It was enough to make him proud. Although Qin Shujian did not seem like the kind of person who dedicated his life to forging, the longer he was in contact with forging, the more he recognized this Dao in his heart. Now, he had forged a Dao artifact. In a sense, he had already broken a barrier. Those who can forge high-grade spiritual tools can only be regarded as fake grandmasters. Those who can forge Dao artifacts can be called grandmasters. The dustless immortal robe in his hand was not only a Dao artifact, but also a two-seal Dao artifact. As a blacksmith, Qin Shujian had a telepathic connection with the dustless immortal robe. This was not a blood recognition, but a natural connection. With the dustless immortal robe in his hand, he did not put it on immediately. Instead, he put it in his storage ring. The reason why he refined the dustless immortal robe, it was mainly because of the previous heavenly decree, which made Qin Shujian wary. Now, with the dustless immortal robe in his hand, his heart was filled with a sense of security. First, he had the fourth-grade golden lotus to protect him. Then, he had the dustless immortal robe. Both of them were two-seal Dao artifacts. Even a heavenly strike could not directly break through the defense of two Dao artifacts. In this way, he would have enough time to deal with it. However, in order to forge the dustless immortal robe, Qin Shujian had also used 3 connate spiritual objects. As for the remaining 3 connate spiritual objects, now that the connate spiritual energy had disappeared and the turbid energy had entered his body, he had lost the qualification to become a connate embryo. In this way, these connate spiritual objects were not of much use to him. As for thousands of years later, whether these connate spiritual objects could grow into Dao artifacts or not, Qin Shujian decided not to think about it. The Ming King Hellfire burned the void. It directly swallowed the 3 connate spiritual objects. The hellfire burned. In the end, it turned into 3 fire lotuses. When the cosmic bow saw this scene, the bow trembled slightly. With its knowledge, it could not recognize the origin of the Ming King Hellfire, but it felt a fatal threat from it. This kind of flame, even a Dao artifact could not resist it. The cosmic bow could clearly sense that the spirituality of the 3 connate spiritual objects that were burned by the hellfire had completely dissipated. Even the connate foundation was not left. In simple terms, now, the 3 connate spiritual objects had lost the qualification of spiritual objects. It could only be said that they were relatively high-level and hard materials. In addition to that, there was nothing else. Qin Shujian did not care about the cosmic bow's thoughts. He reached out and swallowed the 3 fire lotuses. The originally powerful spirit god increased a little again. Such an increase. Compared to Qin Shujian's spirit god that was now 200 feet tall, the effect was actually not much. This made him miss the time when he swallowed the evil spirit. That kind of power almost made the spirit god grow slowly. How could it be like now? It's a pity that the current Ming King Hellfire is still too weak. It can't really burn the evil spirit of the celestial realm. Otherwise, I would like to see how much power a real celestial realm evil spirit can have. Qin Shujian thought of the severely injured Lord of 6 Desires. It was a pity. His Ming King Hellfire could not pose much of a threat to the other party before his fiendish qi was exhausted. In the end, he ended up being killed by others. Immediately, Qin Shujian thought again. The evil spirits in the ordinary realm of the Baiyun Prefecture have been killed. Given my current strength, it should not be a problem to kill the evil spirits sealed in the True Dominion or the Spirit Realm. In other words, besides the Baiyun Prefecture, there should be many places where evil spirits are sealed in the other 12 prefectures. In his opinion, the evil spirits were equivalent to walking luck points, a large source of life, and energy that could increase one's strength. It could be said that the evil spirits were full of treasures. However, if he wanted to attack the evil spirits in the Baiyun Prefecture, the True Dominion or the Spirit Realm, he had to communicate with the Imperial Court. After all, this kind of thing could lead to endless troubles in the future. If the Sky Origin sect attacked without permission, the Imperial Court might have other ideas. However, I can attack the ordinary realms of the other prefectures. Basically, I can kill the evil spirits with a Dao artifact. If I set up an array formation, killing the evil spirits would be a piece of cake. In this way, the Sky Origin sect's manpower can be divided and they can search for more evil spirits to kill. However, the place with the most evil spirits should be the Demon Abyss, where they were born. If I have the chance to kill my way into the Demon Abyss in the future, it will be a real harvest. Gradually, Qin Shujian's thoughts drifted a little. However, very soon, he came back to his senses. Killing his way into the demon abyss was no different from a fool's dream. Given his current strength as an array grandmaster, he could only deal with one evil spirit at most. If there were more, the array formation would definitely not be able to withstand it. Qin Shujian had not entered the demon abyss before. However, he knew. The demon abyss was full of evil spirits of the heaven realm. If an array grandmaster entered, he would probably be killed before he had the chance to attack. Therefore, this thought had just arisen. He threw it to the back of his mind. Instead of thinking about dealing with the evil spirits in the demon abyss, it was already a great harvest for him to be able to clean up the evil spirits in the 13 prefectures of Great Zhao. In your opinion, what kind of thing can bear the weight of a grandmaster array formation? After collecting his thoughts, Qin Shujian looked at the bow of heaven and earth at the side. As he became stronger and stronger, the effect of this Tao artifact was also gradually decreasing. However, there was a difference. Compared to the bow of heaven and earth's strength, Qin Shujian valued its profound knowledge more. Hearing this, the bow of heaven and earth pondered for a while, then said, to a certain extent, a grandmaster array formation is equivalent to a heaven realm cultivator. A heaven realm cultivator can condense a heaven realm law, which contains a heaven realm attack. This is similar to bearing a grandmaster array formation. So, do you know what can bear it? Qin Shujian directly interrupted the other party's narration and said speechlessly, so much nonsense. Why don't you start from Pengu's creation of heaven and earth? Ah, what creation of heaven and earth? Hearing this, the bow of heaven and earth was obviously stunned. It did not know if Qin Shujian spoke too quickly just now. It only heard 2 parts, but it did not hear the middle part clearly. However, seeing that Qin Shujian was a little impatient, the bow of heaven and earth did not dare to delay any longer and quickly said, to bear the weight of a grandmaster array formation, it must be a high-grade spiritual object, and the most representative of it is a spirit stone. Spirit stones are born from nature and gather the essence of heaven and earth, so they can bear the power of a heaven realm cultivator. Generally, where spirit stones are born, there will be jade stones of a lower grade. Although they can't be compared to spirit stones, they can also bear the power of a heaven realm cultivator. The celestial decree is also usually made of these jades. At this point, the bow of heaven and earth paused and continued. Apart from these 2 spiritual objects, the rest are much weaker in bearing the power of a heaven realm cultivator. Even if they are forcefully added, the power will be greatly reduced. The dustless fairy robe was successfully refined. The next day, Qin Shujian wore a green robe and sat in the main seat of the Qinggu Hall. Below him were the various elders. It was worth mentioning that, because there was only one elder in each branch, it was inevitable that it was not comprehensive enough. So, on the basis of a branch master elder, 2 more branch elders were promoted to assist him. Of course, except for the demon vein. Because the demon vein was full of beasts, even if they had merged into Yuan's sect and their strength had increased when the sect was promoted, they were still far from reaching the standard of transformation, not to mention other things. Beasts could transform. They had to at least reach the spirit martial realm. In addition, they also needed enough wisdom to transform successfully. Or else, just like in the Endless Mountain Range, there were many beasts in the spirit martial realm, but they were not intelligent enough, so there were no beasts that could transform. If they wanted to transform in advance, they had to swallow the transformation fruit like Nyodali. But, the transformation fruit was rumored to be a spiritual fruit that surpassed the 9th level. Not to mention its value, it was extremely rare. Qin Shujian did not know either. How did Nyodali get the transformation fruit? Because of some reasons, many things have been postponed. Now I have decided that the main sect and the 5 branches will open their gates tomorrow. Anyone who is suitable can join our sect. Qin Shujian sat in the main seat and said loudly. At the same time, from tomorrow onwards, Cold Mountain City will officially host the competition for the Tao of Forging and the Tao of Array Formations. All participants must be at least a mid-level blacksmith or a mid-level array master. In addition, the sect will officially open the formation division. Any disciple who majored in alchemy, casting, and formation will get 100 contribution points every month when they reach the lower grade, 500 contribution points for the middle grade, and 2,000 contribution points for the upper grade. As for those who reach the Master Realm, they will get 10,000 contribution points every month. In addition, except for the Master Realm, the other three must complete certain tasks every month. Otherwise, the contribution points awarded will be halved. This time, he was ready to perfect Yuan sect again. Now, most of the people in Yuan sect focused on cultivation. As for the number of disciples in the alchemy and casting halls, compared to the total number of people in the sect, the difference was exaggerated. If a sect wanted to develop quickly, in addition to the necessary strength, other auxiliary personnel were also indispensable. If the Tao of alchemy, forging, and array formations were used properly, it was possible for a disciple to display 120% of their strength or even higher. Qin Shujian believed him. If this reward system was announced, it should attract a lot of people. However, he wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to focus on improving his own realm. Compared to the Tao of pill refinement and other auxiliary Taos, there was never a lack of manpower on the path of cultivation. Hearing this, the other elders were still fine, but Xin Yuqing and Xin Yuhua were a little excited. After a period of silent cultivation, Xin Yuqing had broken through from an intermediate-grade blacksmith to a high-grade blacksmith. In other words, just like Xin Yuhua, as long as he completed a certain number of missions every month, he would be able to obtain an additional 2,000 contribution points. Even if he didn't do anything, at the very least, he would have a minimum of 1,000 contribution points. Such a reward system could be said to be extremely beneficial to the alchemy and blacksmithing halls. After saying that, Qin Shujian glanced at everyone's expressions before his gaze finally landed on Xin Yuqing. He said, "Elder Shen, you will be the judge for the blacksmith competition this time." According to his observation, this time, there were no master-level figures coming. The strongest person was only a high-grade blacksmith. With Xin Yuqing's current realm, it was more than enough to serve as a referee. Hearing this, Xin Yuqing immediately stood up, cupped his hands and said, "Yes, sect master." Then Qin Shujian said a few more words. With that, the meeting was officially over. The Yuan sect mountain gate was about to be held. Cold Mountain City was once again full of people. Because many people came late, they didn't have a place to stay and could only choose to sleep in the wilderness outside the city. Fortunately, those who could come were among them. More or less, they had some strength. In addition, there were a lot of people sleeping in the wilderness, so there were no accidents. The next day, the Yuan sect officially opened its mountain gate and recruited disciples from all over the world. This matter, Qin Shujian handed it over to Jingfang, the great elder, to handle. Now, these things didn't need him, the sect master, to do it personally. As for the other side, outside Cold Mountain City, 2 spacious platforms had been built, and a large number of cultivators had gathered below. On one side of the platform, it was a seat exclusive to the referee, and a group of Yuan sect cultivators were sitting there. Xin Yuqing stood up and looked at the crowd, saying loudly, "I am Yuan sect's blacksmith hall elder, Xin Yuqing, and also the referee of this competition. This blacksmith competition requires participants to be at least middle-grade blacksmiths. In addition, it is divided into 2 rounds, the preliminary round and the final round. If you want to participate, please come up directly. As for those who are not middle-grade blacksmiths and want to make up the numbers, kill them without mercy." After saying that, some of the cultivators looked regretful, but they didn't say anything. As for the other cultivators, they had already leaped onto the platform. These people, the lowest was a middle-grade blacksmith. After all, with the Yuan sect's power in front of them, no one dared to provoke them and see if they would kill them. On the other side of the platform, the law-enforcing elder, Zhang Tiniu, was in charge. It was different from the blacksmith competition. Although the competition was also divided into the preliminary round and the final round, there were no requirements. For the level of the cultivator's array, I am Yuan sect's law-enforcing elder. Anyone who wants to participate in the array competition can come up to the platform directly. After saying that, hundreds of people instantly entered the platform that was nearly 10 feet wide. Although the people standing below also had an eager look in their eyes, in the end, they knew their own limits and did not go up to make a fool of themselves. After 15 minutes, Xianxia saw that no one came up to the platform, and immediately clapped his hands. Then, a few deacons of the Yuan sect came up with trays. On the trays, jade stones were placed on the trays. Xianxia said, each jade stone is engraved with a miniature tactical formation, but the tactical formation on each jade stone is different. It may be an auxiliary tactical formation, a defensive tactical formation, or even a trapping or killing tactical formation. What you need to do is to break the array on the jade stone within 2 hours. According to the speed of breaking the array, the first 30 people to break the array will enter the final round, and the rest will be eliminated. While he was talking, the array master on the platform had a serious look on his face as he listened to what Xianxia said. The way to test the array master. The most direct way was to set up and break the array. Then, Xianxia said again, but you need to be aware that because the array is different, there will be risks. If you encounter a killing array, you may even die. So, if you don't want to participate in the competition, it's not too late to leave the platform now. After saying that, no one left. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't say anything else. He used his true essence to grab all the jade stones on the trays, and then flew toward the crowd on the platform. Suddenly, everyone took action and snatched the jade stones flying in the air. Soon, all the jade stones were snatched away. Those who don't have any jade stones have been eliminated. Please leave the platform. Hearing this, some people who were empty-handed turned pale. They looked at the people on both sides and had to leave. In an instant, 20 to 30 people left. The competition hadn't really started yet, but these 20 to 30 people had already been eliminated. Soon, someone placed a huge hourglass on the table. Xianxia said, when the hourglass is empty, it'll be 2 hours. Now, the competition officially begins. After saying that, the hourglass turned upside down. The fine sand slid down from the top bit by bit. At the same time, most of the people were immersed in the jade stones in their hands, and then they were breaking the array on the jade stones. Boom! There was a silent boom. Suojin only felt that his surroundings had changed. When he reacted, he had already appeared in a place of nothingness. The surroundings should be dark, but it was as bright as day. This is an array. As for the changes in his body, he immediately understood. There was nothing around him. Suojin frowned. He spread out his divine thought little by little, trying to find some clues. After all, there was nothing here. He didn't even know what kind of array it was. To break the array, at the very least, he needed to take the right medicine. As his divine thought spread out, Suojin stood still on the spot. Since they were in the middle of a formation, every step they took could bring unknown dangers and changes. If they were not careful, they could meet with a disaster. Soon. Not long after his divine thought spread out, he found that he had encountered an invisible obstacle. No matter how he spread it forward, there was no change at all. It's reached the limit. Suojin already understood that this should be the limit of this array. However, after carefully investigating the distance of the array, he was shocked once again. The divine thought spread out to at least 100 feet. Such an array was really a miniature one. It was sealed in an ordinary jade stone, but it could scare people's minds. Such a method was simply shocking. It seems that this array should be made by that Grandmaster. Suojin was both nervous and excited at the thought of this. An array set up by a sect master himself. Even if this array may have only used 1% or even 1,000th of the means, it was still made by a Grandmaster, and it had a different meaning. He couldn't watch the Grandmaster teach. But to be able to understand the array in the hands of a Grandmaster was also a good fortune. However, Suojin wasn't sure how much time had passed since he came in. The entire array was like a cage. Other than that, there were no changes. Trap array, killing array, or was it another array? He couldn't figure it out at the moment. Considering the issue of time, Suojin finally took his first step after coming in. He took a step forward, the scenery changed. Suojin found that he was already in another array. There were a total of 12 sword shadows in the void around him. Soon after, the bodies of the swords swayed, and a terrifying sword aura burst out from them. Instantly, a great sense of danger surged in his heart. There was no time to think. Suojin took a step to the left. While dodging the sword chi, his divine sense spread out. Relying on the power of his divine sense, he quickly wrote runes in the air and formed a defensive array to block the attack of the sword chi. Killing array. At this moment, his face was extremely solemn. Out of all the arrays, he was unlucky enough to draw a killing array. Furthermore, it wasn't as simple as a normal killing array. Array within an array? Just now, I didn't even enter the array. Only now did I truly trigger the array. Suojin took a deep breath at the changes in the two scenes. The means of an array master. Once again, she let him experience a different kind of elegance. At this moment, Suojin didn't dare to waste any more time. His divine sense spread out bit by bit, looking for the flaws of the array. The 12 sword phantoms around him, in his opinion, might be the core of the array. The defensive array that was set up around him. At this moment, it was silently enduring the attacks of the sword chi. Although it was a miniature array, its attack power wasn't weak at all. Suojin could feel the aura of death contained within the sword chi. If he was hit by the sword chi, even if he was a prominent divine stage cultivator, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Every time the defensive array was about to break, Suojin would reinforce the array to maintain the operation of the defensive array. Similarly, every time he reinforced the array, it would consume a certain amount of his divine sense. If it was only for a short period of time, it would be fine. But if it was for a long time, his divine sense would be exhausted and the array would collapse. At that time, it would be a dead end. Outside, Xianxia sat on the judge's seat. He looked at the cultivators who were sitting cross-legged on the high platform and silently comprehending the array. His face remained calm from start to finish. From the start of the competition until now. A quarter of an hour had passed. Everyone was immersed in their thoughts. No one broke the array to advance, and no one was attacked by the array and forced to withdraw from the competition. As for the people below the high platform, they were all nervously looking at the progress of the competition. Another quarter of an hour passed. A cultivator who was sitting cross-legged and silently comprehending the array suddenly screamed and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood towards the sky. Soon after, he fell to the ground. His eyes were unfocused and he was already dead. Seeing this scene, many people secretly sucked in a cold breath. Isn't that the Han clan's array master? Rumor has it that he's a mid-tier array master. Who would have thought that he wouldn't even be able to pass the first round and would die in the competition? From the looks of it, it should be because of the killing array. Even an intermediate array master can't hold on for long. This competition is too difficult. Fortunately, I didn't go up. Otherwise, I might have died there. Someone who knew the fallen cultivator couldn't help but exclaim in shock. As for the people at the side, they were also discussing spiritedly. No one had expected this. It was just a simple competition, but someone had actually lost their life. They could be considered to have understood exactly how great of a risk one would have to bear by participating in Sky Origin sex competition. A cultivator had died. Immediately, someone came forward and carried him away. As for the other cultivators on the high platform, they were not affected at all. They were all immersed in the formation. These people's minds had entered the Jade Stone. They had already been trapped by the formation. Even if they were facing a life and death situation, if they couldn't break through the formation, they wouldn't be able to wake up. As for the other side, the forging competition was also in full swing. As the preliminary round, the assessment was a Grade 1 refined weapon. All the cultivators had to forge a Grade 1 refined weapon within 2 hours. Therefore, those who could complete the forging before the time limit were considered to have advanced to the finals. This was also the reason why low-tier blacksmiths were not allowed to participate in this competition. A Grade 1 refined weapon. Only the top mid-tier blacksmiths could forge it. Of course, the materials for this competition were all provided by Sky Origin Sect. After all, Sky Origin Sect was now a big family and there was no problem in providing the materials needed for a small competition. Time passed bit by bit. There were also people who began to advance one after another. After all, many of the people who came to participate in the competition this time were veteran upper-tier blacksmiths. Forging a grade 1 refined weapon wasn't too difficult for them. Although it was a little unfair for some mid-tier blacksmiths. That was how the cultivation world was. There was no age difference, only the level of cultivation. Puff. Puff, another 2 people vomited blood one after another. However, compared to the formation master surnamed Han who died at the beginning, these 2 people were only seriously injured in their divine senses and didn't die directly. Looking at the broken jade in their hands, their already pale faces seemed to have turned even paler. Subsequently, before Xianxia could speak, the 2 people struggled to get up from the ground. They cupped their hands toward Xianxia in the referee's seat and directly turned to leave the high platform. Xianxia didn't stop them. It was normal for there to be losers in the competition. However, as some people failed, naturally, there were also people who advanced. There was a glimmer of light floating on the high platform. A person who was sitting still suddenly stood up with a carefree smile on his face. He then cupped his hands toward the referee's seat and said, "Law enforcing elder, I have cracked the formation. Please wait aside." Xianxia nodded slightly. "Thank you." That person cupped his hands and thanked him again. Then, he walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. Time passed bit by bit. More than half of the sand in the hourglass had disappeared. After the first person advanced, the second and third person soon advanced. As the last rune fell, Suojin saw the 12 sword shadows tremble violently as if they had suffered a terrible attack. Finally, they exploded with a bang in front of his eyes. Then, the scenery changed. However, in the blink of an eye, he found that his mind had returned to the high platform. When he looked at his hand again, the jade was lying there quietly. The only difference was that the miniature formation engraved on it had disappeared. He passed. Suojin was a little absent-minded. Looking at the remaining 1/4 of the hourglass, he stood up and cupped his hands toward Xianxia, saying, "I was lucky to pass. Please move to the side and wait." "Thank you, elder." Looking at the corner of the high platform where 7 or 8 people were sitting, Suojin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that so many people would succeed before him. However, this also made him understand that there was always someone better than him. Although he was a high-grade formation master, in his original family, he was the top formation master. But now, in Cold Mountain City, there were no less than 10 high-grade formation masters. In comparison, although his strength wasn't weak, he hadn't reached the top level. However, for Suojin, it didn't matter whether he was the first one to break the formation or not. What mattered was that he could advance in the competition and take the opportunity to enter the origin sect. At that time, he might be able to receive guidance from the formation grandmaster. To become a formation grandmaster, this had always been his wish. However, the formation Dao of Baiyun Mansion had declined. Suojin had used up half of his life to cultivate to the level of a high-grade formation master. If he wanted to become a grandmaster, without a heaven-defying opportunity, it was simply impossible. As he walked to the corner of the high platform, the others cupped their hands towards Suojin. He also cupped his hands in return. Those who could advance in the preliminary competition. They were all not weak formation masters. Although they would be competitors later, there was no need to put on airs. One more friend meant one more path. Who knows, they might be useful in the future. After Suojin advanced, another 7 or 8 people successfully advanced to the next level. At this time, Suojin glanced around him. There were already more than 10 people who succeeded. It seems that these people will be my competitors in the final competition later. 80 to 90% of the 2 hours had passed. Those who could break the formation had already succeeded. Those who couldn't break the formation in the remaining time didn't have a high probability of breaking the formation. As expected, when the last bit of sand fell, another 2 people succeeded in breaking the array at the last moment. After that, no one else advanced to the next round. Seeing this, Xianxia took out a jade stone and crushed it with force. An invisible wave spread out from his hand and soon covered the high platform. All the cultivators who were still trapped in the formation woke up at this time. Looking at the situation around them and the hourglass that no longer had sand falling, their faces couldn't help but turn gloomy. Failed. Just a little bit more and I'll be able to break the formation. I hope Elder can give me another chance. Some cultivators couldn't believe this result and lost their composure as they shouted. For people like this, Xianxia directly asked someone to take them away. Then he got up, looked at the crowd and said, all the people who advanced stay here. As for those who failed, please leave the high platform. May I ask when the next competition will be? A loser didn't leave immediately, but cupped his hands and asked. After that, the rest of the people looked at Xianxia. Hearing this, Xianxia pondered for a while and said, I don't know the specific time, but if there is a chance, my sect will definitely send out the news. At that time, you can come again. Thank you. The man cupped his hands and turned to leave the high platform. Although he didn't get the news he wanted, he felt a little regretful. But a failure was a failure. There was nothing to say. After all the people who failed to advance laughed. Xianxia looked at the other people who advanced and said loudly, first of all, congratulations on your successful advancement. Now you can rest for 2 hours. Then I will announce the method of the final competition. After that, he sat back in his original position. As for the others, they didn't waste any time. They all closed their eyes and adjusted their breath, trying to recover as much as possible. The final round of the blacksmith's competition was divided into 2 parts. Yuanzong would provide the corresponding weapon. The middle-ranked blacksmiths had to forge a weapon that could cut through Yuanzong's weapon. As for the high-ranked blacksmiths, they would be competing in forging spiritual weapons. The longest period was 3 days. As long as they could successfully forge a spiritual weapon, they would stand out and win the final round. For the high-ranked blacksmiths, it was definitely not an easy task to forge a low-grade spiritual weapon. Many people who had been in this realm for decades were not confident that they could forge a spiritual weapon in one go. Therefore, this was a test of their forging skills and also their luck. As for the array masters competition, it was much simpler in the end. At the same time, Yuanzong would provide an array. However, the difference was, this time, it was not about breaking the array. Instead, it was about staying in the array for 2 hours without being defeated. That would be considered a victory. If he failed within 2 hours, then he would be the first to die. They would lose the right to compete. During the competition outside Liangshan City, it naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Compared to the array masters divine while breaking the array. However, the blacksmiths were much more lively. Especially when the spiritual weapon was formed, the lightning tribulation would fall. It was even more eye-catching. In the past few days, lightning tribulations would often fall outside Liangshan City. There were at least 3 to 5 lightning tribulations and at most 10 to 20 lightning tribulations. As for the recruitment of disciples, after a few days of selection, it was finally nearing the end. Sect leader, we've recruited a total of 12,786 people this time. Among them, 7,653 are mutants. Within the inherited martial hall, an outer sect elder in charge of recruiting disciples, Zhao Shanlin, was reporting the statistics this time. Qin Shujian, who was standing at the side, was listening silently. This time, Yuanzong had recruited a total of 12,000 people. Together with the original 10,000 people, Yuanzong was now a super sect with 20,000 people, close to 30,000 people. He knew this. Even the sects of the Great Domain only had a few thousand disciples at most. In other words, the current number of people in Yuanzong was several times that of the sects in the big regions. Coupled with the fact that they had an array master, Yuanzong could be considered an overlord sect. Excluding the mutants, how many people are above the true force realm? There are a total of 1367 people above the true martial realm. Without hesitation, Zhao Shanlin said, in addition, there are 126 people of the spirit martial realm and 13 people of the god martial realm. What are your arrangements? Those above the spiritual martial realm, let them come to the inherited martial hall to see me. If they are suitable, I will give them the position of outer sect guest. As for the rest, they will all be included among the outer sect disciples and promoted according to the assessment standards. Qin Shujian said lightly. To the current Yuanzong, true martial realm cultivators were nothing. Those that were pleasing to the eye. Only cultivators above the spirit martial realm could do it. If one was to be serious, then even a domain enlightened spirit god wasn't really qualified. However, he didn't care too much about it. After all, a high-ranking guest elder was equivalent to an outer sect elder, while a low-ranking guest elder was only equivalent to a deacon. They didn't have any real power. Of course. If he made any contributions in the future, he could also be accepted into the Yuan sect and become a person with real power. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said again, this time, if there are people below the age of 12 with excellent constitution and aptitude, we can focus on nurturing them. Although they will be included in the outer sect, we will open an extra courtyard to teach cultivation methods and martial arts. Within 3 months, those without cultivation who can step into the third level of the martial realm can stay. If they have cultivation and are above the third level of the martial realm, they can also stay if they break through their original realm within 3 months. As for the others, those who are not qualified will be sent back. Yes. Okay, you can go and take care of things. Yes. Zhao Shanlin left respectfully. Not long after, the 100 over cultivators above the spirit martial realm had already arrived at the inherited martial hall. Fortunately, the inherited martial hall had been expanded once. It was more than enough to accommodate more than 100 people. Greetings, sect master. Everyone, please rise. Qin Shujian smiled and raised his hand. He looked at the crowd and said, since you are willing to join my sect, I will not treat you badly. Speaking of which, he glanced around and continued, a cultivator in the spirit martial realm can be a red-stamped guest of the outer gate, with the same status as an outer gate deacon. A great cultivator in the god martial realm can be called a golden-stamped guest of the outer gate, with the same status as an outer gate elder. Is this acceptable? We have no objections. Good. Qin Shujian stood up and activated his spiritual eye. He then looked at the people in the hall. Suddenly, everyone's attributes had already appeared in his eyes. When he used his spiritual eye, these people felt an inexplicable chill in their bodies. But no one moved. After a while, Qin Shujian withdrew his gaze. At the same time, the 1,000 mountain blood, which was placed in the inherited martial hall, was suddenly unsheathed. The deep cold saber light reflected a snow-white light in the hall. Streaks of lightning appeared like ribbons, and the imposing manner that was like the might of the heavens made everyone's mind freeze. The next moment, the long blade chopped down, a cultivator in the god martial realm suddenly exploded and attacked Qin Shujian with his palm. However, before the attack could reach him, the shadow of a fourth-grade golden lotus bloomed and blocked the palm completely. The attack missed, the cultivator in the god martial realm immediately took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Boom, a terrifying attack instantly exploded in the void. The vast power made the fourth-grade golden lotus shine brightly. But even with the defensive power of a top-notch two-seal Dao artifact, they couldn't withstand this terrifying attack at all. In just 2 breaths of time, the golden lotus illusion was directly shattered. The remaining power of the attack bombarded Qin Shujian. Buzz! A light blue shield was raised and blocked the attack again. At the same time, Qin Shujian took a step back. With a wave of his hand, a large array was formed and instantly covered the attack. The two collided. A terrifying gust of wind spread out, causing the hall to tremble violently. At the same time, the god martial realm cultivator lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and rushed out of the hall. You want to leave? Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. He sent out another sealing formation, forcing the god martial realm cultivator to a stop before he could even fly out of the hall. Then, the blade fell and the corpse was decapitated. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Only after everything was settled did the others suddenly come to their senses. This is the heavenly decree. Those who were knowledgeable recalled the attack that caused one's soul to tremble, and their faces were filled with shock. As for the others, they were all the same. In response to the others' reactions, Xianxia said casually, "It's just a bunch of rascals who wanted to cause trouble in the sect. Now that they've been killed, please go to the outer sect's elder Zhao. He'll make the appropriate arrangements for you. We'll take our leave." This time everyone's attitude was much more respectful. The reason they entered the Origin sect was because of Xianxia's reputation. Besides that, they saw the Origin sect's potential. Although the Origin sect was only a sect in the spirit region, with Xianxia's existence, it was a top sect. However, this top sect was supported by one person and was short of manpower. They didn't even have a cultivator in the God Martial realm or the prominent sage realm. This way, when they entered the Origin sect, whether it was their status or benefits, it would be much better than if they entered other sections. And as the Origin sect grew stronger in the future, guests like them, they would also be able to enjoy the benefits of the sect. However, because apart from Xianxia, the cultivation of the others in the Origin sect wasn't high, it was inevitable that these people would be arrogant. But now, the power that contained the heavenly strike couldn't do anything to the other party. Even a great cultivator in the God Martial realm was killed with a single slash. A great cultivator in the God Martial realm was killed just like that. And it didn't take much effort. This also proved one thing from another perspective. It was easy for the other party to kill a great cultivator in the God Martial realm. Killing them was also as easy as flipping his hand. This was another kind of deterrence. After the others had left, Xianxia looked at the corpse on the ground that hadn't been refreshed yet. Then, he bent down to search it. A minute later, he stood up from the ground and looked at the corpse that had died with its eyes wide open, speechless. The corpse of the God Martial realm in front of him was cleaner than the beggars on the roadside. It didn't carry a single valuable item. After a moment of speechlessness, Xianxia looked at the corpse on the ground. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Using the heavenly strike to assassinate. Even a great cultivator in the God Martial realm was sacrificed. I'm afraid there aren't many forces capable of doing this. When he used his spirit eye just now, the other party's loyalty of -98 had already appeared before his eyes. At first, Xianxia only thought that the other party was a spy sent by another force to infiltrate the Origin sect and prepare for what would happen next. In the end, the other party was actually an assassin. And he carried the heavenly strike with him. If it weren't for the fact that his golden lotus had advanced from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage and that he'd refined the dustless immortal robe, he might have really fallen this time. As time passed, the corpse on the ground had already disappeared. Xianxia's eyes flickered again. He said to himself, I didn't want to interfere too much. Unfortunately, there are always unruly people who want to harm me. I can't be a peaceful sect master. Do I have to side with the imperial court to be satisfied? Using a heavenly strike and sacrificing a great cultivator in the God Martial realm. There weren't many forces capable of doing this. And the power of this heavenly strike was exactly the same as the power that those players used to sneak attack the Chaos Blood army. He didn't need to guess too much. He could also understand that this was Marquis Qianshan's doing. However, Xianxia didn't expect that Marquis Qianshan would kill him so fiercely. Marquis Qianshan used one method after another. First, he wanted to lure the demons into the Liang Mountain spirit region and create a demon disaster to destroy the foundation of the Origin sect. Now, he even openly sent someone to assassinate him. Xianxia never thought of himself as a person who would take a beating without fighting back. Marquis Qianshan's actions now. It made him angry. There was quite a commotion in the inherited martial hall. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the other experts in Yuan sect. When Jing Fang and the others arrived, they saw Xianxia sitting in the main seat. His expression was calm, and no one could tell what he was feeling. Sect Master, what happened just now? Jing Fang looked at the bronze pillars and the 4 walls in the inherited martial hall. They were covered with cracks and looked like they would break at any time. He was shocked again. One had to know. Although the inherited martial hall was not a spiritual weapon like Cold Mountain City, it was still very sturdy. To cause the current situation, He only needed to think about it to know what kind of terrifying attack it would be. As for Niu Feng and the others, at this moment, their faces were filled with shock. Qin Shujian waved his hand and said, "It's just a god martial arts realm cultivator who came to assassinate you with the heavenly decree. I've already settled the matter. Don't worry about it. This is my fault. Please punish me, sect master." Zheng Fang suddenly bowed and asked for forgiveness. This time, he, as the Grand Elder, was in charge of the recruitment of guest elders. Now, such a problem had occurred. He also had something to do with it that was difficult for him to get rid of. Qin Shujian said calmly, "It's not your fault. Let's forget about it for the time being." "Thank you, sect master. I wonder if the results of the competition in Cold Mountain City are out." Qin Shujian did not mention what had just happened. He then looked at Shen Yuqing and Zhang Tiniu. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other. In the end, Shen Yuqing cupped his hands and said, "This time, there are a total of 7 upper-grade blacksmiths and 3 middle-grade blacksmiths. They all hope to enter Yuan sect and become guests." Then, Zhang Tiniu also said, "This time, there are a total of 13 people who completed the sect master's request. 12 of them are upper-grade array masters and 1 is a middle-grade array master. They all hope to become guests of Yuan sect." Middle-grade array master? Hearing this, Qin Shujian's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he looked a little surprised. He knew how powerful the array he had set up was. Even if he deliberately went easy on them, it was still not something that an ordinary array master could contend against. According to Qin Shujian's speculation, those who passed the assessment this time should be high-grade array masters. Now that there was a middle-grade array master mixed in, he couldn't help but be curious. "What's his name?" "His name is Zhu Jin, and he's from a declining family that specializes in formations." "Left?" Qin Shujian muttered the name to himself, memorizing it. Shortly after, he opened his mouth again and said, "Let them come to the Martial Inheritance Hall to see me." Yes. Inside the Chenggu Hall, 23 people stood there in 2 groups, and the scene was somewhat calm. When everyone looked at the main seat, there was an undetectable reverence on their faces. Among these people, there were experts in the spirit martial realm. There were also experts in the god martial arts realm. However, without exception, they were all blacksmiths or formation masters, and they were extremely passionate about this path. Qin Shujian was a grandmaster in 2 fields. The news had already spread far and wide. The reason why they were willing to join the Yuan sect was that there was a grandmaster in 2 fields in the Yuan sect. A grandmaster in 1 field, he had reached the peak, he could be regarded as the peak of 1 field. He was the goal that others yearned to pursue, and the existence that they should respect. Everyone here is outstanding in this competition. To put it bluntly, your skills in forging Dao and formation Dao are among the upper echelons in Baiyun Mansion. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. "I welcome you to join the Yuan sect. Now there is a casting hall in our sect, and anyone who is proficient in casting can join. I wonder if you have any objections?" In the end, his gaze landed on one of the teams of 10. Hearing this, the 10 people all cupped their hands and said, "We have no objections." "Good." Qin Shujian nodded. When his spiritual eye swept over, everyone's attributes appeared in his eyes. Although everyone's loyalty was different, it was different. But there was one thing in common. That was, there was no negative loyalty. To this, he was quite satisfied in his heart. Since there were no negative loyalty points, it meant that there were no traitors here. Qin Shujian valued these technical talents quite a bit. After all, it took a lot of time and effort to cultivate an upper-grade casting master. Even if he preached to people every day as a grandmaster, he might not be able to produce an upper-grade casting master in a few years. Moreover, Qin Shujian did not have so much time. When the others felt a chill, he said again, "The casting hall master is the referee of this competition, Elder Shen Yuqing. When you leave the inherited martial hall, someone will lead you to the casting hall. We will take our leave." Qin Shujian's words were very clear. The others were not tactless people. After bowing respectfully, they directly left. for them. As long as they entered the casting hall, they would naturally have time and opportunity to meet this grandmaster in the future. After the casting hall left, only then did Qin Shujian's gaze fall on the 13 formation masters. Suddenly, many people felt a great pressure. After a while, he then said, "Now the sect has not opened the formation hall, but today, with all of you joining, the formation hall has been opened." The position of the hall master is equivalent to that of an inner elder. As for the position of the hall master, at this point, Qin Shujian paused. As for the others, although they still looked calm, they were very excited in their hearts. The meaning of the other party's words, no one would not know. If they could become the formation hall master, they would be considered to be in the upper echelons of Yuan sect. This was simply a step to the sky. However, although they were excited, they did not interrupt Qin Shujian. Everyone wanted to be the hall master. But it was not a position that could be taken by just anyone. If one was not good, it might even cause a negative impact. 3 days later, I will personally hold a competition. The only winner will be the elder of the formation hall. The rest of the people can be the formation hall's consecrators with the same status as the inner deacons. We will obey the sect master's order. Alright, you all can leave for now. Someone will arrange the follow-up matters for you. We will take our leave. Everyone cupped their hands and left. When Qin Shujian spoke just now, he also used his spiritual eye to check the attributes of these people. No one's loyalty was negative. However, he took another look at the man named Sui Jin, whom Zhang Tiniu had mentioned. Just a simple look. It was hard to see too much. It was just an impression left in his mind. To be able to stand out in the competition as a middle-grade formation master. In addition to proving the other party's strength, it also proved that the other party's foundation and talent in the formation Dao was also beyond the reach of ordinary people. Such a person, if cultivated, he could be a good helper. Now that things had come to this, it was finally over. Next, the sect should be quiet. There will be no possibility of opening the mountain gate for a long time in the future. Qin Shujian secretly shook his head. This time, a large number of disciples were recruited in the mountain gate opening. In a short period of time. This was the last time Yuan sect opened the mountain gate. After all, so far, Yuan sect was a top sect with more than 20,000 people. In terms of the number of people, it could be called the largest sect in Baiyun Prefecture. Such a number of people. It had already reached a saturation point. If they continued to recruit people, a sect with 50,000 or 100,000 people was no longer as simple as a sect. It was comparable to the power of a feudal lord. In this way, the imperial court would probably not be happy about it. Even Marquis Baiyun's side. They would also be afraid of Yuan sect. Once it aroused the suspicion of the imperial court, they would either dispel the suspicion or wait for the day when the enemy came. So far, Qin Shujian did not intend to be enemies with the imperial court. Although Yuan sect was now a top sect, it was only a comparison in the cultivation world. If Yuan sect was placed on the opposite side of the imperial court, there was no need for anything else. As long as 2 or 3 celestial beings took action, they could easily wipe out Yuan sect. When the time came, even if he, a formation master, could escape unscathed, the foundation of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain would be completely destroyed. Of course. In addition to avoiding arousing the suspicion of the imperial court, it was also because Yuan sect had improved too quickly, causing the realm of the disciples to be uneven, and they also lacked top experts. That is, if Qin Shujian, the array master, was not included. They would also abandon the guests. The most powerful beings in the Yuan sect were only a few airborne realm cultivators. With such strength, leading a sect of more than 20,000 people was undoubtedly a very difficult task. Therefore, combined with the current situation of Yuan sect, Qin Shujian had already decided to let Yuan sect slowly digest and steadily improve the strength of the sect. Only then would he consider the next step. As for harvesting the source of life, with the original number of Yuan sect disciples, they could normally contribute 50,000 to 60,000 source of life every day. Now, the number of people had almost doubled. It was not to say that the amount of source of life would double, but it could at least increase by 30 to 50%. And when the strength of these people was further improved, the amount of source of life they contributed would also increase by several times. In general, Yuan sect had now reached a saturation point in all aspects, or it had reached the level that Qin Shujian had expected. The only thing that was lacking, it was a problem of overall strength. As long as these were digested step by step, then Qin Shujian would have the confidence to say that 3 years of divine martial arts, 10 years of celestial beings, 20 years of celestial beings, and so on. 30 to 50 years was a long time. For his current lifespan of at least 1,000 years, a few years or even decades was only a very small part of a long life. Although Qin Shujian had not lived that long and could not fully understand the feeling of a snap of a finger, as his cultivation improved day by day, he gradually had a different kind of understanding. A god martial arts realm assassination, using the heavenly decree. As long as the cultivator spoke, it was impossible to hide the matter. Therefore, news of what had happened in the inherited martial hall had already spread. In the spirit realm, a great cultivator of the god martial realm was a top-notch expert. As a result, the death of a strange god martial arts realm cultivator also caused a lot of shock. However, compared to the god martial arts realm, the heavenly decree was undoubtedly more shocking. Because the appearance of the heavenly decree meant that a heavenly realm existence had attacked Yuan Zhong. If it was an ordinary sect of the spirit realm, it would be destroyed in the blink of an eye if it was targeted by a heavenly realm expert. But Yuan Zhong was different. Qin Shujian, the array master, was a different kind of heavenly realm expert. Moreover, through this news, everyone noticed one thing. That was, the only weakness of an array master was that if the array was not set up successfully, it could not exert its powerful power. Therefore, if one wanted to deal with an array master, one had to be so powerful that even the array could not deal with it, or take advantage of the fact that the array was not set up to kill him directly. But now it seemed, the heavenly decree that contained the heavenly realm attack could not kill him. 2 Dao artifacts to protect him. He was in an invincible position. Heavenly realm assassination. Marquis Bayun naturally collected the information about the heavenly realm as soon as possible. In the main hall, below, a middle-aged man who looked like a refined scholar said with a solemn expression, "The assassination of a heavenly realm expert can't do anything to an array master. It seems that the other party has really matured. Isn't that good? The stronger he is, the more advantageous it is for our Bayun mansion." Marquis Bayun smiled faintly. But Gu Chongqing's action is really foolish. The heavenly decree. Just by thinking about it, one could basically be sure that it was Marquis Qianshan who did it. Marquis Qianshan was now impregnable, partly because of his foundation, and partly because of the existence of the 2 array masters. Now, Bayun Mansion had one more array master. This was an invisible threat to Marquis Qianshan. After all, array masters were different. On the battlefield, a formation grandmaster was like an executioner. Even if several Deva cultivators joined forces, they might not be able to match up to him. If he wanted to go on a punitive expedition against Duke Qianshan, he had to deal with the 2 array Dao grandmasters. If Marquis Bayun had not been confident that he could pull Qin Shujian to his side, then Marquis Qianshan's successive actions were equivalent to pushing Qin Shujian to the side of the imperial court. Marquis, do you think that Qin Shujian knows who did it? You underestimate him. Marquis Bayun shook his head slightly and said, "There are some things that don't need to be mentioned. He knows about it. It won't be long before the human emperor's decree comes again. At that time, I'm afraid my Bayun mansion will have to send out our troops again. The power behind Gu Chongqing is very well hidden. We tried our best to investigate but didn't find any useful clues. Instead, we lost a few prominent divine stage cultivators and a god martial stage cultivator. Within the borders of the Great Zhao, what faction dares to oppose the imperial court? Marquis, could it be a demon? It's possible." Marquis Bayun nodded and said faintly, "These years, the demon has been suppressed in the Xianxia mountains. They've long been unwilling to accept it. They've always wanted to rush into the Great Zhao and plunder the flesh and blood of living creatures. In terms of strength, the demon has the right to fight against the imperial court. But, Marquis Bayun changed the topic and said again, the demon king was severely injured by the human emperor. For thousands of years, whether he's still alive is a question. Could it be that the demon king has recovered? At the mention of the demon king, Marquis Bayun's face was solemn. The human race had a supreme existence like the human emperor. The demon race also had a demon king. Back then, the human emperor was able to conquer the world and establish the foundation of the Great Zhao for thousands of years because he had a fierce battle with the demon race. In the end, the demon king was defeated and was severely injured. He retreated to the Xianxia mountains with a group of demons. Although the demon king was defeated by the human emperor, it didn't mean that the demon king was weak. On the contrary, to be able to fight against the human emperor and survive after losing, the other party's strength had reached a level that could pierce through heaven and earth. If the demon king's injuries had really recovered, then the demon race would be a huge problem. But there's one thing I don't understand. Since the demon king was defeated, why didn't the human emperor take the opportunity to kill his way into the Xianxia mountains and completely kill the demon race? The demon race has existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. Our human race can't compare to their foundation. The Xianxia mountains are the origin of the demon race. It's easier said than done to kill their way in. Marquis Bayun shook his head and said, if they could really kill their way into the Xianxia mountains, the demon race would have no place to stay. But there were some things. He wouldn't say too much. Instead, he changed the topic and said calmly, but the human emperor once said that the demon king's injuries couldn't be healed. After so many years, he might have died. Continue to send people to investigate the movements behind Gu Chongqing. Yes. Qin Shujian didn't care about the movements in the outside world. Marquis Qianshan sent people to assassinate him. This grudge was formed. However, Marquis Qianshan was the biggest rebel force with more than 1 million soldiers under his command. There were also many experts around him. It would not be easy for him to get back at Marquis Qianshan alone. Moreover, the Yuan sect had just recruited disciples. There were still many things to deal with. He couldn't care so much for the time being. After setting up the array formation hall, Qin Shujian used his identity as an array formation grandmaster to assess the 13 array formation masters again. In the end, he chose one of the array formation masters to become the hall master of the array formation hall. At the same time, he was given the identity of an inner sect elder. As for the other party's loyalty, when his identity was changed, it had already risen to more than 70 points. Although this value wasn't very high. But for now, it was enough. More than 70 points of loyalty. As long as there weren't any major changes, there was almost no possibility of betrayal. Moreover, as time passed, the loyalty would continue to rise. Of course, if Qin Shujian discovered that the other party's loyalty continued to drop, then the position of the hall master of the array formation hall would come to an end. As for the Zhujian mentioned by Zhang Tiniu, Qin Shujian also deliberately observed him. In the end, he found that the other party was indeed very talented in array formation. Moreover, he had accumulated a lot of knowledge about array formation. Although he was a middle-grade array formation master, in terms of knowledge, he wasn't much weaker than a high-grade array formation master. In time, the other party would definitely break through his current realm. More importantly, the other party's age wasn't even 100 years old. At such a young age, he was already in the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm. At the same time, he had the standard of a middle-grade array formation master. Whether it was the talent for cultivation or array formation master, he was considered to be the best choice. Therefore, Qin Shujian really remembered the names Wujin. If such a talent was cultivated properly, in time, perhaps the Sky Origin sect would have another Array Dao Grandmaster. As for Master, he wasn't sure that he could cultivate a Master. After all, it was difficult to become a Master. Even if Qin Shujian himself was a Array Formation Master, he wasn't very sure that he could cultivate someone equal to himself. After the Array Formation Hall was established, he also put the 30 Array Formation Masters of the Bayun Marquis Mansion into the Array Formation Hall. He had promised Xiaohong before. At least 2 high-grade array formation masters in 3 years. The words had been spoken. Then there was no possibility of going back on his words. Most of the 30 people were low-grade array formation masters. Only a small number of them were middle-grade array formation masters. Relying on the number of high-grade array formation masters in the array formation hall, it wasn't a difficult thing to impart array formation knowledge. At the same time, the news about the treatment of the people in the alchemy, casting, and array formation halls had also spread completely in the Yuan sect. 100 low-grade, 500 middle-grade, 2,000 high-grade, and 10,000 array formation masters. This treatment is really high. Haha, I'm already at the top of the apprentice level. The Celestial Blue Alchemy Scrolls experience is about to reach the promotion standard. It won't be long before I can be promoted to a low-grade alchemist. I want to ask, is it too late to learn array formation now? When the news was announced, some people were happy and some were sad. For the players, the 3 halls were similar to the existence of secondary professions. The main profession was cultivation. The secondary profession was support. The 2 of them didn't actually conflict. Early on, when the 2 halls were established, there were many players who joined them and learned some superficial knowledge. However, most of them were only at the apprentice level and couldn't even be considered to be at the entry level. As for the reward system that was announced now, at the very least, one had to be at the entry level to enjoy this treatment. Many of the Yuan sect disciples who were stuck at the last step had also made up their minds to break through the current threshold. One had to know. 100 contribution points didn't seem like much, but in fact, it wasn't little at all. Moreover, many a little makes a mickle. That was also a considerable amount of income. Moreover, the reward was secondary. Once the support profession was at the entry level, the items that were refined would be officially on the table. Even if it was purely to sell or hand it over to the sect, one would be able to obtain a considerable amount of contribution points as a reward. On the other side, just as everyone was getting interested in the new reward system, Xianxia suddenly changed his mind. Xianxia consumed 1 million points of life force and directly issued a large-scale mission to all the Yuan sect players through the system. The content of the mission. It was to enter Xianxia Marquis and kill the experts under Xianxia Marquis. According to the level of the kill, the rewards would be completely different. As for the players, after seeing the mission prompt, all of their eyes were shining and their hearts were suddenly burning with passion. Especially the last mission. Killing a Celestial Realm Cultivator or an Array Master would be rewarded with a 2-Seal Dao artifact and 1 million contribution points. After seeing this, everyone was in an uproar. Although the difficulty of this mission was very high and could be said to be at the epic level. But for the players, as long as the mission was issued, there was a possibility of completing it. At most, it was a matter of probability. End of chapter 297. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.